Vhumad God chapter 27:25 to chapter 28:06. He couldn't accept it. How could he lose to a brat? In the next moment, he roared, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. A terrifying power surged in his body. On his left index finger, a black ring emitted a bright light, forming a mysterious power. This light was too terrifying. It was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. They even felt that their souls were being suppressed. Oh no, what kind of ring was that? They didn't expect the White Wolf King to have such a weapon. It was too terrifying. It was specially designed to restrain Ling Xian's soul power. Not only that. That brat probably couldn't sense anything. They were right. Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his soul power was blocked. Ha 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 ha, brat, go to hell. The White Tiger King laughed sinisterly again. Ling Xian was blind now and couldn't catch any of his movements. Thinking of this, he moved quickly and slashed with the treasured sword in his hand. The sword slashed on his opponent's body, and a loud sound rang out. Lin Xian was hit and retreated. A few cracks appeared on his body, and he was about to be killed. At this moment, Lin Xian roared, "Get lost!" His sound waves contained the energy of the great dragon sword soul, forming sword waves that swept in all directions. Block, 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 many sword waves blasted on the sword light, creating a shocking collision and blocking the terrifying sword light that filled the sky. Not only that, but the White Wolf King was also forced back. Damn it, brat, let's see how long you can hold on. The ring on the White Wolf King's hand shone again. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think that your ring is invincible? You want to block my gaze? You're courting death, he roared angrily, and a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him, emitting a mysterious vortex. Those golden eyes were too terrifying. Even if they overflowed with light, they weren't affected at all. Even the light that filled the sky was sucked away by the golden vortex in the god's spiritual eye. Kill, Lin Xian was truly enraged. He took out 2 more half-step sacred tools and even took out the flower protector. A terrifying power swept across the sky. One of the White Wolf King's arms was chopped off, and his body was also split open. Lin Xian's body also split open, and countless cracks appeared on it. It almost cracked open. Both of them were seriously injured, but Lin Xian's recovery ability was too terrifying. The great dragon sword spirit and 9 yang divine bodies might were boundless, and they recovered in an instant. Moreover, the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. This scene made the White Wolf King's expression abnormally ugly. Damned brat, just you wait, today's matter isn't over. After saying this, he turned into a stream of light, turned around, and ran into the distance. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Run! A mighty invincible king had actually run away. This was simply inconceivable. Invincible kings were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the world. They could kill an 8-star pinnacle expert with just a single palm strike. However, he couldn't beat Lin Xian. Everyone swallowed their saliva when they saw this. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swallowed several heavenly treasures to recover from his injuries. He ignored the White Tiger King and stared at the blood-colored heart in the sky. The most important thing now was to recover his strength. When he had enough strength, he could completely kill the White Tiger King. He would remember this grudge. The next time he met the other party, he would definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian stretched out his palm. The golden palm covered the sky and earth, turning into 5 dragons that enveloped the heart of 10,000 blood. Boom! Boom! The heart of 10,000 blood crazily charged, but it couldn't escape at all. Lin Xian's palm slowly healed and completely grabbed the heart of 10,000 blood. However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded. The surrounding sea of blood surged, turning into vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that charged towards Lin Xian. He was courting death. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and a terrifying force formed ripples that spread out in all directions. All the ghostly forces and spirits were destroyed. After one strike, heaven and earth shattered, and nothing could exist. Lin Xian retracted his palm and completely grabbed the blood-colored heart. In the next moment, he would move his dragon-shaped sword shadow and pierce through the blood-colored heart. Pfft! A miserable sound rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Blood mist drifted in the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. The surrounding sea of blood surged into the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Lin Xian relied on his strong body to remain unmoved and firmly grabbed the escaping heart. The dragon-shaped sword shadow crazily absorbed the energy inside. The rain of blood hit his body, making sizzling sounds. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, he would have been pierced through long ago. However, the nine-yang divine body was very terrifying. It didn't pierce through, but it still lost a lot of blood. This just happened to temper Lin Xian's body even more. The dragon roar and sword cry rang out. The dragon sword's soul crazily devoured the energy in the blood-colored heart. The huge blood-colored heart was beating rapidly, and it was slowing down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura of the dragon sword's soul was becoming more and more terrifying. The absorption speed was very fast. After about 2 hours, the blood-colored heart became only the size of a fist. After another incense stick's worth of time, the heart was only the size of a walnut. In the end, it was crystal clear like a blood-red fruit. Lin Xian did not let the dragon sword's soul absorb anymore. Instead, he directly absorbed it. This was because this was already very pure energy. After absorbing it, he set up a formation to protect him. He sat down cross-legged and quickly absorbed it. A day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a thunderous sound came from his body. A vortex appeared above his head, and hurricanes danced around him, sweeping in all directions. In the distance, those people were terrified. Many of them did not leave, waiting for the final result. That kid broke through, peak 7-star, heavens, he actually broke through again, his speed was too fast. He was already able to contend against an invincible king. With this breakthrough, could he kill an invincible king? No one dared to imagine. How terrifying was his dragon sword shadow? This was what everyone was more concerned about. However, the dragon sword shadow had already entered Lin Xian's body, and no one else could sense it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and his face was full of excitement. This time, not only did he break through to the peak of 7-star, but his dragon sword's soul had also improved further. His combat strength had increased exponentially. Previously, he had to use all his trump cards to be able to contend against an invincible king. Now, he didn't need to use so much at all. As long as he sent out the dragon sword shadow, he was confident that he could kill the other party. This was the power brought about by the awakening of the dragon sword soul. White Wolf King, don't let me meet you again, or it will be your death date. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. There must be more secrets in this bone palace. He thought that he would be able to meet the other party again. At that time, he would not let the other party go. Lin Xian turned around and met up with Xianxia and the others. Soon, he narrowed his eyes and did not move. Because at this moment, Xianxia was also in a strange state. A spirit power vortex appeared above her head. Not only above her head, but there were also 3 in all directions, surrounding her. All the spirit energy in the entire space was poured into her body. What a magical physique. Could it be that this was the legendary spirit body? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Gradually, he became surprised because above Xianxia's head, the remaining blood seawater condensed into a blood-red bead. It was exactly the same as the one he swallowed previously. What was going on? The others were also stunned. Many of them had burning eyes. Many people looked at this scene with burning eyes. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Lin Xian had broken through after eating this thing. If others got it, they might be able to break through too. Therefore, many pairs of burning eyes looked over. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes as he swept his gaze in all directions. Those people trembled as if they had been doused with cold water, and the fire was quickly extinguished. Damn it, how dare they be greedy? If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Retreat, one figure after another quickly flashed and retreated. Lin Xian guarded Xianxia by her side, waiting for her to wake up. Xianxia opened her eyes, raised her hand, and ate the red bead. Then, she sat down cross-legged. The cultivators of the Purple Dawn Holy Land were on guard. Lin Xian had the people of the Immortal Palace guard by her side. A day later, a terrifying aura surged out of Xianxia's body. Obviously, she had also broken through to the peak of 7 stars. Great, I broke through. Xianxia was very happy. The people of the Purple Dawn Holy Land also cheered. Lin Xian smiled. Xiaoer is really powerful. Let's go. He pulled Xianxia and the others and flew deeper. It wasn't just Lin Xian's bone palace. The other 8 bone palaces also had battles. They also obtained treasures. Morong Qingqing, Wuhua, Yi Wudao, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and the others had all improved in strength. This kind of great opportunity could only be grasped by the top geniuses. The other cultivators trembled. These top geniuses and saints were too terrifying. They were already very terrifying. Now that their strength had increased, how heaven-defying were they? These people also flew deeper. However, they were soon swallowed by the white vortex and arrived at an even more fortuitous place. Where was this? The surrounding people were shocked. They seemed to have come out of the Bone Palace and arrived at the center of the 9 bone palaces. We're in. We broke through the array and came in. Those people cheered. Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing flew over, and Leaf Dao Denier and the others caught sight of Lin Xian. Lin Xian also saw them. Of course, there were some other people as well. After Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing met up, they asked about the situation briefly and then looked around. The surroundings were extremely ancient and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Obviously, this was something that had been passed down since ancient times, and was very old. Moreover, no one seemed to have come in. I wonder what treasures there are in this place. Xianxia was looking forward to it. The little white monkey jumped out and looked around with its big eyes. Then, it pointed ahead excitedly. Let's go. Lin Xian, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others quickly flew over. Regarding the snow-white little monkey's treasure-seeking ability, he firmly believed in it without a doubt. With Lin Xian leading the way, the group of people was extremely domineering. Wherever they passed, the crowd would give way. No one dared to stop him. Soon, they arrived at the front. In front of them was a thick fog. Lin Xian punched out, creating a terrifying hurricane that blew away all the fog. What is this? Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others exclaimed. The cultivators of the 3 holy lands behind them were equally shocked. They discovered that there were ancient stone pillars and mysterious altars in front of them. The altar was covered with runes. Terrifying runes were engraved on it, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, 5 altars in front of them emitted a bright light. They emitted a vast amount of energy, and then a drop of crystal-clear blood floated out. When the blood appeared, everyone's hearts sank, and they could not breathe. The weaker ones vomited blood. Retreat, the blood was too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. What the F***ck is this? Why is it more terrifying than all the blood in the blood pool added together? These people, including the saints and Tianjiao, all retreated to a distance and watched from afar. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He was extremely shocked. Dragon's blood. This is dragon's blood. He had drunk the blood of a crimson dragon. The blood of a crimson dragon contained such terrifying energy. However, the blood in front of him contained even more energy than a crimson dragon's blood. It must have been even more terrifying when it was alive. Could this be the blood left behind by a saint-level dragon? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. The other saints, Tianjiao, and the older generation powerhouses were also in a frenzy. What? This is dragon's blood? Heavens, this is too terrifying. A drop of blood can crush the 9 heavens. Do dragons really exist? Of course, dragon's blood has appeared. This is great, I must get it. That was more precious than any other natural treasure. Indeed, dragon blood was hard to find in this world. Although Lin Xian had drunk it before, the cultivation level of the dark red divine dragon was still too low. Now that there was a saint-level dragon's blood, he naturally wanted it. There are 5 of them. Hurry up and get it. Some people couldn't take it anymore and rushed over. All the powerful experts of the younger generation and the older generation began to attack, while the others had bitter expressions on their faces. They had no choice. Just the pressure of that drop of dragon's blood was enough to make them unable to resist. Not to mention snatching it. If they took 2 steps forward, their bodies would be crushed into a bloody mist. Therefore, these people could only wander around. The little white monkey was very fast. It turned into a flash of white light and shuttled through the void. However, when it got close to the altar and the dragon's blood, it was bounced back. It immediately grimaced in pain, but fortunately, it wasn't injured. With a whoosh, it jumped back to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian also stopped and looked around. "Get out of here!" With a roar, the 9-yang divine body exploded with light. An incomparably terrifying power erupted like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding people all activated their king's domains to resist. The weaker ones were directly sent flying by the energy. At this moment, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Wu Chen, and the others also made a move, sweeping in all directions. They were determined to get the precious dragon's blood. Fortunately, there were 5 altars here. Therefore, Yi Wudao, Lin Xian, and Wu Chen, the 3 top geniuses who had received titles, didn't fight. They each took 3 altars and looked around disdainfully. The competition for the other 2 altars was even more intense. Because there were no titled geniuses, and there were many saints and princes, the competition was very intense. Of course, that didn't mean that Lin Xian and the others didn't fight. Some of the stronger saints and old powerhouses rushed to the 3 altars. After all, in front of the dragon's blood, no matter if it was Eastern Sage or Central Emperor, no one would be able to stop them. "Qingqing, Qiu'er, protect yourselves." Lin Xian, Zhang Yin, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were fighting for the other 2 altars. Lin Xian couldn't go over to help, so he could only warn them from afar. "Don't worry, big brother Lin Xian. It won't be a problem, big brother Xian." The 2 of them responded. Lin Xian was also threatened. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared around them. Their auras were like the abyss and the sea. These black figures all had cold expressions and powerful auras. They connected with each other and formed a terrifying wave that enveloped the entire space where Lin Xian was. Boom! Boom, boom! The void trembled and cracked. Lin Xian fought with these dozens of terrifying people, forming a terrifying invisible force that swept in all directions. Terrifying black holes were floating around them. It was too terrifying, the others retreated crazily. There was nothing they could do. These 2 groups of people were too terrifying. Just the collision of invisible auras had caused such a terrifying scene. If they were to really make a move, wouldn't it destroy the world? Therefore, those who were weak did not dare to get close to Lin Xian. "Dragon race's blood? I'll take it." A tall figure spoke. His voice was cold. 10,000 rays of light circulated around his body and his aura was terrifying. "It doesn't matter if you're a Central Emperor or not, you can't stop us. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." "That's right, no matter how strong you are, you're still from the younger generation. You can't fight against so many of us. Hurry up and get lost. The dragon's blood is ours." A cold voice resounded, shaking the 9 heavens. A terrifying killing intent swept through the surroundings. "If you want this dragon's blood, let's see if you have the qualifications and ability." Lin Xian sneered. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with golden light. He was like a sun war god descending from the sky. Terrifying sword chi surged out from his body and swept through everything. "Since that's the case, don't blame us for taking action." These people sneered. Although Lin Xian was powerful, they didn't think that he would be able to fight against them in such a situation. One had to know that these dozens of people were all terrifying peerless experts. At this moment, nothing could stop them. Boom, in an instant, the aura of dozens of people suddenly erupted, shattering heaven and earth. The sky was filled with light and terrifying divine abilities. They attacked Lin Xian from all directions. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He did not hold back at all. He pulled out the Dragon Abyss Valley sword and directly attacked. He used the Yin-Yang 8 steps and his speed reached the limit. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Not only them, but the other 4 altars were also in a fierce battle. As for Leaf Dao Denier and Dustless, they were being attacked by powerful experts who were no weaker than Lin Xian. The other 2 altars were even more terrifying. The young geniuses and holy sons were all madly trying to snatch that drop of dragon blood. Wang, a resonant dragon's roar resounded from Lin Xian's body. A dragon image rushed out, roaring in all directions. The surrounding void trembled, and the blood of the blood dragon trembled violently. The dragon blood surged, transforming into a giant dragon shadow. An incomparably terrifying pressure spread out, causing people to tremble. The expressions of the experts who had attacked also changed. Damn it, this brat can actually resonate with the dragon blood, how did he do it? The faces of these peerless experts were filled with shock. Previously, they had thought that they would definitely be able to kill the other party if they joined forces. But now, they realized that they were wrong. The other party's methods were simply too bizarre. Even if all of them attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Especially now, the other party actually had such a strange connection with the dragon blood. Lin Xian naturally summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was a type of dragon sword soul. Naturally, it could form a connection with the dragon blood. Lin Xian wasn't surprised by the scene. He held the dragon-shaped sword and killed in all directions. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi danced in the air, sweeping across heaven and earth. The peerless experts were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Many of them were directly cut in half, and even more of their bodies were broken. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and fled frantically. Blood spurted out, dyeing the void red. All sorts of wails and screams rang out. Lin Xian's side had turned into azure hell. The scalps of those who were watching from afar went numb. They trembled continuously. This Central Emperor was really too terrifying, yes, no one could defeat him. So many peerless experts joined forces, but they still couldn't do anything to him. Was he still human? Not only him, but Leaf Dao Denier and Dustless were also incomparably powerful. Sure enough, everyone's gaze also looked into the distance. Leaf Dao Denier and Dustless were also suppressing a region. As expected of peerless geniuses who had obtained the title, they were indeed powerful. This was the thought in everyone's heart. A rain of blood fell. Lin Xian stood in the void like a fiend god. There was no one around him. Dozens of peerless experts joined forces, but they still couldn't resist the power of the dragon sword spirit. If others went up alone, they would only be courting death. Especially now, Lin Xian could resonate with the dragon blood. Such a strange thing made people even more afraid to act rashly. Damn kid, it's you again. You really aren't afraid of death, there are traces of you everywhere. In the distance, a cold voice sounded. The surrounding people all turned around and exclaimed. An invincible king. From the distant horizon, a figure flew over, turning into a stream of light and quickly flying over. A powerful aura suppressed everything. This aura made people despair. Even those peerless experts were shocked. Because this was the low profile of an invincible king. An invincible king, a 9-star king, the last stage of the king realm, was extremely powerful. Even an invincible king has made a move, that kid is dead for sure, everyone was shocked. After all, invincible kings were godlike existences in their eyes. Of course, there were also some people who had experienced the Bone Palace with Lin Xian, and their expressions became very strange. They saw with their own eyes that Lin Xian defeated the White Wolf King. The shock of that scene was still unforgettable even now. The invincible king who came at this moment was the White Wolf King who had escaped earlier. After he left the Bone Palace, his injuries had completely recovered. Now that he saw the dragon blood, how could he not be excited? Even if the other party was very difficult to deal with, he had made up his mind to snatch one. You again? A defeated opponent still dares to be arrogant in front of me. I originally wanted to let you live, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Get over here and die. Lin Xian shouted coldly, his voice roaring in all directions. What? The others trembled, and their scalps went numb. Defeated opponent? The other party actually said that an invincible king was a defeated opponent? Was this a joke? Most people's expressions changed, and a small number of people were extremely shocked. Sure enough, Lin Xian was too domineering. The White Wolf King's face was gloomy, gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn brat, don't be insolent. Last time, it was because I was careless that you succeeded. This time, I absolutely won't lose again. What did that mean? The surrounding people were stunned. In that case, this invincible king in front of them was really defeated at the hands of Lin Xian. Heavens, this was earth-shattering news. An invincible king was actually defeated by a young man. It was truly unbelievable to them. Was Lin Xian already terrifying to such an extent? If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. Last time, I was lucky enough to let you escape. This time, I won't let you go. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and sword chi splashed out from his body. The great dragon sword soul rumbled, and terrifying sword waves surged out, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. The White Wolf King's expression changed as well. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was much stronger than when he had fought him before. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. How long had it been? His opponent had improved again. This speed of improvement could be said to be terrifying. However, he would not admit defeat. That was because he knew that his opponent must have obtained the heart of 10,000 blood to become so powerful. And now, the effect of a drop of dragon blood definitely surpassed the heart of 10,000 blood. If he could obtain it, then his cultivation and strength would instantly undergo an earth-shattering change. That was what he wanted the most. Therefore, he would not leave no matter what. He had to obtain the dragon blood. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and pulled out his frenzied blade. The aura on his body erupted like a comet, sweeping in all directions. The aura of an invincible king covered the sky and earth, spreading in all directions. The surrounding people prostrated on the ground, while the remaining people retreated crazily. Even the people on the other 4 altars looked over, and their breathing became heavy. An invincible king, many people's pupils constricted. Yi Wudao and Wu Chen's expressions were also incomparably solemn. That was because the pressure that an invincible king gave them was also very great. The other saints and geniuses were also facing a great enemy. They really couldn't handle such a person. Brother Xian, be careful. Morong Qingqing. Xianxia was also extremely nervous when she saw the scene. Although the 2 of them had fought many saints and geniuses, they were very confident. However, against an invincible king, they still felt a lot of pressure. Go to hell, kid, the White Wolf King roared and slashed down with his frenzied blade, bringing about a storm. A terrifying blade light descended from the sky, carrying a murderous aura that filled the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. This sword was too terrifying. It tore apart the entire sky. The incomparably vast saber light was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Lin Xian blasted out with his sword, emitting a Milky Way-like sword light to resist the saber light that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! The collision between the 2 brought about a thunderous sound. The void was torn apart as a terrifying energy swept through everything. The shattered saber lights transformed into wolf shadows and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body blossomed like a blazing sun. The terrifying flames engulfed him, burning away all the saber lights. Boom, the White Wolf King moved again. This time, it opened its mouth and spat out a large white flag that fluttered in the wind. Countless wolf shadows swayed above, and the sky darkened. A terrifying demonic aura permeated the air, as if a peerless demonic king had awoken. One after another, wolf heads fell from the sky like meteors, opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Lin Xian. Every single one of them was incomparably real and could easily kill a peerless almighty. With so many pieces, it was truly an absolute fiendish divine ability. Heaven battling divine fist, Lin Xian waved his terrifying fists and punched out. The fists were like suns as they rushed into the sky. They shattered the hammers that filled the sky. It was as if he was not fighting against an illusion, but a real primordial demon king. Pooh, the White Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the white flag. Boundless darkness surged out and covered the entire sky. Everyone trembled. They discovered that the power of the white flag had increased explosively once again. This should be a secret technique. The White Wolf King was furious. It seemed that he was going to go all out. The powerhouses were extremely shocked. Many of them quickly retreated, not daring to move forward anymore. The powerhouses fighting on the other altars also activated their king's domains to resist. The White Wolf King stood in the air, holding the white flag with both hands and waving it with all his might. Heavenly wolf swallows the moon. A shocking scene appeared. The entire sky darkened completely. It was as if a black hole was about to swallow everyone. What kind of divine ability was this? It was too terrifying. Many people were swept by the darkness. Their bodies turned into pools of blood and were sucked into the black hole. Not even their bones were left. This scene was like ice and snow meeting the sun. It was impossible to resist. Lin Xian was also swallowed. The space he was in had completely fallen into a black hole. It's over. That kid has been swallowed, ha 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 ha, he's dead meat. Brother Lin, Brother Xian, Wu Hua, Morong Qingqing, and the others also cried out in surprise. The others laughed out loud. When the White Wolf King saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. What Central Emperor? It's not worth mentioning at all. The last time I lost to you was an accident. This time, you will definitely die. He wanted to put away the white flag. Suddenly, the white flag trembled violently. The terrifying black hole trembled and shattered with a bang. A golden figure charged out from within. It was Lin Xian. The 9-yang divine body released the power of divine fire. Sword light surrounded his body, and a terrifying killing intent rose from the clouds. You want to devour me with a mere black hole? You underestimate me too much. Buzz buzz buzz. He waved his ancient sword and punched out at the same time, directly shattering the white flag into pieces. The White Wolf King vomited blood and flew backward, his face full of shock. This was because he had spent hundreds of years refining this flag. It had long become one with him. At this moment, the white flag was broken, so he was naturally injured. Damn it, impossible. How could he be so powerful? The White Wolf King went crazy. Even an invincible king might not be able to break that white flag, but the other party had easily shattered it. How could the other party's combat strength increase so much? Could it be that the other party had other opportunities besides the Heart of 10,000 blood? He didn't dare to imagine. How could he know that every time the great dragon sword soul awakened, the power it brought was incomparably terrifying? The current Lin Xian was completely different from how he used to be. The surrounding people also went crazy. Apart from a small number of warriors who had stayed with Lin Xian before, they knew about this scene. This was the first time the others had seen such a scene. They were terrified. They didn't dare to imagine that an invincible king would be injured. Moreover, he was injured by a young junior. Was this a dream? Damn it, that kid used an illusion again. Yes, this must be an illusion. How could this be real? Those people shouted crazily, their faces full of disbelief. In their opinion, Lin Xian's eye technique was so strong that he must have used an illusion to trick them. However, the saints and geniuses shouted. They used a secret technique to break the illusion, but they realized that it was useless. Because they weren't affected by the illusion. This was real, the 4 symbol saints exclaimed. As soon as this voice was heard, everyone around gasped and looked at Lin Xian with their mouths agape. Lin Xian actually had the strength to injure an invincible king. This scene was really shocking. The White Wolf King's expression was cold. He swallowed the pill, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his hand and threw out a few artifacts. The king's domain also surrounded his body. 1,000 mountain palm. With a boom, he struck out with his palm. A terrifying power rolled out, destroying the world. Countless palm shadows appeared in the sky, each of them transforming into a towering mountain that collapsed the void. This palm technique was extremely terrifying, and it was also an extremely terrifying existence among the heaven-tier martial arts. At this moment, when the White Wolf King used it, it was truly unparalleled. Mountains circled in the sky, emitting a mysterious aura, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. Accompanying it was the White Wolf King's cold voice that echoed between heaven and earth. 9 Suns Divine Fist. Lin Xian sneered and waved his fist. A bright light lit up, and terrifying flames spread. Accompanied by the fist, he rushed out. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sun god of war, sweeping through everything. The sound of an intense collision tore through the void, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Countless figures vomited blood and were sent flying backward. The saints and prodigies also retreated. They were horrified to find that the endless mountains were broken. Not only that, but the terrifying fist also threatened the White Wolf King. But the White Wolf King quickly dodged, and the Heaven-tier artifacts beside him attacked crazily. The king's domain trembled and turned into the shadow of a wolf to protect him. Lin Xian moved and used the Yin-Yang 8 steps. With one step, he instantly arrived in front of the White Wolf King. He waved his fist and sent a few artifacts flying. The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed at the White Wolf King's body. The White Wolf King vomited blood and was sent flying again. Lin Xian followed closely and kept attacking. This time, he would not let the White Wolf King go. The surrounding people were dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with shock. The weaker ones were so scared that they wet their pants. What kind of technique was this? Lin Xian was actually so strong that he was suppressing the White Wolf King. This was too terrifying. The White Wolf King was even more shocked. Although the other party had managed to injure him last time, it seemed that he had used all of his strength. Half-saint tools and great weapons of mass destruction had all appeared, as well as that dragon-shaped sword shadow. But now, his opponent did not use any of his trump cards at all. Just his current strength alone was enough to injure him. If he used these trump cards, wouldn't his opponent be able to kill him? The White Wolf King was terrified. He did not know what the other party had experienced. However, he realized that he had underestimated the other party. He tried to run away. Skyfrost kick, he roared angrily. His legs moved, turning into streaks of light that enveloped heaven and earth. A terrifying chill appeared, freezing the world. Lin Xian was completely frozen. The others trembled, their bodies covered in a thick layer of ice. Many of them were frozen into ice cubes. It was too terrifying. This was also one of the White Wolf King's ultimate techniques. He wanted to freeze Lin Xian and then escape. Seeing Lin Xian frozen in ice, the White Wolf King heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out with his large hand, wanting to snatch the dragon blood on the ancient altar. Then, he would leave. However, in the next moment, he screamed. A sword light lit up, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands, cutting through all the ice. This sword light was too stunning. Not only did it cut through all the cold air, but it also struck the White Wolf King's palm. Blood splattered, and the White Wolf King's hand was cut off. Ah, the White Wolf King screamed. His body shone with boundless light as he tried to heal his wound. However, his severed hand was directly turned into a bloody mist by Lin Xian's sword qi and could no longer recover. Damn it, the White Wolf King roared angrily. He could only use his great ability to grow another arm. It's useless. Stop growing it. Go to hell. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. His current strength was much stronger than before, enough to kill the White Wolf King. The 9-layered pagoda and the flood dragon scissors were used by him. They were infused with the power of the great dragon sword soul, emitting an unparalleled energy. At the same time, the dragon sword domain spread out, covering a part of the world and completely enveloping the White Wolf King. Tens of thousands of sword qi crisscrossed. The others couldn't see the situation inside at all. They could only hear intense collisions and angry roars. An hour later, the light dissipated, and a figure fell from the sky. It was the White Wolf King. His body was pierced by tens of thousands of swords, and his soul power was directly destroyed. His eyes were wide open, filled with endless fear and unwillingness. Dead. An invincible king was killed. Everyone was shocked and ran away crazily. Heavens, what kind of method was this? It was too heaven-defying. These people didn't dare to make a move. An invincible king had always been a godlike existence in front of them, but now, he was actually killed by Lin Xian. This scene gave them too much of a shock. Not to mention these people, even the saints and geniuses were all scared. Yu Wudao and Dustless also had solemn expressions. Who else wants to compete with me for the dragon blood? Come out. Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions. He put away the White Wolf King's storage ring and looked around coldly. The surrounding people shook their heads and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Because Lin Xian's gaze was like a divine sword, piercing through them. The older generation experts also had solemn expressions and didn't dare to make a move. Although dragon blood was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He turned and walked towards the ancient altar in front of him. Countless people looked over with envy. Lin Xian suppressed everyone. Did he really want to obtain the dragon blood? Even Yi Wu Dao and Dustless's eyes flickered because the experts on their side hadn't retreated. But soon, their pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes. It wasn't just the two of them. The surrounding people were stunned. Even Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His gaze was gloomy as he stared ahead. That was because there was a figure in front of him, blocking his path. Who is this? How dare he act so recklessly? That's right, Lin Xian of the Central Emperor is so powerful. He can even kill an invincible king. Who is this person? Could it be another invincible king? I don't know. His aura is so mysterious, it makes my hair stand on end. An expert said in a deep voice. The others also had solemn expressions. Needless to say, the person who dared to come out at this time must be a peerless expert. Someone from the Yin Yang sect. Lin Xian frowned. He had the heavenly secret god eyes, so he could naturally see that the other party had extremely strong yin and yang qi. Someone with such an aura must be from the Yin Yang sect. You have good eyesight. You can see my aura at a glance. The person in front of him said in a deep voice. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What? He's from the Yin Yang sect, why can't I sense his yin and yang qi? That's right, he was from the Yin Yang sect. One of the heavens spoke, but his yin yang qi was very advanced and could transform into other qi. However, his origin energy was still yin yang qi. Was he an expert from the Yin Yang sect? Even the Yin Yang saint had been killed by him. There were probably no experts among the younger generation in the Yin Yang sect who could compete with Lin Xian. That's right. Could he be an elder from the Yin Yang sect? Everyone was discussing and guessing the identity of the person in front of them. Lin Xian was also very curious. Just as the people around him were discussing, he had killed the Yin Yang sect saint. Who else in the younger generation could be his match? Could it be that this person was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years? It was just that he looked young. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Lin Xian said coldly. Listen up, I'm Song Mingqing. Remember this name. When you go to hell, don't make a mistake. The person in front of them was murderous. The others were stunned when they heard this name. However, the few experts' pupils constricted. Song Mingqing. It's him. It's actually him. He actually came out too. They were extremely shocked and looked as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this? Is this person very powerful? The young disciples around them looked at each other. They had never heard of this name. It's normal that you don't know. However, if I tell you his other title, you will know. A middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he spoke. He was the previous Yin Yang saint. What? The previous Yin Yang saint? Everyone was shocked and almost went crazy. The person in front of them was also a prodigy at the saint level. No, he was someone who surpassed the saint level. Although he was the previous saint, he was not more than 500 years old. If that was the case, he should be considered part of the younger generation. Indeed, at their level, it was very common for them to live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, those below 500 years old were all part of the younger generation. Although Song Mingqing was the previous saint, he was only 400 years old. As for his strength, it was indeed very terrifying. Lin Xian was also very surprised when he heard this explanation. He did not expect the other party to be the previous Yin Yang saint. This was truly beyond his expectations. He narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. What, are you also in a hurry to die? If I kill you as well, the Yin Yang sect will be utterly humiliated. He was right. He had already killed a Yin Yang holy son. If he killed another holy son of the previous generation, the Yin Yang sect would be utterly disgraced. Brat, you're thinking too much. You can't kill me. I've already stepped into the realm of Invincible King. You're no match for me at all. Song Mingqing's voice was cold. Are Invincible Kings really that amazing? I just killed one. Lin Xian pointed at the White Wolf King's corpse. Humph, even invincible kings have their own strengths. This White Wolf King is a piece of trash. I can kill him within 30 moves. Song Mingqing took a step forward, and the aura on his body swept through the 9 heavens, shocking the surrounding people. Killing the White Wolf King in 30 moves, heavens, just how powerful is this Song Mingqing? No one dared to imagine. In the distance, Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect another invincible king to come to Lin Xian's side. The other Holy Sons' expressions also changed drastically. Fortunately, the invincible king wasn't here for them. Hee, this brat is dead meat. Yes, he had completely offended the Yin Yang sect. Now, they had sent an invincible king to take revenge. This brat was very powerful. He had just killed an invincible king. Although the previous Holy Son was powerful, it wouldn't be that easy to kill Lin Xian. Indeed, Lin Xian had many trump cards. What do you know? This Song Mingqing was already very powerful when he was still a Holy Son. He was at the peak of the Holy Son level. Moreover, he resigned from his position as a Holy Son at a young age and went into seclusion to become an invincible king. It could be said that his talent was extraordinary. This time, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to kill that brat. Some of the experts said some things that happened back then. The Yin Yang sect people laughed wildly. They finally saw the hope of revenge. As expected, Song Mingqing's expression was cold, and his body emitted a terrifying chill. This chill was much more terrifying than the sky frost kick used by the White Wolf King. The surroundings instantly froze, and the entire space condensed into one. Everyone felt their bodies stiffen, and they couldn't breathe. So powerful, Song Mingqing didn't move at all, but he could emit such a terrifying chill. His strength was indeed much stronger than the White Wolf King. The surrounding martial artists frantically retreated. However, even if they retreated far away, they couldn't withstand the terrifying chill. Their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale. Boundless cold chi coalesced in the void before him, forming a long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long. It pierced through the void and headed straight for Lin Xian. At this moment, Song Mingqing was using the Yin Yang Qi to the extreme. The long gray spear, with a bone-chilling chill and terrifying killing intent, became the only thing in the world. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that Song Mingqing was indeed powerful. If it was in the past, he might not be able to resist. However, his cultivation had broken through, and his great dragon sword soul had improved. His strength had also undergone a tremendous change. Therefore, he was not afraid of Song Mingqing at all. With a cold snort, he struck out with his palm. A golden palm covered the sky and the earth, carrying with it endless energy and terrifying heat. The light turned into balls of divine fire and spread to the surroundings. Lin Xian's fist was like a burning sun in the human world. The power of the supreme Yang Qi melted all the chill. Do you think you can freeze me with a mere cold air? You're too naive. Lin Xian released his 9 Yang divine body and melted all the ice in the world. He looked ahead disdainfully. Show me what you've got. You'll see. Song Mingqing's gaze turned gloomy when he saw his opponent break through his Yin Qi so easily. 9 Yang divine body. It seems that the legend is true. You really do have the 9 Yang divine body, however, I wonder how far you've cultivated your divine body. If you're a piece of trash, I can still kill you. At this point, a ball of bright light rushed out of his body and shone between heaven and earth. Then, it turned into a huge figure. Yang Qi. Song Mingqing displayed the power of the Yang Qi again. This Yang Qi turned into a golden-armored war god. It roared at the sky. It was thousands of meters tall, and its entire body emitted a bright light. It emitted an earth-shattering power, as if an ancient war god had awakened. Roar, with a furious roar, the golden-armored war god's voice shattered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. So terrifying. What kind of supernatural power is this, sun god? He had actually evolved into a Yang spirit. Some of the older generation screamed in horror. This was the most terrifying divine ability of the Yin Yang sect. It could only be evolved when one's Yang Qi was cultivated to an extremely high level. The previous Yin Yang saint couldn't use such a Yang spirit at all. Because his cultivation level wasn't high enough, he couldn't use such a divine ability. However, this was nothing in front of Song Mingqing. He was an invincible king with terrifying strength. He could easily evolve the Yin-Yang Sex Saint technique. Kid, you can die in peace, Song Mingqing laughed sinisterly and quickly waved his fists. Above him, the golden-armored war god also attacked crazily with his movements. The terrifying fists were like meteorites and meteors, shaking the entire world. Endless light flickered, and the entire space was about to be pierced through. At this moment, Song Mingqing and the golden-armored war god had merged into one. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying fist directly enveloped Lin Xian. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He shouted, "Today, I'll let you see the power of my nine-yang divine body." His nine-yang divine body had also been improved in the blood pool in the Bone Palace. At this moment, he used his full strength. Mysterious runes appeared on his body and pulsed. They blocked the energy attacks that filled the sky. He was like a golden war god. He punched out. The nine-yang divine fist carried terrifying flames that swept through the world and blasted towards the golden fist above. Boom! Boom, boom! The two fists, one big and one small, collided in the air, erupting with 100,000 golden lightning bolts. The terrifying rumbling sound made many people bleed from their ears. Some directly fainted. The others retreated frantically, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The world was illuminated by the terrifying light, and those people couldn't open their eyes. Crack! Crack, crack! Just as everyone was shocked, the sound of a mirror shattering came from the front. Small cracks appeared on the huge golden fist and quickly spread. Like a spider web, they crawled across the entire void. There was a loud boom. The golden-armored war god's golden fist shattered and turned into nothingness. What? Lin Xian actually shattered the opponent's fist. How was this possible? Heavens! That was the Yang god's fist. How could Lin Xian be so terrifying? Nine-Yang divine rise was too terrifying. The surrounding experts cried out in surprise. This scene had shocked them. Song Mingqing's pupils also shrank. He didn't expect that the other party's nine-yang divine body had been trained to such a profound level. He could even break the yang spirit fist that he had conjured. Roar! He let out a furious roar as boundless light erupted from his body. So what if his fist was broken? His yang spirit was condensed from yang qi. As long as he did not die, his yang spirit could be reassembled. In the next moment, endless yang qi gathered on his body, causing the sun god's fist to recover. Wang, that fist turned into a palm and grabbed over again. It was like a golden cloud that covered the world. Lin Xian held and used the Nine Suns' divine fist to fight back. The two of them fought fiercely, causing the heavens and earth to crumble and the sun and moon to lose their brilliance. There was not a single spot in the entire void that was left unscathed. Too frightening, these two people are too frightening. Everyone was extremely shocked. Whether it was the nine-yang divine body or the sun god, they could not resist it. What sun god? It was nothing more than this. Watch how I break your divine ability. Lin Xian sneered as the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. On the other side, Song Mingqing's face was gloomy. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. In his opinion, he was the previous generation's son of saint and was extremely powerful. It would be easy for him to kill the other party. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a young man who was a few hundred years younger than him would have such power. It seemed that the other party did not use his full strength when he killed the White Wolf King. This kid was too terrifying, he had to kill the other party quickly, otherwise, when the other party grew up, he would be a great enemy of his. He would be a greater threat to them. He would not allow such a threat to arise, so he had to kill the other party in the cradle. Although the other party was powerful now, it was not impossible to kill him. Thinking of this, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! Song Mingqing opened his mouth and spat out an ancient white sword. It was made of some kind of bone. It was very terrifying and emitted an extremely cold aura. The god of death's white bone sword, damn it, it's actually such a sword. Hurry up and defend yourself. Don't be affected by it. Otherwise, all of our yang energy will be sucked away, some of the powerhouses exclaimed and quickly used their king's domains to envelop their bodies. The others followed suit. That was because they could still feel a cold aura invading their bodies. They could feel their energy quickly draining away. At the same time, they became irritable and crazy. It was as if their minds were about to collapse. How terrifying, just a wisp of sword light flashed across the sky, and it had such a terrifying effect on them. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the outcome would be if they were hit by the death god's bone sword. Buzz, that was not the end. Another golden mirror appeared beside the death god's bone sword. The mirror was octagonal and looked very simple. It looked like the 8 trigrams, and there were flames burning on it. The sun shone in the sky. It was another ultimate technique of the Yin-Yang sect. The weapon forged from the essence of the yang energy in the world was extremely terrifying when combined with the secret techniques of the Yin-Yang sect. It could burn and destroy everything. Song Mingqing was too terrifying. As expected of the previous generation's son of the Yin-Yang sect. He could cultivate the yin energy and yang energy to such an extent. An old man's face was full of shock. The other expert nodded in agreement. Yes, whether it was the sun shone in the sky or the death god's bone sword, they were not something that ordinary people could resist. Perhaps even an invincible king would not be able to resist such divine powers. Would that brat be able to resist them? It was hard to say. They wanted to see what trump cards that brat had. These people discussed animatedly. The young prodigies trembled, and their faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He had to admit that these 2 divine powers made his hair stand on end. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? He snorted and took out 2 half-step sage artifacts. They floated in the sky and used the power of the great dragon sword soul to push the 2 half-step sage artifacts. Boom. Boom, boom. The 9-story pagoda kept expanding. It was like a huge mountain floating in the sky with endless flames. The power it emitted blocked the power of the sun shone in the sky. On the other side, the Jiao dragon's scissors kept roaring. They turned into 2 Jiao dragons and circled each other to resist the death god's bone sword. In the sky, the 4 weapons confronted each other. Just the collision of their auras was enough to make the mountains collapse and the seas dry up. The surrounding powerhouses were shocked. At the same time, they were extremely envious. The 4 weapons in the sky were extremely terrifying. It was already very heaven-defying for an ordinary powerhouse to have one of them. However, 4 of them had appeared at the same time. It was really shocking. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Xian and Song Mingqing were strong, many experts and seniors would have tried to snatch them. Seeing Lin Xian take out 2 half-step sacred artifacts, Song Mingqing's pupils constricted. Even he was shocked by the 2 half-step sacred artifacts. It seemed that the other party had many trump cards. However, he sneered. He was very confident in his 2 magic treasures. Brat, your 2 semi-sage tools are mine. Song Mingfei snorted and launched another attack. The death god's white bone sword flew over first and slashed down from the sky. It carried a cold aura as it slashed open heaven and earth and absorbed the vitality in the surroundings to strengthen itself. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body churning as if it was going to rush out of his body. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and the dragon sword soul in his body blocked the suction force. What a strange white bone sword. If he wasn't careful, he would really fall for it. The other party was strong, but he wasn't afraid. In the next moment, he activated the flood dragon scissors and turned into 2 flood dragons. They roared and collided with the white bone sword. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sword lights that filled the sky were shattered, but the white bone sword still slashed down. Clang! Lin Xian didn't dodge. He grabbed the flood dragon's scissors and waved it with all his might. The 2 flood dragons were used as divine swords by him. They rampaged in all directions and fought against the death god's white bone sword. Boom! Boom! The death god's white bone sword rumbled in the sky. However, at the same time, sunshines in the sky also attacked. A ray of light could pierce through and kill a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, sunshines in the sky emitted more than 10 million rays of light. When these rays of light attacked together, even an invincible king wouldn't dare to take them head-on. Lin Xian was also shocked. The masculine power displayed by the other party wasn't weaker than his. He was indeed a powerful enemy. The yin-yang qi of the yin-yang sect was really mysterious. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. He used the yin-yang 8 steps and moved 1,000 miles away, dodging the rays of light. Yin-yang qi, how dare you trick the yin-yang sect steps? Song Mingqing frowned. Although the footwork was very fast, he still saw the yin and yang qi. Moreover, he felt that the other party's footwork was very similar to the yin-yang sect's yin-yang chaotic steps. It had to be said that his judgment was very accurate. This was because the yin-yang 8 steps was a combination of the yin-yang chaotic steps and Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Brat, you're still too inexperienced to display our yin-yang qi in front of me. Song Mingqing displayed the yin-yang chaotic steps, and his speed was also extremely fast. He urged the sun in the sky to follow Lin Xian closely, wanting to kill him. The chaotic yin-yang steps was a peerless footwork, and under Song Mingqing's feet, it was even more elusive. Lin Xian's pace was even more astonishing. The two of them moved quickly, dazzling the eyes of the other experts. Most of them were stunned. It was impossible to track the two of them. Only the top saints and prodigies and extremely powerful seniors could keep up with their speed. Lin Xian attacked again. He activated the 9-story pagoda and directly smashed it over. It was as if a black sky was pressing down. It collided with the thousands of golden lights that filled the sky, and a violent explosion occurred. He blocked it. Even the sun in the sky was blocked. Heavens, this Lin Xian was really too powerful. The 2 half-sage artifacts blocked Song Mingqing's 2 peerless Dharma treasures. This Lin Xian was going to defy the heavens, it seemed like that was for sure. Would he be able to counterattack? Lin Xian was mighty. Many people who supported Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. The yin-yang sect's experts, on the other hand, had terrible expressions on their faces. Damn it, even the previous generation's holy son was unable to subdue him. Song Mingqing's expression was also cold. He did not expect the other party's trump card to be so powerful. It could block his Dharma treasure. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. That was because he discovered that Lin Xian had taken out another item. It was a very small bone. It was like the bone of a hand, but it exuded a monstrous sage's aura. The bone of a saint. Song Mingqing's pupils constricted. He instantly discovered the origin of the bone. He did not dare to be careless. He was on high alert. That was right. The bone that Lin Xian took out was the bone of a saint's hand. He tore open some seals, making the sage's aura even more monstrous. Then, he activated the hand bone and pressed it forward. He pointed with his finger, and the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. It could not withstand the power at all. Even though the bone of a saint had been dead for tens of thousands of years, it was still incomparably terrifying and powerful. It was terrifying. The other prodigies and powerhouses on the other altars stopped fighting and retreated one after another. They had no choice. The bone saint's hand was too threatening. Song Mingqing was the first to bear the brunt. All the hair on his body stood on end. The sun in the sky and the death god's white bone sword were restrained. He could not resist at all. However, as the previous generation's saint and an invincible king, he still had his trump cards. In the next moment, he roared angrily. The yin and yang qi on his body quickly transformed, forming a black and white gate in front of him. It was very strange and emitted a mysterious power. The gate of yin-yang. Boom. Boom, boom. The black and white gate of yin-yang slowly opened. It was pitch black inside as if it was connected to hell. Keep, Song Mingqing shouted loudly. He formed a seal with his palms. The endless darkness inside the gate of yin-yang rotated and formed a black vortex, sucking in the attack of the saint's hand bone. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The terrifying attack of the saint's hand bone only caused some ripples in the black vortex before it disappeared without a trace. The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe that such a terrifying saint's pressure was so easily resolved. It seemed that Song Mingqing still had a terrifying trump card. It was over. Lin Xian was in danger, as expected of the previous generation saint. He had so many trump cards. That kid even used the saint's bone, but he still could not do anything to his opponent. What do you know? Why don't you say that the previous generation saint had used all his trump cards? He still could not threaten our great god Lin Xian? Lin Xian's supporters also roared crazily. That was indeed the case. The older generation experts were shocked. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched at the moment, and neither could do anything to the other. However, what shocked them even more was Lin Xian's strength. Lin Xian was so terrifying at such a young age. If he was allowed to grow for another 100 or 200 years, he would be heaven-defying. After blocking the attack of the saint's hand bone, Song Mingqing did not stop. His palms quickly formed seals that became more and more mysterious. The gate of Yin Yang in front of him was emitting a mysterious aura. Yin Yang, gate of life and death, die, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Endless Yin and Yang qi surged and enveloped the entire sky. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had been pulled into hell. That kind of hair-raising feeling made them shudder with fear. The Yin-Yang gate of life and death was actually that kind of forbidden technique. Song Mingqing actually practiced the forbidden technique of the Yin-Yang sect. Forbidden arts were generally forbidden from being cultivated. Firstly, they were extremely destructive, and secondly, they had terrifying side effects on the cultivator. The slightest mistake would result in the cultivator's death. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the Holy Lands would not cultivate forbidden arts. After all, the Holy Lands had a strong foundation. Even if they did not cultivate forbidden arts, their other divine abilities were still terrifying. However, every Holy Land had people who pursued the pinnacle of martial arts and power. Although they knew how terrifying forbidden arts were, they still cultivated them in order to pursue that terrifying power. Obviously, Song Mingqing was such a person. At this moment, he was forced to use his ultimate forbidden art, the Yin-Yang gate of life and death. The Yin-Yang gate of life and death was said to be connected to hell. Once sucked in, one would be sealed in the 18 layers of hell forever. Although it was very powerful, it was still a great threat to the one who used it. If the caster did not control it well, he would suffer a backlash. The result of the backlash was that the caster would be sealed in the 18 layers of hell. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Unless it was a last resort, it would not be used. From this, it could be seen that Song Mingqing was suppressed by Lin Xian and had no choice but to use the forbidden art. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could actually force Song Mingqing to use a forbidden art. However, this Lin Xian was probably in danger. Could he avoid the Yin-Yang gate of life and death? The crowd discussed animatedly. In the distance, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were extremely nervous. Yi Wudao and Wu Chen also looked like they were facing a great enemy. The Yin-Yang gate of life and death was really terrifying. If they were sucked in, they would not be able to come out. Lin Xian's body was also tense, and his eyes emitted a cold light. He did not expect that his opponent would have such a terrifying forbidden art. He opened his heavenly secret god eyes, wanting to see the void clearly, but he found that there was an extremely terrifying force that blocked his probing. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. As expected of a legendary forbidden art, it was indeed mysterious. Kid, go to hell. Song Mingqing pushed the Yin-Yang gate of life and death, forming a huge vortex, wanting to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly retreated to avoid this force. However, black arms extended from the vortex one after another and grabbed at the space before them. It covered the sky and pierced through the void. In an instant, 7 or 8 black arms enveloped Lin Xian. One of them grabbed Lin Xian's legs and dragged him into the distance. Not good, that brat was caught, it was over, he was going to be sealed in the 18 levels of hell. Get lost. Lin Xian roared. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with light, and a terrifying divine flame burned fiercely. His power burst forth, and the big black hand directly shattered. However, the other 6 hands once again enveloped him and directly pulled him into the door of life and death. He went in, that brat went in, heavens, he's dead for sure, everyone exclaimed. Older brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and Xianxio's faces were even paler. Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and the others also had serious expressions. The people of the Yin-Yang sect laughed loudly, Who asked this brat to be so arrogant? He's dead for sure now. From now on, what Central Emperor? What Lin Xian? There would no longer be such people in this world. Those people looked up to the sky and laughed. Song Mingqing revealed a smug smile because he was very confident in his forbidden art. However, this time, something that he had never dreamed of had happened. In front of the yin-yang gate of life and death, a crack suddenly appeared in the black vortex, and then a huge crack appeared. A figure rushed out from inside. What? He's out? That's impossible. Song Mingqing's pupils constricted, and he was stunned on the spot. The people of the yin-yang sect were also scared out of their wits, and the surrounding people were screaming. It was Lin Xian. He had rushed out. That was impossible. Didn't the legend say that this forbidden art could seal the 18 levels of hell? No one had ever been able to escape. How did he do it? Those people were also crazy. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. Lin Xian was fine. The person who had come out was indeed Lin Xian. There were still black arms on his body, but they had been cut into pieces by him, leaving only a few pieces hanging on his body. As time passed, those broken arms were burned by the 9 suns' divine flames and turned into ashes. Lin Xian stood in the void with the dragonflight sword in his hand. You want to seal me with a gate of life and death? You're too naive. His gaze was like a divine sword, staring at Song Mingqing. To be honest, it was indeed very dangerous just now. He felt a sealing power that wanted to suppress him in the void forever. At the critical moment, he sent out the dragon sword's soul to destroy everything. The power of the seal was shattered, and the 6 black hands on his body were also shattered. He broke through the gate of life and death and ran out. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough and sent out the dragon sword's soul as soon as he entered. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. Damn it, damn it. Song Mingqing came back to his senses. He was so angry that his face was distorted. He really could not understand how the other party came out. However, Lin Xian did not waste time talking nonsense with him. He almost lost his life in there, so he was also full of anger at that moment. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the other party. The ancient dragon abyss sword erupted with incomparable power. He did not hold back at all. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. Song Mingqing hurriedly reacted and was forced to retreat. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene shocked the surrounding people even more. Damn it, what's that? Song Mingqing was shocked. The dragonflight sword in the other party's hand was too terrifying. It threatened his life. He wanted to take a closer look, but the dragonflight sword transformed into a dragon claw, grabbed Song Mingqing, and threw him out. That direction happened to be in the direction of the yin-yang gate of life and death. Oh no, damn it, stop right there. Song Mingqing was scared out of his wits. If he went in there, he would probably be sealed. That was a forbidden technique, and he could not control it 100%. He changed his position and wanted to escape, but Lin Xian came up and kicked him. His entire leg shone brightly like a mountain and landed on the other party's body. The other party was directly kicked into the yin-yang gate of life and death. Boom, the yin-yang gate of life and death released a strange and unpredictable aura. The black vortex slowly rotated, forming terrifying runes that flickered between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the yin-yang sect screamed in horror. Their previous successor had fallen into the yin-yang gate of life and death. Damn it, what should we do? A few powerhouses rushed forward, wanting to save him. However, they were soon scared out of their wits and pissed their pants. As soon as they got close, a terrifying force tried to pull them into the 18th level of hell. They did not dare to go any closer. The others were also stunned because they had waited for a long time, but Song Mingqing did not come out. Could it be that he's been sealed? No way, that's his divine ability. How could he be sealed? Don't you know what a forbidden technique is? This was the power of a forbidden technique. Even the user couldn't fully control it. It was very likely that the user would be counter-sealed. Everyone was terrified. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Song Mingqing. Lin Xian turned around again and looked at the ancient altar in front of him. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Countless sword shadows gathered under his feet and formed a huge dragon. It extended from his feet and connected to the ancient altar. He walked on the huge dragon like a demon. This time, no one dared to stop him. So many terrifying prodigies had died. Even 2 invincible kings had been killed. And one of them was the previous Yin saint. This was definitely an extremely terrifying battle record. Hence, no one dared to block Lin Xian's path anymore. When he arrived in front of the ancient altar, Lin Xian stopped. He took a deep breath and his eyes shone brightly. He stretched out his palm, and a huge golden palm covered the sky as it grabbed forward. Roar! That drop of dragon blood trembled violently and let out a dragon's roar. A terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding martial artists felt the impact and their faces changed. Lin Xian was the same. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body also let out a roar. The 2 dragon roars collided in the sky and the earth cracked. Suppress it, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul turned into a dragon shadow and circled around his palm. It directly enveloped the drop of dragon blood. Poof, roar, the great dragon sword soul swallowed the dragon blood and roared into the sky. It released a terrifying sword light. Lin Xian's black hair also danced wildly. The muscles on his body even started to crack. He didn't expect the great dragon sword soul to swallow the dragon blood directly. Although it was just a drop of dragon blood, the energy it contained was too overwhelming. Even if most of it was absorbed by the great dragon sword soul, the remaining bit seemed to want to burst Lin Xian's body. Pung pung pung, indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's muscles split open. Blood burst out and dyed his body red. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Lin Xian was going to die. Many of them were even gloating. He felt that he could pick up a few of Lin Xian's treasures. However, after watching for a long time, the corners of their mouths twitched. They realized that Lin Xian's body was rapidly healing. Then, it split open again and healed again. After dozens of times like this, everyone became numb. They were extremely shocked. Is this the cultivation process of the 9-yang divine body? It was too painful. Even if they were given the chance, they probably wouldn't dare to practice it. Boom! Boom! In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down around Lin Xian, piercing through the void and scaring the surrounding people into quickly retreating. Heavens, what's going on? Lightning had appeared. Who was attacking Lin Xian? Did he not want to live anymore? There was still someone who dared to make a move. No, it wasn't a human. It was a heavenly tribulation, damn it. What the hell is this kid doing? He actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. In the distance, another earth-shattering battle broke out on the other 4 altars. But soon, they were also frightened by the heavenly tribulation. One by one, they stopped and looked at Lin Xian in shock. Damn, this kid is heaven-defying. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. Even Yi Wu Dao and Wu Chen's mouths twitched slightly. It was definitely rare to attract a heavenly tribulation while cultivating. Because only extremely heaven-defying monsters would be punished by the heavenly tribulation. Big brother Lin Xian is so powerful. Shen Jingzhou's mouth was also wide open. Morong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, was also surprised, but they were too happy. Because Lin Xian had obtained the first drop of dragon blood. The 2 of them also had to work hard. Thinking of this, Morong Qingqing shouted and activated the power of her bloodline. She took out a golden fan and waved it quickly in front of her. Phoenix wing gilded fan, a phoenix cry rang out, and an overwhelming number of phoenix phantoms roared, causing the sound of heaven and earth. Then, the attack hit the dragon blood. The dragon blood trembled violently and exploded with a loud bang. What? The dragon blood exploded? These people were crazy. Hurry up and attack. A peerless expert roared because after the dragon blood exploded, there were a total of 6 drops. This time, the competition was even more intense. Previously, there was only 1 drop of dragon blood, and most of them had no hope of obtaining it. Now, there were 6 drops. Although the 6 drops were small in size, it was still a heaven-defying opportunity if they could obtain it. Xiaoer, attack, Morong Qingqing shouted and used the phoenix wing gilded fan. Together with the Lotus Jade platform, she used the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's great ability. They covered the sky and charged into the distance. Xianxia nodded and quickly attacked. Although she didn't have much combat experience, she was still the Holy Maiden of the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground. Moreover, she had a top-tier bloodline power. Therefore, the battle was very terrifying. The other altars also experienced a shocking explosion. Some of the altars also scattered the dragon blood, and everyone fought over it crazily. However, Yi Wudao and Wu Chen's lobsters didn't shatter. Both of them were titled geniuses and were very powerful. One had the Eastern Wilderness sacred body, and the other was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. Both of them were incomparably powerful. They had even killed powerful invincible kings. Everyone was shocked. Heavens, those two didn't seem to be weaker than Lin Xian, as expected of the top geniuses. Everyone was terrified. In the end, Yi Wudao and Wu Chen also obtained the undamaged dragon blood. They didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it. It was such a good thing that they had to use it on the spot. Buzz, Yi Wudao roared at the sky, and a golden aura rushed out of his body like a golden wave that swept through the 9 heavens. Above his head, terrifying lightning also descended. On the other side, Wu Chen chanted Amitabha, and Buddha shadows appeared on his body. It was as if the ancient Buddha had been resurrected. Around him, a sea of lightning covered the sky, and a heavenly tribulation also descended. Damn, freak, monster. Seeing that the 3 heavenly tribulations all had lightning tribulations, the people in the distance frantically retreated. This wasn't ordinary lightning. This was a lightning tribulation, the power of heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. Not to mention these people, even invincible kings didn't dare to touch it lightly. Therefore, those who didn't get the dragon blood retreated one after another. Those who got the dragon blood quickly swallowed it to increase their strength. Among them, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu each got a drop. Although it was small, it was still a good result. The two of them quickly consumed it. Just like that, many peerless geniuses and top geniuses quickly increased their strength. The surrounding people were extremely envious. There was no other way. There was only so much dragon blood, and it had already been taken. Besides, there was a sea of lightning in front of them, so they didn't dare to make a move. Therefore, for a while, they could only retreat with unwilling expressions. Buzz buzz buzz, all of a sudden, the air split open, and 3 enormous palms descended, enveloping Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and Dustless. They wanted to kill the 3 of them. The palm was too terrifying. It carried an extremely terrifying power that surpassed everything before it. With a single palm strike, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with fear. Damn it, there's a peerless expert, he wants to kill these elites. They were too shocked. Who dared to make a move at this time? Moreover, the palm was too terrifying. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't hurt it. It must be an earth-shattering figure. In an instant, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chen fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Xian's body was bathed in lightning, and his body was riddled with holes. The heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless genius like him would have difficulty resisting it. But now, not only was there a heavenly tribulation, but there was also a terrifying killing move. A huge palm. It enveloped him. It made his hair stand on end. Before the palm even landed, many of the bones in his body had already shattered. Needless to say, it was an invincible king, and an extremely terrifying one at that. It was far more powerful than the previous White Wolf King and the previous Yin Yang Saint. Xiaowu, he roared angrily. He couldn't resist at all, but he had a Dao protector. Indeed, it was by his side. The void split open, and a woman in a black dress walked out. The woman in the black dress held a black rose in her hand and charged forward. In an instant, it pierced through the terrifying palm that covered the sky. It wasn't just Lin Xian's side, but also Yi Wudao and Wu Chen's side. Their Dao protectors walked out one after another. They were all extremely terrifying existences, and they easily neutralized the 3 sky-covering palms. At the same time, they floated beside Lin Xian and the other 2. Protector. Their protector had appeared. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the 3 of them would still be alive in such a situation. Not only that, these three protectors were simply too frightening. In an instant, they pierced through the sky-covering tree. What kind of existence was that, they didn't dare to imagine. In the sky, the mysterious attacker didn't make any more moves. It retreated like flowing water. Between heaven and earth, there was only endless light floating and piercing through the void. After about half a day, the heavenly tribulation on Lin Xian's side slowly disappeared. Lin Xian was shrouded in endless light, unable to see clearly. Beside him was the silhouette of a dragon that soared into the clouds. It was so terrifying that it turned into a heavenly sword. After another half a day, the place where Lin Xian was at shone with boundless light, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. An 8-star king, he had broken through, heavens, he actually broke through, becoming a peerless powerhouse. This scene shocked the surrounding experts. That's right, Lin Xian had successfully broken through and become an 8-star king realm expert, becoming a peerless almighty. Not only that, his 9-yang divine body had also broken through the first layer and reached the second layer. This made Lin Xian wild with joy. One had to know how difficult it was to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. How much pain had he experienced to reach the 5th stage of the first layer, but now, after the baptism of the lightning tribulation, he finally succeeded in breaking through and reached the 2nd level. One had to admit that this lightning tribulation was simply too terrifying. Great, his physique was several times stronger than before. Most likely, even ordinary invincible kings would find it difficult to injure him. What about the great dragon sword soul, how much had it recovered? Lin Xian turned his head and looked behind him at the towering dragon sword soul. He was looking forward to it. Previously, the great dragon sword soul had broken through after absorbing the heart of 10,000 blood, allowing it to kill ordinary invincible kings. He wondered how terrifying it would be after absorbing the dragon blood this time. But not long after, the great dragon sword soul roared and turned into a dragon silhouette that entered Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian felt that his originally tyrannical body had become even more violent. So powerful, Lin Xian was shocked. He was now confident that he could kill the previous Yin-Yang saint within 30 moves. If he wanted to kill the White Wolf King, he would probably be able to do so in 10 moves. It was too powerful. Lin Xian was extremely excited. His strength had improved comprehensively. He wondered how Qingqing and Qiu'er were doing. Thinking of this, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also surrounded by light. Obviously, they were also refining the dragon blood with all their might. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surrounding saints and geniuses before landing on Yu Wudao and Wuchen. He was extremely shocked. Their heavenly tribulations were also slowly disappearing. A violent energy burst out from their bodies. Peerless Almighty, these two had also broken through to the 8-star king realm, especially Yu Wudao, whose saint body's aura was even stronger. Obviously, his saint body had also improved. As for Wuchen, he was even more mysterious. Ancient Buddha silhouettes lingered around him, which made Lin Xian feel incredulous. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yu Wudao and Wuchen also turned their heads to look at him. The three of them exchanged gazes in the air. In an instant, the void shattered and collapsed, forming a super large black hole. The surrounding people frantically retreated. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They were really looking forward to the three of them fighting. Yes, they didn't know when they would be able to fight. Don't worry, on the path to becoming a great emperor, there would be enemies everywhere. Even if they were on good terms now, they would still fight for the position of great emperor in the future. An elder powerhouse said in a deep voice. Pung pung pung, a powerful aura spread out as the saints and geniuses broke through one after another. This made the surrounding people very envious. These people were too terrifying. Not only were their talents terrifying, but they were also very lucky to be able to advance with Lin Xian and the others. Yes, although there were many geniuses. But after all, they were only geniuses of a certain period. If they couldn't keep up with the pace of the top geniuses, they would gradually be eliminated. Only by constantly breaking through and advancing could one be able to sing in this golden age. Obviously, these young geniuses in front of them were such people. Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Lin Xian. In the distance, two beautiful figures turned into shooting stars and arrived beside Lin Xian. They were Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. Lin Xian said with a smile, congratulating the two peerless beauties for breaking through. That's right, the two of them had also broken through and reached the almighty realm. Wow, what are you going to reward me for? Xianxia raised her small face. Morong Qingqing, who was beside her, was also smiling like a flower. What do you want? Heavenly treasures, supernatural powers, cultivation techniques, weapons, armor, whatever you want, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the surrounding people were envious. Damn, they were really stimulated. Beside him, Morong Qingqing looked around and said, Big brother Xian, this doesn't seem to be the end. There's still a path ahead. Should we take a look? Lin Xian also looked into the distance, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. That was because he seemed to see an extremely terrifying existence in the distance. Could it be the guardian's corpse? Lin Xian was shocked. Needless to say, this guardian must be at the level of a sage. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was not a human. The aura just now was too strange. It did not seem to be dead. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He felt that this place was too strange. He did not bring many people with him. If it was just them, they would not be able to explore the tomb of a sage. Therefore, he shook his head. No, let's go back first. That place is too dangerous. It's not any weaker than the tomb of a sage. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia nodded. They believed Lin Xian's words without a doubt. However, some others did not think so. That was because they did not detect any terrifying aura in the distance. That was very abnormal. If it was really the tomb of a sage, just the monstrous aura alone would be enough to make them vomit blood. Therefore, this time, they thought that there was no danger ahead. Did Lin Xian see wrongly? Don't talk nonsense. That's Central Emperor, so what? Can't Central Emperor make mistakes? Many people did not believe it. They rose into the air and flew into the distance. Among them, most of them were experts who did not obtain the dragon's blood. They had no choice. They were too jealous. They had to look elsewhere. In addition, Yi Wudao and the others did not move forward. That was because they were very satisfied with this trip and did not want to complicate matters. Wu Hua, Gu Santong, and the Prince of Great Xia had also been baptized by the dragon's blood. Therefore, they all returned. For a moment, Lin Xian and the others returned the way they came. About a third of the people flew further away. Boom, when Lin Xian and the others were halfway back, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Every single one of them was terrified. They trembled. Those who were weaker directly knelt on the ground. They all turned their heads and stared into the distance. In the distance, an extremely terrifying roar came, shattering the entire sky. There, endless waves of air rolled, and terrifying cracks were everywhere. It was a scene of destruction. That was the deeper part of the lair. Heavens, that place was indeed terrifying. It's over. None of those people will be able to return alive. Screams could be heard, because in the distance, countless law fragments were flying in the sky. This kind of law fragment could easily pierce through an invincible king. This time, it was the power of a saint. None of the experts who had gone out to search for treasures would be able to return alive. Thinking of this, they were terrified. Many people looked at Lin Xian in shock. The other party had said before that there was danger there. However, at that time, no one had detected it at all, so they didn't think much of it. But now that he thought about it, it was a good thing they didn't go. Otherwise, they would be dead. This Lin Xian is truly terrifying. He can sense danger that we can't detect. In the future, he still had to listen to the Central Emperor. Everyone was terrified. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also shocked. The faces of the other saints turned pale. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had long known that something was wrong with this place. It was laughable that those people thought it was a treasure ground. They really didn't know the difference between life and death. Thinking of this, he hugged the two beauties beside him and said, "Let's leave this place quickly." Morong Qingqing and Xianxia nodded. 30 flickers of light led the people of their respective holy lands and left one after another. After running all the way, they finally left the first lair. When they appeared outside, the martial artists of their respective holy lands and great sects came to receive them. Temple Master, a few protectors led the powerhouses of Immortal Palace to welcome them. Lin Xian temporarily separated from Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing and came to Immortal Palace's side. "How's the situation?" Lin Xian asked while looking into the distance. They were still breaking through. Moreover, other than the first Guardian's lair, the other Guardian's lair were also gradually appearing. "We are attacking the second Guardian's lair. In addition, we are also trying to break through the lair of 10,000 dragons. However, we still don't know when we will be able to break through it," the Great Protector said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded, not surprised. A Guardian's lair was already so terrifying. The lair of 10,000 dragons was definitely even more terrifying. Such a place wouldn't be broken so easily. "Temple Master, you broke through." Beside him, the other elders of Immortal Palace exclaimed in surprise. The Great Protector and the others also looked over and then exclaimed. "Eight-star King! Temple Master, you have become a peerless almighty." They were too shocked. When Lin Xian entered, he was still a 7-star almighty. When he came out, he had become an 8-star almighty. This kind of breakthrough speed was simply heaven-defying. He obtained some opportunities inside and broke through. Lin Xian smiled. The martial artists of the other holy lands and great sects also exclaimed. Because they discovered that many saints and geniuses had broken through one after another. Those older generation figures were full of admiration. A golden age, this was definitely a golden age. If the lair of 10,000 dragons opened, these geniuses would obtain heaven-defying growth. They really wanted to know how far they could go in the end. He wondered if a great emperor would appear this time around. These people exclaimed. Next, Lin Xian and the others set up camp here. While they consolidated their cultivation, they waited for the second guardian lair to open. Spring and autumn, the stars changed. Time slowly passed. In the second year, Lin Xian and the others explored the second guardian lair and returned with a bountiful harvest. They obtained a large number of treasures. This scene made all the holy lands and great sects ecstatic. They broke through the 3 guardian lair crazily. However, there was a change in the 3rd guardian lair. There were no treasures, but a hell. Of those who entered, more than half of the experts had perished inside. Blood rained down and the sea of blood surged. The people who came out also had faces full of madness. Many people were seriously injured. Lin Xian and the others were also shocked. Fortunately, they were strong and their lives were not in danger. But from then on, these holy lands and great sects also knew that this was not a paradise on earth. Instead, it was an extremely terrifying forbidden land. From then on, they no longer dared to be careless. Next, the various holy lands recuperated while the other top-array masters quickly cracked it. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, Lin Xian and the others explored another 2 guardian lair. There were both treasures and dangers inside. It could be said that heaven and hell coexisted. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. In these 10 years, his combat strength was unparalleled and he swept through all directions. The name of the Central Emperor had already spread throughout the world. Not only him, but Yu Wudao and Wu Chen also displayed their peerless glory. The other saints and prodigies had also greatly increased their strength, and they were singing along the way. What was even more exciting was that the seal of the lair of 10,000 dragons was finally broken. 10 years, a whole 10 years, countless array formation experts and grandmasters had worked day and night to crack it. Finally, at this moment, they had cracked it. The earth ahead trembled, and the ground for millions of miles cracked open as if an abyss had opened. The terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons soared into the clouds, turning into tens of thousands of giant dragon phantoms. They roared together, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the central continent was in an uproar, and the world was shocked. One by one, the holy lands, great sects, and those living fossils in seclusion all opened their eyes. Using great divine abilities, they cast illusions in the sky and looked towards the Qinling Mountains. This was the nest of 10,000 dragons. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had opened? What a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragon. It was definitely the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was time to move. The Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, Alcade, Daoyi, and other holy lands, the Taiyi dynasty of the central continent, the Grand Xia dynasty, the White Horse Temple of the Western Desert, the Yan family of the southern mountains, the Demon King Palace of the northern plains. In short, the entire true spirit world was in an uproar. Those terrifying existences, the older generation experts, all came out of seclusion. The sacred lords of the various holy lands were also preparing to take action. In an instant, countless experts gathered in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Was it about to open? Lin Xian also stood up and looked at the terrifying scene in front of him with a solemn expression. This day had finally come. A drop of dragon blood had allowed his great dragon sword soul to improve so much. He wondered what realm the great dragon sword soul would improve to after entering the nest of 10,000 dragons. And what kind of growth would his cultivation and 9-yang divine body undergo? He was looking forward to it. Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and the others also had flickering eyes. They didn't move forward because the aura of the Tao of Dragon ahead was still roaring. They had to wait for the aura of the Tao of Dragon to dissipate. In the sky, countless doors opened, and powerful figures descended one after another. This time, it wasn't young warriors, but peerless experts, sacred lords and sacred lords. Even some grand elders and living fossils had come. The appearance of these people were like gods of war, crushing the void, making everyone hold their breaths and tremble. On the Immortal Palace's side, there were also some powerful warriors. There were even many invincible kings. These were all new faces. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed like Immortal Palace's influence was truly enormous. What he had grasped before was really just the tip of the iceberg. Immortal Palace's experts descended, arriving before Lin Xian. They respectfully cupped their fists and paid their respects to the palace master. Hall Master, let me introduce you. The Great Protector and a few others walked out and began to introduce these experts to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, his eyes twinkling. Soon, he gained an understanding of these people. The lineup this time was even more magnificent and powerful than the one that explored the saint's tomb. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that this was only the strength on the surface. These people all carried important treasures, and even teleportation scrolls. At the critical moment, they might find 1 or 2 saints to help them. He wondered if Xia Jiuyo would appear this time. Even if it appeared, it would only appear at the most crucial moment. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked into the distance. On the other side, the elders of the Central Plains imperial family were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They stared at the 10,000 streaks of dragon chi in front of them, their faces full of shock. Their imperial family originally cultivated dragon chi, and their imperial dynasty had also occupied the dragon vein of the central state to cultivate. But now? The dragon chi in front of them had definitely surpassed theirs. This caused them to be extremely envious. If they could obtain the dragon Dao Qi, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. No wonder there were people in ancient times who wanted to establish an imperial family here. No one could tolerate the dragon Qi, a supreme elder sighed. The others were shocked. This was because they had heard of this matter. In the past, someone wanted to establish an imperial family here, but the next day, they were directly uprooted. Therefore, even if the dragon Qi was so powerful now, no one dared to occupy this place. Everyone only wanted to absorb a little more. After waiting for a long time, the 10,000 streaks of dragon Qi gradually weakened, and then disappeared into the big crack below. A flood of Qi swept out, shocking everyone and causing them to retreat. After a long time, everyone flew over again. They looked at the abyss in front of them, their eyes flickering. "We should be able to go in now, right?" the Taiyan sacred master said in a deep voice. The Taishan sacred master was surrounded by a mysterious star chart. His eyes were like stars as he stared at the abyss inside. Eyes of stars, the surrounding elders and experts cried out in alarm. This was an extremely terrifying eye technique. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked into the distance. He felt that there was a mysterious force in front of him that blocked his probing. He wondered if the Taishan sacred master saw it. Everyone waited for a while. The various sacred grounds and sects discussed and felt that it was about time. Among them, the Yi family, the Gu family, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others came to Lin Xian's side and decided to work together to open the way. After all, this trip to the nest of 10,000 dragons was jointly promoted by the 7 major organizations. Now that they were entering, the 7 of them would naturally be the leaders. Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. Although it was extremely dangerous to open the path in front, if there were treasures, he would be the first to get them. Now, Lin Xian not only had 6 protectors by his side, but also a group of experts. Among them were many older generation figures and many invincible kings. His strength and foundation could be said to be very strong. He was not weaker than the Yi family and the Queen Mother of the West. Let's go, Lin Xian, the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other 7 sacred masters led their respective experts and flew forward. Behind them, the various sacred grounds, sects, and families moved out one after another. These people blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards the abyss ahead. Soon, they disappeared into the abyss. Lin Xian and the others were the first to enter. After they entered, they were extremely shocked. They discovered that there was actually a palace in this abyss. It was incomparably continuous and stretched for millions of miles. Underground palace, there was actually an underground palace inside. Everyone was extremely excited. Lin Xian's face was also full of surprise because on the path of the underground palace, dragon chi could be seen everywhere, transforming into small dragons that swam around. That aura was shocking. Perhaps even the depths of the middle grounds royal family did not have such a scene. And this was only the outermost area of the underground palace. One could imagine what kind of dragon chi there would be in the depths of the underground palace. Not only that, there were definitely endless treasures buried here. Ha 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 ha, we're rich. Many people threw their heads back and laughed loudly. Some people had solemn expressions. After all, the incident of the guardian nest was still vivid in their minds. The nest of 10,000 dragons was extremely terrifying. Who knew what kind of danger there would be? Therefore, those sacred masters and sect masters all reminded their disciples to be careful. The saints and saintesses of the various sacred grounds were also excited. If they could obtain some treasures here, their strength would increase again. At that time, they might be able to fight against Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others. After walking for a while, the Queen Mother, Yi family head, and the others discussed and decided to let the sacred masters and sect masters and grand elders go first to explore quickly. They would let the younger generation temper themselves at the back. After all, the younger generation wouldn't be of much use if they followed them. However, if they were allowed to move alone, they could not only find treasures, but also fight and temper themselves. This was something that all the great sects of the Holy Lands wanted to see. Of course, the premise of all this was that the entire area had been explored by them and there weren't any great dangers. Lin Xian nodded and looked at a figure. This figure was a new invincible king. He was very powerful, and even the great protector was respectful to him. This person was called Li Xianxian. According to the great protector's introduction, Li Xianxian's strength was not weaker than the sacred masters and sect masters. Therefore, Lin Xian let Li Xianxian represent Immortal Palace and lead the experts of the Immortal Palace to follow the Queen Mother, Yi family head, and the others to explore together. Li Xianxian, the Queen Mother, and the others set down a few coordinates. This area was safe, and they had already explored it. Although there were traps and killing formations here, they were not beyond the tolerance of these saints and heaven's chosen. Therefore, they planned to leave this area for these people to hunt for treasures and kill. They knew that there were dangers in this. Perhaps some heaven's chosen would fall, but this was a process that had to be experienced. Only those who had gone through a lot of tempering could become the strongest. Next, Li Xianxian, the Queen Mother, Yi family head, Gu family head, and the sacred masters and sect masters all left. Most of them followed. Of course, the younger generation stayed here. It wasn't that there were no older generation figures and other experts. There were also many invincible kings who stayed. They looked at the young saints and heaven's chosen behind them and sneered. Although you are saints, saintesses, princes, and heaven's chosen, in front of absolute strength, you don't have the right to behave atrociously. Hurry up and get lost. This area is ours. An invincible king stood out, and his voice resounded in all directions. "Damn it, don't be so arrogant," the martial artists from the great sects of the Holy Lands roared. This was a place left to them by their sect masters. But now, it was occupied by other invincible kings. Damn it! Why didn't the sect leader make a move to kill these invincible kings? Many people roared in anger. However, Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others simply laughed coldly. A mere invincible king wanted to intimidate all of them? He really didn't know what death was. Lin Xian was the first to step forward. "I'll give you a chance." "Scram, brat, you're courting death. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're the Central Emperor." At this point, the invincible king stretched out his palm, bringing with it a terrifying wave as he slammed it toward Yi Futian. Water magic palm. This palm strike caused the air to quickly melt. This was no ordinary palm, nor was it ordinary seawater. It was a type of palm known as true devil water. The palm was extremely corrosive, and nothing could withstand this corrosive power. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and punched out. It was like a sun crashing into the ground. With a boom, flames burned fiercely and melted the terrifying true devil water. The giant palm formed from true demon water emitted sizzling white smoke and evaporated in an instant. Ah! That invincible king screamed miserably. His palm was directly roasted, revealing deep white bones. Blood mixed with flesh and blood flowed all over the ground. It was very pungent. "Damn brat, how dare you hurt me?" the invincible king roared crazily. He was too shocked. Yi Futian's simple punch had injured him. How could he believe it? The others around him were also shocked. But soon, they sneered. "Invincible king? In front of the strongest genius of the younger generation, you're just a piece of trash." "That's right, Lin Xian is still the mightiest." The supporters roared crazily, their faces full of excitement. The invincible king gritted his teeth and roared. "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." Just as he was about to attack, another golden figure blocked his path. Get lost. This golden figure was Leaf Dao Denier. He raised his foot and stomped forward. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This foot contained boundless power and directly sent the invincible king flying. Ka ka ka, many cracks appeared on the invincible king's body, and blood dyed the sky red. Was this the power of the saint body? How terrifying! It was not weaker than the nine-yang divine body. Leaf Dao Denier was indeed terrifying. The surrounding people exclaimed. They did not expect that a casual attack from him could easily injure an invincible king. It could not be helped. They were already heaven-defying before. In the past 10 years, they had been tempered and nourished by so many guardian lairs. They were not weaker than invincible kings. Perhaps ordinary invincible kings would not be a match for them at all. Sure enough, Dustless also walked out. With a light wave of his hand, a wisp of Buddhist light floated out and sent the invincible king flying again. The invincible king's body exploded into pieces. His face was full of fear as he ran into the distance. He did not dare to be arrogant anymore. These three titled geniuses were too terrifying. If they wanted to, they could easily kill him. The era of the younger generation was about to arrive, some of the older generation experts exclaimed. Indeed, most of the people here were young, but there were also many older generation figures and peerless experts. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Next, it would be the era of kings. These young geniuses would reach the peak and compete with the invincible kings. Alright, let's go and explore this place. Lin Xian waved his hand. Peacock, Hui Dao, and Ghostly led the martial artists of Immortal Palace and quickly moved out. On the other side, Leaf Dao Denier and Dustless did the same. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, the Prince of Grand Xia, the Alcade Sage, and other saints and geniuses also moved out. In an instant, these people covered the sky and earth, and they searched in all directions. Lin Xian led the people of Immortal Palace to a certain place and looked at the aura of true dragons in front of him. They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he frowned. He opened his heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. Incredible, this place was simply too astonishing. There was an extremely powerful and peerless dragon vein underground. Also, be careful. Although this place is nothing to the sacred lord, it is still very dangerous for us. There were many formations here. In an instant, Lin Xian saw his surroundings clearly. The crimson dragon beside him was roaring nonstop. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, he was too excited. After working for so long, he finally came in. How could he give up? Therefore, he opened his mouth and crazily absorbed the surrounding dragon qi. He was not the only one. Everyone was absorbing the dragon qi. The Tao of Dragon aura was even more terrifying than spiritual qi. Although many of them were not from the royal family, the Tao of Dragon aura was useful to them. However, this Tao of Dragon aura was also very useful to them. It could be converted into pure energy. In an instant, a fight for the Tao of Dragon aura began. The crimson dragon roared and turned into a huge dragon that was hundreds of feet long, devouring the surrounding Tao of Dragon aura. He was from the dragon clan, so he was very familiar with the Tao of Dragon aura. Dragon-shaped Tao of Dragon aura poured into his mouth, making him feel very refreshed. Damn it, who is it? How can he snatch my Tao of Dragon aura? A roar came from afar. It was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. He walked with majestic steps. He was emitting a terrifying aura. He was an invincible king, and he was a king of the Ninli dynasty. When he turned his head and saw the crimson dragon, he was stunned. What a terrifying absorption speed. What was that thing, a Jiao dragon? He was a king of the royal family. He was powerful and cultivated the imperial dragon aura. Logically speaking, people like him should be absorbing the Tao of Dragon aura the fastest. But that was not right. The Tao of Dragon aura around him was snatched away by the other party. Not only the king of the Ninli dynasty, but the people of the Divine Wind dynasty, Tai dynasty, and Great Xia dynasty were also shocked. They realized that the crimson dragon was too mysterious. Seeing the crimson dragon so powerful, Lin Xian was also surprised. His figure flashed and he came to another space to avoid conflict with the crimson dragon. In the next moment, he snorted and activated the great dragon sword soul. With a roar, a dragon shadow appeared on his body, and it was also absorbing the surrounding Tao of Dragon aura crazily. Boom! Boom, boom! A loud dragon roar sounded, and a crazy devouring power was generated from the great dragon sword soul and swept in all directions. At this moment, the Tao of Dragon aura in the space trembled. Countless dragon roars rang out as they surged towards Lin Xian. Oh no, what did that kid do? Cries of alarm could be heard, especially from the princes, elders, and princes of the imperial family. They were all going crazy. Damn it, they originally thought that a crimson dragon was already terrifying enough. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian's side was even more perverted. The speed at which it was retracted was no slower than that of the crimson dragon. It was that dragon shadow again. What exactly was that? Was this kid really related to the dragon clan? The eyes of many powerhouses flashed. This was not the first time they had seen the dragon shadow beside Lin Xian. However, they still had not figured out what the other party was. Buzz at this moment, the crowd exclaimed again. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty stood on the golden dragon sword and roared furiously as he began to absorb the energy. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty was an extremely terrifying prince in the royal family. Now that he had gone all out, it naturally created a terrifying scene. The other princes, princesses, and princesses didn't dare to linger around either. They quickly scrambled to absorb the energy. Other than Lin Xian and the members of the middle ground royal family, the saints and geniuses of the other sacred grounds were also frantically absorbing the energy. Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, and the others were all making their moves. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also using their own secret techniques, using the energy of the dragon to refine themselves. Buzz, not long after, another loud dragon roar could be heard. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, turning into two sharp swords that smashed the ground in front of him. Then, a white figure soared into the sky and turned into a white dragon, roaring in the void. Lin Xian was shocked. Before he could see clearly, the powerhouses in the distance exclaimed. Dragon marrow, that's dragon marrow, oh my god, this is indeed a huge treasure trove. Even dragon marrow has appeared. What? Dragon marrow, the surrounding people went crazy when they heard this. They looked at the white dragon in the sky in shock. This must be an illusion formed by the combination of the dragon marrow and the energy of the dragon. Hurry up and snatch it, dragon marrow was incomparably precious. It was not inferior to dragon blood. In an instant, dozens of large palms covered the sky and pierced through the void, grabbing at the white dragon. However, the white dragon's tail was very agile. It was only a dozen meters long, but it was very agile. It quickly flashed through the void and dodged the palms. However, these people would not give up such a precious thing. How could they not make a move? In an instant, all kinds of keen domains and divine abilities were used. They covered the sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Scram, he opened and closed his fists, causing explosions in all directions. Carrying a terrifying divine flame, he broke through the divine abilities. This was the dragon marrow that he had discovered. How could he let others snatch it away? Oh no, Lin Xian has made a move, hurry up and run. The Central Emperor was very terrifying. These people were terrified. They had seen Lin Xian's power with their own eyes. For a moment, many people gave up and looked for other places to see if there was dragon marrow. However, there were also some powerhouses who did not give up. So what if it was the Central Emperor? In front of the dragon marrow, they would not retreat. Among them, there was an old figure. His eyes were like divine lamps as he stared at Lin Xian. Get lost, kid, with a cold shout, he waved the walking stick in his hand. The surrounding dragon aura quickly rolled and turned into a huge dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, grabbing at Lin Xian. What? Who was this person? How could he control the dragon aura? Was he a powerhouse of the royal family? The surrounding people went crazy. They had only seen people crazily fighting for the dragon aura, but they had never seen someone using the dragon aura. This move was simply too terrifying. It was not a member of the Xianxia royal family, but a member of the Tuoba family. They were a family of spirit seekers. A spirit seeker could search for spiritual energy. The dragon vein was also a type of spiritual energy. However, it was very special, so these spirit seekers could control the dragon vein. Tuoba Xianxia was very excited. He was an elder of the Tuoba family who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. His spirit-seeking technique was very terrifying, and he had already reached the level of an earth spirit seeker. He was even confident that he would become a celestial spirit seeker in the future. He was full of confidence and excitement at the opening of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time. Because this way, he would be able to see the legendary dragon vein. He had seen 1 or 2 dragon veins before. At that time, he was shocked. Now that he saw so much dragon aura in the nest of 10,000 dragons and the unparalleled dragon vein, he realized that the one he saw before was really too small. After arriving at the nest of 10,000 dragons, Tuoba Xianxia was wild with excitement. He felt that his era had arrived. Because he was a spirit seeker, he could control the dragon aura here. Sure enough, after entering, he secretly tried it and found that he could really control it. Although it was more difficult than controlling the spiritual energy, he couldn't care less. With these dragon veins here for him to use, he would be an invincible existence here. Therefore, when he saw the dragon marrow, he was overjoyed and immediately attacked Lin Xian. In the sky, 8 streams of dragon aura turned into giant dragons that clawed at Lin Xian. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was shattered. Roar! Roar, roar! Roar! The loud dragon roar made everyone tremble in fear. Lin Xian waved his fists and charged forward like a god of war. His fists trembled, bringing with them terrifying flames. The power of the sun turned into golden crows that charged forward. Boom! The 8 giant dragon phantoms were killed, and the aura of the dragon filled the area. Lin Xian was like a demon god as he looked down from the sky. He stared at Tuoba Xianxia. Old man, do you want to die? I was the one who found the dragon marrow. Get lost. He did not have a good impression of the Tuoba family. They were mortal enemies. Tuoba Xianxia's face was dark. How dare the other party humiliate him like this? He was courting death. He was an invincible king, and now that he had so many dragon veins for him to control, killing invincible kings would be a piece of cake. But the other party dared to look down on him and scold him. Tuoba Xianxia could not tolerate this. Kid, don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are a Central Emperor. It might be more troublesome for me to kill you outside, but here, I have tens of thousands of dragon aura for me to use. You are definitely dead, 9 dragons devouring heaven array, Tuoba Jinshui sneered. His withered hand waved the walking stick in his hand, and mysterious runes shot out. He quickly used a secret technique to control the surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragon, forming a terrifying formation that enveloped Lin Xian. Roar! Roar, roar! The terrifying array spread out, and 9 dragon phantoms circled around, emitting killing intent. How terrifying! The people of the Tuoba family were too terrifying. Yes, especially in front of so many dragon auras, the other party was simply an invincible existence. Lin Xian was not afraid of being trapped by such a terrifying array. Do you think that only you can control these dragon auras? A hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He possessed the great dragon sword soul. In addition to his terrifying attack power, the dragon soul's aura was even more terrifying. After all, it was formed by the fusion of a true dragon and the strongest power of the world. The aura of that dragon soul was absolutely incomparable. It was simply too easy for Lin Xian to control these dragon Tao auras. Sure enough, in the next moment, under the power of the great dragon sword spirit, the 9 dragons devouring the heavens formation instantly disintegrated. Not only that. Moreover, under Lin Xian's control, they instantly regrouped in the distance and enveloped the true Tuoba water. Old thing, have a taste of the power of your formation. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 dragons devouring the heavens formation was activated. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying murderous aura surrounded the area, and terrifying energy filled the air. The surrounding people couldn't believe what they were seeing. What was going on? The 9 dragons devouring the heavens formation was broken in an instant. Furthermore, they had surrounded and attacked Tuoba Jinshui. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Xian was also a Seeker Spirit Master? No way, he was already so powerful, and he was still a Seeker Spirit Master? How could he let others live? That's right, even if he was a Seeker Spirit Master, how could he compare to the Tuoba family in terms of spirit-seeking technique, especially Tuoba Jinshui, an old monster who had lived for nearly 2,000 years? The surrounding people screamed crazily, unable to accept this at all. Tuoba Jinshui's expression was also extremely ugly. He didn't expect the other party to have such shocking means. In an instant, he was attacked fiercely. However, he was an invincible king. At this moment, the energy in his body exploded, forming a powerful force that bombarded the 9 dragon shadows. Damn it, get lost. He also controlled the dragon Tao aura again, wanting to counterattack. Boom, a cold look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he directly detonated the 9 dragons devouring the heavens formation. The terrifying formation cracked open, and the dragon Tao aura spread out, attacking Tuoba Jinshui's body. Tuoba Jinshui was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. All the bones in his body were broken, and his eyes were incomparably ferocious. Damn it, this is too damn it. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The killing intent in his eyes disappeared, and the dragon Tao aura poured into his body, healing his injuries. In an instant, he had recovered. However, the anger in his body surged to the heavens. A junior actually made him suffer? This was a slap to his face in front of everyone. He couldn't accept it. Go to hell, brat. Tuoba Jinshui instantly charged forward. He raised his palm, and the dragon Tao aura around him surged rapidly. It merged with his palm, and a terrifying dragon-shaped palm was instantly formed. It was like a dragon head, and it was incomparably ferocious. With a terrifying killing intent, it charged towards Lin Xian. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed. The terrifying energy emitted a mysterious aura, causing the surrounding experts to tremble. Lin Xian frowned. Facing this palm, he snorted coldly. He waved his fist, and thousands of rays of light bloomed on his body. There was even a dragon shadow circling around. With a boom, the 9 suns' divine fist and the terrifying dragon-shaped palm collided. Earth-shattering energy exploded, and the two of them retreated at the same time. Lin Xian was unharmed. Tuoba Jinshui's palm was destroyed, and the dragon Tao aura scattered on the ground again. Old thing, who do you think you are? How dare you compete with me? Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the Nine Suns' divine fist, and quickly charged out. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war, incomparably powerful. The faces of the surrounding people were filled with terror. Tuoba Jinshui's expression was also extremely ugly. His aura was tumbling, and he was like an enraged lion, dodging quickly. There was no other way. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. After exchanging blows, he realized how strong his opponent's physique was. With the same power, his opponent didn't even need to dodge, and he wouldn't be injured. However, he couldn't. His body couldn't withstand this power at all, and he had to use armor or a shield to defend. However, he might not be able to defend himself. As expected, Lin Xian fought with him barehanded, and the two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Tuoba Jinshui took out a dragon head blade and slashed down, but Lin Xian grabbed it and broke it in half. Tuoba Jinshui's eyes almost popped out. That was a heaven-grade treasure blade, and it was broken by his opponent's bare hands. Damn, did he have to be so terrifying? Previously, he thought that only a sacred body could be so powerful. But now, the Nine Suns' divine body was incomparably terrifying, and it wasn't any weaker than a sacred body. Damn brat, just you wait, I won't let you off, Tuoba Jinshui roared and turned to flee. What a joke, he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. Originally, he thought that with the Dragon Dao aura, he could easily kill his opponent. However, his opponent's method of controlling the Dragon Dao aura seemed to be more brilliant and terrifying than his. His advantage was gone, and in addition to his opponent's Nine Suns' divine body, he couldn't fight against his opponent at all. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be killed here. Seeing Tuoba Jinshui escape, the experts in the distance were stunned. Lin Xian was too strong. Even the Tuoba family's elder was no match for him. He was an earth spirit master. You want to leave? You old bastard, stay here for me. Lin Xian roared and once again used the great dragon sword spirit to control the surrounding dragon veins. The other party was too naive to think that he could come and go as he pleased. Was he, Lin Xian, someone who could be killed so easily? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, the ground shook violently. Streams of dragon chi roared and formed 81 true dragon shadows. All of them charged towards Tuoba Jinshui. At this moment, the 81 true dragon shadows were formed by the dragon chi and also contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was terrifying. They covered the sky and swallowed Tuoba Jinshui. Although Tuoba Jinshui was an invincible king, he could not resist the terrifying dragon vein at this moment. He gathered some dragon chi to resist, but how could his spirit-seeking technique be a match for the great dragon sword soul? In an instant, his body froze and he could not move. In the next moment, he was hit by a dragon shadow and shattered. Boom! Boom, boom. His body was torn apart and only his head remained intact. The head was filled with fear and it turned into a ray of light and escaped into the distance. At the same time, the head spat out a sword and flew into the distance. Buzz! Buzz, die for me. Lin Xian manipulated the 81 true dragon silhouettes to open their jaws and chomp down on the head. Boom! Boom, boom. The ground shook as the 81 true dragon heads sank into the ground and exploded. Endless chi rushed out and formed a terrifying black hole. Seeing this scene, the Tuoba family members screamed crazily. Elder! No! Damn it, you can't do this, they were going crazy. Tuoba Jinshui could not survive such a terrifying energy attack. That was the true dragon chi. Indeed, after a long time, Tuoba Jinshui did not fly up. It was obvious that he was killed. The faces of the Tuoba family's warriors turned ashen. They had not expected such an outcome. The other saints, prodigies, and experts were also stunned. Another invincible king had been killed. Furthermore, he was a powerful earth spiritualist. He could control the dragon veins. In this place, one's battle prowess was multiplied, but even so, he was still no match for Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. That's right, it was best not to provoke him. Those people trembled and their faces were filled with fear. Lin Xian turned around and stretched out his azure dragon hand to grab the white dragon. Soon, he caught the white dragon in his hand. The white dragon struggled, trying to break free. The aura of the Tao of Dragons in the surroundings roared incessantly. However, under the power of the great dragon sword soul, all of the dragon aura was destroyed. The white dragon was also bound and turned into a drop of dragon marrow. This dragon marrow was as big as a finger. It was sparkling and translucent like white jade, exuding pure energy. Lin Xian opened his mouth and ate it without any hesitation. In the next moment, all the pores on his body opened, and he felt a wave of pure energy rush into his body like a vast ocean. He opened his eyes, and a shocking light appeared in his eyes. It was so fragrant and delicious, moreover, the energy was too overwhelming. This definitely surpassed other natural treasures. As expected of dragon marrow, it was indeed satisfying. The crimson dragon roared excitedly. He had caught a drop of dragon marrow. The others, such as Yi Wu Dao and Wu Chen, also grabbed a drop of dragon marrow. They all consumed it. Soon, the blood in their bodies surged and rushed into the sky. The crimson dragon roared. "Kid, follow me. I found something good. Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and led everyone away. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also followed by his side. They were confused. The little snow-white monkey also flew out. He looked around, and his big eyes turned. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Lin Xian wasn't worried about this little fellow. He had never seen him suffer a loss before. They were confused. The little white monkey soon returned. He grabbed Lin Xian and jumped up and down excitedly. He pointed in the direction where the crimson dragon was heading. What was there? Why were the two of them so excited? Lin Xian could not help but speed up. Soon, they arrived in front. It smelled so good, everyone was shocked. It was indeed very fragrant. Not only Lin Xian, but Peacock and the others were also surprised. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's eyes lit up. The other saints and prodigies were the same. They looked in all directions. Over there, soon, they found that there were plants in the dragon chi below. There were very few of them, only 5 in total. These 5 plants were sparkling and translucent. They were 5-colored and had fruits on them that looked like swimming dragons. They emitted a mysterious power. Not only that, but these plants were surrounded by endless dragon aura. There were even a few groups that grew directly on the dragon marrow. Damn, using dragon marrow as soil. How extravagant. The eyes of the saints and prodigies were red. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at the dragon-shaped fruit. He asked, "Ruzalong, what is this?" The dragon spirit fruit was something that only grew in the dragon vein. The dragon spirit fruit seemed to have existed for a long time, about 5 to 6,000 years. That's not right. The nest of 10,000 dragons has existed for countless years. Why are the spirit fruits only 5 to 6,000 years old? Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be that there are living creatures in there that ate them? He did not know. However, he knew that the crimson dragon's speculation was right. These spirit fruits were 5 to 6,000 years old. However, this was already very impressive. After all, these fruits were nourished with dragon marrow and dragon aura. They were absolutely heaven-defying. As expected, Little White could not help but drool. It waved its little paws and a wave of space power spread in front of it. Telekinesis. However, the surrounding auras of the Tao of Dragons made it impossible for the little guy to grab the dragon's spiritual fruits from a distance. Little White scratched its ears and cheeks anxiously. Its body swayed and turned into a flash of light, wanting to rush over. However, just as he was halfway there, a black light blade slashed towards him. Little White was so frightened that it hurriedly dodged. In the sky, black light blades appeared one after another, chasing after Little White. Little White returned to Lin Xian's side and waved its paws angrily. Lin Xian frowned. Space power, what a terrifying space power. If not for the little white monkey's super fast speed, it would have been killed long ago. If it were other invincible kings, they would probably be injured too. Who is it that has such terrifying space power? Damn it, it's the Gu family. They discovered that a huge space crack had appeared in front of them. It was like a natural chasm that blocked their way. It's the Gu family. The surrounding people also exclaimed. The Gu clan was a descendant of the Emperor clan in the ancient barren world. Their ancestors had produced emperors. Void Emperor, the void technique was extremely mysterious. The blood that flowed in the Gu clan naturally had the power of space. Hence, it was easy for them to cultivate the void mystique. As expected, the spatial energy that Lin Fan was using left these saints and chosen flabbergasted. The Gu clan's move caught Lin Xian and the rest off guard. Even the other saints and skyprides were frowning. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I can't control the clan's actions. Gu Santong came to Lin Xian's side and said apologetically. Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine. It's not your fault. He knew that although Gu Santong was a genius, he did not have the divine body of the Gu clan, nor was he the Gu clan leader. Hence, he could not command the Gu clan to do anything. Even someone as strong as Yi Wu Dao could not control everyone from the Yi clan. Even within the same clan, the roots were intertwined and the waters were very deep. Lin Xian knew all of this, and so did the other saints and skyprides. Brother Lin, the Gu clan's void technique is amazing. You have to be careful. Gu Santong gave some instructions, then flew into the air and joined the fight. You're the Lin Xian that San always talks about. A youth descended from the sky and looked at Lin Xian. There were a few disciples around him. There were both men and women. Their nerves were unusually cold. Yes, I am. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you, Gu Tianqi? Never heard of him. Lin Xian shook his head. Kid. You're too arrogant. Gu Tianqi's face darkened. He was a genius of the Gu clan. He was stronger than Gu Santong. However, the other party said that he had never heard of him. How could he accept this? He had never been looked down upon like this before. Brat, I advise you to hurry up and leave. Although you're strong, you won't be able to get a single dragon spirit fruit in front of the Gu clan's great void technique. Can't get a single one? You're too confident. Even if your Gu clan's divine body came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. For the sake of Gu Santong, I'll spare your life. Get out of here, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian took a step forward. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with radiance. He was like a flaming war god. Terrifying waves of qi swept out in all directions. You're courting death. Gu Tianqi's expression darkened. He was also a famous peerless genius. So what if his opponent was a medium emperor? It was just that the heaven rankers of the Gu family disdained to fight for this title. They were emperor clans, he was the descendant of the great emperor, and his body contained supreme blood. Therefore, at this moment, when he heard the other party's words, he was incomparably furious. Die, brat. He struck out with his palm and disappeared without a trace. While everyone was still in shock, a large purple palm appeared above Lin Xian's head. That palm strike was too strange. The great void palm was a void technique. Without a trace, it was impossible to determine where it would appear. Some of the older generation experts exclaimed. The other saints and skyprides also stepped back. They attacked from another direction. However, the Gu family's experts quickly intercepted them. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. When the large purple palm descended, he used the yin-yang 8 steps. He took a step forward and quickly moved forward. Whoosh, he dodged the palm strike by a hair's breadth. In front, Gu Tianqi sneered. He waved his palm, and a terrifying purple void palm appeared in the sky. Every time, it appeared around Lin Xian and was about to envelop him. If he was hit by this palm, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Lin Xian was also surprised. Other than Gu Santong, this was the first time he had fought with someone from the Gu family. Jia Jia's void technique was indeed incomparably mysterious. Fortunately, he was fast. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have been killed long ago. Was this the power of an emperor clan? Too powerful. This strength surpassed that of ordinary saints and skyprides. Void spear. At this moment, Gu Tianqi sneered again. With a wave of his palm, the void in front of Lin Xian shattered. A purple spear appeared out of thin air and pierced toward Lin Xian's heart. It was too fast and too strange. It was impossible to guard against. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian flew backward and shattered the void. What? Lin Xian was hit, it's over. Is this kid okay? The surrounding spectators were so scared that their scalps went numb. Gu Tianqi also laughed loudly. What Central Emperor? In front of the Gu family's void technique, he was nothing. However, just as his laughter sounded, it froze. The smile on his face also froze. His handsome face became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian flew back again. The light on his body was still as before, and he was not injured at all. What? He was not injured, such a terrifying attack directly hit his vitals, and he was not injured at all. This nine-yang divine body was really powerful. Gu Tianqi's face was also gloomy. His opponent's physique was too strong, beyond his expectations. But so what, he did not believe that his opponent could withstand his attacks forever. Buzz, he took out a purple spear from his storage ring. This was a real void spear, an extremely terrifying heaven-grade treasure. The void spear trembled, and the surrounding space started to tremble rapidly. Everyone felt a wave of pressure appear. They seemed to have fallen into a 10,000-year quagmire, and even their movements became slow. Damn it. It was too terrifying. Just a casual shake could affect the space. This was definitely a peerless enemy. Go to hell, brat. Gu Tianqi waved the void spear and charged toward Lin Xian again. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian split open, and 8 purple shadows appeared, attacking his vitals. With a furious roar, he swung his fists and blasted all the purple shadows away. Black and white dragon chi appeared under his feet, and the sword light on his body soared into the sky. At this moment, he was incomparably powerful, and his gaze was like lightning as he stared at Gu Tianqi. You're just SOSO. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand and charged over. Below, the earth trembled, and the dragon vein rolled. 81 streaks of dragon chi rushed into the sky, forming a cage that directly enveloped Gu Tianqi. Controlling the dragon vein's aura again, damn it, this kid is really strange. The surrounding people were terrified. Gu Tianqi laughed sinisterly. You want to trap me with just dragon chi? You're really naive. As he spoke, his body disappeared into thin air. Not good, the void technique. This kid was too careless. The Gu family was good at the void technique. They came and went without a trace, and there was no way to trap them. Yes, although 81 streaks of dragon chi were terrifying, it was still not enough to trap a genius of the Gu family. They did not know how Lin Xian would deal with it this time. Discussions broke out one after another. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the Crimson Dragon were also attacked by the Gu family. In the sky, all kinds of terrifying spatial abilities appeared one after another, blocking everyone's path. Whoosh whoosh, at that moment, the void behind Lin Xian's voice suddenly split open, and a figure appeared. It was Gu Tianqi. The void spear in his hand pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Get lost, Lin Xian slapped the void spear with his palm. However, Gu Tianqi did not resist at all. His figure flickered and disappeared again. Lin Xian's palm directly shattered the void behind him, but no one appeared. The surrounding experts were shocked. The spatial technique was too terrifying, surpassing any movement technique. No one knew where he would appear in the next moment. It was impossible to guard against, and there was no way to chase after him. That's right, this was practically an invincible position. Advantageous to the innate invincibility? Too naive. Did you really think that I wouldn't notice you? As he spoke, Lin Xian formed a sword chi in his hand and stabbed towards the left. The sword chi turned into a dragon that was 100 feet long and directly shattered the void. With a whoosh, a figure was knocked out. The person who was knocked out was Gu Tianqi. His face was blank as he stood there in a daze. The surrounding people were also stunned. The people of the Gu family screamed. Damn it, that's impossible. Gu Santong, who was fighting in the distance, smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. Nothing was impossible. Lin Xian's ocular technique was unparalleled and terrifying. He could see through everything. He shook his head and ignored it. After all, Gu Tianqi was not from their bloodline. He was knocked out. Gu Tianqi was knocked out. Had his void technique been broken? Heavens, how did Lin Xian do it? Exclamations of surprise were heard. Gu Tianqi also came back to his senses. His face was full of shock. He roared crazily, "Damn it, that's impossible, I don't believe it." "You guessed it. You must have guessed it." As he spoke, he disappeared again and merged into the void. "Humph, you're lying to yourself." Lin Xian snorted coldly and stood in the void without moving. His clothes fluttered and his black hair danced wildly as he stood there quietly. Suddenly, he attacked again. This time, it was right in front of him. Boom, Xianxia was blasted out again. This time, he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Again, he went crazy and turned invisible again. But then, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. When Xianxia was knocked out for the fifth time, the surrounding people looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian might have been lucky the first time, but how could he explain the subsequent times? Every single time, it was incomparably accurate, blasting the other party out. This was no longer luck. This was a true grasp of the other party's whereabouts, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so accurate. How did this kid do it? Those people were terrified. Look at his eyes, those golden eyes are too mysterious. It made my soul tremble. Some of the older generation figures were shocked. When the others saw this, they almost fainted. That's right, Lin Xian's eyes were too mysterious and profound. The golden runes formed a complicated pattern, mysterious and unfathomable. It was the heavenly secret divine eye that had detected Xianxia's whereabouts. Lin Xian looked at the crazy Xianxia and sneered. "Stop struggling, my eyes can see through everything. You can't escape from my grasp. Not only can I see your tracks, but I can also see your fate. Today, you will lose without a doubt." Lin Xian's voice spread in all directions, making the surrounding people tremble. How powerful and confident must he be to dare to say such words to a genius of the clan of the ancients? Damn it, don't be so arrogant. Do you think I only have the ability to hide in the void? Xianxia was also angry. He still had many trump cards that he hadn't used yet. "Kid, so what if you can find my whereabouts? Let's see how you can hurt me this time." Speaking of this, he grabbed the void spear again and quickly charged forward. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The void spear in his hand stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, pulled out the Dragon Abyss ancient sword, and also stabbed at his opponent. The two faced each other head-on. Damn, are these two going to fight to the death? No, Lin Xian's body is so strong. Xianxia is definitely asking for trouble if he fights to the death. Not necessarily. The Gu clan is a clan of the ancients. Xianxia must have other trump cards. Let's wait and see. The crowd discussed. While they were talking, the situation in front of them changed. Xianxia's void spear collided with Lin Xian's body with a thunderous boom. Lin Xian relied on his 9-yang divine body to take the hit. At the same time, his Dragon Source ancient sword slashed down from the sky towards his opponent. This sword could cut his opponent in half. Whoosh, however, something strange happened. This sword slashed directly into the void, causing no damage to Xianxia at all. What's going on? Why is this happening? The crowd was stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. Xianxia sneered. "I told you, kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that's all I've got? Now, this is my true strength. I'd like to see how you can hurt me." As he spoke, his void spear attacked again. Each time, it was a killing move. Lin Xian would use his fists to fight back. At the same time, the Dragon Abyss ancient sword stabbed at his opponent again. However, each time it stabbed, it seemed to sink into the void. Xianxia was not hurt at all. What's going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. An expert from the Yi clan slowly spat out a few words with a serious expression. So close, yet so far. One of the Gu clan's great powers, space distortion. The two looked very close, but the distance between them was very far. Lin Xian's attack had probably been guided and banished to the endless void of the universe. Xianxia, on the other hand, was able to hurt Lin Xian with his spatial powers. It would be difficult for Lin Xian to hurt him. Unless Lin Xian was also proficient in spatial techniques. What, there's such a terrifying divine power? The people around were shocked. So close, yet worlds apart. Just the name alone was amazing. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. It seemed that the Central Emperor had really met his match this time. Yes, the previous saints and prodigies were very powerful, but they were not from the remote antiquity families. After all, they were from the great emperor family. These people had the great emperor's blood flowing in their bodies, and they also cultivated the great emperor's techniques and divine powers. Naturally, they were much stronger than ordinary saints and prodigies. Could it be that the Central Emperor was going to be defeated this time? Defeat was not certain. His 9-yang divine body was so powerful, but it was very likely that it would be a draw. No way, a draw. This was also very humiliating for him, the crowd discussed. Those from the Gu clan sneered. What draw? The opponent can't hurt our brother Xianxia at all. Our brother Xianxia just needs to increase his attacks, and he'll be able to hurt that kid sooner or later. No matter how strong that kid is, the 9-yang divine body is not invincible. Indeed, everyone was silent. The 9-yang divine body was powerful, but it was not invincible. In this world, there was no invincible body. There was no invincible bloodline. Because in history, whether it was the 9-yang divine body, the sacred body, or any other abnormal or heaven-defying bloodline, they had all been killed. Therefore, in this world, anything could happen. No way, the Central Emperor was going to be defeated, and the title was going to be given away. These people were extremely shocked. Gu Tianqi laughed out loud. Kid, did you hear that? Now kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. I can spare your life, otherwise, not only will your title be taken away by me, but it will also be taken away by me. You won't be able to keep your life either, haha, it's too early for you to be happy. Do you really think I can't hurt you? If I, Lin Xian, want to hurt someone, even the heavens can't stop me. Not to mention the distance of a curved space. At this moment, Lin Xian's body erupted with an unparalleled sword aura, which turned into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. In an instant, the loud roar of a dragon sounded from all directions, roaring in the void as if 10,000 dragons were born. The sword stabbed out, and the peerless sword light illuminated the world. It stabbed directly at Gu Tianqi. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Gu Tianqi sneered. He had used imminent skyline. How could the other party hurt him? The other party's attack had long been banished into the void. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression changed, and there was even a strong sense of fear in his eyes. No, damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. He realized that a sword light was directly attacking him. He had broken his so near, yet worlds apart. With a pu-chi sound, this streak of sword radiance stabbed into his body, piercing through him. Blood dyed the skies red. Ah, Gu Tianqi screamed like a madman. Bang, Gu Tianqi flew backward. The surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Gu Tianqi was injured? Impossible. The Gu family's martial artists also screamed like crazy. This was too strange. One had to know that this was so close, yet worlds apart. All attacks would be sent into exile. No one could hurt Gu Tianqi. But now, Lin Xian had stabbed out with his sword, directly injuring Gu Tianqi. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, how did this brat do it? His sword technique. Wasn't this too terrifying? He was actually able to break through so close, yet worlds apart. Cries of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian didn't answer. He laughed coldly and took a step forward. The bone sword in his hand suddenly bloomed, transforming into millions of sword beams that shot out. Damn it, so close, yet worlds apart, banish. Gu Tianqi screamed again. A mysterious folded space formed around him, banishing the sword light and energy. Sword chi filled the sky, slashing into the so close, yet so far and so close, yet so far and so far. In the next moment, Gu Tianqi was suddenly sent flying. Countless sword wounds appeared on his body, each one stained with blood. For a moment, his body was in tatters. Miserable cries rang out once again. Blood dripped down, turning into a sea of blood that surged in the sky. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Gu Tianqi's face was full of horror. He couldn't believe it. What kind of sword technique was this? You're shocked, aren't you? You're surprised, aren't you? Do you really think you can fight against me? The Gu family is a clan of the ancients. You also cultivate the theurgy of the great emperors. Unfortunately, you're too weak and haven't mastered it at all. You want to run over and show off in front of me, you really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out again, carrying a thick murderous aura. Gu Tianqi was so angry that he spat out blood. However, what made him even more terrified was that when he started to use his theurgy to heal his injuries, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was torn to pieces, directly shattering. It was too terrifying. The sword chi that the other party had left in his body had turned into dragons that constantly attacked his body. They wanted to completely destroy him. Damn it, the indestructible sword intent, you actually cultivated the indestructible sword intent, Gu Tianqi screamed in horror. Only now did he realize how terrifying his opponent was. The indestructible sword intent was very difficult to break. The surrounding people were even more terrified. Even the older generation experts looked as if they had seen a ghost. The indestructible sword intent. Heavens, how far has this kid reached in the sword Dao? His swordsmanship was actually so terrifying. Even Gu Tianqi couldn't resist it. Am I witnessing the rise of the Sword Emperor? These people looked at Lin Xian in shock. The experts of the Gu family hurried over to protect Gu Tianqi. They stared at Lin Xian as if they were facing a great enemy. They couldn't help it. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He had even killed the top prodigy of the War clan, let alone the geniuses of the Gu family. He definitely wouldn't hold back. If he really killed Gu Tianqi, it would be a huge loss for the Gu family. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, this kind of trash isn't worthy of me killing him. With that, he turned around and ignored Gu Tianqi. Gu Tianqi was so angry that he fainted. He had never been humiliated and looked down upon like this. His lungs were about to explode. Take him away. The experts of the Gu family waved their hands and sealed Gu Tianqi's broken body, then put it into a pagoda. Gu Tianqi was only seriously injured. With their family's nurturing, he would definitely be able to recover. These people looked at Lin Xian with solemn expressions, but no one attacked him again. Because they weren't confident that they could defeat him. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he became one with his sword. He turned into a piercing sword light and charged forward. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed. Dodge quickly. At this moment, everyone ran away crazily. No one dared to stand in front of Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian directly charged to the front, in front of the dragon spirit fruit. He stared at the one with the most. He reached out his hand and pulled it up by the roots. It also carried an endless aura of the path of dragons. Whoosh. He put it away and wanted to put it into the black earth. However, before he could even put it into the black earth, the dragon spirit grass that he had grabbed suddenly disappeared. This made Lin Xian jump in fright. Damn it, could it be that an even more terrifying expert had made a move against him? He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and scanned the surroundings. He found that no one dared to attack him. And he found out. The mysterious small glazed sword in his body suddenly trembled. It wouldn't come in again, right? Lin Xian knew that there was a magical world inside the mysterious small sword that he couldn't explore. However, this mysterious world seemed to be able to store some things. He had previously put 10,000 beast ding and the like in it. However, in recent years, his strength had increased, and he had become more and more proficient in controlling the Black Earth. Therefore, he put most of his things in the Black Earth. He didn't expect that the world inside the mysterious small sword would take the initiative to absorb things again today. A dragon spirit grass was directly sucked into it. Lin Xian probed with his soul power and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the dragon spirit grass was growing inside. Great, he had originally wanted to cultivate this dragon spirit grass. It was more suitable to put it in the mysterious small sword. Soon, his eyes flickered and he stared at the other few. At the same time, Yi Wudao and Yi Wuchen also arrived nearby, eyeing a dragon spirit grass. The dragon spirit grass that Lin Xian had obtained had the most fruits. There were a total of 10 fruits on it. The rest of the dragon spirit grass had about 7 or 8 fruits, while the smallest one had 5 fruits. Go, everyone's eyes turned red. It was a huge loss for them to lose even one. Now that Lin Xian had taken one, how could they not be heartbroken? What was even more detestable was that Lin Xian was still not leaving and wanted to continue attacking. He was simply too detestable. Nine Yang divine body, let me see what you're capable of. A golden figure descended from the sky and approached Lin Xian. His golden palm reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. His posture was very strong, as if he didn't care about Lin Xian at all. What a powerful golden blood qi, was it Yi Wudao? Countless people screamed, and even more were excited. Were the two titled geniuses finally going to fight? They were too excited, however. Someone shook his head. No, it wasn't Yi Wudao. It was another genius from the Yi family. Everyone looked carefully and found that it wasn't Yi Wudao, but another genius. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden blood qi surged. He was like a golden god of war, and his power was abnormally terrifying. He didn't seem much weaker than Yi Wudao. Who are you? Lin Xian looked at his opponent. He had already obtained a group of dragon spirit grass, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he had been looking forward to joining the Yi clan for a long time. He really wanted to fight with the Yi clan's experts and geniuses. Although his opponent wasn't Yi Wudao, he seemed to be a top genius. His opponent's qi and blood were very strong. That golden light made him feel apprehensive. I'm Yi Rulong. Today, let me see how powerful your Nine Yang divine body is. Can it compete with my Yi family's constitution? Although he didn't have a divine body, he was still a descendant of the great emperor's bloodline. His physique was very strong. In the Yi family, he was even known as a little divine body. One could imagine how terrifying his physique was. Yi Rulong, like his name, was like a dragon, sweeping in all directions. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a powerful golden radiance that suppressed everything. Just nice, I also want to experience the Yi clan's physique. Come on. Lin Xian also activated his Nine Yang divine body. Billions of rays of light bloomed. The Nine Suns' divine fire burned fiercely and surrounded him, making him look like a sun war god. Boom! Boom! Their auras collided in the sky, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were all sent flying. Even the experts of the older generation and the invincible kings kept retreating, their faces filled with fear. These two people were too terrifying. That aura alone was enough to make it seem like only Leaf Dao Denier would dare to step forward. So powerful, that person was known as the Little Saint Physique in the Yi family. Who would be stronger between him and Lin Xian? It was hard to say. One of them had a powerful physique, but he had only cultivated for a short time. Although the other's physique wasn't as good as a saint physique, he had cultivated for a long time. Therefore, in summary, he really didn't know. Many people retreated into the distance, silently watching the battle. In addition, Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, and the others were fighting crazily with the other invincible kings. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the Crimson Dragon joined forces to fight against the surrounding experts. Boom! Yi Rulong punched out, and a terrifying force rolled out like a torrential river. Lin Xian also punched out, shining with resplendent light, shaking the 9 heavens. With the momentum of sweeping through tens of thousands of troops, he charged out. Their fists collided in the sky, producing a thunderous sound. In the world, no one seemed to be able to hear anything else. They couldn't even feel their own heartbeats. After a long time, they realized that their hearts seemed to be beating again. In front of them, after a dazzling light, 2 figures quickly retreated. The space between the 2 of them shattered, and a huge black hole appeared, swallowing everything. Not bad, you can actually force me back. Interesting. Lin Xian took 3 steps back and stopped. On the opposite side, Yi Rulong took 9 steps back, and his face became gloomy. His opponent's physique was so strong that it made him feel like he was facing Leaf Dao Denier. Impossible, this kid can't be as terrifying as Dao Denier. With my current strength, I can definitely defeat him, Yi Rulong roared, and the power of bloodline instantly spread throughout his body. Kill, he attacked again. Fine, I'll play with you. Lin Xian also laughed, and waved the 9 Yang divine body, resisting with the strength of his physical body. The 2 of them fought in close combat, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. After exchanging more than 300 moves, the sun and moon dimmed, and the rivers reversed. The entire sky seemed to be overturned by the two of them. Refreshing, this was simply too refreshing, Lin Xian laughed out loud. Indeed, ever since his 9-yang divine body had reached the second layer of the 9-yang divine body, no one had been able to fight him in close combat for so long. Therefore, he had always been helpless. He had always wanted to see how powerful the 9-yang divine body was. Now, he finally got what he wanted. Although his opponent wasn't Leaf Dao Denier, his opponent's physique was indeed very strong, and he could withstand 300 moves. Damn it, on the other side, Yi Rulong's face was full of horror. After 300 moves, he was suppressed by his opponent and was at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the power of bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even now, his hands were completely numb, and he couldn't feel anything. The blood in his body was tumbling. He had received internal injuries, and if he hadn't suppressed them, he didn't know how much blood he would have spat out. Was this the 9-yang divine body? Was this the Central Emperor Lin Xian? How terrifying, you're very strong, I admit, I'm not as good as you in close combat. Yi Rulong took a deep breath and didn't attack again. Indeed, it was futile to continue fighting. His opponent's physique was indeed stronger than his. He had to admit that. When these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The Yi family's experts were also shocked. What? Even Yi Rulong lost to his opponent? In terms of close combat, Leaf Dao Denier was the only one who could possibly compete with Yang Qi. However, in the sky, Yi Rulong spoke again. However, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Apart from close combat, I have many other methods. You have to be careful next. Indeed, the Yi family was also an emperor family and a clan of the ancients. How many tens of thousands of years had they passed down? How could they not have other divine abilities? Close combat physique was only their foundation. They had plenty of other tricks up their sleeves. Thunder Eagle Claw. Yi Rulong's 5 fingers formed a claw and clawed down. Bolts of lightning appeared in his hand, and each bolt was like a giant dragon roaring in the sky. They pierced through the void and grabbed at Lin Xian. Between heaven and earth, the sound of thunder surged, and a sea of lightning spread, enveloping Lin Xian. This was a terrifying divine ability, and its power was terrifying. Coupled with Yi Rulong's strength, its power was boundless. The expressions of the surrounding seniors changed. Even the invincible kings had gloomy looks in their eyes. It was obvious that this move could still threaten them. Heavenly Battle Divine Fist. Lin Xian waved his fists with an indomitable aura, causing explosions in all directions. With a boom, those lightning bolts were directly destroyed. Too powerful. Lin Xian's physique was too strong. The surrounding people exclaimed. Yi Rulong sneered as a strange smile appeared on his face. The Thunder Eagle Claw was not only known for its powerful attack power. Its effect was also in other areas. Just wait. Next, these people would know how powerful he was. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian frowned. Because he realized that the lightning had entered his body and was constantly destroying it. The effect was very similar to his great dragon sword spirit. However, after looking at it carefully, there was still a difference. As expected of the Yi family, they actually had such a terrifying ability. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt that his body was numb. These lightning bolts actually had a paralyzing effect. Sure enough, Lin Xian's speed and strength had decreased by a lot. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were puzzled. Yi Rulong laughed loudly. Did you see that? This is my Yi family's ability. You've been paralyzed by my lightning. It's impossible for you to recover in a short time. Therefore, you've lost this battle. Yi Rulong took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack, quickly killing his way over. Have I lost? Lin Xian shook his head. The great dragon sword spirit in his body surged out and destroyed all the lightning bolts. He instantly recovered and his speed increased again, instantly dodging the opponent's attack. He dodged? How was that possible? Yi Rulong was very surprised. His lightning paralysis was very terrifying. Even invincible kings would not be able to recover in a short time. After all, this was not an ordinary lightning bolt. However, the other party actually recovered in an instant. How did he do it? Lin Xian held the ancient dragon source sword, and the sword chi on his body expanded. Next, I'll let you see my sword skills. The ancient dragon abyss sword was waved, bringing with it thousands of dragon aura. It turned into a curtain in the sky and pressed down. This power was too terrifying. It could destroy everything. Yi Rulong's expression changed in an instant because this sword strike could completely threaten him. He let out a furious roar and fully unleashed the power of his bloodline. Then, he took out a golden hammer and smashed it upward. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He shattered countless sword chis, but even more sword chis came at him. They were densely packed and shrouded him. There was a heaven overflowing and world-destroying aura in front of them. No one dared to advance. Everyone was incomparably terrified. What kind of sword was this? They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. The warriors of the Yi family were also pale. Damn it, Yi Rulong couldn't have been killed by the other party's sword, right? When they thought of this, their expressions turned gloomy. In front of him, the sword chi that filled the sky gradually disappeared. Yi Rulong floated in the sky, his face pale. Blood flowed from his body, dyeing the sky red. There was not a single spot on his body that was unharmed. Every part of his body was covered with sword marks. But fortunately, these sword marks weren't deep and didn't injure his foundation. Yi Rulong's body trembled. He raised his head and looked deeply at Lin Xian. He thanked Lin Gongzi for showing mercy. After saying this, he fell into the sky with a plop and was protected by the experts of the Yi family. He really should thank Lin Xian because Lin Xian didn't want to kill him. He only injured him. Otherwise, the 10,000 sharp sword chi just now would have killed Yi Rulong several times over. The experts of the Yi family also took a deep breath with solemn expressions. Lin Xian's strength was really a headache for them. But fortunately, they had Yi Wudao. As for who was stronger between Yi Wudao and Lin Xian, they didn't know. After all, at the level of the two of them, they couldn't just deduce it. Perhaps the two of them would have to fight for real to determine the victor. After defeating Yi Rulong, Lin Xian joined the Crimson Dragons group. Then, they snatched another dragon spirit grass. Then, they retreated into the distance. They had already obtained 2, so there was no need to make a move. Otherwise, if they made a move again, they would probably be surrounded by others. As expected, many people stared at Lin Xian with gloomy expressions. There were many invincible kings among them. However, they didn't make a move in the end. Firstly, Lin Xian was too strong. Secondly, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were beside Lin Xian. It could be said that the 3 holy lands had worked together to obtain it. If they made a move, not only would they offend Lin Xian, but they would also offend the Jade Lake Holy Land and Purple Dawn Holy Land. It wasn't worth it. Lin Xian directly asked Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and Crimson Dragon to split the second dragon spirit grass. He didn't take it himself. Because he already had 10 in his hands. He took out 2 and gave them to the Snow White Monkey. He would deal with the other 8 when he returned. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia carefully put away the dragon spirit fruits. The Snow White Monkey and the Crimson Dragon ate them directly. It was no different from eating candy. The surrounding people were envious. Sigh, humans are worse than a snake. What kind of world is this? An invincible king shook his head helplessly. The remaining 2 dragon spirit grasses were obtained by Yi Wudao and Wuchen. The last one was broken up and obtained by Wu Hua, the great Xia prince, and the others. The other saints, geniuses, and invincible kings didn't even get a single strand. They had no choice but to absorb the surrounding dragon energy to fill their hearts. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others had a great harvest and were ready to continue forward. However, just as they were about to leave, endless dragon energy rolled under their feet, and mysterious patterns appeared on the ground. A peerless array appeared under their feet. Not good, there's a change, retreat. These people's expressions changed drastically. Lin Xian even led Morong Qingqing and the others to retreat frantically. However, it was still too late. The entire array enveloped everything. Damn it, everyone was enveloped by the array and attacked crazily. However, they couldn't break it at all. Who was it who made a move? Was it the mechanism array in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Everyone exclaimed. There were also older powerhouses who shouted coldly. Don't panic, everyone gathered together and worked together to break it. They quickly gathered together. Lin Xian frowned, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. How is it? Brother Lin, what did you find? Yi Wudao and the others asked. Lin Xian looked ahead and said in a deep voice. Something was about to come out. Indeed. Beside him, a young man in blue slowly nodded. He was the Taishan saint. His eyes were also shining incomparably. Astral eyes, many people exclaimed. Previously, the Taishan Saint Master had used this eye technique before. They didn't expect the Taishan Saint Master to have also cultivated the astral eyes. Hearing the two of them, everyone looked ahead. In the center of the array formation, a figure slowly appeared. Everyone was extremely nervous, and their hearts were in their throats. Damn it, what could be that thing that appeared in the nest of 10,000 dragons, a dragon corpse? Or some other puppet monster? In short, it was definitely not simple. As the figure rose, a powerful aura shook the world and swept across the surroundings. However, when the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That was because what rose up was neither a human nor a dragon. Instead, it was a shield. A broken shield. It was very ancient and shabby. If it weren't for the destructive aura it emitted, no one would even take a look at it if it was thrown into the garbage dump. What's going on? Everyone was extremely puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned. That extremely frightening pressure from the other party did not seem to be fake. Damn it, could it be a broken sacred artifact? The Crimson Dragon screamed and stared at the broken shield. The others also exclaimed. It was very likely. Such a terrifying pressure could only be emitted by a sacred artifact. Moreover, looking at how broken the other party was, it must have existed for countless years. To be able to leave it behind, it must be a sacred artifact. This nest of 10,000 dragons was indeed terrifying. There were even sacred artifacts. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? A cold voice came from the mouth of the shield in front, and everyone below trembled. Damn it, this shield can actually speak. It was said that sacred artifacts would nurture and form artifact spirits. Could it be that the artifact spirit of this shield spoke? The eyes of some older powerhouses flickered. The people of the Gu family and the Yi family also had solemn expressions because they had intact sacred artifacts in their families. There would be artifact spirits in sacred artifacts, so these disciples of the clan of the ancients were no strangers to this. The other saints were the same. After all, these people came from the top sacred grounds, and those sacred grounds all had intact sacred artifacts in their hands. Once the artifact spirit of the sacred artifact was enraged, it would even take the initiative to attack. There was no need for human control at all. This was also why saint-level weapons surpassed everything and were so terrifying. Thus, at that moment, the crowd did not dare to be careless in the face of that damaged saint's weapon. After all, the other party had an artifact spirit. If the artifact spirit took the initiative to attack them, it would be difficult for them to resist. It's over. Our sect master, the Holy Master, is still too weak. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying holy artifact here. Forget it, it's better to lower our heads in front of the sacred artifact. I don't think it will make things difficult for us. After all, he is also intelligent. Our sacred leader is right in front of him, so he shouldn't dare to act recklessly. The experts from the sacred grounds and sects discussed fervently. That broken shield emitted a soul-like aura that swept the surroundings. When he looked in another direction, he suddenly froze and carefully examined it. Then, she screamed. F***K, what the F***CK? Why is the dragon spirit grass that I've been growing for countless years gone? Who took it? Hand it over to me now. Everyone was stunned. What were they seeing? The artifact spirit in front of him was actually cursing and swearing, looking flustered and exasperated. F***CK, why do I feel like he's a hooligan? It turned out that the solemn and heavy aura had disappeared, which made everyone dumbfounded. However, these people were soon stunned. What did that mean? From his tone, it seemed that he was the one who planted the dragon spirit grass. No way, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned and glanced at the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon also had a solemn expression. Previously, the two of them were still puzzled. The nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for countless years, but why did the dragon spirit grass inside only look like it was 5 to 6,000 years old? Now, it seemed that they had found the reason. It turned out that there was a broken artifact spirit. Could it be that all the dragon spirit fruits that had grown before had been eaten by him? As expected, the artifact spirit in front of the broken shield screamed crazily. Damn it, it's been 6,000 years. I've waited for 6,000 years. There are still 4,000 years left. I can finally taste a 10,000-year-old dragon spirit fruit. Who was it that destroyed all of them? Step forward, I promised to beat him to death. He was really mad. The powerful and destructive power burst out from his body, causing everyone to tremble again. They crawled on the ground. They had no choice. Although the other party looked like a hooligan, his aura was too terrifying. It was impossible to resist. These people all looked at Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and Murong Qingqing. That was because these dragon spirit fruits had been obtained by them long ago. The last one had been destroyed. There were a total of 7 dragon spirit fruits, which were taken by Wu Hua, the prince of Great Xia, and a few invincible kings. Therefore, these people's expressions were ugly. Especially Lin Xian and the others, who were facing a formidable enemy. That was because he realized that the other party's spirit seemed to have enveloped them. As expected, the broken shield in front of them said coldly, "Damn it, I can feel the aura of the dragon spirit fruit. It's on you. Hand it over obediently." An incomparably vast aura pressed down. Even the saints' faces were solemn. One by one, they activated their king domains to resist. The crimson dragon was also anxious. "Damn it, how dare you snatch Ben Huang's food? Damn it, you're an artifact spirit. Ben Huang has already eaten the dragon spirit nation. What's wrong? Hit me." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and trembled. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Damn it, what is this Roussillon doing? The broken shield in front of them was also stunned. The pressure on his body shook and locked onto the crimson dragon. How dare a small snake be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know what kind of existence I am? Back in the day, I was a supreme existence who swept across the world and suppressed the world. Pfft, you're just a broken shield. What's so great about you? Besides, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The crimson dragon stomped his feet in anger. How dare the other party threaten him? How despicable! Give me another dragon spirit fruit. I'm going to eat it in front of everyone and piss him off. The crimson dragon gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do. He was an old monster who was always arrogant. Now, someone who was even more arrogant than him had jumped out. How could the crimson dragon tolerate this? Lin Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. Of course, he would not give the crimson dragon a chance to anger the other party. However, it seemed that the crimson dragon had already angered the other party. It seems that I have to let you know how powerful I am. The broken shield shuddered slightly as a terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled. Everyone retreated frantically. The crimson dragon naturally felt the pressure as well. Roar, his body swayed and turned into a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. With a roar, the aura of the dragon surged between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying light that blocked in front of him. Ben Huang is here. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He was a dragon, so he could naturally mobilize the Dragon Dao aura. Seeing this scene, the shield in front was also stunned. He didn't expect that a snake could mobilize the Dragon Dao aura so easily. It was really surprising. He stared at the crimson dragon. Suddenly, he screamed, F***CK, you're not a snake, you're a dragon. Dragons were the divine beasts of heaven and earth, the leader of all demons. They were extremely terrifying. However, no one knew if dragons really existed. Even though they were in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they didn't see a single dragon corpse. Perhaps they would be able to see it in the depths. This made them both excited and shocked. But now, the broken artifact spirit in front of them actually said that the dark red snake near them was a dragon. It was hard for them to believe. However, when they looked ahead, their faces were filled with shock. Because at this moment, the crimson dragon wasn't a snake. Instead, it had transformed into 1,000 feet long and was majestic. Its body was emitting a terrifying aura, and it attracted the dragon Dao aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This scene was similar to that of a dragon. However, they still didn't quite believe that the other party was a dragon. Perhaps it was related to dragons, such as flood dragons or something like that. After all, how many years had it been since a real dragon had appeared in the world? There was only the nest of 10,000 dragons. The crimson dragon roared. That's right, Benhuang is a dragon. Come and bite me, his voice roared into the 9 heavens, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. What? He really is a dragon. There was a dragon following Lin Xian. No wonder this kid was so terrifying. These people were all stunned. They didn't expect the crimson dragon to really be a dragon. The news was so shocking that even Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, and the other invincible kings were completely flabbergasted. This was a real dragon. Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy. He asked via voice transmission, Ruzalong, is it okay to expose your identity? The crimson dragon said, don't worry, we'll be exposed sooner or later. Even if we don't say it now, we'll be recognized when we enter the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons and snatch the treasures of the dragons. So it didn't matter. Indeed, the crimson dragon knew that his identity would be exposed. However, he didn't care. As long as he could obtain the treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons and grow up, so what if these people knew that he was a dragon? Alright then. Lin Xian nodded. Since the other party had made up his mind, he wouldn't stop him. They just watched quietly from the side. He wanted to see what this broken shield of a saint was trying to do. The artifact spirit within the saint shield was shocked. You are a dragon and not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Which branch are you from? He was simply too shocked, because back then, he was the weapon of a certain dragon race expert. After being shattered, he was buried here and slowly recovered. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the dragon clan. However, were there any dragons in this world other than the nest of 10,000 dragons? He really didn't know. You're still too young to know about Benhuang's background. Broken shield, scram. If you dare to seal us again, be careful that Benhuang will destroy your true body, the crimson dragon roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The others also had solemn expressions. Indeed, even if the crimson dragon was a dragon now, so what? They couldn't care so much anymore. They were sealed by a peerless array formation, and they had to work together to break it. For a moment, countless people looked at the crimson dragon. Since the other party was a dragon, he should be extremely familiar with the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, they placed their hopes on this. Kid, let's work together and suppress this broken shield. The crimson dragon stared at the other party. He waved his dragon claws and spat out a few saint fragments. Lin Xian also flew over and came to his side. This is for you. Maybe you'll like it. He gave the flood dragon scissors to the crimson dragon. After the crimson dragon saw it, he immediately grinned. Flood dragon scissors, a half-step sacred artifact, haha, kid, you're really interesting, he was too excited. With a wave of his hand, the flood dragon scissors appeared in his hand, forming 2 other flood dragons that were 1,000 feet long. They were for him to use. Come, come, come. Benhuang will fight you for 300 rounds. The crimson dragon was very arrogant. Looking ahead, Lin Xian also took out a half-step sacred artifact, and the 9-story pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and the others. Let's attack together, okay? These people nodded and also stepped forward. Facing the broken saint artifact and the artifact spirit, they didn't have any carelessness and sent out their own treasures. Among them, there were many saint fragments and even a few half-step sacred artifacts. For a moment, the sky shook rapidly, unable to withstand this power. Damn, don't mess around, the artifact spirit's expression changed. He didn't expect these people to have so many treasures in their hands. Mess around? We're messing around. What can you do to me? The Crimson Dragon roared and used the Flood Dragon scissors. He was the first to attack. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others also attacked. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy flooded the front. In an instant, the array formation below was destroyed. After all, when these people attacked together, coupled with the power of the saint fragments and half-step sacred artifacts, it was really terrifying. Nothing could withstand it. The array formation was torn to pieces, and the broken shield also let out a miserable cry. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly shone brightly and suddenly enlarged, turning into a dragon turtle that blocked in front of him. With a boom, all the energy blasted on the dragon turtle's shell, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, it didn't break through the shield. When all the light disappeared, the dragon turtle in the sky bared its teeth and transformed into a shield again. Damn it, how dare you make me suffer such a big loss? Just you wait. He screamed and ran away quickly. Dragon turtle, is that guy a dragon turtle? It should be a shield made from the dragon turtle's shell. Many of the older generation people were discussing. The Crimson Dragon roared. Hurry up and chase, don't let him escape, catch him, he knows the secret of this place, yes, that's right. After being reminded, everyone charged over. The Crimson Dragon flew quickly with Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the warriors of Immortal Palace. Everyone covered the sky and the earth. They flew forward. Gradually, they arrived at the edge of the area. This was already the border. If they continued forward, they would be in an unknown danger zone. Should they continue to chase, some of the powerhouses from the sacred lands looked ahead and frowned. Who cares? Hurry up and chase, our leaders are just ahead. We have to inform them. Those people chased after them as if they had gone mad. Lin Xian and the others didn't stop either. They quickly left the safe area and arrived at the area where they were supposed to be. They were deeper in the area, and they hadn't been explored by the leaders of the sacred lands. In other words, there could be danger at any time. Moreover, it was a danger that was beyond their control. Sure enough, not long after they flew out, the broken shield in front of them had already disappeared. There were all kinds of strange-looking mountain ranges around them. Damn it, there were mountain ranges underground. Those should be dragon veins, right? Those people were puzzled. This underground didn't seem to be a lair, but a real world. The continuous mountain range was like a giant dragon circling above the ground. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands looked at the people from the Tuoba family. Everyone, can you see where that guy went? Also, is this place dangerous? Right now, they could only rely on the Seeker Spirit Masters. The Tuoba family, Nangon family, and Ouyang family, the three great Seeker Spirit Master families, became the center of everyone's attention. After all, the other party's spirit-seeking technique could detect spirit veins, so it might be able to solve the current situation. The disciples of the three great Seeker Spirit Master families were extremely excited. They were very proud to be watched by so many people. Did you see that? This was the status of the Seeker Spirit Master families. Regardless of whether it was a holy land or an ancient family, at the most critical moment, they still had to rely on them. This feeling of being respected by so many people made them feel very good. Many older generation powerhouses walked out from the three great families. These people had all reached the Earth Spirit Master realm. At this moment, these people walked out. Their eyes were like divine lamps, emitting mysterious runes that swept across the ground below. They began to deduce. Under their hands, strange runes flickered and formed various combinations. The surrounding saints, geniuses, and powerhouses waited silently. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He activated his heavenly secret divine eye and scanned around, but he didn't find any traces of the shield. However, he looked down. He felt that the mountain range below really didn't look like mountains, but sleeping dragons that emitted terrifying auras. This place was really strange. He couldn't see through it. Lin Xian shook his head. Even if he had the heavenly secret divine eye, he couldn't see everything clearly. The Crimson Dragon said. That's for sure. Although the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't considered a forbidden area, one could imagine the place where 10,000 dragons were buried. How could it be simple? It was better to be careful. Lin Xian nodded and sent a voice transmission to the martial artists of Immortal Palace, telling them not to act rashly and to listen to his orders. These martial artists of Immortal Palace naturally obeyed. At the same time, he also reminded Murong Qingqing and Xianxia to take care of their subordinates. After all, this place was mysterious and extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness might cause one to fall into eternal damnation. In Murong Qingqing, Xianxia nodded and transmitted a message to her subordinates. The Seeker Spirit Masters at the front quickly inquired while the surrounding strong cultivators waited silently. Not long after, the Seeker Spirit Masters withdrew their palms. "How is it, everyone? What's the situation?" The elders of the Gu family, the Yi family, and the other great sects all walked up and quickly inquired. An old man from the Mophead family trembled with excitement. Incredible, truly incredible. This was truly a wonderland, with so many dragon veins. If he could cultivate here for a year or so, it would be comparable to hundreds of years of cultivation outside. What? When the surrounding martial artists heard these words, their faces were filled with shock. 1 year was equivalent to several hundred years in the outside world. If he cultivated here for 100 years, wouldn't he become a saint right away? They were extremely envious. The elder of the Nangong family spoke up as well. That's right. This was definitely a boundless amount of treasures. The things below were all dragon veins. Would it be dangerous? The expert from the Yi family asked. An elder of the Ouyang family. He nodded. There was still danger. The 7 veins of the 9 dragons. Not every dragon vein could be absorbed and used. Among them, out of every 9 dragon veins, there were 2 that couldn't be touched. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. As he spoke, he pointed downwards. Soon, many dragon veins were marked, flickering with light. These dragon veins couldn't be touched, and the others shouldn't be dangerous. Is that true? Does that mean we can go down and search and cultivate now? The Tuoba family's martial artists behind him were excited. The martial artists of the other great sects were also excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if they couldn't cultivate for a year or 2, it shouldn't be a problem for them to cultivate for a few days. This was enough to withstand a few years of cultivation in the outside world. If they could improve a little here and surpass their peers, they would be able to continue singing. Therefore, these people couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he believed in the words of the 3 great Seeker Spirit Master families, he didn't believe them 100%. He looked at the Crimson Dragon and Rizalong. Were the words of those old guys reliable? He had used the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye to investigate. Indeed, the marked dragon veins had an aura that made him feel apprehensive. It was obvious that they couldn't be touched easily. More or less. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. I don't know much about dragon seeking and pulse fixing. However, with my attainments in array formations, those old guys are right. Those dragon veins really can't be touched. But boy, be careful. I have a feeling that it's not that simple. After all, although I don't know how to dragon seeking and pulse fixing, I have the inheritance of the dragon clan. Although I haven't fully digested it, the information I have tells me that this place is definitely not as simple as it seems. It's better not to be greedy. Hearing this, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Xianxia, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others were all surprised. After all, they knew how greedy the dark red divine dragon was. When they saw a treasure, they couldn't help but pounce on it and snatch it away. But now, the other party actually said that they shouldn't be greedy. One could imagine how terrifying this area was. Alright, let's be careful and go down slowly. Find a dragon vein that isn't dangerous. Inquire about it. Lin Xian said. Then, the group of people quickly flew down. The others didn't care so much. They firmly believed in the Seeker Spirit Master clans. Especially the elders of these Seeker Spirit Master clans. How could the results of the investigation be wrong when the Earth Spirit Masters of the 3 great clans worked together? They couldn't wait and all flew down to avoid those dangerous dragon veins. Among them, the most excited, they were the people of the 4 great empires. They had been cultivating the Imperial Dragon Chi to begin with. At this moment, these dragon veins. To them, it could be said to be the best treasure. Their absorption methods and efficiency far exceeded that of the warriors of the other sacred lands. For a time, the people of the four great empires quickly occupied the dragon veins. But fortunately, there were many dragon veins here. Other than the largest few that were fighting, the rest were trying their best to collect as much as possible to avoid conflicts. Now, the most precious thing was time. Lin Xian and the others also picked a dragon vein and slowly descended. It wasn't the largest dragon vein, so they didn't want to take too much risk. Everyone can just absorb it here, Lin Xian said. He activated the great dragon sword soul and absorbed the surrounding dragon vein aura. Buzz buzz buzz. Not long after, there were balls of light floating in the distance. They were very dazzling in the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look at him. What were those things? Stars? No, they weren't stars. Divine crystals, someone exclaimed. What? Divine crystals? You're saying that all those floating things are divine crystals? Everyone was stunned. The countless rays of light that filled the sky were actually divine crystals. Oh heavens, they felt like they were about to faint from happiness. Divine crystals were extremely rare in the outside world. Even the saints, saintesses, and prodigies didn't have many of them. This was because most of these things were cut out from ancient stones. But right now, the twinkling dots of light in front of him were as dense as the stars in the sky. They were all divine crystals. They didn't dare to imagine how many there were. Hurry up and snatch them. Hurry up and snatch them, one person screamed crazily, attracting the attention of the others. In an instant, all kinds of palm lights covered the sky and covered the earth. Get lost. In the sky, a large black millstone appeared and crushed many of the palms. Blood flowed wildly. You're courting death. How dare you snatch the things that the Yi family wants? The Yi family's experts waved their fists, shattering the void in all directions. The Gu family's experts used void techniques to quickly snatch the divine crystals. Lin Xian's side was also extremely shocked. The Immortal Palace's cultivators were even more shocked. That's great, they're going to be rich. However, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He said to the people behind him, don't act rashly. Rizalong, don't move either. Something's not right. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon's expression was extremely serious. Because they realized that the divine crystals in the sky were quickly flying into the distance. Chase, don't let them get away. Those people's eyes were red as they chased after them like crazy. Stop, don't go, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others roared, wanting to stop them. They felt that the situation was a little strange. Even so, the Yi and Gu family's disciples were red-eyed at this moment. Of course, there were also some who were called back by Leaf Dao Denier and the others. There were even more cultivators from the other holy lands and great sects. In an instant, everyone chased after them like crazy. Ha 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 ha, great. These divine crystals are all mine. An expert laughed maniacally as he was surrounded by hundreds of deity crystals. On the other side, a prince of the Tai dynasty was overjoyed. He also stretched out a hand that was wrapped in countless divine crystals. The Yinyang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the Grand Development Holy Land, and the All Beginnings Holy Lands experts and sky prides were all madly attacking. But gradually, they flew further and further away. Suddenly, beams of divine light shot up from below, illuminating the entire sky. Those martial artists and geniuses who were madly competing for the treasures let out miserable cries. Their bodies were mercilessly pierced through by the divine light. Damn it, get lost, these experts roared one after another. There were quite a few of them, and all of them were extremely powerful. There were even a few invincible kings among them. In his fury, he attacked the divine light. Boom! Boom! A world-shaking sound rang out. Those divine lights trembled, but they didn't disappear. Instead, they increased in number. They intertwined in the sky, forming a terrifying formation of light that enveloped everyone. Saint, save me, Elder, please save me. In the distance, those people screamed crazily. Their companions and martial artists around them kept exploding. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. The expressions of those who stayed in the distance also changed. There was indeed a problem. Go, The elders of the Holy Land's major sects roared as they went to help. They couldn't just sit back and watch. Saint fragments were taken out one by one. There were even half-sage artifacts that were used to destroy a part of the world. However, the formation this time was extremely powerful. It couldn't be broken at all. More and more martial artists inside died. Damn it, stop. An elder of the Yin-Yang sect screamed crazily. Many of their skyprides were directly killed. The Nine Heavens Holy Land side also roared crazily. Their saint was also inside. He had been directly killed. Not only the Nine Heavens Holy Land, but the saints and saintesses of several major sects were also mercilessly killed. This was definitely a world-destroying formation that mercilessly reaped the lives of everyone. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were dumbfounded. Fortunately, their temple master didn't ask them to take action. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. The disciples of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land were also trembling. Previously, when Lin Xian didn't let them go, they were dissatisfied, thinking that their saintesses were too obedient. But now, it seemed that this guy was their savior. They were deeply grateful because the other party had saved their lives. Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, and the others were also ready to take action. After all, many of their disciples were also inside. However, just as they were about to fly out, their expressions changed. Because the ground under their feet was trembling rapidly and cracking. Beams of divine light shot into the sky and intertwined in the sky. Oh no, we have a formation here too. Run. These people's expressions changed. They had seen how terrifying the formation in the distance was. It would be difficult for them to resist it. But why was there such a peerless killing formation under their feet? For a moment, they all fled. Many people stared at the Tuoba family and the other two major families and roared crazily. Damn it, didn't you say that there was no danger here? At this moment, the disciples of the three major families were also dumbfounded and trembling. Because many of them had been pierced by the divine light. The elders' faces were also trembling. They had been careless and misjudged. They couldn't explain it at all. Previously, they were still proud of themselves, thinking that they had discovered a paradise. Who would have thought that this was not a paradise, but a land of destruction? It was extremely dangerous. If they were careless, they would be killed. Run. These seeker spirit masters and elders were also frantically fleeing. Damn it, we've been tricked. The powerhouses and prodigies of the other sacred lands and sects had dark expressions. They had trusted and respected the other party, but they did not expect that the other party had misjudged them. He had brought them to such a dangerous place. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others did not dare to delay and quickly left. Lin Xian activated the dragon sword domain and enveloped them. At the same time, they took out the sage fragment. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also attacked. Everyone used their full strength, not daring to be careless. In the sky, more and more divine light intertwined, gradually forming a formation that began to press down. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Damn it, it's too terrifying. What kind of formation is this? How could it be so terrifying? Screams sounded one after another. The martial artists of the Seeker families were crying and wailing. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon scissors and killed in all directions. At the same time, his expression changed. Oh no, I misjudged. We all saw it. This place is much more terrifying than we imagined. The nest of 10,000 dragons is not that simple. Indeed, the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't that simple. In the sky, a terrifying array diagram descended, and everyone faced a peerless pressure. Everyone fled crazily. In the end, they escaped from this area. Everyone's faces were pale, and their bodies were injured. Even Lin Xian and Yi Wudao's bodies were damaged and cracked. One could imagine what kind of impact the others had suffered. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. The apocalyptic array diagram was still in effect, and the sky was filled with blood. Half of them had lost their lives here. This caused everyone to tremble and tremble. It was too terrifying, too despairing. When they explored the saint's tomb previously, there weren't such terrifying casualties. One had to know that this wasn't the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had only entered for a short while, but half of them had already died. If they continued forward, what terrifying dangers would await them, they didn't know. Half of them had died. How many saints, geniuses, and princes had died inside? There were countless peerless mighty figures. There were even many invincible kings. However, they didn't manage to escape and were directly killed by the apocalyptic array diagram. Even their souls were destroyed. It could be said that they no longer existed. The sky in the distance was blood red. It was abnormally terrifying. Those who survived, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other top geniuses, had ugly expressions. Those powerhouses had solemn expressions. There were also some people who had a mental breakdown. They shouted crazily, wanting to go back, but they couldn't find their way back at all. The surrounding mountains were like giant dragons lying down, emitting a mysterious aura as if they were going to devour them. We shouldn't have come, we shouldn't have come. An elder of the Ouyang family shook his head repeatedly. This is the burial ground of the dragon race. It has endless legends. People like us shouldn't have come here at all. The elders of the Mophead family and the Namgong family also had ugly expressions. Previously, due to their carelessness, many people had died. Most of their disciples were inside. What should we do now? An elder of the Dao One Holy Land asked in a deep voice. The others looked at each other. They didn't know what to do at all. In fact, they couldn't even find where their sect leader was now. Damn it, hurry up and send a message. These people still had many secret techniques in their hands. They passed on the information one after another, taking out formation diagrams one after another, laying them out. Everyone tried to pass on the message, but there was no response. Lin Xian also sent a message to Li Xuanxian, the chief enforcer, and the others, but he did not receive any response. What's going on? Did the news not spread, or did those people encounter something? They don't know now. Forget it, we can only rely on ourselves. Lin Xian put away the disc array and took a deep breath. A golden light appeared in his eyes. The crimson dragon at the side also said, "Don't scream. Let Ben Huang see if there's a way out." The people from the Tuoba family harumphed coldly and their faces darkened. Their elders also stepped forward. He scouted the surroundings. The others paid attention again. There was no other way. They could only rely on the three Seeker Spirit Master clans. However, in their hearts, they were still not 100% convinced. The gazes of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans were solemn as they searched the four directions. This time, they were even more cautious. After much discussion, they decided on a direction. Let's head in that direction. An elder of the Tuoba family said in a deep voice. The others were suspicious. Is there no danger this time, Elder? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly again, Elder? Why don't you calculate it again? The martial artists of the other sacred grounds and sects were discussing. Even the martial artists of the three Seeker Spirit Master clans were whispering. This scene made the elder of the Tuoba family vomit blood in anger. They had no choice but to calculate it again and found that it was still the same direction. This time, the others had no choice but to follow. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. How is it, more or less? I don't think there's much danger in that direction. My heavenly secret divine, I didn't detect anything either. Lin Xian shook his head. This place was too scary. With their current knowledge and ability, they could not deduce anything at all. Therefore, they decided to take a look. After all, they still had to leave. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu, telling them to follow closely. He also transmitted his voice to Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others, telling them to be careful. The group of people walked forward. These saints and geniuses of the sacred grounds were extremely cautious this time. They wore several layers of armor. Their king domains enveloped them. They were extremely dazzling, like gods of war. At the same time, deeper in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, a group of people shone brightly, like gods descending to the mortal world. These people were Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother of the West, the Patriarch of the Yi family, and the other sect masters and grand elders of the sacred grounds. This group of people was very powerful, and they even carried intact saint artifacts. Thus, their speed was very fast, and they arrived at a place even further away. However, even though these people had powerful trump cards, they were still scared at this moment. Because their surroundings were too strange. Heaven and earth were dim, and there was only darkness in front of them. Only when they walked past did the darkness recede like the tide. However, the darkness behind them surged forward like a tidal wave and enveloped them. The surroundings were very quiet. There was a deathly silence. No sound could be heard. Only streams of dragon chi could be seen rolling in the surroundings. These dragon chi were much larger than the ones Lin Xian and the others had seen. They were a few hundred meters long, and some were even a few thousand meters long. They gave off an aura of desolation. Boom! At this moment, the ground under the Yin-Yang sacred leader's feet suddenly cracked open. The Yin-Yang sacred leader was startled. He wrapped his body with Yin-Yang chi, forming a Yin-Yang diagram that blocked all energy. The other sect masters were also on guard. Some of them even held peerless treasure artifacts and were ready to attack. "Don't move," an elder from the Ouyang family said. He was also a Seeker Spirit Master, but he was much more powerful than the Seeker Spirit Masters outside. He was a living fossil, and he was very old. He was already more than 3,000 years old. He was holding a walking stick, and his hair was hanging down to his ankles. His eyes were like divine lamps, shining brightly. "Don't attack," he shouted loudly. The other sect masters didn't attack. Their eyes were like lightning as they pierced through the sky and looked down at the crack below. The Yin-Yang sect master also snorted coldly and retreated to the side. The Yin-Yang chi on his body kept rolling. It was mysterious. The crack below grew bigger and bigger, forming a crack that was almost 10,000 meters wide. Something slowly floated out. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Their pupils constricted. Many grand elders, sect masters, and sect masters exclaimed. Li Xuanxian, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others also narrowed their eyes. Daoi Sacred Leader, the Yin-Yang sect master, and the others also didn't look good. The living fossil elders of the three Seeker Spirit Master families were even more shocked. Their gazes were fixed in front of them. A huge object floated out from the crack. It looked like a block of ice floating in the air. Sealed within the ice was a person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe. He wore a yellow robe with a 5-clawed flying dragon drawn on it. It was vivid and lifelike, and he wore a dragon crown on his head. He looked like an emperor. However, his eyes were filled with fear. Boundless fear. His expression was eternally sealed in ice, frozen in that instant. Who was this? Which dynasty's emperor was he? They frowned and looked at the people from the 4 great dynasties. The Tai dynasty, the Divine Wind dynasty, the Ninli dynasty, and the Grand Xia dynasty. The 4 emperors and the elders all had grave expressions. They were puzzled. This person wasn't someone from their dynasty, then, who was this person? Judging from his attire, he was definitely not a prince or an ordinary elder of the royal family. He should be an emperor, a grand elder of the Grand Xia dynasty spoke. The other experts of the royal family also nodded in agreement. Although they were all wearing yellow robes, the dragons drawn on them were strictly divided into ranks. Only the emperor could possess a 5-clawed divine dragon. Others simply didn't have the qualifications to draw a 5-clawed divine dragon. However, they all knew the royal family of the Central Plains dynasty. That was, unless it was from several tens of thousands of years ago. But, they had never heard of a dynasty's emperor dying outside with his whereabouts unknown. Thus, everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at that moment, the All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master furrowed his brows. Could it be that dynasty? Which dynasty? Everyone looked at him. The All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master said, "Have you all forgotten? A dynasty was once established in the Qinling Mountains. However, it only existed for a single day before it was destroyed." Once those words were said, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was right. It was definitely that dynasty that had been destroyed. At that time, the other party had been incomparably powerful. They had established their dynasty with an unparalleled attitude, wanting to possess the entire Qinling Mountains. However, the consequences had been miserable. In a single day, they had been reduced to ashes. All of their experts had been killed. Even their emperor's whereabouts were unknown. Now, it seemed that it was very likely that the person who had been sealed in ice was that expert. Who was it that did this? Why would his corpse be in the nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had done it, to warn everyone not to have any ideas about the nest of 10,000 dragons? These sacred leaders and sect masters were discussing fervently, and their expressions were extremely ugly. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing on their journey. Was this a warning from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Do you still want to go? The grand elders of the Holy Lands were discussing spiritedly. For a moment, they didn't continue forward. Instead, they stopped and continued to discuss. They quickly inquired about the 3 major spirit seeker clans. These living fossils also had solemn expressions as they quickly made deductions. Only after a long time had passed did they speak. The path ahead was extremely dangerous, could be said to be 9 deaths and 1 life. It wasn't any easier than the Forbidden Lands. The living fossil of the Ouyang family said in a deep voice. The living fossil of the Mophead family stood up, but it was not like there was no chance. As long as we are careful, we can avoid it. Furthermore, there are so many of us, and we even have sacred weapons with us. Even if there is any danger, we can still resist it. This was the nest of 10,000 dragons. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again in the future. Indeed, everyone was tempted. The nest of 10,000 dragons, the burial ground of the dragon race, must have countless secrets. They must get it as soon as possible. These sacred leaders and grand elders discussed animatedly. In the end, they decided to set off again. These people carefully bypassed the peerless powerhouses sealed in ice and set off further away. Lin Xian's side also stopped in their tracks. Because in front of them, there was also a huge block of ice. Inside this block of ice, there was a woman sealed in it. She was very beautiful. She was wearing a phoenix robe and her eyes were tightly shut as if she was sleeping. Back then, when this thing appeared, it gave everyone a fright. These saints and geniuses fled frantically because when this scene appeared previously, it was a shield of a saint and an artifact spirit. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless at all. However, after waiting for a long time, they found that this thing didn't have any signs of life. Only then did they dare to come over and observe it at a close distance. Lin Xian also opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked carefully. However, he didn't find anything at all. Which dynasty's princess was this? He frowned and asked the Prince of Great Xia and the others. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head, indicating that he didn't know her. The powerhouses and geniuses of the other dynasties also shook their heads. They didn't know this person either. Then what was going on? It was said that in ancient times, a powerful force had once established a mysterious country and wanted to establish a dynasty. In the end, it was destroyed. Perhaps, this was the princess of that dynasty. A powerhouse of Taishan sacred ground said. It was possible, the others discussed. Lin Xian didn't find any useful information. He said, let's continue. They continued to move forward. The aura in front of them was getting more and more mysterious. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the surroundings were like a thick fog that enveloped them. Everyone, be careful. They gradually walked forward and found a valley in front of them. Let's rest in this valley. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chen discussed and said to the others. The others nodded. These 3 titled geniuses were powerful, so the others naturally had no objections to their suggestion. Moreover, they were indeed tired after experiencing so many thrilling things along the way. Many of them were injured all over. They had received severe trauma. They wanted to rest. They meditated in the valley and prepared to rest. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also stopped and sat there cross-legged. They took turns to guard the valley. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. Later in the night, there was a shrill scream. It was very ear-piercing, as if they had seen a ghost. Immediately, all the saints opened their eyes. The powerhouses also rose into the air and shouted coldly. What's going on? They looked in all directions and pierced through the sky. However, they didn't find any danger. The martial artists who were in charge of guarding the valley were terrified. They pointed at their surroundings and screamed. The valley had disappeared. What? The valley is gone? These people stood up and looked around. Sure enough, their eyelids were twitching, and their faces were full of fear. Indeed, the valley they were familiar with was gone. There was no valley around. It was dark and there were ruins everywhere. It was completely different from the valley they were in before. What's going on? How did we get out? Could we have been teleported out? That's impossible. If we were teleported out, we would have sensed it. Damn it, this place is too creepy. Everyone's hair stood on end. Look, what's that? Someone pointed in the distance and screamed in horror. There was a pitch-black thing in the distance. It was like a small mountain, and it looked like a monster king. That terrifying aura made them feel apprehensive. Xianxia flicked out a dragon sword chi and directly shattered the surrounding thick fog. The air gradually cleared, and everyone saw the scene in front of them clearly. It was an array formation. Someone exclaimed. Was it a teleportation? They hurried over. Some people even wanted to jump up and teleport out, but they were slapped down by the Crimson Dragon. Damn it, don't move. This is not an array formation, it's an altar. The faces of the warriors who were slapped down darkened. They wanted to attack, but when they saw the Crimson Dragon, they lost their temper. The others frowned. Altar? Is this an altar of the Dragon clan? They all looked at the Crimson Dragon. Because they have now confirmed that the Crimson Dragon is a dragon. Even the people from the 3 Seeker Spirit Master clans were staring at the altar with sparkling eyes. However, no one dared to speak. The Crimson Dragon pushed the crowd aside and walked up. It circled the ancient altar and carefully observed it. The others also watched with rapt attention. Xianxia also examined it. He found that there was a very strange rune on the altar. It looked like a swimming dragon. It was extremely mysterious. He had never seen these words before, nor did he recognize them. Could it be that these were the words of the Dragon clan? Rizalong, what was written on it? Xianxia asked. The others were also very puzzled. The Crimson Dragon looked around and said that this was indeed an ancient altar, but what was written on it were some worship incantations. You won't understand even if I tell you. He didn't explain in detail, but he warned that this kind of thing was incomparably sacred in the Dragon clan. Don't have any ideas about it. Don't go up and step on it with your feet, or you'll die. Hearing this, the warriors who originally had plans felt their scalps tingle and tremble. Of course, there were also some who didn't believe it. However, after experiencing the world destruction diagram, they didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if this ancient altar would suddenly erupt and kill all of them? Therefore, it was better not to act rashly. Besides, this ancient altar was of no use to them. Let's go and take a look around. The Crimson Dragon swayed its tail and walked away. The others also spread out. Not long after, someone screamed. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was a deep pit before them. It was a bottomless pit. Xianxia had no idea where it was connected to. It was incomparably dark, and even his soul perception and vision were unable to probe any further. This news shocked everyone. Xianxia and the others hurried over and surrounded the crater. This pit had a diameter of 10 meters and was incomparably dark. Even Xianxia's Tianji God eyes could only see a dozen meters away. Below that, he couldn't see clearly at all. The other person was the Taishan saint. He was wearing a blue robe and his eyes were shining like stars. He also opened his starry eyes and looked down. Apart from the two of them, the others also executed their eye techniques and soul techniques. However, they couldn't see what was inside. At most, they could only see a few meters away. What was down there? Where does this lead to? Would it be dangerous? Leaf Dao Denier asked 3 questions, none of which could be answered. Wu Chen said. Forget it, let's go. We don't know what's down there. We don't need to take risks. The others nodded. The experts and elders of the 3 great Spirit Master clans also calculated for a long time, but they couldn't deduce anything. Everyone felt that it was better not to take risks, so they turned around and left. However, after a few hundred meters, someone suddenly screamed. Something was coming from behind. They used their soul perception to look behind them. Sure enough, they found something floating out of the pitch-black pit. Could it be a corpse or something else? This wasn't the first time they had seen something like this. The first time, it was the shield of a sage. The second time, it was the princess of the Shattered Dynasty. What was it this time? Everyone flew back and watched carefully. This time, 3 figures floated out. Each of them was a person sealed in ice. They were people. They were people again. Could it be that they were people from the Shattered Dynasty? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian opened his Tianji God eyes and looked at the sky below. His pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. He saw more than a dozen similar things floating in the sky below. They were densely packed, but they didn't rush up. Divine crystals. They were divine crystals. At this moment, a prince of the Divine Wind dynasty shrieked. He pointed at the 3 2-meter-tall crystals in front of him and screamed. What? Divine crystals? You don't say. It's true, they contained energy. They were sealed in ice with divine crystals. Who was it? It was too extravagant. That's not right. The princess we saw before was not sealed in ice with divine crystals. Could it be that the two of them are not in cahoots? These people were puzzled. At the same time, these experts and geniuses were tempted. If they could get such a large divine crystal, they would definitely make a fortune. One had to know that they had gone crazy when they saw the fist-sized divine crystal. Not to mention the 2-meter-tall divine crystal. F*CK, how many fist-sized divine crystals could be cut out of this? It was definitely a shocking treasure. Not to mention them, even Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chen were shocked. Their eyes were burning. Especially Lin Xian. He urgently needed natural treasures and various kinds of energy. Because whether it was the 9-yang divine body or the great dragon sword soul, they all needed energy. If he could get these 3 divine crystals, then he could further improve the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul, making them even more powerful. How could he not be tempted? The others were also tempted. They didn't know that there were more than a dozen such things floating below. Their gazes were all fixed on the 3 floating divine crystals. They were not in the mood to care about the people inside. Soon, these people made their move. Boom, a large bronze bell appeared out of thin air. It trembled rapidly, forming an invisible sound wave that swept in all directions. It caused the surrounding people to vomit blood and retreat. Damn it, it was the people from the Dawi Holy Land. Many people roared. That's right. The person who made the move was an expert from the Dawi Holy Land. He seized the opportunity and launched a powerful attack on everyone around him, forcing them to retreat. For a moment, he was the only one at the front. Haha. It's mine. He reached out his hand and grabbed the 3 divine crystals. You're courting death, put it down. The other warriors were all furious. Buzz, the yin-yang sacred lady shouted and drew a yin-yang sword. It cut through the sky and slashed forward. An expert from the myriad thunder sacred ground wielded a lightning hammer and smashed it down. In an instant, the experts and geniuses of the various sacred grounds attacked one after another. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, pushing the 3 divine crystals in different directions. Attack! Lin Xian let out a shout and took the lead. The Crimson Dragon also attacked. Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu also attacked. The cultivators of Immortal Palace, Jade Lake, and Purple Afterglow Holy Land all combined their formations and attacked rapidly. The battle erupted very suddenly. Lin Xian charged toward the nearest cultivator. His fist punched out, and a golden mountain came crashing down from the sky. Many people in the surroundings coughed up blood and retreated. The large bronze bell in the sky spun rapidly. With a clang, it formed a terrifying sound wave that spread toward Lin Xian and the surrounding area. Buzz. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian's fist collided with the sound of the bell, and a thunderous boom erupted as a terrifying energy engulfed everything in the surroundings. Clang, amidst the berserk energy, Lin Xian broke through the sound waves and arrived near the large bronze bell. His palm struck the large bronze bell and sent it flying. Puff, the expert from the Dawi Holy Land also retreated, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Buzz, however, at this moment, the myriad lightning hammer fell from the sky and smashed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying lightning pierced through the surroundings. The expert from the myriad lightning holy land had made his move. He was an unparalleled king. He had made his move to snatch the deity crystal. Moreover, he wanted to take revenge for the people of his holy land. The myriad lightning holy land had quite a bit of enmity with Lin Xian. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all when he attacked. Pung, as the hammer fell, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire space was flooded by berserk lightning. The light around Lin Xian was completely shattered by the hammer. Terrifying lightning rushed toward Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian used the Yin-Yang 8 steps. With a single step, he crossed the void and dodged the hammer. He furrowed his brows. That was because this hammer felt like his life was in danger. Without a doubt, this was a supreme treasure. Moreover, the one who attacked was a terrifying unparalleled king. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Lin Xian retreated. The other saint sons and heavenly geniuses rushed forward to snatch the 2-meter-tall deity crystal. An expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land and a prince from the Nine Li dynasty quickly arrived near the deity crystal. Their king domains were about to envelop the divine crystal. Right at that moment, that expert from the 10,000 lightning holy land attacked again. He waved the terrifying 10,000 lightning hammer and instantly shattered the 2 king domains. Boom, the All Beginnings Holy Land's expert screamed miserably. A bloody hole had appeared in his body, and his blood dyed the void red. Apart from that, the prince of the Nine Li dynasty was also in a miserable state. Their legs were blown off, and they screamed miserably. The 2 of them ran away like crazy. It recovered in the distance. Their faces were pale as they looked at the expert holding the thunder god's hammer in horror. The surrounding robbers were also extremely shocked. Many of them stopped in their tracks, bewildered. It was too terrifying. The 10,000 lightning holy land actually had such a terrifying thing. One had to know that the myriad thunder sage and the myriad thunder sacred land had been suppressed by Lin Xian previously. Thus, they started to look down on the 10,000 lightning holy land from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that such an expert would appear in the 10,000 thunder holy land? Furthermore, the lightning hammer in his hand was simply too terrifying. Damn it! That was a half-sage artifact. An elder of the Nine Li dynasty had a gloomy expression as he hurriedly ordered his prince to retreat. The others also had terrified expressions. The might of a half-sage artifact when used by an unparalleled king was unimaginable. Although they were so far away, the power of lightning emitted from the hammer had already numbed their bodies and slowed their movements. This thing is mine. The 10,000 lightning holy lands expert held the terrifying lightning hammer and looked around disdainfully. The surrounding people were shocked. They had unwilling expressions, but they didn't dare to step forward. Lin Xian coldly snorted and walked forward once more. You think you're unparalleled under the heavens with a mere half-sage artifact? You're still far from it, he punched out, and golden light illuminated the surroundings. With a clang, the golden fist collided with the 10,000 lightning hammer, creating a heaven-shaking sound. The 10,000 lightning hammer retreated, and so did Lin Xian's palm. The 10,000 lightning holy lands expert sneered. Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant just because you have the 9-yang divine body? Do you not put anyone in your eyes? Let me tell you, your 9-yang divine body is useless in front of my 10,000 lightning hammer. If you don't scram, I'll beat you up. Insolence, he's too arrogant. The surrounding people trembled. No one dared to say such words to Lin Xian. Sure enough, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Isn't it just a half-sage artifact? Do you think I don't have one? He directly grabbed the 9-story pagoda and continued to enlarge it, turning it into a huge mountain. He grabbed the top of the pagoda and directly smashed the void. This scene was simply too frightening. The towering mountain was being waved around by Lin Xian like a peerless demon king. Boom! Boom, you're courting death, the 10,000 lightning holy lands expert roared as the 2 of them fought. The 2 half-sage artifacts collided in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The others were also looking for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. In short, the scene was extremely chaotic. Not only Lin Xian, but the other two divine crystals were also in the same situation. After all, this was very tempting. No one would give up something that belonged to humans. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The weaker cultivators had already retreated from the battlefield. The 3 2-meter-tall divine crystals were like small boats in the waves, constantly surging. Gradually, cracks began to appear on one of the divine crystals. It couldn't be helped. The surrounding energy was too terrifying. Even the aftermath of the energy was extremely terrifying. It was already very shocking that these divine crystals could withstand it until now. However, they really couldn't bear it anymore. Crack! Crack! The cracks on it grew bigger and bigger. Not only the first one, but the second and third divine crystals also had cracks. This scene naturally caused the others to cry out in alarm. Someone screamed. The divine crystals had cracked. Everyone, get ready to snatch them. Everyone's souls covered the sky and the earth, constantly paying attention to the broken divine crystals. As long as the divine crystals cracked, they would attack crazily without caring about anything else. Lin Xian was also watching anxiously. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched and a sense of fear rose in his heart. He quickly retreated as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and Peacock from Immortal Palace. Retreat, retreat quickly. Don't go near there, kid, what happened? The Crimson Dragon was puzzled. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others were also puzzled. Peacock and the others were convinced and quickly retreated. Lin Xian sent another voice transmission. He didn't have time to explain and quickly retreated. Okay, Brother Xian. Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and their respective people retreated. The Crimson Dragon also retreated unwillingly. This scene caused the surrounding people to be puzzled. What was going on? Were Lin Xian and the others going to give up? So what if that kid was strong? He had offended too many factions and sacred grounds. So many people wanted his life. If he dared to snatch it, those experts would join forces and he would be finished, someone sneered. Indeed, he had offended too many sacred grounds and sects. There was no place for him in the future. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The Crimson Dragon and the others came to Lin Xian's side and quickly asked, "Kid, what's going on? Could it be that you're really afraid?" What a joke. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "I just saw the eyelids of the people inside the divine crystal move." What? Eyelids move? The Crimson Dragon was stunned. The expressions of Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others also changed. Are you saying that they're still alive? No way, they've been dead for tens of thousands of years. How could they still be alive? These people were in disbelief, and the faces of Peacock and the others were pale. Lin Xian said, "I can't be wrong." Indeed, he had unlimited confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was an incomparably magical pupil technique. How could he be wrong? Could it be, the Crimson Dragon's heart was also beating wildly? Kid, maybe you're right. This matter is going to be serious. Let's hurry up and escape. His expression became very ugly. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be puzzled. What do you know? I remember an ancient legend. The Crimson Dragon swallowed his saliva. Do you know that in ancient times, those powerful forces and races would use divine crystals to seal their descendants or preserve their lives? This way, they could minimize the consumption of their life force. Moreover, the huge amount of divine crystals could increase their strength, and they wouldn't die even after tens of thousands of years. As long as the time is right and the divine crystal is broken, they will revive. Previously, we saw a 2-meter divine crystal, but we were wrong. When this divine crystal was first sealed, it might have been dozens or hundreds of meters. After countless years, only 2 meters were left. You're saying that they're from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Yes, definitely. Don't attack anymore. The Crimson Dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy as he looked ahead. As expected, more and more divine crystals shattered. Finally, the figure in the first divine crystal opened his eyes. At the same time, the divine crystal on his body shattered into pieces. Hurry up and snatch it. Around him, the warriors attacked in a frenzy. However, in the next moment, they screamed. He opened his eyes. He's alive. How could this be? These people were frightened out of their wits. In the next moment, blood splattered. The man who walked out of the divine crystal quickly made his move. His arm was like a heavenly blade. Puff, in an instant, 5 or 6 heads flew up like shooting stars, and blood dyed the sky red. This scene directly frightened those martial artists in the surroundings. Their eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What's going? How could the person inside the divine crystal be alive? Moreover, he had made a move, and his strength was so terrifying. Who is he? Could it be the expert from the Shatter Dynasty? Was he a descendant of the ancient times? They were. Among them, the older generation experts all shouted coldly. Who are you? How dare you attack us? Lin's no one answered. The expert who walked out of the divine crystal was wearing blue battle armor. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He stretched out his large hands, which turned into 2 mountains that crushed the surrounding warriors. The surrounding warriors fought back, but the person in front of them was too terrifying. He had definitely reached the level of an invincible king. The weaker warriors around him were mercilessly blasted to pieces. You're courting death. Get lost. The 2 peerless geniuses charged over. The sabers in their hands turned into giant dragons that were thousands of feet long. They descended from the sky and fought with the man. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew. However, the 2 saber lights shattered with a loud bang, splitting apart from the middle. The man in blue turned around, and his eyes turned into 2 blood arrows that pierced through the void. He sent the 2 young geniuses flying. Retreat. He's too strong. Damn it, what kind of physique does he have? He's so strong. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were also surprised. The 2 young geniuses were quite strong. When they attacked, they could threaten an invincible king. However, the person in front of them didn't dodge at all. He used the strength of his physical body to shatter the 2 saber lights. This scene really surprised them. Needless to say, the other party's physique was very special. Could it be that this was also a type of transformation? Abnormal physique, they didn't know, and they couldn't understand. Roar, after sending the 2 young geniuses flying, the man in blue roared at the sky. His terrifying voice roared in all directions. The surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragons accompanied his roar, surging non-stop. One after another, giant dragons soared into the sky. Ka ka ka, the surrounding people were stunned because they saw a frightening scene. The blue-clothed man's body continued to grow. Purple scales appeared on his originally normal skin. They were densely packed and looked extremely terrifying. His body also continued to grow taller. 5 meters, 10 meters, dozens of meters. Finally, he turned into a monster that was nearly 100 meters tall. Roar, a loud voice resounded through the 9 heavens. A huge purple tail kept twitching, shattering the void. He wasn't human, he was a demon. What was this? A human-shaped Tyrannosaurus? These people were stunned. The Crimson Dragon's expression was solemn. Damn it, that's right, something from the 10,000 Dragons suppression had indeed appeared. Kid, hurry up and leave. These are all ancient demon beasts. They're all related to dragons. This time, the Crimson Dragon didn't send a voice transmission, so the surrounding warriors all heard it. What? This isn't the destroyed dynasty, but the existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it. Their faces turned green. They actually provoked such an existence. Hurry up and leave. Oh no, don't let the other 2 shatter. They looked at the other 2 divine crystals. Now, they were no longer greedy. Instead, they were worried. If 2 more demons rushed out, then they would really be dead. What they were worried about really happened. The other 2 divine crystals also cracked and shattered. Then, 2 figures opened their eyes. They also roared, and dragon scales appeared on their bodies. One of them turned into a red fire dragon and spat out flames that filled the sky. The other one had a pair of black wings on its back and was flying in the sky. Their forms were different from the Crimson Dragon. No one knew if they were mutated dragons or other demon kings related to the dragon clan. But without exception, the auras of these three things were too terrifying. Hurry up and leave. The surrounding people no longer cared about the immortal state. Lin Xian even left with his people. Because he clearly saw that there were more than a dozen such existences in the pitch-black sinkhole. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if they all recovered. Everyone fled in all directions. The three demon kings in the suppression of 10,000 dragons attacked crazily. Stupid humans, how dare you disturb the noble habitat of the dragon clan? Go to hell. A cold voice sounded, with a primordial aura, resounding in all directions. The three monster kings attacked crazily. Many people were directly blasted apart. Blood dyed the sky red. Those who were stronger didn't dare to resist head-on. Who knew if there were other terrifying existences in the crater, hence, these people fled crazily. On Lin Xian's side, he was targeted by the flying monster king. He was very fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he blocked the path of Lin Xian and the others. Despicable human, go to hell, he opened his mouth and spat out black light waves. They transformed into black blades that enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others quickly attacked, sending the light that filled the sky flying. The Crimson Dragon roared. F***ck, if Ben Huang doesn't show his might, do you all want to die? His body expanded again, transforming into a five-clawed divine dragon that roared towards the sky. A terrifying dragon might surged into the 9 heavens. Buzz, the black monster king in front was stunned. He was stunned in midair. What was going on? A dragon among the humans, who are you? The 2 monster kings in the distance were also stunned. They stared at the Crimson Dragon. Who am I? I am your master. I am your king. Hurry up and kneel on the ground. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Its dragon head emitted a terrifying aura. A dragon, it was actually a purebred dragon. This stunned the 3 monster kings. What was going on? Could it be that the supreme existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? But why was he with the humans? No, damn it, you are not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who are you? Where are you from? Why do you want to occupy our nest of 10,000 dragons? Damn it, this was a conspiracy, they screamed crazily. Kill him. Kill everyone. No one was allowed to threaten the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom, an earth-shattering battle erupted, affecting all the people present. Everyone was fighting with all their might because they didn't want to be killed. Roar, the flaming monster king roared. An endless sea of fire spread and enveloped everything. The black-winged monster king in front also charged over. His black wings transformed into 2 heavenly blades that slashed down at the Crimson Dragon, wanting to kill him. Clang, the black wings hit the body of the Crimson Dragon with a deafening sound. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth in pain, but his body was unusually tough. From the looks of it, it wasn't any weaker than Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body, so it wasn't injured. But the Crimson Dragon was clearly enraged. Dai One, his body quickly shrank. This way, his attacks became more agile. He fought with the Blackwing Demon King. Brat, come over and help me deal with it. They might know what's going on inside. The Crimson Dragon greeted Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. His interest was piqued. Indeed, these 3 fellows were from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If they could really control these 3 fellows, it would be of great benefit to them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not hesitate and quickly charged forward. You human ants want to fight against us? You're overestimating yourselves, the 3 terrifying demon kings roared angrily. The Blackwing Demon King was like lightning, his speed extremely fast. Almost no one could keep up with his speed. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the yin-yang 8 steps. His speed was also boundless. Boom. Boom, boom. He caught up to the Black Feather Demon King. His terrifying fists moved and exploded in all directions. The terrifying energy came crashing down like a mountain. The Black Feather Demon King was extremely surprised. He could actually keep up with his speed. He quickly flashed and dodged these attacks. His cold gaze stared at Lin Xian. Roar, despicable human, go to hell, he roared angrily, and a terrifying pressure emitted from his body, directly shaking the soul and bloodline. If it was a human warrior, they would definitely not be able to resist. Sure enough, with a furious roar, the surrounding people trembled. Many people directly fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Ha 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 ha, lowly and stupid humans, how can you be compared to our noble bloodline? Of course, not everyone would be affected. Those prodigies with bloodline power and special physiques were not affected at all. Lin Xian was one of them. The terrifying roar was deafening, shattering the void. However, it did not affect him at all. Is this your strength? Was it because she had slept for so many years that her brain had gone stupid? Lin Xian sneered. You think you can suppress me with just a wisp of pressure? You're too naive, you're courting death. The Black Feather Demon King was furious. A human actually dared to look down on him. This was intolerable. However, his expression was extremely gloomy. How could this kid not be afraid of his pressure? Who was the other party? Could it be that he had a special bloodline? Kid, it seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a special bloodline. But very well, I haven't absorbed human blood for many years. Today, I'll start with you. Buzz, his figure flashed, and he instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Roar, Lin Xian did not dodge, nor did he make a move. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and opened his mouth to roar out a terrifying sound wave. This was not the sound wave of a human. This was the roar of a giant dragon, resounding throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled again and crawled on the ground. The Black Feather Demon King in front also suffered a violent impact. He kept swaying in the sky, his eyes filled with fear. A dragon's roar, impossible, damn it, you're a dragon, he was stunned. How could a human let out such a pure dragon's roar? He did not believe it. However, the blood in his body began to tremble. He felt the suppression from his blood. What's wrong? Are you surprised? The dark red divine dragon also flew over and let out a series of dragon roars. Immediately, the Black Feather Demon King's expression became even uglier. In the distance, the other 2 demon kings also had solemn expressions. They transmitted their voices to each other and attacked with all their might to destroy these humans. In an instant, a great battle broke out. A cold light appeared in the Black Feather Demon King's eyes. His black wings trembled and instantly transformed into tens of thousands of clones. In the sky, countless identical figures circled, emitting a terrifying aura. Kill, with a furious roar, these clones charged in all directions. Block them, the Crimson Dragon roared and charged forward. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the warriors of Immortal Palace also counterattacked. Lin Xian activated the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye. Golden runes flickered in his eyes. He naturally wanted to distinguish the Black Feather Demon King's true body. Found it, although the other party's clones were very magical, how could they escape the detection of the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye? Lin Xian quickly locked onto the other party's true body. His golden palm stretched out and covered the sky and earth, enveloping the true body. What? He had been discovered. This was impossible. The Black Feather Demon King was shocked. The human boy in front of him had given him too many surprises. He could actually discover the location of his true body in an instant. This guy must have been blinded. However, since you're facing my true body, I'll shatter your palm, he sneered. As a demon king who was related to the dragon clan, his physique was powerful, far beyond the imagination of these humans. The other party would definitely suffer. He wanted to tear the other party's entire arm apart. The Black Feather Monster King didn't dodge. He seemed to have transformed into a black saber as he slashed at Lin Xian's palm. With a clang, the two collided, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Sparks flew, and thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Impossible, he wasn't injured. The Black Feather Monster King was stunned. He felt dizzy. He felt as if he hadn't collided with a palm, but a golden mountain. It was too hard. He actually didn't manage to crack it. Damn it, what kind of palm was this? What kind of physique did the other party have? The Black Feather Monster King was too shocked. He had never seen anyone with such a strong physique. How could the other party contend against him? However, this was only the beginning. What shocked him was yet to come. Lin Xian's golden palm began to close. The powerful pressure caused the bones in the Black Feather Monster King's body to creak. It was as if they were about to shatter. "Damn it, open for me," the Black Feather Monster King roared. His body was covered in black patterns. His wings were like heavenly blades that slashed in all directions. A sonorous sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. However, to his horror, the black palm was actually unaffected. It had already completely enveloped him. Not only that, but there was a terrifying divine flame dancing on the golden palm. The temperature shocked him. It was as if what he was facing wasn't a palm, but a golden sun. Could it be that this guy was a golden crow? He was too shocked. This heat made him unable to believe it. Who exactly was this kid? He actually had such a flame that could emit a dragon's roar. Who exactly was he? The Black Feather Monster King was incomparably furious. He had no choice. He activated the power of his bloodline and used a powerful divine ability to blast away Lin Xian's palm and escape. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of an ancient monster king, he was indeed powerful. He was actually able to escape from his palm. "Kid, you have completely infuriated me." Before the Black Feather Monster King could finish his words, he was slapped on the head. Instantly, he felt dizzy. Wu-ji, the snow-white little monkey appeared around him, proud of itself. It waved its little claws and slapped him again. Dizziness. The terrifying Black Feather Monster King was directly dizzy. He felt the world spinning and was about to fall from the sky. "Attack quickly," the Crimson Dragon roared. The surrounding martial artists and geniuses all attacked the Blackfish Fiend King. He was beaten back repeatedly. However, to their horror, they discovered that the other party was not injured at all. Their attacks landed on the other party's body, but they didn't manage to break through the other party's defense. "Damn it, this is the ancient Demon King, a demon beast from the nest of 10,000 dragons?" This was too terrifying. What kind of physique was this? No one dared to imagine. The Crimson Dragon held the Flood Dragon scissors and charged over. Clang, it crashed into the other party's body, creating an earth-shattering noise. Black Feather Demon King screamed in pain. Blood flowed out of his head. There was nothing he could do about it. This was a half-saint tool. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't block it. The fact that he wasn't directly cut in half already showed that his physique was extremely terrifying. "Stupid ants, you've completely infuriated me." Black Feather light, he spread out his wings, and they grew bigger and bigger. They were like two dark clouds that covered the sky and the earth. The black feathers on it fluttered rapidly, forming a terrifying hidden weapon. "Not good, quickly block it," the surrounding people cried out in alarm. They all used their shields and armor to block the attack. However, most of them were pierced by the black feathers and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Only a small number of geniuses were able to resist, but they were still forced to retreat. Black Feather Demon King was too terrifying. He was fighting against so many powerhouses alone, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. After forcing back the surrounding warriors, Black Feather Demon King's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. But soon, he locked onto Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon was a dragon. He didn't want to make a move. Even if he wanted to make a move, he would let the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons do it. The one he wanted to kill was this kid in front of him. The other party was too strange. He had to kill him. Black Feather Sword. On the wings behind him, countless black feathers fluttered and rotated in front of him, condensing into a large black feather sword. He held it in his hand. With a light wave, it tore through the void. These feathers were even more terrifying than King Kong. At this moment, the black feather sword was truly a powerful killing weapon. "Kill!" With a furious roar, he quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He also pulled out the Dragon Abyss Valley sword and fought against him. The two longswords clashed in the air like two mountains constantly colliding. Every strike shattered the starry sky and caused the sun and moon to dim. "Damn it, how could this kid's sword technique be so powerful?" Black Feather Demon King's arm went numb. The other party's strength was too strong, especially the other party's sword energy. It was incomparably sharp, making his hair stand on end. Not good. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Because he discovered that another sword light had appeared in the other party's left hand. This sword light was like a dragon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a peerless aura that made his scalp go numb. His heart was thumping wildly as he quickly dodged the attack. He knew that this was the other party's killing move and that he couldn't resist it head-on. Therefore, black runes flickered all over his body as he used his strongest physique. At the same time, his speed was extremely fast. Pooh! Lin Xian took out a dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed out. Blood splattered and countless black feathers danced in the air. This sword pierced through Black Feather Demon King's body. Blood instantly splattered out. This wasn't red blood, but black blood. It was abnormally strange. Every drop pierced through the void, bringing with it an incomparably demonic blood aura that made one's scalp go numb. Dodge quickly. Don't let this blood touch you, the surrounding warriors dodged frantically. Lin Xian was not afraid. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light and blocked everything. The black blood couldn't get close to him at all. Black Feather Demon King's body was pierced through by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He was nailed to the air and let out a miserable cry. His face was incomparably distorted, becoming even more ferocious. The terrifying sound waves were like waves that roared into the 9 heavens. The entire space trembled as if it was about to be overturned. Damn it, what was going on? Black Feather was actually injured. In the distance, the other 2 demon kings had solemn expressions. They didn't expect that someone could injure Black Feather. Who was it? Was he a young heaven's chosen? Damn it, when did such a powerful person appear in the human race? It wasn't just one of them. Their faces were pale because they discovered that Yi Wudao and Dustless were also incomparably powerful. They were also abnormally uncomfortable from being beaten up. Quickly save Black Feather, the sword in that kid's hand was very strange. He should be related to the dragon race. The 2 demon kings charged over. Your opponent is me. Yi Wudao stood out and blocked the demon kings that were dozens of meters tall. Golden light soared into the sky from his body, forming a golden giant. He fought with the demon kings. On the other side, Dustless fought against the flame demon king. Flower pinching finger, an immortal flower formed in his hand, turning into a peerless immortal light that pierced through the flames that filled the sky. The flower pinching finger posed a great threat to the fire demon king. Coupled with the surrounding experts, the 2 demon kings were unable to advance at all. Damn it, kid. I want you dead. In front of him, the Black Feather Demon King, who was nailed in midair, screamed crazily. His black blood did not fall. Instead, it rose into the air and danced rapidly in the air, spinning and forming terrifying runes one after another. These were demonic runes. They were very strange and surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. He roared angrily and began to refine the blood. The blood burned, and a terrifying force swept towards Lin Xian, wanting to ignite him. Not good, this is a living sacrifice. Kid, dodge. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. It did not expect the Black Feather Demon King to be so desperate. This was a terrifying divine ability. It used its own bloodline secret technique to forcefully sacrifice the enemy. Of course, it also had an effect on the user. That was because a large amount of blood would be lost. Even if the user killed the enemy, the user would be seriously injured. It would take a long time to recover. One could imagine that the Black Feather Demon King was extremely angry. Otherwise, he would not have used such a killing move. Lin Xian did feel a sense of danger. A mysterious force wanted to ignite the blood and spiritual power in his body. This force was very strange. It directly ignored the 9-yang divine body. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. If it were other geniuses, they might have despaired. Because it was impossible to extinguish. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul surged. Countless sword chi flew out and destroyed this mysterious force. Destroy. Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. Thousands of sword chi surged out of his body and slashed in all directions. The surrounding black blood exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, it was cleanly sliced, leaving not a single trace behind. The Black Feather Demon King was completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? How can the other party break my living sacrifice? This kind of living sacrifice was abnormally terrifying. There was no way to break it. This was a secret technique passed down from ancient times. Moreover, it was ignited at the cost of his blood. How did the other party break it? This brat was really too strange. The Black Feather Demon King was shocked. At this moment, he no longer dared to attack. He only wanted to escape as soon as possible. Do you want to leave? Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, forming two strange patterns. Soul flame flew out of Xiaoqian's right eye, burning the other party's soul. All Black Feather King screamed and rolled on the ground. However, his body was still firmly immobilized by the dragon sword shadow. Therefore, there was no way to escape. However, the pain of his soul burning made him hover between life and death. Damn it, what happened? In the distance, the two demon kings were going crazy. They knew how powerful the Black Feather King was. But now, he was in such a miserable state in the hands of a human brat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Damn it! Had the humans of this era already become so powerful? Both of them were stunned. They had slumbered for countless years, but back then, before the nest of 10,000 dragons had fallen into slumber, they had been the overlords of the world. Across the land, the monster race ran amok, and the ancient royal race reigned supreme. The human race was only a weak lineage that could only survive in the cracks. But now, the other party was actually so powerful. Could it be that the human race had already become the overlords of the world? He didn't dare to imagine. Soul attack, damn it, how could this brat's soul attack be so powerful? The Black Feather King went crazy, but he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Soul mirror, block for me. As an ancient king of beasts, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Soon, his soul condensed into a soul mirror, blocking the terrifying soul fire around him. However, the good times didn't last long. At this moment, the snow-white monkey appeared beside the Black Feather King again. With a slap of its claws, the Black Feather King was stunned for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were going to cost him his life. The soul mirror shattered, and Black Rock's soul was burned until it was extremely weak. Buzz, in Lin Xian's left eye, mysterious golden runes appeared. He wanted to forcefully control the Black Feather King and make him his slave. This way, he would be able to control the other party and understand the secrets of the nest of 10,000 dragons. All the Black Feather King rolled in the sky. His body was split into 2 halves as he kept rolling. He wanted to get rid of the control of the soul imprint. However, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was too mysterious. In the end, he still planted a soul imprint. This made the Black Feather King become Lin Xian's slave. He recovered and knelt down to listen to orders. Lin Xian was like a supreme king as he issued an order. The Black Feather King's broken body quickly healed. Then, he knelt down on one knee and bowed to his master. Seeing this scene, everyone around went crazy. Whether it was the saint, the geniuses, or the 2 demon kings in the distance, they were all stunned. What was going on? The Black Feather King was actually controlled. This Lin Xian actually had such a method. The human cultivators were extremely shocked as they looked at Lin Xian with fear written all over their faces. The other 2 demon kings glanced at each other before turning around and fleeing. It was too terrifying. These humans were already so terrifying that they didn't dare to make a move. They could only leave first. The 2 of them forced Yi Wudao and Wu Chen to retreat. They used all their strength and turned into streams of light to escape. Yi Wudao and Wu Chen didn't make a move again. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian and the Black Feather King beside him. With a flash, the 2 of them flew forward. The surrounding humans also gathered towards Lin Xian. In an instant, they all gathered around Lin Xian. Brother Lin really had a good method. Wu Chen's eyes lit up. The 1-pound leaf Dao denier also asked, Brother Lin, are you controlling me? Lin Xian nodded, then looked at the Black Feather King. Tell me what you know. The Black Feather King knelt on one knee on the ground, very respectful. He said in a deep voice. In ancient times, the powerful existence of the nest of 10,000 dragons deduced that there would be a crisis of world destruction. It was not suitable for survival at all. Therefore, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons was sealed, waiting for the crisis to be resolved. Then, it would recover and reign over the land. It turned out to be such a thing. This was not the burial place of the dragon race, but the resting place of the dragon race. Heavens, they seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Originally, they thought that this was the ancient tomb of the dragon race, where countless dragon race corpses and treasures were buried. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. For unknown reasons, these dragon race had sealed themselves and fallen into a deep sleep. They hoped that they would wake up after the danger was resolved. In other words, the real dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons were probably sealed in the divine crystal like the 3 demon kings in front of them. As long as the divine crystal was broken, these terrifying dragon race would recover. Heavens, everyone's faces were filled with fear as their bodies trembled. If the 3 monster kings were already so terrifying, how terrifying would the real dragon clan be? They didn't dare to imagine. Not good, even our sect leaders are in danger. Many of the elders from the sacred grounds turned pale. They had to inform them. Indeed, what they needed to do now was not to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, they had to leave this place quickly. It would be best if they used a peerless array formation to seal this place forever. Otherwise, when the dragon race revived and appeared on the ground, then, the entire land would be plunged into misery and suffering, and war would break out. At that time, it was really unknown whether the human race would be able to resist. Therefore, these people's faces were filled with fear. They hurriedly activated their secret techniques in an attempt to contact their sect leaders. But just like before, they couldn't contact them at all. What's going on? Lin Xian asked with a frown. The Black Feather King said respectfully. The peerless array formation enveloped the entire nest of 10,000 dragons, preventing long-distance communication. How much do you know about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Lead us to the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Since they couldn't contact those sacred leaders, they could only search for them personally. Hopefully, these sect leaders hadn't reached the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons were mysterious. The Queen Mother, Li Xianxia, the Yi family patriarch, and the other sacred leaders set off again. They went deeper. In front of them, a small black mountain also appeared. This scene surprised Li Xianxia, the Queen Mother, and the others. Speed up. These sacred leaders and sect leaders were powerful, and they arrived near the Black Mountain in an instant. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to find that it wasn't a mountain. It was an altar, the 4-symbol sacred leader exclaimed, and the others also frowned. The dragon race's altar, the runes on it were so strange, they were different from those of the human race. The Yi family's grand elder also frowned. At this moment, all the powerhouses' eyes flickered. They wanted to decipher the dragon race's runes, but they couldn't do it. There seemed to be another altar in front of them, and it was even taller. The Taishan sacred leader used his astral eyes and looked around. Soon, he locked onto a direction and walked over to take a look. These sacred leaders and sect leaders moved again. That's right, the altar this time was even larger. It was like a mountain standing in front of them. Before they even got close, the sacred leaders and sect masters stopped. They could feel a shocking energy coming from the front. That aura was so oppressive that they could not breathe. This was just too terrifying. What kind of status did they have? What kind of people did they have? What kind of things had they not seen before? But now, they actually felt a trace of fear in front of the black altar. But the Great Development Sacred Lord coldly snorted and took out a saint sword. This was a true saint weapon. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying saint aura that enveloped the elders of the Dayan sacred ground. The other sacred leaders and sect leaders also used their own techniques to resist the terrifying saint aura. The patriarch of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family had grave expressions on their faces. The patriarch of the Yi family emitted a golden light, as if he was a real golden god of war. The surroundings of the head of the Gu clan were mysterious. His body seemed to have merged with the void and completely disappeared. Both of them were clan leaders of Clan of the Ancients. Their strength was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived near the black altar. In the next moment, the members of the Yi family screamed. Damn it, Emperor runes, this was a Dao rune set up by a great emperor. The two of them frantically retreated as if they had seen a ghost. If there were other martial artists who saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. Something that could make them so frightened was definitely not simple. As expected, when the other sacred leaders and sect leaders heard this, they also frowned. What? Rune set up by a great emperor? Are you sure? Their eyes emitted a piercing light as they looked ahead carefully. Indeed, there was an array near the black altar. Although it was only a corner, the aura that it emitted was terrifying. Don't act rashly. This emperor rune is still in a closed state. Don't activate it. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Sacred leader Dowie said in a deep voice. The others were even more shocked, especially those sacred grounds and family clans that had been out before. A corner of the emperor rune was only in a closed state, but the aura it emitted was as deep as the ocean. If it was activated, it would pierce through the sky. Even if they had sacred weapons, they would not be able to resist it. What should we do? Should we retreat? An elder asked. However, the Yi family leader, Gu family leader, Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The emperor rune was such a rare thing. Why should they retreat? That's right. Why should they give up such a good opportunity to comprehend it? If they could comprehend even a little bit, it would be of great help to them. The head of the Yi family also spoke. The others' eyes lit up. Their eyes were burning. Indeed, as long as they were careful, they could comprehend the runes left behind by the great emperor. Great emperors were existences that had existed for thousands of years and dominated the world. The things that they left behind were definitely terrifying. No matter how powerful these sacred leaders and sect leaders were, they could not be compared to the great emperors. Therefore, they only wanted to comprehend it quickly. Buzz, these experts all sat down cross-legged. Their eyes were like divine lamps as they began to comprehend the corner of the emperor rune. To be honest, if it was possible, they were willing to stay here and comprehend it for 10 or even 100 years. However, they knew that it was impossible. A few days later, many sacred leaders and sect leaders opened their eyes and looked behind them. There was a wave of energy coming from behind. Who was it? Could it be that the bachelor sage had come? That's impossible. How did they get here? These sacred leaders and sect elders discussed animatedly. Could it be that the thing in the nest of 10,000 dragons had revived? This was what they were even more worried about. After all, they still didn't know that this was the place of eternal rest. They thought that this was an ancient tomb, so if there was a corpse transformation or something like that, it might be very terrifying. These sacred leaders and sect leaders stopped comprehending and stood up. Their eyes were gloomy, and their auras were about to erupt at any time. However, gradually, their expressions changed. No, the aura wasn't that strong, and it was very familiar. That's right, this is the aura of our sacred land. Golden Qi and blood, a disciple of the Yi family, exclamations could be heard one after another. It was their people, they were too surprised. They had to be careful when they came to this place. How did those young disciples come here? Their speed was too fast, wasn't it? Could it be an illusion? To be honest, these sacred leaders and sect leaders were still very careful. Sure enough, a group of people appeared behind them. They were a dark mass and were quickly rushing over. The few at the front were very heroic and extraordinary. One was surrounded by sword light like a peerless sword god. The other was surrounded by golden Qi and blood like a golden god of war. The other was a young monk who was surrounded by Buddhist light that filled the sky. The people around them were also outstanding. The auras on their bodies were powerful, creating a strange phenomenon in the world. Elders, sect leader, sacred leader, the people behind them were Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others. They had come here under the guidance of Black Feather Demon King. They didn't expect to see their sacred leader. The disciples shouted crazily. They had no choice. The previous experience was too terrifying. Although it had only been 2 or 3 times, it had greatly reduced their strength. Now, there weren't many of them left. Most of them had been killed. It's really our people. It's not an illusion. The sacred leader spoke. There was a mysterious aura on Wangmu. The Taishan sacred leader's eye of the stars could see through everything. The Yinyang mirror above the Yinyang sect leader's head shone in all directions. It was real this time. It wasn't an illusion. The others heaved a sigh of relief. They waved their hands and shot out beams of light that filled the sky. It was as if the path to heaven was beginning to lead their disciples. Li Xuanxian and the chief enforcer also led Lin Xian and the others over. How did you get here? A grand elder of the moon-worshipping cult asked curiously. Yes, the journey was so dangerous. The slightest carelessness could have led to eternal damnation. They had been walking carefully. How could their disciples have arrived so quickly? Elders, sect leaders, this question caused many of the Holy Land's cultivators to cry. If others saw this scene, they would be stunned. One had to know that these were top geniuses, peerless experts. But at this moment, they were crying like children. This scene was too shocking. The elders and sect leaders frowned. They looked around, and then their faces turned gloomy. What's going on? Why are there so few people left? Where are the others? Are they behind us? Wu Dao, what's going on? The Yi family patriarch frowned. What's going on? It's a long story. We're in danger. Yi Wu Dao's mood was also gloomy. His Yi family had also lost many disciples. The cultivators of the other sacred lands were crying. Many of them had been killed. What? The elders' expressions changed, and the sacred lords frowned. What's going on? Tell me the details. Soon, the sacred leaders learned about what had happened. The frozen princess, the world-destroying formation, the sky full of divinity crystals, and the saint's shield with an artifact spirit. Each and every one of them surprised them. They didn't expect that the place that they thought was safe to be hiding such a terrifying danger. As for the majority of their disciples, they were directly killed in these dangerous situations. This made their hearts bleed. The ones who had come this time around were all elite geniuses. Losing even one of them was extremely painful. Moreover, they had lost so much. Then, how did you get here? Another elder asked the same question. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. In an instant, all the sacred masters and sacred masters turned to look at Lin Xian. Li Xuanxian, the head protector, and the others were also extremely shocked. What was going on? Could it be that their palace master had led everyone here? They didn't know. Lin Xian was being stared at by so many saint and sect masters, and the pressure on him increased exponentially. He took a deep breath and circulated the great dragon sword soul in his body to resist the pressure. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a figure walked out from behind him. A demon king. The elders were shocked, and the sacred masters and sacred masters frowned. Palace Master Lin, what's going on? Queen Mother of the West asked. Lin Xian said, we encountered 3 demon kings along the way. I controlled one of them, and through him, we came here. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. This is also the reason why we came to find you. I'm afraid that the situation is serious. This nest of 10,000 dragons isn't as simple as we think. You don't have to say that, we know that too. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Obviously, he still had killing intent towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and frowned. Oh, if you don't want to listen, you can leave immediately. I won't stop you. At that time, it's none of my business if everyone from the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground is buried here. Kid, what did you say? You're courting death. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were also furious. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder's face darkened. Although he called Lin Xian Palace Master, in his heart, he didn't treat Lin Xian as the Palace Master at all. The other party was at most a young genius. How could he be on equal footing with them? However, the new powerhouses of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground said, Sect Master, please calm down. Don't be rash. Yes, the situation was really serious. Hearing this, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were shocked. Sacred Leader 10,000 Thunder also asked, what's going on? Palace Master Lin, you should tell us. The Yi family also spoke. We encountered 3 demon kings sealed by divine crystals. these demon kings are not dead, but in a deep sleep. According to our guess, they should be demon kings sealed by divine crystals in ancient times. The black-feathered demon king in front of me is one of them. He was controlled by me, and the other two escaped. According to my inquiry, the nest of 10,000 dragons is not the burial place of the dragon clan, but a place of deep sleep. The entire nest of 10,000 dragons and the entire dragon clan are not dead. They are all sealed by divine crystals, as if they are avoiding a huge crisis. They are looking forward to recovering and ruling the world after the crisis is resolved. What? You're saying that the dragon clan is not dead? This is not an ancient tomb? This is just a place where they sleep. The elders were all stunned. This was definitely a shocking piece of news. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. We can't use the array formation to send messages, so we can only come to you personally. The expressions of these sacred leaders and sect masters became incomparably ugly. The Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family head, the Gu family head, Li Xianxia, and the Emperor Lords also had incomparably solemn expressions. If that was the case, then things would really be troublesome. The nest of 10,000 dragons was a terrifying existence. The dragon clan was a legendary race, they had never seen it before. They thought that the dragon clan had been completely extinct after ancient times. Who would have thought that the dragon clan was not extinct, but automatically sealed and hibernated until now? What were they trying to do? Why were they hibernating? What kind of crisis were they trying to avoid? The sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. They felt that they seemed to have poked a hole in the sky. If the dragon clan really revived and those legendary dragons appeared on the ground, it wouldn't be a good thing for humans. After all, the dragon clan was the leader of the 10,000 races. Although they were called divine beasts, there was still a world of difference between them and the human race. These remote antiquity families and sacred ground sects all had very long inheritances. Naturally, they knew what happened in ancient times and even more ancient times. At that time, the human race was not the ruler of the world, but one of the 10,000 ancient races. At that time, the 10,000 ancient races were extremely powerful, and the dragon clan was the most dazzling among them. They ruled the world and dominated the world. Back then, the human race was living in the cracks. Later on, the 10,000 ancient races disappeared one after another. On the human side, geniuses emerged in large numbers, and there were even a few emperors who swept through the ages. That was how the human race grew from weak to quickly. Finally, after countless generations of accumulation, they became the current overlords of the true spirit world. However, although they were the overlords, these sacred lords knew that the human race did not control the entire true spirit world. They only controlled a part of it. There were also some forbidden lands and endless darkness that they did not explore at all. The demon race lived in the vast mountains. They were not weaker than the human race, but they were hibernating. The vast sea had terrifying sea demons and sea beasts. The human race did not dare to rashly step into it and could only use teleportation formations to teleport. It could be said that the human race had reached a balance at its peak. However, what if the dragon race revived and reappeared on the earth? Who knew if they would lead the other demon races to compete with the human race and seize the entire world? What should they do? Should they continue? The sacred lords and sect masters frowned, their eyes flickering. To be honest, they knew that this matter was very dangerous, but they were unwilling to go back like this. So what if the dragon race was hibernating? They wanted to see with their own eyes what the legendary dragon race looked like. Of course, the surviving disciples shook their heads crazily. Sect Master, hurry up and seal the entrance with a peerless formation. Don't let anyone in, and don't let the dragon race out. They were truly afraid. A formation diagram could mercilessly crush them, let alone the real dragon race. However, the sacred lords and elders frowned and shut their mouths, waiting obediently. They were all experts, much stronger than the young disciples, so their thoughts were deeper. The dragon race was hibernating. In that case, this was their nest, and there must be endless treasures inside. Indeed, if they could obtain one or two, it would be of great benefit to them. Many sacred lords and sect masters had fiery gazes. However, some of them had grave expressions. They knew that this matter was not a joke. If they really provoked the hibernating dragons and awakened them, then things would be dangerous. Therefore, for a time, these sacred leaders and sect masters were in a deadlock as they discussed animatedly. However, at this moment, Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder frowned. What was that smell? It smelled so good, everyone else also began to probe. That's right, it smells good. Who's barbecuing, stupid? This is not the smell of barbecued meat, this is the smell of spirit medicine. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also very surprised. They really did smell the scent of spiritual herbs. Sure enough, there were many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It seemed like a stock of spiritual medicine was about to mature. The sacred leaders and patriarchs laughed. They saw this as an opportunity. Let's go and take a look first. Perhaps the spiritual herbs are still far away from those dragons. Many sacred leaders and sect masters soared into the sky, and the elders followed suit. When Shi Wanmu, the Yi clan's clan head, Li Xianxia, and the others saw this scene, they sighed. Let's go and take a look as well. To be honest, they were also a little tempted. As the fragrance flew, Lin Xian felt that the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. The other disciples exclaimed one after another. Oh heavens, what kind of elixir is this? I only need to take a breath to recover from my injuries. They were too shocked. In the previous battle, many of them were seriously injured, and it would probably take a few years for them to recover. But now, a single breath of the fragrance allowed them to recover completely. The effects of this elixir were too heaven-defying, perhaps even a sacred elixir wasn't this terrifying, these people guessed one after another. Could it be a legendary immortal elixir? These disciples were shocked, but the sacred leaders and patriarchs were even more tempted. This was definitely a stock of divine medicine. They had to get their hands on it so that this trip would not be in vain. In fact, those living fossils were even more excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They didn't have much lifespan left. If they could obtain a few stalks of spiritual herbs in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they might be able to extend their lives. The temptation of being alive was too great for these people. For a moment, everyone sped up. The surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragons became denser and denser, turning into dragon shadows that moved freely in the sky. And that fragrance was even more tempting. In fact, everyone felt that their spiritual power was beginning to increase. Gradually, a mountain range appeared in front of them, as if 10,000 dragons were lying down. On the mountain range, there were pitch-black black holes one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing these black holes, Lin Xian and the other young geniuses trembled. They recalled the terrifying sinkhole. Therefore, they hurriedly reminded them. Lin Xian even reminded Li Xianxia, the head guardian, and the others to be careful. Li Xianxia, the head guardian, and the others had solemn expressions. The Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also cautious. They stopped in front of the black holes one after another, bewildered. What a terrifying aura, I actually feel a chill down my spine. The elders of the sacred lands frowned. Something was about to float out, someone shouted. Sure enough, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged in those black holes like swimming dragons. When those black holes bulged out, they brought out a few things. They were divine crystals. 2 meters, 3 meters, and 5 meters of divine crystals. Inside those divine crystals, there were figures sealed in ice. Not good, it's the powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The young disciples exclaimed. The sacred lords also frowned. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the people inside the divine crystals. Were these the powerhouses sealed in the nest of 10,000 dragons? They actually used divine crystals to seal them. How extravagant, these people stared at the largest divine crystal with envious faces. However, after the reminder of the disciples, they wouldn't make a move easily. After all, these powerhouses had been passed down from ancient times. The fact that they could survive after being sealed represented their strength and identity. If such a person were to revive, he would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Moreover, there wasn't just one cave. There were probably many such existences in each cave. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. However, they heaved a sigh of relief because they discovered that these sealed powerhouses didn't come out because of them. It was because these auras of the Tao of Dragons were entering and exiting that they were fluctuating. Sure enough, as more auras of the Tao of Dragons entered, the divine crystals of these sealed powerhouses once again entered the black holes. From time to time, divine crystals would emerge from those black holes. When a divine crystal appeared in the top black hole, the sacred lords and sect masters all had goosebumps. Those young disciples couldn't even breathe. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The Crimson Dragon was shocked and hurriedly said, "Kid, this is an extremely terrifying existence." That's right. Even without him saying it, everyone else felt it. This divine crystal was about 10 meters tall, and there was a man sealed inside. This man was wearing a purple robe like an emperor. Although he had a human form, it was obvious that he was different from humans. He had claws, scales, and a tail. This was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, the aura on his body was too terrifying. Even though he was sealed, he could still emit such a monstrous aura that made the sacred leader and sect leader feel as if they were facing a great enemy. "Everyone, be careful. Don't alarm him." In the Yi family, the Queen Mother and the others quickly spoke. The others nodded frantically. They stood there motionless, not even daring to breathe loudly. They only heaved a sigh of relief when the tall divine crystal re-entered the black hole. How terrifying! Was this a dragon? They were extremely shocked. They thought that dragons were like the legends, but they didn't expect them to be in human form. It was very normal. When a beast reached a certain level of strength, it could transform into a human, let alone a dragon. Then, the crowd witnessed another scene. One divine crystal after another appeared from the black hole and drilled into it. The Crimson Dragon frowned. No, it wasn't just the dragon race. There were other races too. Damn it, how many things were there in the myriad dragon suppression? What did you discover? Lin Xian asked. Other than the dragon race, I also discovered some other races. They are also very powerful. These races belong to the 10,000 ancient races, but they have other titles. What titles? Lin Xian was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. The primordial royal race, that was an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Let's put it this way. The war race and the celestial race were royal races among the 10,000 ancient races back then. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. He knew how powerful the war race and the celestial race were. Not to mention the older generation, even the younger generation was very terrifying. According to the Crimson Dragon's description, there were many royal races among the 10,000 ancient races. If a batch of them were resurrected, they would be unimaginably terrifying existences. The Crimson Dragon wasn't the only one who knew this ancient secret. The Queen Mother, the Yi family, the Gu family, and other long-established families naturally knew about it. Therefore, they were extra careful. Let's take a detour to avoid alerting them. The head of the Yi family said in a deep voice. Everyone prepared to move. However, at that moment, that alluring fragrance was emitted again. Furthermore, it was so strong that it made everyone feel as if it was right beside them. The sacred lord stopped again and scanned their surroundings. Over there, finally, someone discovered it. At the foot of the mountain ahead, there was a plant that was surrounded by countless auras of the Tao of Dragons. Previously, the aura of the Tao of Dragon was too dense, so they didn't notice it at all. Now that the aura of the Tao of Dragon flowed, the plant finally appeared. As the aura of the Dragon Island on the plant got lesser and lesser, the fragrance got stronger and stronger. Could it be that this was a type of saint medicine? Many elders began to tremble in excitement. There was nothing they could do about it. This had already exceeded their understanding. Perhaps only a peerless sacred medicine could be so terrifying. However, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch and the others all shook their heads. No, it wasn't a panacea. Their clans also had sacred medicines, but even sacred medicines did not possess such power. It was too shocking. It was hard for them to imagine. Could it be the immortal divine medicine? The Crimson Dragon screamed. He thought of a possibility. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. What? Immortal divine medicine, the legendary immortal divine medicine that only great emperors possessed. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. The nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for tens of thousands of years, and no one had entered it. It could be said to be quite safe. More importantly, the dragon chi inside was simply too terrifying. It was definitely possible to use the dragon chi to cultivate an immortal divine medicine after countless years. When the sacred lords and sect masters analyzed, their eyes lit up. Heavens, only great emperors were qualified to possess the immortal divine medicine, and they had actually encountered it. If they could obtain it, these people didn't dare to imagine. Even if they didn't consume it, their sacred land families definitely had extremely terrifying foundations and living fossil elders. Those people were very powerful and could be said to be heaven-defying. However, their lifespans had already dried up, and they wouldn't live for many years. It was also sealed with divine crystals. It would only appear when the family and the sacred land were facing a life and death crisis. If they had a real immortal divine medicine, it would be equivalent to giving those living fossil elders a second life. It could instantly bring those dying old men back to life and even extend their lifespan by thousands of years. To them, this was definitely a fatal temptation, therefore, they had to obtain this immortal divine medicine, although they said that, if they really wanted to make a move, these sacred lords and sect masters were in a difficult position. Because the immortal divine medicine was at the foot of the mountain, too close to those black holes. If they alarmed the experts sleeping in the nest of 10,000 dragons in the black holes, they would be in danger. Therefore, how to obtain the immortal divine medicine was still a problem. But the people from the Daoi sacred land were the first to move. The Daoi sacred lord raised his hands high, forming a great Dao treasure bottle. This was the peerless divine ability of the Daoi sacred land. They were born with the Dao, and the great Dao treasure bottle they cultivated was even more terrifying. As expected, the great Dao treasure bottle in the sky released tens of thousands of auras, each of which was shocking. Countless auras rotated, forming a force that enveloped the front, wanting to take away the immortal divine medicine. Damn it, not good. When the powerhouses of the other sacred lands saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect the Daoi sacred land to act so quickly. Lin Xian also frowned as he nervously watched the scene unfold before him. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he stared ahead, breaking through the layers of curtains. He saw the appearance of the immortal divine medicine clearly. This immortal divine medicine was too magical. It was only the size of a palm, but it looked like a real dragon. If the sacred lords and sect masters had not said that this was a divine medicine, Lin Xian would have thought that it was a dragon. In front of them, the power of the great Dao treasure bottle was blocked by the countless auras of the Dao of dragons. It could not reach the immortal divine medicine at all. This made the other sacred lands heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the people of the Daoi sacred land did not succeed. However, this shocked them even more. This immortal divine medicine was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even a powerful divine ability like the great Dao treasure bottle could not do anything to it. It seemed that they would have to put in a lot of effort to obtain the immortal divine medicine. Next, the sacred lords, sect masters, and supreme elders began to try and use their respective divine abilities. Some of them even used their sacred weapons. However, they still could not obtain it. However, the use of their sacred weapons still affected the immortal divine medicine. This was not a divine medicine. It flew up like a dragon and danced in the sky as if it wanted to escape. Oh no, it's going to run. Catch it, don't let it run away. Exclamations could be heard one after another. These people were extremely excited. At the same time, they were wild with joy. If the immortal divine herb left this giant mountain, then they could show off their skills. After all, in front of these slumbering ancient royal family members, they didn't dare to make too many moves. The Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, and the others all used their strength and divine abilities, but they didn't succeed. They weren't discouraged. This was normal. The immortal divine herb was a spiritual herb exclusive to great emperors. It would be abnormal if it was so easy to be collected by them. On the immortal palace's side, Li Xianxia, the great guardian, and the others also used their methods, but they also couldn't collect it. However, their thoughts weren't here, because they felt that with their strength, it would be difficult to collect this kind of thing. Therefore, they still thought of a way to inform the old palace master. The old palace master, Xiaojiu, was here. With his strength, he could definitely collect it. If the old palace master could collect it, then their immortal palace wouldn't have to fear any sacred ground or sect in the future. They wouldn't even have to fear the ancient families. However, what shocked them was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was too strange. Their divine abilities and techniques were actually unable to send out any information. Therefore, for a moment, Li Xuanhuan, the great guardian, and the others all frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he continued to watch the battle. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, was red-eyed. He said, "Kid, aren't you tempted? Why don't we make a move too?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Stop fooling around. Even the sacred leader and sect master can't catch it. How can the two of us? Right?" Lin Xian looked at the snow-white little monkey on his shoulder. The snow-white little monkey grimaced and scratched his ears and cheeks. He had already tried countless times and used the treasure bowl on his head. However, he couldn't steal the immortal divine herb at all. However, the fragrance of the immortal divine herb made him salivate. Therefore, the little guy jumped around anxiously. Great Void Technique, a grand elder of the Gu family suddenly made a move and appeared at the foot of the mountain. He grabbed the immortal divine herb with one hand. The immortal divine herb turned into a dragon and flew up quickly, narrowly dodging this attack. Then, it flew upward. Seeing this, the supreme elder of the Gu clan sighed. He executed the great void art and quickly returned to the Gu clan. There was nothing he could do about it. Now that his attack had failed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. That was because as soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he felt his blood run cold. It was as if there was a terrifying power that wanted to tear him apart. He had to leave as soon as possible. The figure of the Gu clan's supreme elder flickered and he retreated into the distance. Everyone cried out in surprise again. The warriors of the Gu clan sighed. They had almost caught the immortal divine herb. What a pity, not long after, they exclaimed again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. So fast, who was it this time? Was it the Gu family? No, the Gu family shouldn't have been able to see this speed. It was just too shocking, the other sacred leaders and sect masters also exclaimed. Sacred leader Myriad Thunder, that's right, the one who attacked was Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder. He had a pair of lightning wings on his back, which looked like the wings of a thunder god. There were frightening Dao patterns on them. As he moved, his speed was extremely fast. Thunder God's wings, that was a true sacred artifact. With it, one's speed would reach an unparalleled level. The surrounding sacred leaders were envious as they explained the origin of that pair of wings. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard it. The Thunder God's wings was a sacred artifact. No wonder it was so fast. The other saints and geniuses didn't see it clearly at all. Only Lin Xian, who activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, saw a trace of light. However, he couldn't see the specific figure. With the Thunder God's wings, Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the immortal divine herb. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a lightning net appeared, enveloping the immortal divine herb in all directions. "Haha, it's mine!" Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder shouted excitedly. His eyes were red. The surrounding people were also shocked. Could it be that the immortal divine herb was really going to be obtained by Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder? Could it be that the Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder wanted to defy the heavens? In the sky, the lightning net was getting smaller and smaller. It was about to envelop the immortal divine herb. However, at that moment, the immortal divine herb's body swayed. Like a true dragon, it broke through the lightning net and flew out again. So powerful, the immortal divine herb's strength was probably not weak. It could actually break through Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's attack. The sacred leaders in the distance exclaimed. They couldn't sit still anymore. They had to hurry up and attack. They couldn't let Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder take it away. The Gu family's powerhouses were preparing to use the Great Void Technique again to seize it by force. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder sneered. "You can't escape. My speed is unparalleled." He rushed out and arrived in front of the immortal divine herb in an instant. This time, he took out an even more terrifying treasure. However, before he could do anything, he screamed in the next moment. That was because a terrifying force surged out and tried to tear him apart. Not only him, but everyone behind him also felt a force. It was an extremely terrifying pressure that could devour heaven and earth. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything. Not to mention Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others, even the Yi family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, Li Xuanxian, and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They all stiffened in midair. Danger, a peerless danger, Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's face turned green. Is this the killing intent of the archaic royal family? It's too terrifying. Is the archaic royal family going to revive? He didn't dare to agree. He flapped his lightning god's wings and turned to flee. However, just as he turned around, a force pierced through him and tore his body apart. With a boom, a bloody mist exploded. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's body was torn apart, and his blood dyed the sky red. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were even more shocked. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder was killed. A Sacred Lord didn't even have the time to scream before he was killed. What kind of power was this? Was it the power of a sage? They didn't dare to imagine. A Sacred Lord was such a terrifying existence. But now, in front of this invisible killing intent, he was as weak as an ant. Is the archaic royal family really that terrifying? At this moment, everyone was even more certain of their thoughts. They absolutely couldn't allow the archaic royal family to revive. Otherwise, the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder's martial artists screamed crazily. The elders were also shocked. A miserable scream rang out. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, a soul directly merged with the lightning god's wings. The shield quickly cut through the void and flew to an extremely far place. Buzz then, the soul rushed out of the lightning god's wings and reformed its body. Sacred Lord Myriad Thunder appeared in front of everyone once again. He didn't die. Those from the Myriad Thunder Sacred Lord heaved a sigh of relief. The others were also shocked. The Crimson Dragon said from the side. It should be the power of a sage's weapon. If it wasn't for a sage's weapon, that guy would have died. Indeed, the Sacred Lord of 10,000 Thunder's face was full of fear. If it weren't for the lightning god's wings, he would have died just now. That wisp of killing intent was too terrifying. Perhaps only a sage's treasure artifact could resist it. That was just a wisp of killing intent. If the other party was truly resurrected, how terrifying would it be? No one dared to imagine. At this moment, the Sacred Lords and Sect Masters all looked at the top. They remembered the tall purple powerhouse they saw earlier. It was him. It must be him. That purple powerhouse was at least at the Sage Realm. Don't provoke him. Everyone trembled. Inside the Black Mountain was a Sage Realm primordial royal family member who was sleeping. They couldn't resist at all. They didn't dare to think about the immortal divine herb anymore. Because the immortal divine herb had already flown near the cave entrance. Forget it, don't attack anymore. We can't disturb the sleeping sage. The Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others shook their heads. The other Sacred Lords also sighed. That was indeed the case. Judging from the aura just now, it was too terrifying. This shouldn't be the end. Let's look around. Everyone looked at the immortal divine herb reluctantly. They swore that they would bring back an even more powerful existence when they returned. To fight for it, the immortal divine herb was even more terrifying and precious than the Yuhua immortal robe. Presumably, these holy lands would definitely not let this matter rest. Perhaps they would ask their own sages to help. However, that was a matter for when they got out. Now, they had to continue searching. The group of people continued to walk forward. They went around the Black Mountain, and Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon followed closely behind. This time, they were even more careful. Because no one knew what kind of danger was waiting for them. Fortunately, the danger seemed to have disappeared along the way. They didn't encounter any array formations, which made everyone feel incredulous. The Sacred Lords and Sect Masters frowned. There was no road ahead. These people stopped. The front was indeed blocked. What's going on? Are we at the end? Some of the elders of the sacred lands were puzzled. The young disciples were even more puzzled. The Sacred Lords frowned. No, it's not the end. The road is blocked. It seemed to be a door, blocking our way. A door? Heavens, it can't be, this place is so big. These young martial artists were extremely surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Golden rays of light appeared as he scanned his surroundings. He realized that his surroundings had been cut off. If this was a door, it would probably be millions of miles away. The heavenly tree. This was the heavenly tree, one of the Yi family's grand elders exclaimed. The others were extremely shocked. The heavenly tree, what was that? This was a variant of the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at this heavenly tree, it is estimated to be more than 100,000 years old. The black thing you see is actually not the door, but its trunk. What? How could a tree trunk be so thick? He couldn't see the end of it. Everyone was extremely shocked. Was this the heavenly tree? But why was this heavenly tree growing here? How could they pass through? It was very difficult to pass through. This sky-reaching god tree was probably planted here by the experts of the nest of 10,000 dragons to prevent others from entering. The great elder of the Yi clan sighed, and the others started to discuss. Among them, Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder snorted coldly. Isn't it just a heavenly tree? With so many sacred lords joining forces, I don't believe that we can't break through it. That's right, this time, we brought a lot of sacred weapons. Everyone, let's attack together. The sacred lord of the five elements palace also spoke. Many people's eyes were burning. Indeed, they were eager to know what was on the other side of the heavenly tree. Buzz Sacred Lord 10,000 Thunder was the first to attack. Lightning surrounded his body, bringing about a powerful storm. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder. A pair of thunder wings spread out behind his back, forming two thunder balls that blasted forward. This pair of thunder wings was a terrifying sacred weapon. The attack it released carried a monstrous sacred might as it charged forward. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering sounds rang out as lightning surged in the sky. It was so loud that everyone's ears were muddled. They couldn't hear anything else at all. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see through the sea of lightning and discovered that the heavenly tree wasn't damaged at all. It was just that the reef above was black. Heavens, what kind of tree is this? It's too hard. Even sacred weapons can't break through it. Kid, you don't understand. The heavenly tree is definitely one of the most terrifying sacred trees in the world. Moreover, this tree has been growing for at least 100,000 years. Think about it, the arch only lived for 10,000 to 20,000 years. How terrifying would a sacred technique be after 100,000 years, indeed? Lin Xian nodded. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace and the other sacred grounds all swallowed their saliva. Let me help you, the five elements sacred lord also walked out. He opened his mouth and spat out a five elements pearl. This was also a sacred weapon. At this moment, he released all the flames within the five elements pearl. The monstrous flames turned into 8 fire dragons that charged forward. Fire countered wood. Everyone was confident that this time, the heavenly tree would definitely be attacked. However, the trunk of the sacred tree didn't seem to be made of wood. Instead, it seemed to be made of metal that blocked the sea of flames. Damn it, as expected of the heavenly tree, everyone, let's attack together. The five elements sacred lord's face was gloomy. The other sacred lords, sect leaders, and grand elders all had solemn expressions. They felt that they could try to break through it. After all, there wasn't any danger nearby. You young disciples, step back. Step back. Step far away. We need to use many sacred weapons. The Yi family's grand elder stood out and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other sacred sons and prodigies all retreated with their martial artists. Boom. Boom. In front of them, the sacred leaders and patriarchs executed their martial arts. Wisps of shocking auras burst out from their bodies and soared into the sky. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The void in front of them quickly shattered. The heavens and earth trembled as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the others retreated once again. They had no choice. With so many sacred lords attacking together and the power of the sacred weapons, it was truly terrifying. It could shatter everything. Light flowed on their bodies as they activated their king domains. Armor appeared and quickly blocked the attacks. However, the weaker ones couldn't block it at all. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Retreat! Retreat quickly, it was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the 9 sons' bodies shone brightly, but they also felt a great pressure. This was only the aftermath of the energy. If they were hit head-on, even an invincible king would be instantly killed. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. In front of them, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The sky was filled with energy, and the void shattered. However, what was shocking was that the heavenly tree had withstood it. It was such a terrifying attack, but it wasn't damaged. Damn it, what kind of tree is this? This old tree has definitely become a spirit. This couldn't be a holy tree, right? These people screamed crazily. However, what terrified them was yet to come. Unknowingly, dozens of figures appeared around Lin Xian and the others. These figures were wrapped in the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and they let out deep roars. Occasionally, everyone could see the scales that flickered with cold light under the aura of the Tao of Dragon, as well as the terrifying claws and teeth. The creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian exclaimed, and the people around him were also terrified. In front, the sacred leaders and sect masters also exclaimed. Damn it, could it be that they were alarmed? But more than a dozen creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons quickly moved out, charging towards the young disciples like bolts of lightning. In an instant, blood spurted out, and screams sounded. Many people were torn in half, and blood dyed the sky red. Damn it, retreat, the sacred lords roared angrily. The young disciples, sacred princes, and geniuses all quickly attacked. Clang, the 4 elements sacred leader, fought against a humanoid creature and was directly blasted back, his entire arm numb. Damn it, they were actually so powerful. The others were also stunned. It was too terrifying. What exactly were these things? Were they beasts or dragons? How could they be so terrifying? Damn it. The sect masters in front shouted coldly. 2 of them brandished their sacred weapons and charged over. Terrifying sacred might overflowed, shattering the sky. Terrifying flames burned fiercely. This attack. It was truly terrifying. Sure enough, many humanoid creatures were sent flying, their bodies exploding and turning into a bloody mist. This scene made these young disciples heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, they screamed. In fact, the sacred leader who attacked also let out a miserable cry. Because one of his arms was directly torn apart. In front, a few humanoid creatures also appeared. The aura on their bodies was even more terrifying, like the abyss. As soon as they attacked, they injured a sect master. This scene made the sacred leaders cry out in alarm. Damn it, the creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons had really awakened. Everyone, retreat. At this moment, they were really panicking. Because they discovered that more and more terrifying creatures were appearing around them. How did they appear? These sacred leaders and sect masters didn't know. However, the terror of these creatures was far beyond their imagination. In fact, these humanoid creatures were also holding ancient treasures in their hands to resist their sacred weapons. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. On Lin Xian's side, he also received a fierce blow. Foolish humans, you actually dared to trespass into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Go to hell. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Do it quickly, Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, and the others all roared in rage. The other saints, Heaven's Chosen, and all the martial artists attacked like crazy. At the same time, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave this area completely. Buzz on Lin Xian's side, a blue ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and shattered the void, blocking the path of Lin Xian and the others. Die! That azure figure let out a cold voice that sounded like thunder. It was extremely terrifying as it rolled towards Lin Xian. This sound wave was too terrifying. The martial artists around Lin Xian vomited mouthfuls of blood as they retreated. Just a single sound wave was enough to severely injure them. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he resisted the terrifying sound wave. Those sound waves hit his body and made a sonorous sound. It was extremely vast and mighty, as if 10,000 thunderbolts had descended. However, Lin Xian was fine. Buzz, clenching his hand into a fist, he rushed forward. This fist was like a sun that exploded in the void. The resplendent light illuminated the world. A terrifying force burst out from his body. With a bang, the azure figure in front of him was forced back. "Damn human, you're courting death," the azure figure was enraged. He let out a long roar and two more figures appeared around him. They were also azure in color and incomparably deep, like the sea. The three figures were like three sharp blades as they charged towards Lin Xian once again. "Foolish and lowly humans, today is the day you die." The aura of these three figures was too powerful. It was like three endless seas, pressing down on those people until they couldn't breathe. So strong. So terrifying. What the hell are these things? The young disciples were stunned. Other than a few top prodigies, the others could only resist with all their might. "What do you humans think you are? In front of the ancient royal family, you're just ants," the azure figure let out a sinister laugh. "So now, ants, go to hell." Three streaks of blue sword chi were produced from that light. They descended from the sky, and their sharp aura made people tremble. "Ants," Lin Xian sneered. The light of the nine-yang divine body became more and more tyrannical. His fist had completely transformed into a golden crow as he charged forward. Boom, the light cracked, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The three blue heavenly swords were directly shattered. Not only that, the three azure figures were also forced back. Two of them directly exploded, and blue blood splattered all over the sky. "I'm an ant? Then what are you guys, who can't even block a punch from me? You're worse than ants." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he looked ahead disdainfully. At this moment, he was like a sun war god that people looked up to. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The azure figures were extremely shocked. The surrounding archaic creatures were also stunned. What was going on? How could there be such a strong physique in the human race? Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, many ancient creatures gathered towards Lin Xian. The human race is not something you can insult. At this moment, Yu Wudao also said coldly. Immediately after, his fist turned into an unparalleled radiance, killing two humanoid creatures as well. This scene was also shocking. On Wu Chen's side, thousands of rays of Buddhist light flashed. He also killed a few ancient creatures with his flower-pinching finger. Not good, there's a peerless genius in the human race. The expressions of these ancient creatures changed, and their expressions became solemn. They originally thought that with their powerhouses restraining the sacred leaders and sect masters, they could easily kill the younger generation. They didn't expect that there would be such a powerful figure in the younger generation. However, this was not the end of it. What shocked them even more was still to come. After Lin Xian and the other two, the Daoi Holy Sun, Gu Santong, Wu Hua, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, the Crimson Dragon, the Dian Holy Sun, all of the saint prodigies displayed extraordinary strength, surprising the ancient creatures. In an instant, dozens of ancient creatures were completely suppressed. Many of them even bled. Their blood was blue, green, and black. It was very strange. Ancient creatures? Powerhouses from the nest of 10,000 dragons? They were just SOSO, seeing the wavering light Holy Sun kill two ancient creatures in one strike. The cultivators of the wavering light sacred land sneered. "Lowly humans, what do you know? Do you really think you can compete with the ancient royal family? Our master has not awakened. Otherwise, one of them would be able to kill all of you." The humanoid creatures snorted. "What? Master? These creatures actually called the sleeping dragons their master. Could it be that these ancient life forms were just servants? Heavens, just some slaves were so heaven-defying and terrifying? They could compete with the top holy suns. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the real dragon race, the ancient royal family, would be." Lin Xian and the others also had solemn expressions. If what the other party said was true, then the primordial emperor ancestor was truly terrifying. The Crimson Dragon sneered. "A group of slaves dare to be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and scram for Ben Huang. Otherwise, Ben Huang will eat you all." "Lowly ants, you're courting death," the ancient creatures roared angrily. They stared at the Crimson Dragon, but soon, they cried out in surprise. Their bodies trembled. "Dragon, you're actually a dragon, that's right, Ben Huang is a dragon. Why aren't you slaves kneeling on the ground?" The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. The ancient creatures in front trembled. Their expressions changed drastically. No, you're not from the dragon race of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who are you? Kill them. Kill them. They're plotting something, these people roared angrily. Their bodies emitted tens of thousands of rays of light as they charged out again. The battle erupted. It was extremely intense. However, Lin Xian and the others were very powerful and gradually suppressed these ancient creatures. However, this was the nest of 10,000 dragons after all. It was full of mysteries. These ancient creatures cooperated with each other and actually triggered the array formation here. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. The entire world was boiling as a terrifying array formation enveloped the surroundings. This caused Lin Xian and the others to fall into danger once again. Boom, in front, the battle between the sacred leaders and sect leaders was also abnormally terrifying. Many ancient creatures appeared in the surroundings. These ancient creatures were very terrifying. They were not weaker than these sacred leaders and sect leaders. In fact, many of the elders of these sacred lands were killed. Pu, an elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground, was surrounded by lightning. He was like a god of thunder. However, a palm stretched out, tore through the lightning that filled the sky, and directly crushed his heart. With a puff, the body of the elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground split into pieces. However, that palm retracted, grabbed a heart, and directly put it into his mouth. Then, he began to eat. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. They looked forward. There was a tall human figure in front of them. It looked like a human, but it had a tail and wings. Its head was like that of a crocodile, which was extremely terrifying. He had already killed 3 elders of the Holy Land. Each time, he had killed them with a single strike. He had crushed their hearts and swallowed them whole. But the Great Derivation Sacred Lord waved his Great Derivation Sacred Sword. The moment he slashed out, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying creature was sent flying. However, it was useless. More and more archaic creatures appeared in the surroundings, their auras incomparably terrifying. They also activated a terrifying killing array to kill these sacred masters and sect masters. The Queen Mother, Yi family's patriarch, Li Xianxia, and the others had grave expressions on their faces. They noticed that other than the ancient life forms around them, there were also roars coming from afar. Furthermore, a shocking aura rapidly spread across the place and burst out from it. Not good, I'm afraid that the ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons is really going to revive. Everyone, retreat quickly. After he returned, he would make further plans. These sacred leaders and sect masters began to retreat. Behind them, there were also many powerful archaic creatures. Some of them were even wielding broken artifacts as they charged over. Boom, in the distance, the heavens and earth shook once more. Countless auras of the Tao of Dragon erupted, and the mountain with countless black holes rumbled. The powerhouses sealed by the divine crystals floated out. They floated in the sky. Although their eyes were still closed, the auras on their bodies were becoming stronger and stronger. Buzz, in fact, a 10-meter-tall divine crystal also appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, suppressing these sacred masters and sect masters until they found it difficult to breathe. Not good, it's that ancient king, everyone was shocked. They had encountered it before. The wisp of aura emitted by the other party had already made them extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would appear again. If such a terrifying powerhouse revived, they would probably be in danger. Whoosh! Whoosh, these people retreated crazily. Hurry up and contact our people. Summon our saints. Many people from the sacred lands and great sects shouted angrily. The Yi family, Gu family, Immortal Palace, Jade Pool, and Alcade also attacked. However, a peerless formation enveloped heaven and earth, isolating the aura. As a result, the teleportation formation couldn't be formed at all, and they couldn't send the news out. Lowly humans, do you still want to call yourselves humans? Today, you will be completely buried here, a cold and heartless voice sounded. The murderous aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths swept out. Accompanied by the aura of the Tao of Dragon, it formed a scene of destruction. Boom! 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 In front of them, the sky-reaching divine tree also slowly trembled, and its body gradually rose into the air. Obviously, this primordial divine technique wasn't dead, but alive. However, it was too huge. With a slight sway, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the sky, countless lightning bolts descended, dancing in the air as they charged towards the elders. Not good, the sky-reaching divine tree was about to attack. These people went crazy. They discovered that those lightning bolts weren't lightning, but the branches of the sky-reaching divine tree. However, each of them was extremely sharp. They were like divine swords that slashed in all directions. These people could only desperately block them. Boom, boom. Boom, the sky-reaching divine tree gradually left the ground, and the paths that it blocked also appeared. However, no one was excited. Originally, they wanted to know what was behind the sky-reaching divine tree. But now, they couldn't care less. They fought like crazy. However, some people couldn't help but take a glance and then scream. "Dragon, it's a dragon," the Grand Elder screamed. The other sect masters and sacred masters also probed their souls and looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Heavens, Lin Xian was shocked. Those people also screamed. "It's really a dragon, that's right." Behind the sky-reaching divine tree, there was an even wider area. On that land, there were many figures lying cross-legged. They were like mountains lying there. The small ones were more than 10 meters tall, while the big ones were hundreds of meters tall. There was even one that was more than 10,000 meters tall. They couldn't see the end of it. At first glance, they thought that it was a mountain, but those people were too powerful and their eyes were sharp. They realized that it wasn't a mountain at all. It was a body. Many bodies were lying on the ground like a mountain range. There were cold scales on them that flickered with a metallic light. They emitted a monstrous aura that made one's blood freeze. That was the pressure from the bloodline soul. Only an extremely powerful bloodline could cause such a scene. Everyone knew that those were dragons, the same dragons as in the legends. There were really dragons, and those dragons were all sleeping. Some of them were sealed by divine crystals, while others were sealed by dragon veins. In short, all the dragons were sleeping. However, the aura that they emitted was like an ancient abyss that could crush people. There were more in the distance. The crimson dragon pointed into the distance and screamed. He was a dragon himself, so he was more familiar with those things. Everyone hurriedly fought while using their souls to probe. The sacred masters and sect masters did the same. In the next moment, they were even more shocked. The reason for that was because they discovered that there were many god crystals floating around those enormous dragons and even further away. Were those also dragons? Or were they servants of the dragons? They didn't know. The crimson dragon said. A dragon, an even more terrifying dragon. Everyone sensed it carefully and found that it was indeed so. These human-shaped dragons were even more terrifying. Some of them even had dragon horns on their heads, some had dragon scales on their bodies, and some had dragon tails and dragon wings. They were extremely terrifying. Among them, the living fossils of the Tuoba family, Nangong family, and Ouyang family, the three great spirit seeker families, also quickly used their spirit-seeking techniques. They probed into the distance. They wanted to see clearly what was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their gazes became incomparably deep. Mysterious runes flickered, carrying a terrifying light that pierced through everything. These were three living fossil elders. They had already lived for more than 3,000 years. Their spirit-seeking technique was even more terrifying. This time, the three great spirit seeker families were led by them. Therefore, at this moment, they used their terrifying spirit-seeking technique, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The entire world also underwent a strange change. In front of them, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged and gradually spread out. Everyone seemed to be able to see the scene in the distance clearly. However, the good times didn't last long. Not long after, the three living fossil-level spirit seeker masters screamed in pain. They kept rolling and covering their faces with their hands. Blood flowed down their fingers. Elders, the people of the three great spirit seeker families screamed crazily. What was going on? Why was their elder Zhang injured? The living fossil elders of the three spirit seeker families screamed in pain. My eyes, damn it, my eyes, they screamed crazily. Their eyes were bleeding and they were directly blinded. The road ahead was once again covered by the aura. It was thick and heavy, and everyone couldn't see clearly again. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly did these living fossils see? Even their eyes were blinded. Could it be that they saw something they shouldn't have seen? Everyone's bodies trembled. What exactly was in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Elders, what did you see? The people of the three great spirit seeker families also quickly asked. However, the three living fossil elders shook their heads crazily. They didn't dare to say it. They would be blinded with just a glance. If they said it, who knew if the terrifying array formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons would directly kill them? However, if they didn't say it, these people became even more curious. This was especially true for the sacred leader and the sect master. They wanted to know more. The Taishan Saint Master was surrounded by 108 stars as if he was the master of the starry sky. His eyes were like two universes. The light of the stars pierced through and shattered the aura of the Tao of dragons in the sky, opening up a path. The Yin-Yang sect leader had the Yin-Yang mirror above his head. Black and white auras flowed around his body. It was quite strange and terrifying. At this moment, he also activated the Yin-Yang mirror and shot out a beam of Yin-Yang light that shot forward. The head of the Gu clan appeared and disappeared unpredictably like a ghost. He directly used the void technique, causing the void in front of him to split open and devour the endless aura of the Tao of dragons. The Yi clan's clan head, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other sacred leaders and sect masters also attacked together. Li Xianxia's body emitted a sharp aura. A flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was 2 fingers wide, and it flashed with an endless cold light. Buzz as the saber flew out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It pierced through the void. The terrifying aura caused the faces of the sacred leaders and sect masters to change. Those elders were also trembling. Some of them screamed, Xiao Li's flying dagger, it was actually him, damn it, he actually joined the immortal palace, what? Are you talking about that amazing Xiao Li's flying dagger who swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands with a wave of flying daggers? Some of the sacred leaders' faces changed. They didn't recognize him before, and he didn't use the flying dagger. Now that the flying dagger was out, it shocked the heavens and shocked the gods. It made them immediately think of that terrifying person back then. It was him. It was definitely him. They didn't expect him to appear again after being silent for 800 years. Those elders and sacred leaders cried out in surprise. Behind them, Lin Xian and the others were also shocked. When the flying dagger appeared, these sacred leaders and prodigies felt their hair stand on end. Many of them directly knelt on the ground. They felt that this blade light would be able to annihilate them completely. Lin Xian's body also trembled. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and blocked the shocking saber light. It was too terrifying. This was the most terrifying saber light he had ever seen. This Li Xianxian was actually so terrifying. He hadn't seen him fight before, but now it seemed that his strength was definitely not weaker than those sacred leaders and sect masters. Moreover, when he attacked, the sacred leaders and sect masters looked as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that Li Xianxian had an even more shocking identity? That should be it. Yi Wudao, Dustless, Gu Santong, and the others also had serious expressions. The Crimson Dragon was even more surprised. This immortal palace was indeed mysterious and strange. Who knew what kind of peerless figure would appear in the future? With so many sacred leaders and sect masters attacking together, they broke through the Tao of Dragon aura in front of them. Everyone once again saw the scene in front of them clearly. In the next moment, they cried out in surprise, their hearts beating wildly. Even the Crimson Dragon was shocked. He screamed and felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the young disciples were even more frightened. The sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders also felt their scalps go numb. The reason for that was because they saw an altar in the distance. It was a 5-colored altar. The altar was very ancient and emitted a desolate aura. It had existed for countless years. On the altar, there was an egg, a golden egg. It was as big as a wash basin, and there were countless mysterious Tao patterns on it. They were densely packed and dazzling. The egg was golden. On the mysterious altar in the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, there was actually an egg. What kind of egg was this? Could it be a dragon egg? No one knew. However, this scene infuriated the ancient creatures in the surroundings. They roared and pounced crazily, causing the sacred leaders and sect masters to have no chance to observe. The young prodigies on Lin Xian's side were also fiercely attacked. In an instant, the endless Tao of dragon aura in front of them surged and once again enveloped the mysterious golden dragon egg. Everything could no longer be seen. As for Lin Xian and the other sect masters, they were all in danger. Many young disciples were killed, and even a few saints had their bodies pierced through. The battle in the distance was even more tragic. Many grand elders of the sacred grounds and sects were hacked apart, their bodies were directly swallowed alive. What made them even more desperate was that in the sky, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal and the purple primordial king suddenly erupted with a terrifying wave of air. It surged downward and turned into a thick purple aura that covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, many sacred leaders and sect masters vomited blood. Not good, quickly block it. These sacred leaders and sect masters all activated their sacred weapons to block the terrifying purple light. At the same time, countless ancient creatures appeared in the surroundings. They had a life and death battle with these sacred leaders. In an instant, Li Xianxia, the patriarch of the Yi family, the patriarch of the Gu family, and the Queen Mother of the West were all under intense attacks. These primordial creatures were too powerful. They could even mobilize the surrounding Tao of dragon aura and peerless killing formations at will. The sacred lord of 10,000 thunder used his lightning god's wings and flew quickly in the sky. 2 lightning god's wings turned into lightning heavenly blades that slashed in all directions. Wherever they passed, 4 primordial creatures were cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. The Yinyang sect leader held the Yinyang mirror in his hand and bombarded the surrounding primordial creatures. A jade lake appeared beside the Queen Mother of the West. A drop of jade lake holy water directly pierced through those terrifying creatures. It turned them into nothingness. The patriarch of the Yi family was like a golden god of war. He opened and closed his palms, creating a bloody path. The patriarch of the Gu family appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Every time he appeared, he could easily kill primordial creatures. Li Xianxia was even more terrifying. The flying knives in his hand never missed. Every time, he would kill with a single strike. There was even a time when he directly killed 7 primordial creatures with a single strike. It was truly terrifying. The surrounding sacred lords, royal lords, and Buddhist abbot all attacked one after another. However, the enemies were even more terrifying. Among these primordial creatures, there were a few that were extremely terrifying. One of them was surrounded by flames. The flame wings on its back spread out and directly burned several elders of the 5 elements palace to ashes. The other one had a long humanoid figure. It had a head of incomparably green hair and turned into a poisonous python. He held a green sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he killed several elders of the Dian sacred land and the Tai dynasty. Buzz, the sky-reaching tree, was even more terrifying. Its branches hung down and directly enveloped the elders of the Yi family, the Gu family, the Daoi sacred land, and the Jade Lake. In an instant, they were hung up. Their heads were chopped off. In an instant, blood spurted out, and miserable screams rang out. These were all peerless experts. Their blood turned into a sea of blood in the air, forming a hell of azura. The monstrous killing intent was astonishing, making one's scalp tingle. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. This was an intense battle. Perhaps no one in the outside world would have thought that the sacred lord, who usually dominated a region and was respected by the world, would be injured. Here, he was seriously injured and even killed. On Lin Xian's side, he was facing an unprecedented crisis. Only the top saints could resist it with the treasures in their hands. Those young disciples could not resist at all. Even the weaker saints and prodigies were mercilessly killed. And this was just some servants dealing with them. If it was a true far ancient royal, it would be even more dangerous. As expected, an even more terrifying ancient life form roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The faces of Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others instantly flickered. Not good, everyone, join hands. The crimson dragon screeched and swung its tail, exuding a mighty dragon aura that intimidated the ancient creature. This primordial creature was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the aura it exuded made the Xianxias feel as if they were facing a formidable foe. Everyone joined forces and attacked, however, it was shattered by a single slap from the primordial creature. The ground cracked open, and an endless aura of the Tao of Dragon filled the air. Those people all retreated. Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier had strong physiques. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others also had bloodline power revolving around them. They only retreated. However, the other prodigies did not have strong physiques or terrifying bloodlines. Some of their bodies split open, and their blood dyed the ground red. With just a single strike, they had received such heavy injuries. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Roar, the ancient creature let out another roar and charged over again. After 2 moves, these people were even more severely injured. Some saints and saintesses were even killed. Several princes of the Nine Li dynasty were also killed. The western desert monks also spat out mouthfuls of blood. Many of them had their heads smashed. Among them, Wuchen was the strongest. Wuhua was also extremely mysterious. He pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, exuding terrifying bloodline power. There was also one who had a Zhang 6 golden body. His entire body shone with light like a Buddha. He was Wuchen's junior brother and was also a terrifying prodigy. He cultivated the Zhang 6 golden body, which was a supreme physique. The southern mountain prodigies were the same. For some reason, Yan Nantian did not come to the southern mountains Yan family. However, the Yan family's prodigies were also extremely powerful. In the northern plains, the demon kings of the Demon King Palace were roaring. At the same time, they were terrified. It was too terrifying. The bloodline power of the ancient life form was causing them great trouble. Huatiandu's face was gloomy. The bloodline power in his body shone brightly. However, he was also injured. The saints and prodigies were all injured. If the ancient life form continued to attack, they would be killed sooner or later. Qingqing, Qiu'er, are you all right? Lin Xian came to Xianxia and Morong Qingqing and asked in a deep voice. The 2 of them shook their heads. However, their faces were pale. Ruzalong, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked. If not, he would really have to go all out. He would summon the great dragon sword soul or enter the black earth directly. Wait, I'll try. The crimson dragon stepped forward. He did not attack. Instead, he spoke a strange language. This scene puzzled Lin Xian and the others. They did not understand what it meant. In front, the tyrannical ancient creature was stunned. It stopped and looked at the dark red divine dragon in bewilderment. It spoke the ancient language as well. They were communicating. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others also had serious expressions. The great Xia prince, the Alcade sage, and the other prodigies were also waiting silently. The crimson dragon spoke the dragon language. The dragon language was a very noble language among the immemorial royal family. Apart from the dragon tribe, the immemorial royal family members should also know it. Therefore, the crimson dragon tried. As expected, the ancient life form in front of him stopped and communicated with him. As the crimson dragon spoke, he emitted his dragon blood and dragon aura. The dragon blood surged and the dragon aura spread, making the ancient life form in front of him confused. He did not make a move, but his pair of cold eyes still carried a vigilant light. He stood in front and stared coldly at the crimson dragon, Lin Xian, and the other saints. How is it, Ruzalong? Lin Xian asked telepathically. Fortunately, these ancient life forms have just awakened and don't know much about it. Therefore, I should be able to fool him for the time being. Hurry and tell the people around to not act rashly. Hearing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly transmitted to the saints, the heavenly sect, and the young martial artists, telling them to stay where they were and not move. After hearing this, those people did as they were told. After all, no one dared to joke around with their lives. The ancient creature in front of them was too powerful. They all stood there with solemn expressions. Although the other party had not attacked yet, they did not dare to be careless. If the other party attacked, they still had to be careful. Lin Xian called over all of Immortal Palace's people to his side. He lightly tapped them, a pained expression on his face. Immortal Palace had also lost more than half of their martial artists. Fortunately, although Peacock and the others were injured, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Looking around, Lin Xian felt that he had gained a great advantage. He had lost half of his martial artists, which was considered light. The Yi family and Gu family had suffered similar losses. However, the other sacred grounds and sects were in a miserable state. The better ones had lost 2/3 of their martial artists, leaving only 1/3 of their martial artists. The worse ones only had 1/10 of their martial artists left. Even those who survived were injured and in a sorry state. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the intense battle in front of him. He frowned. He could not fight or provide support now, so he directly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. He frantically absorbed the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. The aura here was too strong. Lin Xian did not care if the others were in the mood or if they had the courage. Anyway, he could absorb as much as he could. However, he did not make too much of a commotion and carefully absorbed it. Roar, the ancient creature suddenly roared in a low voice. The aura on his body spread out again. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Obviously, he had noticed Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and a dragon's roar sounded. This made the ancient creature even more confused. The Crimson Dragon said a few more words in dragon language. Only then did the ancient creature stop and not attack. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon also absorbed the Tao of dragon aura. The others were shocked. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the front, attracting everyone's attention. Including the ancient creature in front, they all turned their heads to look. Lin Xian raised his head while absorbing. Then, he was shocked. In front of him, the 10-meter-tall divine crystal suddenly cracked open. The ancient royal within, that tall violet figure, opened his eyes. His gaze turned into an evasive one, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, many of the elders below were penetrated by the gaze and nailed to the ground. Oh no, he's resurrected, the Crimson Dragon trembled, and Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, the Grand Xia Imperial Prince, and the others all looked completely shocked. As for the sage lords and pontiffs, their scalps went numb. An archaic king had been resurrected, damn it, he's too strong. Everyone, be careful, hurry up and use your saint weapon. The sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders no longer dared to be careless. They gathered one after another and activated their saint weapons, sweeping out in all directions to resist the archaic king. Previously, they had guessed that the primordial king was very likely a sage, although the other party's aura and cultivation were very unclear. They did not know whether the other party was a saint or not. However, it was obvious that the other party was too powerful. This was far beyond their expectations. Even if they used their saint weapons, they could only contend with the other party. Damn it, this is definitely beyond the realm of invincible kings. Is he a saint or not? It's not clear. He didn't use a saint law at all. These sacred leaders and sect leaders were all stunned. After the other party appeared, his figure flashed and arrived in front of 2 Divine Wind Dynasty's royal elders. With a slap of his hand, the 2 royal elders were directly smashed into pieces. Then, he came in front of the myriad Buddhist sect's monks and similarly waved his fist. He blew up 3 monks. It was too terrifying. The other party was simply the king of close combat. He did not use any laws at all and directly used his physical strength to kill in all directions. As soon as the purple Archean king appeared, the god crystals in the surroundings shattered as well. The Archean beasts opened their eyes and charged over. Damn it, the Yi family's patriarch roared and spat out a bronze cauldron, suppressing the surroundings. With a bang, a terrifying aura blasted the surrounding archaic creatures away. However, the violet archaic king was completely unaffected and directly charged over. With a clang, a palm slapped on the green cauldron, causing a shocking vibration. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they quickly retreated. Many elders vomited mouthfuls of blood. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the space shattered. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others were also affected. Fortunately, they'd already retreated to an extremely far place earlier. Otherwise, if they were any closer, the sound wave just now would have torn them apart and killed them directly. Kill, the Dayan sacred leader waved his divine sword, and a peerless sword light descended from the sky. This sword could kill any invincible king. However, the violet archaic king was fearless. He slapped the sacred sword with his bare hands, and his palm collided with the sacred sword. Boom! Boom, boom! The sacred sword trembled in the sky, and the archaic king was sent flying backward, smashing through the void. He roared repeatedly. This scene shocked everyone and made them happy at the same time. Great, the sacred weapon could suppress the other party, use it quickly. In an instant, the Yin-Yang sect leader, Sacred Leader Thousand Thunder, Sacred Leader Thousand Beginnings, Sacred Leader Dao Yi, Sacred Leader Alcade, the Gu family, and the Yi family all used their sacred weapons. A terrifying aura surged into the sky and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, the dangers in the surroundings were not only limited to the archaic king. Some of those archaic creatures had also used peerless treasures, but they were able to contend against these sacred weapons. Moreover, there was also the heavenly tree that had existed for 100,000 years. His attack was also very terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the experts in the nest of 10,000 dragons all supported the archaic king. The archaic king roared, and the ground cracked open. A purple spear transformed into a purple dragon that instantly appeared in the sky and was grabbed by him. With a thrust of the spear, one of the grand elders of the 5 Elements Palace was killed. Pung! This spear pierced through the heart of the grand elder of the 5 Elements Palace. The 5 Elements light on his body quickly dissipated. The long spear shook and directly blasted the grand elder into pieces. Damn it! The 5 Elements sacred leader roared and activated the 5 Elements Pearl, releasing the energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It formed a terrifying light that charged forward to fight against the archaic king. However, the archaic king was too terrifying. Now that he had taken out a dragon-like purple spear, it was even more terrifying. Kill, an elder of the Yi clan let out a furious roar. He held a gigantic heaven-splitting axe in his hand and charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the immemorial king. Both of them were close combat experts and had strong physiques. Therefore, their battle was earth-shattering. All the experts were shocked. The Yi family was indeed a clan of the ancients. Their physiques were too strong. Ah, roar, the two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. Suddenly, the archaic king roared and a purple light shot into the sky. His aura erupted once again. The surrounding Tao of dragon aura quickly surged into his body. The long spear in his hand seemed to have come alive. It turned into a purple lightning bolt. The first spear sent the sky-splitting axe flying. The second spear pierced through the Yi family elder's forehead. Pfft, the Yi family elders had exploded, and his body fell to the ground. The Yi family experts roared crazily. One of their peerless elders was killed just like that. Even his soul power did not escape, their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the purple primordial king. The Yi family sacred leader snorted coldly as he activated the bronze cauldron and charged over. At the same time, the Gu family and Alcade realm experts made their moves. Li Xianxia stood in the void, his body surrounded by a biting cold blade light. Another flying dagger appeared in his hand. As soon as the flying knife appeared, the surroundings were filled with wails and cries. There was even a rain of blood. The terrifying scene caused the surrounding primordial creatures to tremble as if they were facing a great enemy. Many primordial creatures retreated. They had no choice. All the primordial creatures that were locked onto by Li Xianxia felt a fatal sense of danger. Li Xianxia did not attack these ordinary primordial creatures. His gaze was fixed on the primordial king who was fighting with the Gu family and Yi family. Li Xianxia raised his hand, and the flying knife at his fingertips flickered with a terrifying light. Even the purple primordial king in the distance raised his head, a terrifying light shooting out of his eyes. The other party's flying knife also threatened him. His body emitted tens of thousands of rays of light as his speed reached the extreme. He dodged in the sky while fighting the Yi family and Gu family sacred leaders at the same time. However, Li Xuanxian did not make a move immediately. He stood in the void, accumulating power and waiting for a sure kill strike. This process was very long. As long as Li Xuanxian did not attack with his flying knife, all the primordial creatures felt their bodies go numb as they felt a potential threat. This made them very uneasy. Finally, Li Xuanxian found an opportunity to attack. With a wave of his finger, the flying knife flew out. In an instant, wails and cries could be heard. The world lost its color as a terrifying sea of blood surged. This was a sure kill attack. Many primordial creatures were scared to the ground. In the distance, the primordial king's hair stood on end. After his uneasiness and anger, the purple light on his body shone from the sky. The purple spear in his hand was like a dragon as it danced quickly. At the same time, his speed reached the extreme. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the primordial king roared. Purple blood burst forth, piercing through the void. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. A flying knife had pierced through his body. It hit, how terrifying. He was actually able to injure an archaic king. Cries of alarm rang out, and the ancient creatures roared anxiously. On the human side, the holy sovereigns, sect masters, and elders were all shocked. As expected of Xiao Li's flying dagger, his strength was not in vain. It was too frightening. Probably no one would be able to dodge this flying dagger skill. Even a primordial king with such a powerful physique was hit. Everyone was shocked. The Yi family's patriarch and the others seized this opportunity to attack like crazy. In the distance, Li Xuanxian's eyes flickered as he sighed in his heart. This attack was aimed at the center of his opponent's eyebrows. But in the end, he only managed to hit his opponent's shoulder. It could be said that it was a little different from what he had imagined. One had to admit that this primordial king was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others exclaimed when they saw this scene. This saber strike was too shocking and too fast. They didn't see it at all. They only saw Li Xuanxian waving his palm and the primordial king was injured. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen the previous scene through the heavenly secret divine eye. At this moment, in his mind, he was still slowing down and recalling. It was indeed a peerless saber strike. It was really terrifying. He guessed that even if it were other holy sovereigns, they probably wouldn't be able to dodge it. It was even possible that they would be killed in one move. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Roar! The primordial king roared crazily, and the light on his body overflowed into the sky, quickly healing his wounds. His pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at Li Xuanxian. Buzz's body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over quickly, wanting to kill the other party. Because a second flying dagger appeared in Li Xuanxian's hand. He had to get rid of this hidden danger. In the blink of an eye, the primordial king arrived near Li Xuanxian and stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. Li Xuanxian was like a floating immortal, floating in the air. He dodged the shot by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the second flying dagger in his hand was sent out. With a bang, another bloody hole appeared on the primordial king's body. This bloody hole was very close to his heart. It had almost pierced through his heart. The crowd was even more astonished upon seeing this. The primordial king's face was also gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the purple long spear in his hand turned into a dragon and rushed out. It charged towards Li Xuanxian. Li Xuanxian dodged again, but this time, the purple dragon followed him closely, giving him no chance to send out a third flying dagger. Without the threat of Xiao Li's flying dagger, the primordial king once again went on a killing spree. Boom! The battle continued to erupt. Finally, a bolt of lightning flashed and the Holy Lord was torn in half. His soul was caught by the primordial king and directly destroyed. Between heaven and earth, a rain of blood fell. The wings of the thunder god danced in the sky, but it had lost its luster. Holy Lord! Frantic shouts came one after another. The martial artists of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Land had all gone crazy. The elders screamed crazily. They realized that their sacred leader had been killed. Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. It was over. A holy lord had fallen. This was an earth-shattering event. Although a holy lord had been injured before, he hadn't been killed. These holy lords were very powerful. Even if their bodies were split in half or torn into pieces, they could still recover. However, it was impossible now. The holy lord's soul had been directly destroyed. This could be said to be a fatal blow. There was no chance for him to revive. Sure enough, the holy lord's body fell from the sky, smashing the void and sinking the ground. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. Those who had died before were all elders. But now, the holy lord had become the first holy lord to die. This was absolutely shocking. If news of this spread, the entire true spirit world would probably be shaken. After all, a holy lord was a true overlord. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world would tremble. But now, he had been mercilessly killed by the primordial king. Roar! The primordial king's body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. It was the blood of the holy lords and elders. At this moment, he was like a demonic god, looking around with a cold gaze. After killing the holy lord, he attacked again. Not good. Hurry up and leave. Many holy lands and sects quickly retreated. They opened a door and prepared to teleport. However, as soon as the Taoist gates appeared in the sky, they were shattered by the peerless formations in the surroundings. No, they couldn't leave. How could this be? Some elders took out teleportation scrolls and activated the power of space to surround them, wanting to teleport them away. However, in an instant, another peerless array formation shattered the teleportation scrolls. Those who were about to leave fell from the sky. Everyone's face was pale. Oh no! Damn it, we can't leave. They were really panicking. Previously, they were willing to give it their all because they had trump cards, Tao gates, and teleportation scrolls. They could leave at any time. But now, they realized that their escape route had been sealed. There was no way to escape. This scene caused the faces of these powerhouses to change completely. Lowly humans, you shall all die here. The primordial king's soul released a terrifying divine thought that swept in all directions. A monstrous killing intent was emitted from his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his hands high, and the aura on his body surged. In the distance, an object flew over quickly. It was a giant dragon that danced in the sky. Its body gradually turned into a dragon saber. It was held in the hands of the primordial king. Buzz, a terrifying power erupted, and those sacred leaders and sect masters retreated frantically. Oh no, a sage's weapon! He's going to use a sage's weapon. Stop him! These people shouted frantically. Golden sword, yin-yang mirror, great Tao treasure bottle, bronze cauldron, everyone attacked crazily, especially the Yi family's patriarch, who activated the bronze cauldron with all his might. Boom! Boom, boom! In the sky, the terrifying dragon saber roared. The terrifying sound completely spread out, and the entire sky was boiling. Countless cracks appeared. A saber light could kill any powerhouse. Everyone was horrified by the scene. Lin Xian and the others were facing a great enemy. They realized that their bodies could not move. The sacred leaders and sect masters in front of them also had ugly expressions. Hurry up and attack. Don't hold back. These sacred leaders and sect masters activated the sage artifacts in their hands with all their might. The Yi family's patriarch gathered the elders of the Yi family. In front of them, the bronze cauldron floated up and down, flickering with a terrifying light. The Yi family's patriarch and the elders quickly performed hand seals and poured all the power in their bodies into the bronze cauldron. Boom! The bronze cauldron erupted with an extremely terrifying power. It was like a demonic mountain that suppressed the surroundings. The entire sky trembled. How terrifying! It had the power of the celestial arch cauldron. An expert exclaimed. The yin-yang mirror erupted with a brilliant light that threatened to engulf the entire world. Golden holy swords, great Tao treasured vases, and sage's weapons soared into the sky. He wanted to suppress the dragon knife together. The primordial king was simply too strong. Even though they were both sage weapons, the strength of the primordial king was still extremely strong. Thus, when he unleashed his saint's weapon, the power he unleashed was truly incomparably terrifying. It swept through everything. Although he was suppressed, he didn't fall behind. The sky-piercing god tree also launched an attack. Thousands of tree trunks fused with the surrounding Tao of dragon aura, turning into numerous gigantic dragons that began to attack the sacred leaders and sect masters. Li Xianxia sent out the third flying knife, knocking away the purple long spear. Thus, at the same time, he met up with the Great Guardian and the others. Together, they formed a large seal. The four directions' great imprint continuously enlarged, releasing an endless aura. After receiving the support of so many unrivaled kings, the terrifying power became more and more intense, surging in all directions. A great battle broke out. So many sage weapons collided, erupting with unparalleled light. The entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying by a violent force. They didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles they were sent flying. The weaker ones were killed by the energy. The stronger ones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Even Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was shattered, with many cracks appearing on it. On the other side, Yi Wudao and Wuchen were the same. They were all injured. The Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu were also injured. Fortunately, everyone finally stopped. However, before they could catch their breath, another wave of shocking energy erupted in front of them. It was even more terrifying than the previous energy shockwaves. Not good. The expressions of the saints and elites changed. Lin Xian didn't say a word and directly sent out the black earth. All the people around him were stored inside. Yi Wudao also sent out a replica of the Celestial Emperor's cauldron. The Alcade Sage, the Grand Xia Prince, Wuchen, and the others all used their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their sacred grounds. In an instant, these people were sent flying again. The battle this time was too tragic. Lin Xian and the others were sent flying for millions of miles. They had no idea how the battle was going. They could only see rays of apocalyptic divine light dancing in the sky, and the terrifying sound of thunder kept ringing. 5 days passed. 10 days passed. 20 days passed. The battle lasted for a month and was still ongoing. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were stunned. Only now did they know how terrifying these sacred leaders and sect masters were. One had to know that such a shocking battle consumed a lot of energy. Especially when he was using a saint weapon, the power was like flowing water, flowing away at an extremely fast speed. However, these sacred leaders and sect masters were actually able to fight for a month without weakening. It was truly terrifying. However, they weren't happy. Instead, their expressions became uglier. This was because they could feel that more and more powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were reviving. Besides the purple primordial king, another primordial king was revived on the 20th day. More primordial creatures were revived. A month later, a third primordial king was revived. The 3 primordial kings joined forces and shook the world. Fortunately, there were many sacred leaders and sect masters who came this time and brought many sage weapons. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Even so, it was only a matter of time before they died. Because up until now, 5 sacred leaders and sect masters had already died. The number of elders who died was uncountable. There was nothing they could do. 3 primordial kings, a heavenly tree that had lived for 100,000 years, and countless primordial creatures. Together with the peerless formation, these sacred leaders couldn't resist at all. It was already very difficult for them to fight until now. However, these were only 3 primordial kings. Who knew how many powerhouses were buried in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and there were definitely existences more terrifying than the primordial kings. If such a powerhouse came out, all of their sacred leaders and sect masters would be finished. Even the people of the remote antiquity families were no exception. Sure enough, after another 10 days, an extremely terrifying sage aura suddenly emerged from the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless laws danced in the sky, turning into dragons. It's over. A true sage has revived. The expressions of the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, Li Xianxia, and the others completely changed. Although the previous 3 primordial kings were extremely terrifying, they didn't use any laws at all. They knew that these primordial kings weren't sages, but extremely terrifying invincible kings. But now, sage laws floated out from the depths. Only a true sage could use this kind of law. Needless to say, an ancient sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to awaken. Then, they were definitely in danger. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The young disciples screamed, and the holy sons and geniuses also turned pale. Even the sacred leaders and sect masters had fallen, let alone them. They were only at the periphery of the war and hadn't been affected. If the ancient creatures noticed them, it would be difficult for them to resist. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He asked, "Rizalong, is there any other way?" The Crimson Dragon shook his head. "No, unless we can break into the nest of 10,000 dragons and send the news out so that the sages outside can take action. But we can't do that at all. Not to mention us, even though sacred leaders and sect masters with powerful treasures can't send the news out. I'm afraid this time, it's really over. But kid, don't worry, I can save your life no matter what." At this point, the Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. "No matter what, Ben Huang is also a dragon. You have the great dragon sword soul. The two of us can use the dragon blood and dragon might to communicate with them. We can probably survive. As for the others, they are probably going to die here." "What? They're all going to die here?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian was shocked. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others behind him were even more stunned. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the other great sex people were also pale, without a trace of blood. No way, Lin Xian's face was also ugly. Although not all of the sacred leaders and sect masters had come this time, at least half of the sacred leaders and sect masters had come. If these people were to fall here, it would truly be a shocking event. Other than the ancient war years, there had never been a time like this where half of the sacred leaders and sect masters had died at once. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons is so terrifying? It can kill so many powerhouses before it's even born? If it really comes to the outside world, what kind of storm will it set off? I was too careless this time. The Crimson Dragon's face was also ugly. They originally thought that this was the burial ground of the dragon race. Even if it was dangerous, it was already a dead dragon. So what if he was strong? However, to their surprise, those dragons were not dead at all. Instead, they were merely sleeping. Now, they were resurrected one by one. How were they supposed to fight? Even if a saint were to come, it would not be enough. "No, I can't do this. I can't just sit here and wait for death." Lin Xian shook his head. He had to think of a way to spread the news. It was too dangerous. Although the Crimson Dragon said that they might survive, it was just a possibility. The two of them weren't from the nest of 10,000 dragons at all, especially him. He was just a human, and he had endless secrets. How could these powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons let him off? Moreover, there was also the safety of Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to sit and wait for death. He had to think of a way. What could he do? The Crimson Dragon shook its head. "There's nothing we can do about it. None of our trump cards will work. Even our holy weapons won't work, let alone anything else." That might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "Don't forget what I have." "Are you saying that you want to use that thing? That's impossible. Although that thing is powerful, you're too weak now. Moreover, this thing needs strength to recover. If you were a saint, it might be possible. But now, it's impossible." The Crimson Dragon shook its head. He naturally knew what Lin Xian was talking about. What Lin Xian was talking about was naturally the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. However, it had already lost too much power. Although Lin Xian had recovered so much, it was still not enough. It was impossible to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. What if it's not my own power? Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a sharp light. There were so many Tao of dragon auras here, and so many powerhouses working together to stimulate the Great Dragon Sword Soul. They could definitely break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. As long as the nest of 10,000 dragons was broken, the people outside would definitely sense the information here. At that time, we'll be saved. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Kid, think carefully. If you do this, you'll undoubtedly expose your secret. The Crimson Dragon stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said. It's nothing. Not for anything else, but for ourselves. For Qingqing and Qiu'er, so be it. Alright, I can only give it a try. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left the Black Earth. They appeared outside again. Seeing Lin Xian come out, Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, the Alcade Saint, and the others were puzzled. What was going on? What was Lin Xian doing? Just as they were about to ask, they saw Lin Xian walking forward. The nine-yang divine body bloomed with light, resisting the terrifying air waves. At the same time, he gathered his strength and let out a loud voice. Everyone, help me. I have a way to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons. His voice was like thunder, spreading clearly in all directions. What? Nearby, Yi Wudao, Wu Chen, the Alcade Saint, the Prince of Great Xia, and the other saints were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe what Lin Xian said. The Alcade Saint's face darkened as he snorted coldly. What kind of joke was this? So many sect masters couldn't do anything, how could you? However, Lin Xian ignored him and transmitted his voice again. In front, the sect masters who were fighting with the archaic king also heard this voice. They also frowned, and their faces were solemn. What was Lin Xian doing? Although the other party was the master of Immortal Palace, at this juncture, the other party was too weak. Did he want to show off? He was too inexperienced. Li Xianxian, the Great Protector, and the other powerhouses of Immortal Palace changed their expressions. Could it be that the palace master had a way? I don't know. The Great Protector shook his head, but with my understanding of the palace master, he wouldn't say anything. The palace master wouldn't speak out of thin air. Although everything he did was inconceivable, it was all successful in the end. Hearing this, Li Xianxian was surprised. He nodded. Alright, then I'll believe in the palace master. All powerhouses of Immortal Palace, listen up, follow me back and assist the palace master. With an order, all the powerhouses of Immortal Palace flew back and began to leave the battle. They gathered towards Lin Xian. Damn it, did the people of Immortal Palace want to escape? When the other great sects of the Holy Land saw this scene, they were all furious. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, the Emperor of Great Xia, and the others looked at each other, their eyes flickering. What should they do? Palace Master Ling was a mysterious person. Perhaps he really had a way. The Queen Mother said in a deep voice. Indeed, young geniuses have endless secrets on them. Even I can't see through them. Perhaps he really has a way. These holy lords quickly transmitted their voices. At the same time, they also retreated frantically. Not only that, the Yi family's patriarch said to the surroundings that perhaps there really was a way to leave the nest of 10,000 dragons. What? Seeing this scene, the other sacred leaders and sect masters were all stunned. The supreme elders were also at a loss. What was going on? Could it be that the Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others really had to believe that Lin Xian, he was just a brat? Even if he was conferred the title of Middle Emperor, he was only from the younger generation. In such a war, the other party probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single energy shockwave. What was there to talk about, not to mention breaking into the nest of 10,000 dragons? Therefore, these sacred leaders and sect masters didn't believe it at all. Behind them, the saints and geniuses were also discussing. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that Li Xianxian had arrived with the people from the Immortal Palace. The Queen Mother, the Yi family's patriarch, and the others also gathered here. As long as the sacred leaders believed in him, it would be fine. He believed that in the end, these people would definitely lend him a hand with all their might. Li Xianxian, the head guardian, and the other powerhouses descended and protected Lin Xian. At the same time, Li Xianxian asked. Hall Master, what can we do? Elderly, head guardian, I'm going to take out my trump card. You must protect me well. Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. Hearing this, the eyes of Li Xianxian, the head guardian, and the others lit up. As expected, their hall master still had a trump card. Li Xianxian said. Don't worry, hall master. With us here, we definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Hopefully. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He knew that he might be fine now, but what about in the future? After he went out, he would probably be in danger. After all, he was using the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, he was doing it in front of so many sacred leaders and living fossils. As long as one person discovered the great dragon sword soul, he would probably be targeted by countless powerhouses in the future. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. Putting aside whether he wanted the lives of those sacred leaders and sect masters, he was doing this to save himself. Therefore, he had to give it his all. He would talk about the future later. Moreover, he guessed that after the revival of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time, the continent wouldn't be too peaceful in the future. Winds and clouds would surge, and perhaps a world-shaking battle would break out. At that time, it was hard to say if the sacred leaders and sect masters would care about him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of his hands, the great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body. But the great dragon sword soul transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him, exuding a mysterious aura. What is this? Li Xianxian, great protector, and Immortal Palace's unmatched experts were all shocked. They fixed their eyes on the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Leaf Dao Denier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, the Alcade Sage Son, and the others all felt their eyelids twitch. Their faces were also filled with shock as they watched. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on the great dragon sword spirit. What was that? This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had used this sword shadow. They discussed animatedly. They had seen the dragon-shaped sword shadow before, but it was their first time seeing it at such a close distance. The green dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the void. The dragon head and sword body were lifelike, and it carried a terrifying pressure. It was like a giant dragon. Especially Li Xianxian and the others, they were extremely shocked. They felt as if this was a sleeping giant dragon that possessed endless energy. Once it fully erupted, it would kill them all. This sense of crisis was even more terrifying than when they faced the purple archaic king. What was that? They raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he urged the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. The great dragon sword soul erupted, turning into a giant dragon shadow that soared into the sky. At the same time, the surrounding dragon aura was crazily absorbed by the great dragon sword soul. A terrifying power erupted and swept in all directions. What a terrifying aura! These people were terrified. This aura was too fierce. It surprised Yi Wudao, the Alcade Sage, and the others. Even Li Xianxian, the chief guardian, and the others frowned. One had to know that Lin Xian was only an unparalleled almighty right now. For him to be able to unleash a power that could threaten them was simply too shocking. How many levels did he have to jump to be able to do this? He was definitely a peerless genius. He really had the bearing of a young great emperor. This scene also attracted the attention of the sacred leaders and sect masters. However, those sacred leaders and sect masters frowned. Lin Xian was indeed impressive, but with his current strength, how could he possibly break through the nest of 10,000 dragons? What a fool's dream, they sneered disdainfully because this power couldn't compare to the sacred weapons in their hands. However, even they couldn't break through the nest of 10,000 dragons with their sacred weapons. Li Xianxian, the chief guardian, and the others naturally knew this, so these invincible kings all looked at Lin Xian with doubt. Lin Xian said to them, "Everyone, attack and inject your power into the dragon sword soul." So that's how it works. Everyone was shocked, but Li Xianxian and the others were extremely puzzled. They had used this method before, which was to activate the sacred weapons in their hands together. For example, the clear sky seal in their hands was activated by a group of invincible kings. Could it be that the potential of this sword shadow was even more terrifying than a sacred weapon? They didn't know, but they still did as they were told. These invincible kings all released their power and injected it into the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. "Ruzalong, you guys should attack as well." At the same time, the Crimson Dragon, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, Peacock, and Immortal Palace's Jade Pool Zixia all attacked. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. "Brother Yi, the princes of the Grand Xia, everyone attacked together. If you want to live, attack with all your strength." Otherwise, everyone will die here. Hearing this, the expressions of the sacred leaders turned ugly. However, they still decided to give it a try. Because Yi Wu Dao and the others had already attacked, the remaining people also attacked. In an instant, these young disciples all released their power and injected it into the great dragon sword soul. With so many people's power, the great dragon sword soul became even stronger. Roar, a loud dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The primordial creatures and the 3 primordial kings who were fighting in front of them all frowned. They didn't attack again. Instead, they looked behind them in shock. What was that, dragon? The primordial creatures cried out in alarm. They were all speaking the primordial language. Although the sacred leaders and sect leaders couldn't understand it, they could still deduce it based on the fluctuations of their souls. The 3 primordial kings' eyes flashed, and a biting cold light burst out from their eyes as they stared at the sword shadow in the distance. They roared and wanted to charge over. Stop them, the Yi family head, Queen Mother of the West, and the others roared. They quickly attacked and stopped the 3 primordial kings. At the same time, they shouted coldly again and quickly attacked, injecting their power into the dragon's shadow. What exactly is that kid's weapon? The other sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders were also extremely shocked. To be able to make a primordial king so irritable and uneasy, the weapon in the other party's hand must be very terrifying. Could it be even more terrifying than a sage's weapon? These people did not know. However, they still sent out waves of energy and poured it into the sword. The dragon sword soul's power also suddenly erupted when it received the energy. After all, it was originally an offensive saint technique, but it required a huge amount of energy. Now that it had so much energy to provide, its power also increased exponentially. Soon, it reached the level of a sacred weapon. Waves of sharp sword chi made everyone tremble. The power of this sword shadow was actually not weaker than a sacred weapon. What exactly is it? Could it be a sacred weapon too? These people were extremely shocked. No, why do I feel that it has surpassed a sacred weapon? Heavens, what exactly is this? As more and more sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders poured their energy into the dragon sword soul, the dragon sword soul became even more dazzling. The great dragon sword soul emitted an even brighter light. At this moment, it was truly like a peerless divine sword. It could destroy everything. The bodies of those primordial creatures trembled, and they could not help but want to kneel down. This was because the peerless sword shadow in front of them, in addition to its terrifying aura, also emitted an extremely heavy dragon's might. This dragon's might made the 3 primordial kings' expressions change. Their bodies bloomed with light as they tried their best to resist. Buzz Lin Xian controlled the dragon sword soul and slashed out. Between heaven and earth, a sword light slashed forward. With a bang, a primordial king was sent flying. Bang, the primordial king was split in half, and blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. Heavens, this scene made everyone exclaim. The sacred leaders and sect masters also felt their scalps go numb in shock. They had fought for so long, but they had not seriously injured a primordial king. The other party only swung a sword shadow and directly split a primordial king's body in half. This method was heaven-defying. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Is this kid still human? Why do I feel that his trump card is more powerful than ours? Damn it, is he really just a young man? These people are crazy. Which one of these patriarchs had not lived for countless years and experienced countless battles? What kind of genius had they not seen before? However, at that moment, they looked at Lin Xian with disbelief. Could it be that this kid really had the disposition of a great emperor? Perhaps even a young great emperor was only at this level. What exactly was this dragon's shadow? These people discussed animatedly. Of course, they didn't forget to continue pouring in energy. That was because they could tell that the great dragon sword soul required an enormous amount of energy. A roar, these sacred leaders and sect masters had underestimated the great dragon sword soul. The archaic creature in front of him roared crazily. Its body fell down without healing. The other 2 Archean kings also roared, shaking the clouds in the sky. One of their companions, an archaic king, was killed by a single sword strike, even his soul had been shattered. There was no way he could be revived, the astonishment caused by this scene was no less than the uproar caused by the death of sacred ruler 10,000 Lightning. These ancient lifeforms had all gone mad, their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? Not to mention these archaic kings and ancient lifeforms, even the sacred leaders, sect masters, and elders on the human side were stunned. Their minds were blank. At their level, especially the archaic kings, even if their bodies were shattered, even if there was only a drop of blood, they could probably be reborn. Unless their souls were directly destroyed, they couldn't be revived. For example, sacred ruler 10,000 Lightning's soul was directly destroyed by the archaic Wang family. That was why he died. It was the same for the other sacred rulers. But now, could it be that this archaic king's soul was also killed by a single sword strike? Heavens, what kind of sword chi was this? So terrifying, everyone was terrified. Now they knew why Lin Xian said that there was a way to break the nest of 10,000 dragons. If they went crazy and desperately poured in their energy to push this dragon's shadow with all their might, they might really be able to break the nest of 10,000 dragons. Thinking of this, these sacred leaders and sect masters were extremely excited. The elders of the sacred grounds were even more excited, as if they had been injected with stimulants. The Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were even more surprised. This young man had too many secrets on him. Especially the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, and the supreme elders, their eyes flickered. Why did it feel like this thing was the same as the legendary thing? No way, are you talking about that thing? How many tens of thousands of years has it not appeared? How could he have it? That might not be the case. The nest of 10,000 dragons had not appeared for many years, but it had revived now. It wasn't impossible for this kid to have that thing. These sacred leaders and supreme elders discussed animatedly with a strange light in their eyes. Even Li Xuanxian and the Great Guardian had a thought in their hearts. They thought of a legendary thing, but they weren't too sure. And now, they didn't have time to think too much because the archaic creatures in front of them had erupted again. The two archaic kings activated their sacred weapons crazily and charged over, wanting to intercept Lin Xian and the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his body shone brightly. He was like a peerless martial god as he waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The two swords slashed out, sending the two archaic kings flying. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the ancient creatures in the surroundings would explode and turn into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Nothing could stop his sword. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? How terrifying! Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He knew that as long as he continued to cultivate, his strength would increase, and one day, he wouldn't need the power of these sacred leaders and sect masters. He would be able to erupt with such power alone. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited and eager to increase his cultivation strength. In the next moment, a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he raised his head to look at the endless void. In the sky, countless dragon-shaped auras surged, turning into rolling thunderclouds that covered the sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and slashed upwards. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth split open, colliding with the peerless array formation in the sky, forming a world-destroying light. Rumble, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the earth shook, and the endless dragon veins collapsed. This attack could be said to be terrifying. However, Lin Xian frowned. It blocked. The peerless array formation of the nest of 10,000 dragons actually blocked the attack of the great dragon sword soul. Heavens, this was too unbelievable, damn it, what kind of array formation did the nest of 10,000 dragons set up? It was actually so terrifying. The sacred leaders and elders all screamed because they discovered that the power of the great dragon sword soul had actually surpassed that of a sacred weapon and could easily kill an archaic king. But even so, they were still unable to break the array formation here. This really shocked them. No wonder they couldn't open it with the sacred weapons in their hands previously. It was too terrifying. It was definitely set up by the supreme powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Not enough, the power is not enough. Hurry up and input more. Don't hold back at all. Lin Xian shouted again. He knew that these sacred leaders and sect masters did not pour all of their power into the sword. Indeed, these sacred leaders and sect masters were holding back. Lin Xian floated in the air. Even though he was young, he was like an unparalleled king that circled the area. Everyone, could it be that you really want to die here? If you open the nest of 10,000 dragons, everyone will have a way to survive. Otherwise, you will all die with them. This time, he didn't hold back. Even when facing these sacred leaders and sect masters, his voice was still cold. Hearing this, the sacred leaders and sect masters' faces darkened. They had never been lectured by a junior like this before. However, what the other party said was indeed the truth. Let's fight with all our might. The Yi clan master took a deep breath. The Queen Mother of the West also nodded. The others also did the same. Boom. Boom, boom. The sacred leaders and sect masters' bodies bloomed with light as they erupted with power once again. However, at this moment, the distant sky was pierced through. Dozens of divine lights flew over and directly killed some of the elders. Not good, they attacked. Damn it, hurry up and input energy. The expressions of these sacred leaders changed. They didn't dare to delay any longer and crazily poured their energy into the dragon's shadow. This was because they realized that the sacred might in the distance was getting stronger and stronger. It was obvious that the sacred might of the primordial royal family was about to awaken. If he really awakened, even if they had the dragon-shaped sword shadow, it would be difficult for them to resist. After all, a true sacred might was an existence that transcended heaven and earth. Boom. Boom, the sacred leaders and sect masters and grand elders poured their energy into the dragon's shadow as if they had gone crazy. The great dragon sword soul erupted once again. This time, its power rose rapidly. Lin Xian found it difficult to swing it. However, he still roared and swung it with all his might. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the great dragon sword. With a swing of his sword, he sent all the divine chains of order in the sky flying. At the same time, he slashed at the peerless formation in the sky again. Today's shocking collision was accompanied by a world-destroying divine light. This time, even the exceptional formation began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on it. Rays of light burst out. Great, the peerless formation was broken. One more strike, and the formation would be broken. The sacred leaders and sect masters cried out crazily. The young disciples also cried out in alarm. This is great, as long as they could break it open, the experts outside would be able to come in. Then, they would be able to leave alive. Many people were moved to tears. In the distance, an even more terrifying creature appeared, erupting like a volcano. The entire sky trembled as it was enveloped by a fiery red light. Not good, that saint has probably already walked out of the frozen divine crystal. One of the Yaoguang Sacred Land's supreme elders' expression changed. But the expressions of these holy lords and grand elders changed drastically. This was because a figure had appeared in the void above. It was an indifferent person. This person had dragon scales on his body, and divine chains of law surrounded him. He was like an immortal king, looking down on the common people. That aura caused everyone to tremble. The young disciples immediately knelt on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Even the elders were trembling in fear. Not good, those sacred lords activated their sacred weapons with all their might to resist this pressure. A sage, he was a sage, a saint was looking down at them. Was he really going to die here today? Damn it, he was so close to being able to split open the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people's faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale without a trace of blood. A saint, this was a true saint. Even if he was staring at them, these people felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Their entire bodies tensed up, and they couldn't move at all. So what if he was a saint? Kill, Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved his sword and quickly charged over. The great dragon sword soul roared. It drew a terrifying dragon in the sky and slashed forward. When the saint in the sky saw this scene, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. A huge palm that blotted out the sky grabbed forward as if it wanted to capture the great dragon sword soul. With a swoosh, it grabbed the great dragon sword soul. Like an immortal rope, it directly enveloped the great dragon sword soul. Great, he caught it. The primordial creatures cheered wildly. The primordial kings also sneered. They actually dared to fight against their saint. They really didn't know what was good for them. It was over. Had they been subdued? On the side of the human race, the faces of the saint lords and elders turned pale. Their faces were filled with despair. Some even wanted to risk their lives and use their saint weapons again. But at this moment, there was a change in front. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The terrifying palm suddenly collapsed. A dragon's roar sounded, and a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. It was slashed open. The great dragon sword soul was incomparably powerful. It slashed open the saint's palm. The huge palm in the sky turned into dragon energy and dissipated into thin air. Everyone was shocked by the scene. The Taiga kings were stunned. The human saint lords and sect masters were also in disbelief. This sword soul was too terrifying. Although it had gathered the power of all of them, it was still able to contend against the saint's nomological laws. It was really surprising. I will definitely be able to break through the 10,000 dragons' suppression. Lin Xian roared. The saint lords and sect masters frantically poured their power into the sword soul. The sword soul continued to erupt, turning into countless dragon shadows that soared into the sky. With a boom, this time, he directly smashed into the peerless array formation and broke it. Endless mountains rose and rolled in the Qinling Mountains. Many people gathered here. They knew that this was the nest of 10,000 dragons. These people continued to rush over. Of course, there were also cultivators from the Holy Land and the great sects guarding this place to prevent anyone from destroying it. Suddenly, the entire Qinling Mountains trembled violently. The dragon veins within millions of miles rumbled. The endless mountains split open, the trees collapsed, and a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. The clouds in the sky were scattered. What was going on? What happened? Stop! The expressions of the cultivators from the Holy Land and the great sects changed. Damn it, could it be that some shocking change had happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons? They soared into the sky. The surrounding cultivators who had rushed over were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They retreated one after another. Just as they left, there was a loud roar. The ground split open, and a dragon vein was severed. A sword light shot out from the ground, turning into a huge dragon that roared in all directions. At this moment, everyone within a radius of millions of miles was sensed. After this dragon's shadow, roars sounded one after another, turning into rolling thunderclouds that rushed into the sky and spread in all directions. Immediately after, everyone saw countless lights flickering in the huge crack, turning into Dao doors and spaces. They spread in all directions. This was the aura of the holy lords and sect masters. Damn it, what exactly happened to the 10,000 dragons' annihilation? It actually made these holy lords and sect masters start to call for help. That's right, this dragon's shadow was the great dragon sword soul. This time, Lin Xian controlled the great dragon sword soul and finally pierced through the sky. He poked a hole in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Those holy lords and sect masters immediately sent out distress signals. However, their faces were incomparably pale. Because the saint in the nest of 10,000 dragons had made his move again. Another palm stretched out, covering the sky and the earth. The palm carried terrifying divine chains of order that pierced through the void. These were the laws of heaven and earth. In an instant, the void around them was frozen. These people couldn't move, and their faces were filled with fear. Only Lin Xian and those holy lords with holy weapons could still resist. The others were all trembling. In the sky, countless laws descended along with the palm, wanting to kill all of these people. However, at this moment, the void split open and a fist blasted over. It also carried the laws and the divine chains of order as it collided with the saint's palm. Boom! Boom, boom! The divine chains of order danced in the sky. A terrifying saint's might was vast and mighty, and everyone was sent flying. It was a saint had made a move. Great, our saint has arrived. On the side of the human race, these sect masters were ecstatic. Sure enough, an old figure appeared in the sky once again. This was the supreme saint of the great Xia dynasty. After he appeared, he immediately blocked the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, his other palm waved, enveloping Lin Xian and all the surrounding human warriors and sending them out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It's too dangerous here. You guys go out first. the old voice sounded. Indeed, in a battle between saints, any random law would be able to kill them. It was indeed not suitable for them to watch the battle here. The world spun. Lin Xian and the others were wrapped by the palm and instantly arrived high in the sky. They came out, they finally came out. Looking at the nest of 10,000 dragons below, they felt as if a lifetime had passed. They didn't expect that the exploration of the nest of 10,000 dragons this time would be so dangerous. These sect masters and heavenly glue almost all died inside. Thinking about it, they were really scared. Many people screamed crazily, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Retreat, retreat quickly. These people retreated crazily. This was because another aura came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. A power that belonged to a saint swept through the surroundings. Needless to say, the two saints inside had already fought. Human saints, do you really think that you can contend against our nest of 10,000 dragons? An angry roar sounded. Then, the three saints might in the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons had awakened again. The expressions of the powerhouses of the great Xia dynasty changed. Those elders were even more shocked. 2 against 1, their elders were in danger. Don't worry, our saints are coming soon. The people of the Yi and Gu families said one after another. Sure enough, the void split open and figures appeared one after another, quickly entering the nest of 10,000 dragons below. At this moment, the world was in an uproar. Everyone sensed a thick saint's might coming from underground. Oh heavens, the birth of a saint, is there going to be a big change? Something must have happened to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many saints. The empires and sacred grounds in Zhongzhou were all discussing this. Their sect master and sacred master had brought people to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Something must have really happened. Not only the middle ground state, but the sacred grounds and sects of the other 4 continents also activated supreme spell formations. Either they were teleported over, or they were watching from afar using their immense magic power. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the quintessential world were focused on the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ancestor, there's an immortal divine herb in there. Many sacred leaders and sect masters quickly transmitted messages to the sages of their sacred grounds. If they could bring back the immortal god medicine, then they would really be rich. Several figures descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons. There was also an even more terrifying aura awakening inside, making it so that no one could stay within a radius of 10 million miles. These warriors quickly rose into the air and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the others used the teleportation platform to teleport away. Did the old palace master not come? Li Xuanxian and the others retreated to a safe distance and frowned. What was going on? They had sent out several messages, so the old palace master should have known. But why hadn't he appeared yet? Forget it, we don't have to care about such things. Thinking about the matter of the Yuhua immortal robe. Indeed, many people fought over the Yuhua immortal robe last time. In the end, Xiao Jiuyou made a move at the critical moment and directly snatched it away. Perhaps, the other party planned to do the same this time. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others all settled down and waited carefully. Ahead, sage might filled the air, and laws danced in the air. It was a scene of destruction. One could imagine that a shocking battle had definitely happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Half a day later, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Countless voids shattered. Even thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the others felt their blood boil. Many of them directly vomited blood. Damn it, what kind of roar was this? An even more terrifying existence had revived. They retreated in horror. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the human sages turned into streams of light and appeared. They tore through the void and quickly left. There was even sage blood floating in the sky. A drop of sage blood crushed the heavens, turning into a monstrous sea of blood that enveloped a radius of millions of miles. Let's go! The sage of the Great Xia dynasty instantly appeared near the disciples of the Great Xia dynasty. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the people of the Great Xia dynasty. Apart from him, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, and the other sages who came all took their disciples away. When the others saw this scene, they were even more terrified. What happened? Why did these sages retreat? Why was there still sage blood floating in the sky? What kind of existence had revived? They didn't dare to imagine. However, they weren't stupid. They quickly tore through the void and opened the Dao gate to teleport. Let's go too. Li Xianxia opened the scroll. The power of space wrapped Lin Xian and the others and they disappeared into the void. Soon, they returned to the immortal palace. All the holy lands and sects had retreated. After returning, they all inquired about the news. Elder, what exactly is going on? The Yi family patriarch, Yi Wudao, and the others stood there and asked. An old man stood in front of him. He was naturally the sage of the Yi family. His expression was incomparably solemn. Something big had happened. Recently, he warned the disciples of the family not to go out recklessly. Gather all the resources we have outside and bring them to the family. The family will enter a state of alert and ensure that there are enough resources to be able to activate the extreme Dao weapon, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, at any time. What? Hearing this, the Yi family patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Wudao and the other elders and disciples of the Yi family were all stunned. Activate the Celestial Emperor Cauldron at any time, that was an extreme Dao weapon. What exactly happened? It actually made a sage say such serious words. It wasn't just the Yi family, the Gu family, the Grand Xia dynasty, the myriad Buddha temple, and all the other sages, without exception, all warned their disciples and descendants. At the same time, they asked their holy lands and families to be on high alert and activate the Peerless Formation. Gather resources and prepare to activate the extreme Dao weapon at any time. The Yi family, the Gu family patriarch, the emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty, and the sect masters frantically asked what had happened. Those sages shook their heads and sighed. Chaos was coming. The ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons might fully revive. Especially the dragon race, they would definitely be the first to revive. At that time, they might fall into a battle for supremacy. The dragon race and the ancient royal family would all revive. The sect masters were shocked. The disciples of the various holy lands and sects also went crazy. These were all legendary existences. Could it be that at this moment, they were really going to rule the world again? They had only read about the 10,000 feet race in ancient books. But after experiencing what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they knew that these ancient races were definitely terrifying. They couldn't be underestimated. If they came out together, the world would be in chaos. Could it be that we really poked a hole in the sky? The Yi family patriarch's expression was ugly. The Queen Mother's expression was solemn. At this moment, all the sect masters and sect masters were filled with regret. Perhaps they really shouldn't have opened the nest of 10,000 dragons. When Lin Xian heard this news, he was also stunned. The 10,000 ancient races were about to fully revive. Perhaps the entire world would enter the ancient era's struggle for hegemony. This scene left him dazed. In Immortal Palace, Li Xuanhuan, the chief protector, and the other elders and powerhouses were also silent. The Crimson Dragon sucked in a cold breath. Damn, how could this be? Could it be that those things in the nest of 10,000 dragons were really going to fully revive? He was from the dragon race himself, so he naturally knew how shocking and threatening the revival of the other dragon race members would be. Moreover, this time, it seemed that it wasn't just the dragon race bloodline. It was very likely that the other ancient royal races were going to revive as well. This was going to pierce through the heavens. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he was overjoyed because he received the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Before entering the nest of 10,000 dragons, he believed that this would be a heaven-defying journey. He would obtain a heaven-defying treasure. But who would have thought that such a change would happen? This time, it was probably not just his own matter, but the entire world. Li Xianxia, the chief protector, and the others hurriedly looked for the old palace master, Xiaojiu. However, Xiaojiu didn't seem to be around. However, he did leave behind a scroll, which contained some instructions. Li Xianxia and the others were shocked after reading it. Lin Xian took the scroll with a solemn expression. Soon, he gathered the powerhouses of Immortal Palace and said in a deep voice. From today onwards, Immortal Palace will enter a state of war alert. Gather all the resources we can use and ensure that all the formations are unimpeded and can be activated at any time. At the same time, summon our disciples outside. Lin Xian did the same as the other Holy Lands. They knew that the true danger was about to arrive. Those factions and families that didn't enter the nest of 10,000 dragons were extremely surprised. They all asked what exactly happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They inquired from many sides. When they learned that countless disciples had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and even the elders and holy lords had fallen, these people were stunned. What? Even the holy lords had fallen? Heavens, what exactly happened? These people were extremely shocked. The sacred leader was such a terrifying existence, but he had actually fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. More than one, according to the statistics, a total of 9 sacred leaders and sect leaders had died, and more than 50 elders had died. It could be said that all the sacred grounds and sects had suffered heavy losses. This news shocked the entire world. So many terrifying powerhouses had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was truly shocking. However, what shocked and frightened them even more was yet to come. At least 6 sages had descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons and fought with the supreme existences within. In the end, they had fled in panic. Furthermore, many sacred grounds and sects had already begun to seal their mountains. This scene terrified all the martial artists in the world. Saints were godlike existences. They had transcended the heavens and earth and could use the power of the laws of nature. Such terrifying existences, a total of 6 of them, were actually scared away by the things in the nest of 10,000 dragons. What exactly was in the nest of 10,000 dragons? It was even rumored that a saint had been injured, and his saint blood had dyed the sky red. In the end, news spread from the clan of the ancients. The world was shocked. The 10,000 archaic clans were reviving. These words were like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making them unable to breathe. These powerful families in the world were extremely shocked. They knew what these words meant. For a moment, these people's faces were filled with despair. Although the other martial artists didn't quite understand, they knew after asking around a little. The existences in the nest of 10,000 dragons had existed for countless years. In fact, they might even be from an era even older than the ancient times. These were all powerful races that were extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were about to revive in their world and compete with the human race. This was definitely a disaster. No wonder those sacred grounds and sects wanted to seal their mountains. Following this, the people would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. The world was wailing, and everyone was in despair. Just as everyone in the true spirit world was in a state of panic, the atmosphere in the nest of 10,000 dragons was incomparably solemn. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged as fiend godlike figures stood there. Ever since the 6 sages had left, the powerhouses inside had all broken out of the ground from the divine crystals. These were all primordial creatures of all shapes and sizes. Some were in human form, and some were in the form of demonic beasts. They all emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, the few primordial kings from before stood very respectfully. In front of them, there were a few figures surrounded by laws. They were the sages of their primordial royal families. In front of these sages, there was a piece of divine crystal that was about 2 meters tall. Sealed within the divine crystal was an old man. He was very old. The pair of dragon horns on his head were about to fall off. This old man wasn't completely sealed within the divine crystal. Half of his right arm poked out of the divine crystal. The aura he emitted was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Even the few sages in front of him were extremely respectful towards the old man. The terrifying old man had his back to everyone. His gaze was fixed on the golden egg on the 5-colored altar in front of him. This golden egg was even more resplendent at this moment. The Tao patterns on it were like swimming dragons that began to swim. Suddenly, it absorbed all the surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragons. The aura of the Tao of Dragons transformed into giant dragons that all entered the golden dragon egg. This process lasted for 49 days. Finally, the golden dragon egg cracked open from the middle with a crack. Throughout the entire process, all the primordial creatures, primordial kings, sages, and terrifying old men in the nest of 10,000 dragons waited with rapt attention. For 49 days, no one moved, no one said a word. When they saw the golden dragon egg in front of them crack open, their eyes erupted with excitement. One by one, they stretched out their heads and looked forward. They were expectant and nervous. The golden dragon egg cracked open, and a golden claw reached out from inside. Immediately after, a golden figure appeared. It was a dragon, a golden dragon. Although it wasn't big, its body emitted a monstrous dragon's might. It roared towards the sky, and its tender voice rolled out. Buzz, the terrifying old man, and a few sages took the lead and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Dragon Prince, greetings, Dragon Prince. The primordial kings and primordial creatures behind them all knelt on the ground. At this moment, countless people were extremely respectful. Even those sages had faces full of piety because this was the Dragon Prince, the descendant left behind by their Lord Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was the supreme existence of the dragon race. He had reached the peak and ruled over all races. That ancient era was truly incomparably terrifying. His status was equivalent to that of a great emperor on the human side, and this Dragon Prince was the son of the Dragon Emperor, which was equivalent to the son of a great emperor. One could imagine how precious his identity was. No wonder these sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons had to kneel down. The purest descendant of a great emperor had supreme dragon might and dragon blood. He was the future hope of the 10,000 dragons dynasty. Roar! The little golden dragon looked at the people kneeling on the ground and let out a series of roars. Then, it began to devour the golden eggshell and crazily absorb the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. His body was rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz 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 in front of it, the terrifying old man with half of his body sealed waved his palm and shot out streams of laws. They danced in the sky, forming a super array formation. It quickly gathered the surrounding Tao of dragon aura and completely enveloped the little golden dragon. Then, he stood up, and the few saints beside him also stood up. As for the remaining primordial kings and primordial creatures, they were still kneeling on the ground. The old man with half of his body sealed was surrounded by light, illuminating a corner of the sky. If someone was here, they would definitely scream. Because in the surrounding caves and walls, there were still nerves floating. Some of them were extremely huge. The sealed old man was extremely old. Those old men's eyes were tightly shut. They were still in a deep sleep. Obviously, these were all extremely terrifying supreme existences. Not all of them had awakened. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too big. Countless powerhouses were sleeping, so it was impossible for them all to awaken. Perhaps they would awaken bit by bit. Perhaps these super powerhouses would be preserved as a foundation. Only when the nest of 10,000 dragons or the Dragon Prince were in danger would these super powerhouses be revived. After all, these terrifying powerhouses were already very old and had reached the verge of their lifespans drying up. Once they were revived, it would be very difficult for them to be sealed by the divine crystals again. Therefore, their revival was especially important. They had to grasp the opportunity well. The old man with half of his body sealed looked around disdainfully. He said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the 10,000 dragons court will revive. We will reappear on the ground and rule the world, we will rule the world." Those humans were completely ants. They had been taken advantage of for so many years. It was time for them to scram to the side. A cold voice sounded. The primordial creatures roared crazily. They raised their arms and shouted. Waves of killing intent spread out. Then, the old man with half of his body sealed changed the topic. We were revived in this era. There are other reasons. We have deduced that this might be the golden age that Lord Dragon Emperor mentioned. The crisis has passed. This time, the immortal gate might open. This is the only hope of becoming an immortal and entering the immortal world. We will use the power of the entire clan to make the Dragon Prince the new Dragon Emperor and help him successfully enter the immortal sect. He would become the one and only immortal in the world. The words of the dragon tribe's progenitor echoed in the surroundings like a clap of thunder. Immortal ascension. The goal of the dragon tribe's ancestor was to help the Dragon Prince become an immortal. If the other martial artists of the human race knew about this, they would definitely be stunned. This idea was simply too heaven-defying. After all, everyone's goal in the true spirit world was to become a great Lo. The great emperor, on the other hand, had only just begun to consider the question of becoming an immortal. Now that the old ancestor had such thoughts, one had to admit that the dragon race was truly terrifying. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will do our best to help the crown prince ascend the immortal gate. Behind him, the saints, Archean kings, and countless ancient creatures called out respectfully. Primordium ancient mine. This was also a forbidden area of the human race. All of the human race's crystals had been transported here from the primeval ancient mine and its surroundings. From there, all kinds of seeker spirit masters cut out heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There were even ancient medicines, but no one dared to delve into them. This was because more than one sect master had entered, but in the end they didn't even cause a ripple and never came out again. This was a place that even saints would take a detour when they saw it. At this moment, in the depths of the primeval ancient mine, there were actually huge godly realms floating. Inside those deity crystals, there were also figures sealed in ice. It was actually the nest of an archaic dynasty. The dragon race of the nest of 10,000 dragons has already awakened. It's time for us to appear. Good. Let our descendants. Let's reign over the land again. Those old figures let out cold voices. Around them were even more ancient creatures. At this moment, they were also awakening one by one. Death Demon Abyss. One of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. This was an invincible abyss. It was incomparably dark, and no one knew where it connected to. There was once a peerless expert who deduced that this place seemed to be connected to the true hell. Therefore, this was also a forbidden area. Ordinary humans didn't dare to come here. Even saints didn't dare to casually step in. At this moment, a few ancient creatures crawled out of the death demon abyss. They had blue skin, long fangs, and terrifying scales. Roar. As soon as they crawled out, they roared at the sky, their voices shattering the 9 heavens. Behind them, more and more ancient beasts ran out. Some of them were covered in blood, as if they had really crawled out of hell. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of millions of miles. Because no one dared to be here. Otherwise, they would definitely faint from fright. Void Sea. Located in the extreme north of the northern plains, no one could fight their way here. Moreover, no one dared to come here. Because this was also one of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Oblivion, countless chi of oblivion rumbled as one after another ancient beast charged out from it. The first few were extremely terrifying. Apart from these forbidden areas, there were also ancient creatures in other places. Clearly, the 10,000 ancient races that had been sleeping in the true spirit world had awakened one after another. No one knew if it was because of the dragon race's awakening in the nest of 10,000 dragons, or some other reason. But without exception, these ancient creatures had really come back to life. They would definitely reign over the world. Sure enough, although some places were forbidden areas and dangerous places that ordinary humans didn't dare to enter. But more and more ancient creatures awakened, and the commotion and impact were too great. Finally, someone saw ancient creatures jumping in the mountains with their own eyes. This news spread throughout the 5 continents of the true spirit world. For a moment, the world was in an uproar again. The great sects of the sacred lands and the ancient families were also shocked. What was going on? Why were there ancient creatures in other places apart from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, they were all revived. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races. It's the 10,000 ancient races, a living fossil screamed miserably. Was the era of the ancient era of hegemony really going to reappear? That was an era that only existed in legends, an era that had gone through countless years, and no one had any impression of it. However, the records in those ancient books shocked them greatly. The 10,000 ancient races, each race was extremely powerful and terrifying. Back then, the human race was considered a relatively weak race among the 10,000 ancient races. Later, a few emperors appeared one after another, turning the tide and bringing the human race to the peak. But now, the great emperor of the human race had already vanished into thin air. And a new emperor hadn't been born. In fact, it had been tens of thousands of years. There were no new emperors. If the 10,000 ancient races descended again, how could the human race resist? Lin Xian also received the news. Everyone in the Immortal Palace was dumbfounded. The Crimson Dragon was also anxious. It's over, kid, the era of the Ancient Era's hegemony is really coming. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Although he had never seen the true 10,000 ancient races and the Ancient Era's hegemony, just from this situation in the nest of 10,000 dragons, he could guess that the situation was definitely serious. Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others also had ugly expressions. They had been contacting the old palace master, but the old palace master didn't seem to have returned until now. This made them even more anxious. What was going on? The old palace master had left? Could it be that he went to the nest of 10,000 dragons to snatch the immortal divine herb? They didn't know, and it seemed that there was no news of another battle in the nest of 10,000 dragons from outside. What worried them even more was that if the old palace master went down and entered the nest of 10,000 dragons, it would be dangerous. Because there was more than one sage in the nest of 10,000 dragons. For a moment, they were worried for Xiaojiu. Lin Xian asked. Rizalong, how much do you know about the 10,000 ancient races? To be honest, he only knew of the dragon race in the nest of 10,000 dragons, the war race, and the celestial race. It was said that back then, they were also terrifying existences among the 10,000 ancient races. They were even conferred the title of royal race. The Crimson Dragon said. The 10,000 ancient races was just a general term that referred to all races and creatures. The human race was one of them. And among them, the powerful races were conferred the title of royal race. It was said that back then, the top 100 races of the 10,000 ancient races were all conferred the title of royal race. These royal races were powerful, and what was even more terrifying was that their talent and bloodline were astonishing. Among the 100 immemorial royal families, there were 10 of the top immemorial royal families. They were above all the other races and were extremely terrifying. Of course, those races that had produced great emperors were conferred the title of royal race. Compared to the other royal races, they had even more terrifying bloodlines and inheritances. Moreover, these royal races also had a large number of followers. Some of them had even subdued many races. Even the royal races had to rely on them. It could be said that their strength was terrifying. The dragon clan of the nest of 10,000 dragons was one of the royal clans. Back then, the dragon monarch was a figure who startled the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. But don't worry, no matter how terrifying it is, it will disappear in the passage of time. Therefore, I speculate that there are no great emperors or sovereigns among these ancient royal and sovereign clans. Lin Xian nodded. He now had a general understanding of the ancient royal family. However, Li Xuanxian and the head protector had ugly expressions on their faces. Even if there aren't any emperors or sovereigns among the primeval royal families, so what? The human race doesn't have any emperors or sovereigns either. Furthermore, these ancient royal families had been passed down from ancient times. Their foundations and bloodlines were simply too powerful, far surpassing the current era. If they really fought, it would be difficult for the human race to resist. Then I don't know. The Crimson Dragon shrugged, but he said, don't be too pessimistic. Humans aren't as weak as you think. After all, after so many years of development, the human race controlled more than 70% of the true spirit world's territory. Moreover, there were many great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans among the human race. There were even a few extreme weapons left in the world. The foundations of those remote antiquity clans are definitely beyond your imagination. It's just that they don't usually show it. Once they encounter a life and death crisis, they will definitely be heaven-defying and shocking. Just wait and see. When the time comes, those extreme weapons might be used too. However, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. It's just that I don't know how far the human race can go. What will happen? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Do they have a grudge against the human race? Not really, but think about it. When they were still awake, the human race was still a weak race. And they were the rulers of the world. When they woke up, the ants in their eyes directly controlled the entire world. How could these ancient royal families be willing to accept this? They would definitely fight for the control of the world. After all, although they were royal and sovereign clans, they had a strong foundation. However, they still needed to develop. To develop, they needed a large number of spirit veins, dragon veins, divine crystals, cultivation methods, and spiritual herbs. All of these required an endless amount of territory to nurture. Therefore, when the time came, there would definitely be a lot of battles. The human race's remote antiquity clans and great sects had experienced so many tens of thousands of years of inheritance. How could they give up the territory they managed? Therefore, battles were unavoidable. It's just that I don't know how many of the 10,000 ancient races have awakened this time. How many royal clans are there? Are there any other sovereign clans? Let's send our people to investigate. Lin Xian ordered, preparing to let Immortal Palace's martial artists go out to investigate the situation. At the very least, they had to understand the movements of the 10,000 ancient races. However, before they could send anyone out, an elder of Immortal Palace hurriedly flew over. Palace Master, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned and asked. Li Xianxia and the Great Guardian were even more nervous. Was there news of the old Palace Master? They were very worried about the old Palace Master's safety. The elder of Immortal Palace shook his head. It wasn't the old Palace Master, but an ancient creature. Ancient creature? What's going on? Have they launched an attack? The Crimson Dragon at the side also asked. Could it be that they moved so quickly and started a war as soon as they woke up? That's not it. The elder shook his head and hurriedly said, an ancient creature came to our Immortal Palace and said that he wants to see the Palace Master. Why, an ancient creature came to our Immortal Palace? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. The Crimson Dragon was also stunned. Li Xianxia, the Great Custodian, and the rest of the custodians were stunned. What was going on? Why did an ancient creature come to their door? Moreover, the other party actually knew the exact location of their Immortal Palace. This was unbelievable. One had to know that there were many array formations outside their Immortal Palace. The other holy lands and great sects might not be able to find their exact location. However, an ancient creature actually came to find them. It was unbelievable. Was this the strength of the 10,000 ancient races? It was really too terrifying. What was he doing here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He was very puzzled. Why would an ancient creature come to find them for no reason? Could it be that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons came to take revenge? However, if they were really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they should have directly attacked. He was very puzzled. The elder said quickly. He didn't know. He said that he had something to see the Palace Master. He wants to see me? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. He didn't know what ancient creature he was. However, he still said, all right, let him in. However, he had to be careful and see if it was just him. Were there other ancient creatures hiding behind him? If there were other ambushes, he would directly use the array formations to kill him. Lin Xian suspected that this was very likely to be a trap set by the enemy. Therefore, he gave a few instructions. The elder received the order and quickly flew into the distance. The Immortal Palace elder led a group of warriors to the entrance of the Immortal Palace. They used all kinds of secret techniques to investigate and found that there was only one figure in front of them. There were no other ambushes, which made them secretly relieved. The Immortal Palace elder waved the small flag in his hand. The array on both sides rumbled and opened up a path. Buzz, he looked at the figure in front of him. Follow me. The figure stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head to the sky and looked very proud. Seeing this scene, he nodded coldly. His figure swayed and directly entered the array. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Li Xianxia, the Great Guardian, and the others came to the Starry Hall. Lin Xian sat high on the Hallmaster's seat. His expression was solemn as he waited silently. Not long after, the Immortal Palace elder came in. Hallmaster, someone is here. Before he could finish his words, a figure appeared in the hall. This scene made everyone frown. How arrogant and rude, how dare he come to their Immortal Palace? Lin Xian also frowned. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him was a silver figure. This person had a tall appearance. He was more than twice the size of an ordinary human warrior. Silver lightning flickered on his body. Not only that, but his skin was also silver, as if it was made of silver. What kind of race was this? Lin Xian was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon at the side said. He was from the Silver Lightning race. Although the Silver Lightning race was not an ancient royal race, they were still a very powerful race. Especially the silver lightning on their bodies. It was said that they were born with it. It was very terrifying. It carried a powerful destructive aura. Silver Lightning race, Su Chen nodded silently. As expected, the person was like his name. The other party's body was covered in fine silver lightning that kept swimming. It carried a terrifying power. Even he was surprised by this power. Why are you looking for me? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The ancient creature from the Silver Lightning race opened his mouth and said a string of words. However, Lin Xian frowned. Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others also looked gloomy. They discovered that they were simply unable to understand what the other party was saying. Damn it, what did this guy say? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that these ancient life forms didn't know how to speak? If you don't understand, use your soul to communicate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although their languages were different, whether it was the human race, the Silver Lightning race, or other ancient creatures, their souls were always connected. Therefore, soul communication could be said to be the simplest and most direct method. Even if there was a language barrier, it shouldn't be too big of an obstacle. Up ahead, the Silver Lightning race cultivator sneered. You don't even understand, your human race has really declined. You don't even know the primordial immortal language, his voice was filled with disdain. Courting death, how dare you? The surrounding elders were furious. The other party came to their immortal palace alone, yet dared to act so insolently, not placing them in his eyes at all. The expressions of the protector and the others also darkened as a terrifying aura surged from their bodies. However, the Silver Lightning race cultivator was not afraid at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky with a look of supremacy. Facing the terrifying pressure around him, he sneered. Silver lightning circled around his body, forming 3 silver lightning halos that enveloped his body. Lin Xian waved his hand to stop these elders. Just now, the Crimson Dragon had already explained to him that the other party was speaking the primordial immortal language, the common language of the 10,000 immemorial races. This language was regarded as the immortal language by the 10,000 immemorial races at that time. It was rumored that an immortal had descended to the mortal world to teach them this language. It could be said to be incomparably sacred. However, later on, as the 10,000 immemorial races fell into a deep slumber, the human race developed their own language. Gradually, no one spoke the primordial immortal language anymore. Therefore, these people now didn't know the primordial immortal language at all. Of course, the Crimson Dragon was an exception. He knew the dragon language. The dragon language was also one of the primordial immortal languages, and it was the most noble one. Therefore, he could naturally understand what the other party was saying. After learning this, Lin Xian said coldly. It was no longer the primordial immortal era, nor was it the time when the 10,000 immemorial races ruled the world. Now, the human race was prosperous and ruled the world. What we speak is naturally the human race's language. If you have something to say to me, just speak the human race's language. Lin Xian wouldn't speak the primordial immortal language in front of the other party. This was a matter of standpoint. Even if he understood, he wouldn't say it. The human race had really declined, and they had actually abandoned the immortals. You will be punished by destruction, the Silver Lightning race powerhouse said coldly. This time, his words were understood by the surrounding people because the other party was speaking the same language as Lin Xian and the others, the human race's language. However, Lin Xian, Li Xuanxian, and the others' expressions were very ugly. The other party was still so arrogant, completely looking down on them and even the entire human race. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Lin Xian also didn't want to have a war of words with the other party. He was very curious now. What exactly was the other party here for? In front, the Silver Lightning race powerhouse looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, "You are the Immortal Palace's master." "That's right, I am." Lin Xian nodded coldly. The other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. However, he still waited patiently and prepared to listen to the other party. The Immortal Palace's master was actually a young boy? The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse sneered again. Listen carefully, the Silver Lightning Race has already recovered and is about to rule the world. Now, with the place where the Silver Lightning Race has recovered as the center, no human is allowed to set foot in a radius of 5 million miles. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. The cold voice resounded in all directions and echoed in the main hall. The pupils of Xianxia, the chief guardian, and the others shrank. The other elders were also in an uproar. Lin Xian's face completely darkened. The other party was actually here to threaten and warn them. This really surprised them. These people's faces were very ugly. When had the Immortal Palace ever been threatened and warned like this? Moreover, it was a race that had just awakened. So what if the other party was from the 10,000 ancient races? The Immortal Palace was not to be trifled with. Therefore, Lin Xian snorted coldly. No human is allowed to set foot in a radius of 5 million miles? Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy? What an arrogant attitude. If my guess is right, the place where you have recovered should be under the control of the Immortal Palace. How dare you say such words in the territory of the Immortal Palace? You really don't know what death is. Who do you think you are? An immortal who has descended to the mortal world? How dare you threaten me? At the end of his words, an incomparably terrifying aura rose from Lin Xian's body. His guess was right. The place where the Silver Lightning Race had recovered was indeed under the control of the Immortal Palace. Although the distance from the headquarters of the Immortal Palace was very far, the Immortal Palace was a wholly level existence and controlled countless territories. How could he allow someone to establish a country like China in their territory and even dare to threaten and provoke them like this? The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse's expression darkened when he heard this. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Kid, you'd better think carefully. Do you want to go against the Silver Lightning Race? What are the consequences of going against us? Don't think that you're a sacred land or the master of Immortal Palace. In front of the Silver Lightning Race, you're nothing. The 10,000 ancient races are about to revive and rule the world. The good days of the human race are about to come to an end. When the time comes, you'll all become prisoners, so today, I'm not here to discuss with you. I'm here to give you an order. If you dare to take a step within a radius of 500 miles, I'll destroy Immortal Palace. Arrogant, too arrogant, an ancient creature dared to challenge the entire Immortal Palace. Who gave him the courage? Li Xianxia, the chief protector, and the others had gloomy expressions. They wanted nothing more than to slap the other party to death. But to be honest, they really didn't dare. The 10,000 ancient races were connected. Some of them had a good relationship with each other, so attacking one race was equivalent to attacking many other races. There were even some who were inextricably linked to the ancient royal clan. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they really didn't want to start a war with the 10,000 ancient races. However, the other party was too arrogant. It made these people murderous. The atmosphere in the entire hall was very solemn. Countless cracks even appeared in the void. Damn, how dare you threaten us? Do you want to die? The Crimson Dragon jumped up. He flew into the sky and looked ahead coldly. Believe it or not, Ben Huang will roast you and eat you. Who do you think you are? A snake dares to be arrogant in front of me? The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse sneered. But in the next moment, he screamed, and fear appeared in his eyes. That was because he felt an extremely strong pressure and monstrous blood surging out from the other party's body. Dragon Race, you're a dragon, he was too shocked. There was nothing he could do. The Dragon Race was the royal race of the 10,000 ancient races. They were high and mighty, and their status and identity were much stronger than the Silver Lightning Race. In front of the Dragon Pearl, the Silver Lightning Race powerhouse didn't dare to be impudent at all. But soon, he frowned. No, the Dragon Race was in the nest of 10,000 dragons and hadn't appeared yet. And even if they appeared, why would they walk with humans? Damn it, who the hell are you? He was extremely surprised. He didn't believe that the immemorial royal family, the Dragon Clan, would walk together with humans. This was simply impossible. Is Ben Huang's matter something an ant like you can inquire about? The crimson dragon floated in the air and looked down at the other party, its voice full of disdain. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, Ben Huang will slap you to death. The Silver Electric Race's expert had an ugly expression on his face. However, the dragon might and dragon blood on Lin Fan's body were truly oppressing his soul. Therefore, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. He had to hurry back and find out what was going on. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had made a new move? In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Brat, I've already delivered the message. I hope you will abide by it and we can still live in peace. Otherwise." He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Anyone who dared to provoke them would be declaring war on the Silver Lightning Race. This was not something a sacred ground or a large sect could bear. Even if a mortal palace was powerful, they wouldn't be able to bear it. At this point, he snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Looking at the other party's arrogant figure, the surrounding immortal palace cultivators gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Many of them were so angry that they were trembling. Damn it, they really wanted to attack and kill him with a slap. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining with a terrifying light. Wait, did I say you could leave? In front of him, the Silver Electric Race's expert stiffened, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head. "Brat, how dare you stop me? So what if you have a dragon beside you?" He might not even be from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Silver Electric Race's expert was also furious. Their Silver Electric Race was an extremely powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. They were born with divine lightning, and the other 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to be presumptuous towards them. Not to mention a mere human. Moreover, he was a young human brat. Lin Xian sat high on the throne, and his cold voice sounded. "I am the master of a mortal palace, and I am on equal footing with the patriarch of your Silver Electric Race. How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? You really have no manners. Quickly kneel down and apologize." His voice was like thunder, carrying a biting cold murderous aura that surrounded the 9 heavens. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The immortal palace cultivators couldn't believe that their palace master was so powerful. The Silver Electric Race's expert was also stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. The next moment, he screamed. "Brat, what did you say? You want me to kneel down and apologize? You're courting death. Believe it or not, I'll take your head off right now." He took a step forward, and the lightning on his body surged, turning into lightning beasts that surrounded him, filling the void. "You want my head? Do you have the ability?" Lin Xian also stood up, and the 9 yang divine body bloomed with light. Not only that, but sword energy rushed out from his body, turning into a true dragon that circled around him, making him look like a god of war. "Palace master, you can't," the chief protector and the others cried out in alarm. Although they were furious, they really couldn't start a war with the 10,000 ancient races now. The 10,000 ancient races were too terrifying. If they didn't handle it well, it would really trigger a great war. That result was not something that anyone could bear. Seeing the surrounding elders persuade him, the Silver Electric Race's expert threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha, brat, do you see that? These experts of Immortal Palace are all afraid of me and don't dare to fight with me at all. You still don't know what's good for you. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I can consider sparing your life." Humph. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. They didn't dare to, but that didn't mean that he didn't dare to. At this point, the sword energy on his body swept through the sky, charging toward the Silver Electric Race's expert. A shocking sword strike caused heaven and earth to pale. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies being pierced through. This sword light was too piercingly cold. Although Lin Xian didn't obtain many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons, his great dragon sword soul had absorbed endless dragon Dao aura, so it was revived again. Its strength had increased exponentially. At this moment, when it was used, it was truly shocking. Courting death, the Silver Electric Race's expert was also furious. He urged the lightning beast beside him to quickly pounce forward. It collided with the sword light. Lightning burst out in the sky, wanting to destroy the sword light. However, under this sword, all things were destroyed. All the lightning beasts were split apart by the sword. The cuts were flat, and there was no way for them to revive. The lightning also quickly dimmed and then disappeared into the void. Only waves of white smoke rose. Buzz, this sword slashed toward the Silver Electric Race's expert with a supreme stance. Not good, the Silver Lightning Race powerhouse's expression changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so powerful. He roared angrily, and his fist surged, turning into a mountain as he faced the attack. Clang, above him, the two collided. Pooh, silver blood splattered, piercing through the void. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse retracted his palm and kept retreating, screaming. His fist was split in half. His strange face was also incomparably distorted. His eyes were blood red. Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? He was extremely angry, but at the same time, he was also filled with fear. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. To be able to easily injure him with a single sword strike, it was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that he was from the 10,000 ancient races. He was powerful, and his physique was even more powerful. Even a heaven-grade weapon might not be able to break through his defense. Damn it. You. He still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he screamed. The sword chi in front of him once again covered the sky and the earth, enveloping him. Damn it, get lost. With an angry roar, silver lightning quickly rushed out from his body, turning into lightning balls. The terrifying lightning balls exploded, forming a sea of lightning that filled the sky, blasting away all the sword chi. Humph, brat, I was careless just now. You want to kill me? You're still far from it. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse sneered again. But in the next moment, he trembled. Because he saw a dragon-shaped sword shadow slash across his neck. Instantly, half of his neck was cut open, and blood flowed wildly, dyeing his body red. He did not know when the other party had already appeared behind him, and a cold voice sounded in his ear. Do you think it's difficult for me to kill you? He trembled extremely. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse's body trembled. The other party could have killed him directly with that sword strike just now. However, the other party did not. He only cut open half of his neck. This meant that the other party was warning him. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. Brat, you're courting death. Kill me if you can. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse shouted angrily. He guessed that the other party did not dare to make a move at all. He must have some scruples. Pooh, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head and body were separated. With a plop, his body fell to the ground. Lin Xian grabbed the man's head. Do you think I don't dare? Ah, damned brat, you dare to kill me. You're dead meat. The Silver Lightning tribe will never let you off. The head roared furiously. At that time, when my Silver Lightning clan's great army presses down, your immortal palace will be dead for sure, Su Chen sneered. How dare he still be so stubborn, acting recklessly? Do you believe that I can destroy your soul with a single move? He waved his dragon-shaped sword, and a terrifying sword chi locked onto the head. The Silver Lightning Race expert's head was shocked, and his eyes were filled with fear. Indeed, he felt a destructive aura that could easily destroy his soul. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? How could it be so terrifying? What was that dragon-shaped sword in his hand? Why was it able to cut his body apart so easily? He was an expert of the Silver Lightning Race. But in the eyes of the other party, he was like an ant. He could not believe it. Su Chen snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw away the other party's head. The head flew out and merged with the corpse on the ground, forming a complete body. The Silver Lightning Race expert recovered. His face was pale, and he looked at the other party with an unusually cold gaze. Kid, I'll fight you. He opened his mouth and spat out a sickle that emitted a simple and heavy aura. It seemed to be an ancient treasure. He wanted to fight with his life on the line. Golden runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Buzz, his heavenly secret divine eyes were activated, and a terrifying soul attack rushed out. Ah, the other party's body trembled as he screamed crazily. He did not expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, he was careless and his soul power was severely injured. The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes spun rapidly, forming mysterious patterns one after another. He directly controlled the other party. Kneel down. A cold voice sounded. The Silver Lightning Race expert's eyes were lifeless. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. This scene shocked everyone. Especially the elders of Immortal Palace. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The chief enforcer, Xianxia, and the others had solemn expressions. Although they had subdued the silversmith race expert, the situation was not optimistic. After all, the other party was backed by the Silver Lightning Race. They were an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian looked at the chief enforcer, Xianxia, and the other elders and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Also, do you think that we can exchange for safety if we keep on giving in? Hearing this, Xianxia and the chief enforcer's bodies stiffened, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. Lin Xian continued. Chaos is coming, and the 10,000 ancient races are recovering. Only a powerful force can suppress everything. Otherwise, no matter how respectful and courteous you are, the other party will probably raise the butcher's knife in their hand and mercilessly chop you down. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid when facing the 10,000 ancient races. If we can win, we will fight. If we can't, even if we have to risk our lives, we will bite off a piece of their flesh and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Before anyone dares to touch us, they should think about the consequences of doing so. This way, our immortal palace will be able to survive in this chaotic world. Otherwise, everyone will think that we are cowards and easy to bully. This way, there will be endless 10,000 ancient races coming to bully us. Are you willing to live such a life? Lin Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings. Hearing this, the elders felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, they were too shocked by the information of the 10,000 ancient races and forgot about this matter. Even if they gave in today, the Silver Lightning Race would not be nice to them. In the future, they would definitely be even more greedy and bully them. Therefore, there was only one outcome if they submitted or resisted. The other party would have to fight sooner or later. If that was the case, why not resist? Perhaps they could even make them afraid and hurt them in advance. In the next moment, everyone looked at the Silver Lightning Race's experts kneeling in the hall. Lin Xian also looked at them and said coldly, "Get lost. Tell your people that I will only give you a range of 100,000 miles. You can be safe and sound in that range, but if you dare to run around outside, I will kill you without mercy. Get lost." With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the Silver Lightning Race's expert flying. At the same time, he removed the soul control. The Silver Lightning Race's expert vomited blood and flew out of the hall. His body also recovered. Thinking of what happened before, he was so angry that he vomited blood and went crazy. Ah, he roared at the sky. Lightning surged on his body, turning into a lightning dragon that roared in all directions. That damn brat, he was so angry that he went crazy. He was a dignified expert of the Silver Lightning Race. When had he ever knelt and kowtowed to a human? This was intolerable. He wanted to go all out, but in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He discovered that the elders and experts who had been afraid of him before were now emitting an incomparably cold killing intent, firmly locking onto him. He had no doubt that as long as he made a move, these elders would mercilessly attack and kill him. Damned brat, just you wait. All of you, just you wait, my Silver Lightning Race will definitely not let this go. Just wait for the fury of my 10,000 ancient races. After speaking, the Silver Lightning Race expert turned around and left. Like a stray dog, he quickly fled. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The eyes of the Immortal Palace cultivators all flickered. Previously, the other side had been acting arrogant, but when they hardened their hearts and prepared to fight to the death, the other side was afraid. Didn't this confirm what Lin Xian had said before? Facing the 10,000 ancient races, they must not cower. They must fight to the death, send people to investigate the Silver Lightning Race's movements. At the same time, call back our people and fully activate the array, ready for battle. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. He guessed that the Silver Lightning Race would definitely make some moves, but Immortal Palace would not be afraid. Following this, the elders and disciples all began to move. In fact, it wasn't just Immortal Palace. At the same time, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, Alcade, and many other great sects and dynasties all received such ancient creatures. This was because the 10,000 ancient races of true spirit world had recovered. Wherever they recovered, the 10,000 ancient races would send their own experts to communicate with the local great sections. Of course, the content of the communication was more or less the same. Most of them wanted a stable territory so that other human cultivators could not casually step in. Although 5 million miles was a large distance, it was still a drop in the ocean for the great sections. Moreover, the reputation of the 10,000 ancient races was too strong. Therefore, ordinary great sects did not dare to contend with them. They all tacitly agreed to give up 5 million miles of territory in exchange for temporary peace. The ancient race powerhouses who had gone there all returned satisfied. They held their heads high and arrogantly left the great sections. Many great sects even sent a group of elders to see them off. When the other warriors saw this scene, they were all stunned. Huge waves even surged in their hearts. What's going on? So many ancient creatures had appeared, and the elders of the great sects of the human Holy Land treated them so respectfully. What's going on? There must have been a secret negotiation. However, it seemed like the great sects of the human race had given in. Damn it! It can't be. Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races can regain control of the entire true spirit world without even a war? Everyone's face was filled with despair. Of course, not all the great sects in the Holy Land were so humble. There were some who were more forceful. Although there hadn't been any major battles, their territory had shrunk from 5 million miles to 4 million miles to 3 million miles. The ancient creatures negotiated with him, and eventually, they all agreed to his request. After all, the strength and foundation of these great sects were extremely terrifying. However, on Immortal Palace and Lin Xian's side, they directly declared war, making the other side kowtow and apologize, moreover throwing them out. This was probably the only one in the world. Even the remote antiquity families wouldn't dare to do that. At this moment, the Yi clan also welcomed a figure. A figure bathed in flames descended upon the Yi family like a god of fire. At this moment, the elders of the Yi clan all had ugly expressions. Yi Wudao sat there with a gloomy expression. The Yi clan head's eyes flickered. This was because the other side had made the same request. They wanted to draw a 5 million mile forbidden zone near the Yi clan, and no one was allowed to enter. Not even the Yi clan could approach. This was unacceptable to the experts of the Yi clan. Their Yi clan was a remote antiquity family, a descendant of the monarch race. In the true spirit world, especially the eastern wasteland, they were a true overlord. When the other great sects of the Holy Land saw them, they would have to lower their heads. Most likely, apart from the other remote antiquity families and the great sects of the Holy Land that possessed extreme weapons, no one was their match. But now, these ancient creatures had come out and demanded to divide the Yi clan's territory. They were truly courting death. However, the Yi clan head's expression was grave. This wasn't an ordinary ancient creature, but an expert of the remote antiquity royal race. The remote antiquity royal race was an extremely terrifying existence. The vermilion bird race was an extremely terrifying existence among the remote antiquity royal races. The vermilion bird was a divine beast between heaven and earth. The vermilion bird race was a race with the bloodline of divine beasts flowing through their veins. They were extremely terrifying. But so what if they were terrifying? The Yi clan wasn't to be trifled with. The Yi clan was the descendant of a great emperor, an emperor race. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they were equivalent to royalty. How could they be afraid of the vermilion bird race? Therefore, the smell of gunpowder between the two sides was very strong. They were in a deadlock, and they were on the verge of starting a war. Humph, the vermilion bird expert was bathed in divine flames as he said coldly. So what if you're the descendant of a great emperor? Your great emperor is no longer here, but the ancestor of my vermilion bird race is still alive. If you really anger us, the ancestor of my vermilion bird race will descend and destroy your Yi clan. Let's see if the great emperor you believe in will be able to save you then. When these words came out, the faces of the Yi clan's elders changed. The disciples of the Yi clan were also extremely shocked. What? The ancestor of the vermilion bird race was still alive? Heavens, how many tens of thousands of years had it lived? Although it was sealed with divine crystals, it was still too terrifying to think about. To think that there was such a terrifying expert hidden in their Yi clan's territory. It really made them feel a lingering fear. How dare you threaten my Yi clan? Is your vermilion bird race's ancestor very powerful? A Yi clan's grand elder stood up. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was indeed a grand elder who had lived for more than 3,000 years. He was very terrifying and had a very fiery temper. When he heard the other party's arrogant words, the grand elder was furious. Do you really think that my Yi clan is easy to bully? Do you really think that your vermilion bird race's ancestor can sweep through everything? Today, I'll let you see the foundation of my Yi clan. At this point, he snorted coldly, and a burst of golden blood rushed out of his body, turning into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Buzz, in the depths of the Yi clan, a primitive aura surged out, bringing with it a destructive power. Although it was only a trace, it made everyone tremble. The powerful being from the vermilion bird tribe, in particular, was sprawled on the ground in utter terror. Damn it, what was that? This aura was too powerful, surpassing the might of a saint, an extreme weapon. Damn it, it was an extreme weapon. He was too shocked. He didn't expect that the Yi clan had left behind an extreme weapon. Now that it was activated, the Emperor's might of the extreme weapon was not something that he could withstand. The other party was only warning him. Otherwise, if he really attacked, he would be killed in an instant. Seeing the vermilion bird lying on the ground and trembling, the experts in the Yi family's main hall all laughed. What vermilion bird race? In front of the Yi family's extreme weapon, wouldn't they kneel and crawl? The vermilion bird race's expert had an ugly expression. His eyes were burning with anger. Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? I'll have the family destroy you. He was furious. When had he ever been so afraid in front of so many humans? Humph! The grand elder snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, the extreme weapon's pressure disappeared without a trace. The vermilion bird race's expert also stood up from the ground. His body trembled, and killing intent surged out of his body. Yi Wudao also took a step forward. His golden aura surged as he faced the grand elder without fear. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the Yi family's patriarch spoke. We can give you the 5 million mile area you asked for. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The vermilion bird race's expert smiled. But soon, his smile froze. The Yi family's patriarch continued, however, you can't stay in the Yi family's territory. You can move out of the Yi family's territory and divide it in another ungoverned territory. The vermilion bird race's expert's expression turned ugly. He wanted them to retreat? Wasn't this admitting that the vermilion bird race was afraid of the other party? If news of this spread, the vermilion bird race would lose face. How would they survive in the future? They would probably be mocked to death by countless people. Impossible, the vermilion bird race's expert refused. The Yi family's patriarch didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently, you felt the Emperor's pressure just now, right? Our Yi family has a complete extreme weapon, and we have enough resources and ability to fully activate it. How much do you know about the extreme weapon's power? I can tell you about it. 30,000 years ago, a demonic sect appeared in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying. Its strength was equivalent to a top holy land, but its methods were extremely cruel and it killed countless people. In order to return peace to the world, the Yi family's Saint Physique carried an extreme weapon and destroyed the demonic palace with a single attack. All the experts inside were killed. Not a single one of them came out alive. 50,000 years ago, the demon race prospered. A peerless genius appeared and became a demon saint. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they slaughtered the human race. At the critical moment, the saint of the Yi family once again brought out an extreme weapon. With one strike, he sank half of the Eastern Barren territory and killed that talented saint of the demon race. At this point, the Yi family's martial artist, Old Zhang, was very excited. They all clenched their fists. The faces of the vermilion bird tribe elites became paler and paler. In fact, even without the other party's explanation, he already knew how terrifying and powerful these extreme weapons were. That was a weapon forged and used by a great emperor. It contained an extremely powerful emperor's might, surpassing that of a saint. As long as he was resurrected, it would be equivalent to a great emperor temporarily descending into the mortal world. His power would definitely be unimaginable, and he would be able to sweep through everything. Seeing the other party's expression, the Yi clan's patriarch smiled. Very good, it seems like you know the power of an extreme weapon. Then, how far is the Vermilion Bird tribe from my Yi clan's headquarters? Would he be able to dodge the attack of an extreme weapon? At this point, the Vermilion Bird race's expert's expression changed greatly and cold sweat appeared on his back. His clothes were wet, and the flames on his body dimmed. That's right, they were incomparably powerful and wanted to suppress the Yi clan, but they forgot that they were too close to the Yi clan. If the Yi clan was angered and directly used an extreme weapon, the Vermilion Bird tribe would not be able to escape. After all, this distance was completely within the attack range of an extreme weapon. Even if their patriarch was resurrected, it would probably be useless. Just the aftermath of that energy would be able to destroy any existence below a saint. Thinking of this, his attitude changed. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and discuss it with the elders of the Vermilion Bird tribe. No problem, there's no hurry. The Yi clan's patriarch smiled. I'll give you a month to discuss it. Men, send the guests out. The Yi clan's patriarch waved his hand, and the elders of the Yi clan sent the Vermilion Bird tribe elite out of the Yi clan's residence. After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left the Yi clan's residence, he turned into a fiery red light and instantly left. This was a big matter, a big crisis. He had to report it quickly. Ha 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 ha. After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left, the elders of the Yi clan also laughed loudly. What Vermilion Bird tribe? No matter how strong they are nothing in front of the Yi clan. That's right, once an extreme weapon is used, it will sweep away everything. However, the Yi clan's patriarch and the grand elders had grave expressions. The Yi clan's patriarch sighed. He was not so optimistic. Although the Vermilion Bird tribe was strong, they were only a royal clan. Above the royal clan was the immemorial royal clan. Those were also clans with great emperors. In their hands, it was very likely that they also had extreme weapons. When the time came to encounter them, they would have no advantage. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy once again. Indeed, the other party also had the bloodline of a great emperor and even had extreme weapons left in the world, so they had to be careful. However, they didn't know how many extreme weapons the other party had. Not only the Yi clan, but the Gu clan, Jade Pool, Alcade, Dowie Holy Ground, and other sacred grounds with extreme weapons all displayed the emperor's might of their extreme weapons to scare away the immemorial royal clan. The cultivators outside heaved a sigh of relief as the figures left in a sorry state. Fortunately, these powerful families and sacred grounds could still intimidate these immemorial royal clan. There was still a glimmer of hope for the human race. In addition to the eastern wilderness, the western desert, Nanling Mountains, and northern plains were the same. Some sacred grounds and sects directly surrendered and ceded 5 million miles of land. Some negotiated with each other to reduce the land. Some directly drove the immemorial royal clan away. In short, the atmosphere around the world was very tense. However, Xianxia was not so lucky. The divine dynasties and sacred grounds in Xianxia were very depressed. Especially those divine dynasties near Qinling Mountains, their expressions were even more ugly. They had no choice because the nest of 10,000 dragons was here. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the lair of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was an immemorial royal clan and was very terrifying. Moreover, there had been a great emperor in the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor was very famous. Even now, there were still people who remembered his records. One could imagine how terrifying the Dragon Emperor was back then. And the Dragon Emperor must have left behind an extreme weapon to suppress in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, this was definitely a very dangerous place. Ever since the Dragon Clan revived, the surrounding Ninli dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty directly abandoned that area. They gave the entire Qinling Mountains and the surrounding 50 million miles to the Dragon Clan. What made them heave a sigh of relief was that the dragon race in the 10,000 dragon suppression never appeared and did not cause trouble for them. This made all the emperors and sect masters think that the nest of 10,000 dragons was already safe. How could they know that all the powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were protecting the newly born dragon prince? They were plotting an even more terrifying plan. In addition to the dragon race and the nest of 10,000 dragons, there were also a few terrifying royal races in the true spirit world. These were all races that had produced great emperors and emperors. Divine Phoenix Ridge. A great emperor had appeared in the Phoenix clan. The immortal Phoenix's name was also very terrifying. Of course, among the 10,000 ancient races, not only the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge's 2 royal races, there were also a few other royal races that were still sleeping. But thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before they all woke up one by one. Every once in a while, a new race would awaken and appear on the earth. These human warriors were all in a state of panic and unease. On the human side, Immortal Palace, Yi family, Gu family, Alcade Jade Pool, and other Holy Land sects were all nervously preparing for war. To deal with the counterattack of the 10,000 ancient races. However, there was one more thing that shocked everyone. They didn't even dare to believe it. The news came from the central continent. Of course, it wasn't news from the nest of 10,000 dragons, but news from the Silver Lightning race. When the true spirit world's warriors learned that the Silver Lightning race's emissary entered Immortal Palace and made the same request, they were forcefully beaten out by Immortal Palace. Although no one knew the specific details, this result caused the world to be in an uproar. Heavens, is this for real? I don't dare believe it. That's right, is Immortal Palace already so strong? They actually dared to directly attack the 10,000 ancient races. That was the Silver Lightning race. Although it wasn't an ancient royal race, it was still a very terrifying race. However, they were actually beaten out by Immortal Palace's people. It was really unbelievable. Perhaps even those desolate ancient families didn't dare to do so. It was said that the one who attacked was none other than Immortal Palace's Hall Master, Lin Xian. The other party was really strong. It's over, this kid had definitely provoked a huge disaster. He dared to do this because he was young and had Immortal Palace behind him. But how could he know that he had provoked endless trouble for Immortal Palace? Just wait and see. The Silver Lightning race will definitely not take this lying down. At that time, when the great army arrived, Immortal Palace would be finished. Sounds of discussion sounded one after another. Everyone was first shocked by Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's power. After that, many people shook their heads and sighed. After all, they had completely offended the Silver Lightning clan. Offending a 10,000 ancient race was an extremely terrifying outcome. The Yi clan, Gu clan, Yao Guang, Jade Lake, and Dao Great Holy Lands were all dumbfounded when they heard this. This was especially true for the remote antiquity families and the sacred ground sects that possessed extreme weapons. This Lin Xian was truly arrogant. Even though we possess extreme weapons, it's only enough to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. We don't dare to actually attack them. Who would have thought that the other party would actually make a move? Where did he get that backing from? Could it be that their Immortal Palace also had extreme Dao weapons? That shouldn't be possible, right? He had never heard of any great emperor from Immortal Palace. While these people were discussing fervently, some other clans, such as the Audiobook clan, the Five Elements Palace, and the Yin-Yang sect, were sneering. Great, this guy is really courting death. Just wait, he will definitely be killed by the Silver Lightning clan. The Silver Lightning clan was indeed extremely furious. Ever since the experts they sent out returned, the Silver Lightning clan had been furious. Immortal Palace actually dared to beat back the emissary they sent out, and even made them kneel and kowtow. This was truly unforgivable, damn it. This brat was too arrogant. What Immortal Palace master. In front of our Silver Lightning clan, he is just an ant. Capture him and let him taste all the torture in the world. Let him kneel before our Silver Lightning clan for eternity. What Immortal Palace? How dare they be so arrogant, daring to use the word immortal in their name? Isn't it just an ordinary sacred ground? Directly destroy it. Let everyone know that our Silver Lightning clan's might is not to be trifled with. These Silver Lightning clan experts all shouted angrily. Some of the elders among them also had gloomy expressions. However, soon, the Silver Lightning clan's patriarch transmitted a message, telling them not to act rashly. Lin Xian had to be killed, and Immortal Palace also had to be destroyed. However, they still had to wait. This time, when the 10,000 ancient races revived, many races were on the same front, so they were all secretly plotting. Moreover, it was said that a few of the royal families were going to make a big move. At this critical moment, they must not send out troops en masse and attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, the secret would probably be exposed. Damn it, let that brat live for a while longer. When the Silver Lightning Clan experts heard the news from their patriarch, they all gritted their teeth. However, there were also some people who sneered. The patriarch said that they could not send out troops en masse. However, he did not say that they could not go out alone. What do you mean? We have just come into being, so we can take a look at the prodigies of this world and see how strong they are. If they are weak and are killed by us on the spot, then they can't blame us. Several young prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan revealed sinister smiles. However, that brat seems to be very strong. Even the emissary we sent out was injured. In fact, his soul was even controlled. Someone said with a frown. However, there were also some prodigies who sneered. It was fine. He probably attacked with all his strength and caught us off guard, which was why he injured our emissary. Moreover, we only sent out an emissary. How can he be compared to us? As long as we can defend our souls and be careful of his sword energy, there is nothing to be afraid of. That's right. I heard that the master of the Immortal Palace, Lin Xian, has obtained the title of Central Emperor. He is one of the strongest prodigies of the human race in this world. Killing him is the fastest way to prove our strength. The three young prodigies left the Silver Lightning Clan in a flash. Just as the prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan were preparing to attack Lin Xian, something unknown happened on the other side of the world. There was a forbidden area in the western desert called the Reincarnation Mountain. This place was extremely terrifying. Regardless of whether you were an ordinary person or an extremely terrifying saint, as long as you walked in, you would never be able to come out again. Therefore, as time passed, no one dared to appear around the Reincarnation Mountain. There were no trees or plants. In fact, no one dared to set foot in a radius of tens of millions of miles. It could be said that this was a true forbidden area. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the Reincarnation Mountain. It was an old figure. This figure had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if an immortal had descended. He looked at the Reincarnation Mountain in front of him, his eyes flickering like the vast stars. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely scream because this old man was their Immortal Palace's old palace master, Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu did not go to the nest of 10,000 dragons, nor did he go to snatch the immortal divine medicine. Instead, he came to the western desert, near the desolate Reincarnation Mountain. Could it be that he wanted to enter the Reincarnation Mountain? As expected, Xiaojiu walked towards the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall and looked similar to the other mountains. However, when one got closer, one would realize that there was a terrifying force that seemed to want to suck one in. Xiaojiu also felt this force. He frowned. Is this the power of reincarnation? He snorted coldly as a sage aura rushed out of his body. Divine chains of order circled around him, blocking the power of reincarnation outside. In the next moment, he strode forward. In an instant, he entered the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall. It was very tall in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of these experts, it was very small. However, that wasn't the case. There was another world in the Reincarnation Mountain. It could even be said to be a world of its own. After entering, one would realize that it was extremely vast, as if it was really a new world. Boom, as soon as Xiaojiu entered, he realized that he was in a vast plain. The vast plain was tens of millions of miles long, and he couldn't see the end of it. On his left and right, there were countless figures. On his left, there were terrifying savage beasts. The savage beasts had monstrous auras and terrifying killing intent. They were all peerless demon kings. There were even a few in the sky that were emitting terrifying sage auras. Saint-level demon kings had actually appeared here. It was too terrifying. On his right, there were thousands of soldiers and horses. There were also some demon kings, but they were all subdued by humans and used as mounts. One of the palms stretched out, carrying the sun, moon, and stars. It shrouded the sky as if it was going to replace it. A great battle broke out. Divine chains of order surged, and terrifying roars shook the sky. There were even mystic skills that had been lost for a long time. Heaven and earth exploded, and Xiaojiu's body was shrouded in endless light. Buzz, in an instant, a biting cold aura rushed out of Xiaojiu's body. With a snort, all the images were wiped out. It was just an illusion, that's right, an illusion. The Reincarnation Mountain was a place of reincarnation. It could evolve the past, present, and future scenes. It was enough to pass off as real, and even sages could get lost in it. Xiaojiu was too powerful. He walked out of the reincarnation world in an instant. The surroundings turned dark again. Xiaojiu's body swayed, and he flew forward. After flying for an unknown period of time, an ocean finally appeared in front of him. It was also vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Furthermore, the seawater was black, incomparably black, as if it was the water of hell. In the middle of this black sea, a white bridge appeared. It was incomparably white and carried with it a strange aura. On the bridge, there were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy. They were very simple and were written in the primordial language. However, Xiaojiu could see it clearly. Bridge of Helplessness, River Styx, Bridge of Helplessness. Legend had it that they were 2 godly items from hell. But now, they had actually appeared in the Reincarnation Mountain. It had to be said that the Reincarnation Mountain was indeed a peerless forbidden area. Once these 2 terrifying items appeared, they would be able to block the path of a saint. In fact, if a saint were to fall inside, he would probably not be able to come out. However, all of this terrifying scene seemed to be insignificant to Xiaojiu. He was like an immortal as he stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. His body erupted with terrifying divine light, blocking all of the aura of darkness. Finally, he crossed the Bridge of Helplessness. The scenery before them changed once more. It was as if they had arrived at a new world, surrounded by vast mountains. Boom! Boom! Many cracks appeared on the brown ground, and there was even blood. In the distance, there were birds and beasts roaring. There were even human figures flickering. This scene was no different from the true spirit world outside. It even made people suspect that Xiaojiu had already left the Reincarnation Mountain and arrived outside. Ahead, there were roars of demonic beasts and humans. There were even shocking vibrations. Clearly, something strange was happening. However, no one knew what it was. Xiaojiu did not walk over. He stood on the brown ground and looked ahead like a divine lamp. Come out, everyone. Something big is happening outside. Xiaojiu's voice rang out. Then, the world changed. Endless black chi rolled as if a peerless demon king was born. Boom, a terrifying roar sounded as a black dragon appeared in the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring loudly. The black dragon emitted a terrifying saint aura. It was actually a saint-level black dragon. There was actually a dragon here. What was even more shocking was that there was a human figure standing on the black dragon. It was a pitch-black figure with red eyes like a peerless demon king. The aura on his body was even more terrifying. It was as if he wanted to tear the entire world apart. Buzz, another pure white light appeared, and a beautiful woman appeared in the starry sky. She was surrounded by armor, and divine chains of order danced in the air. Because of her appearance, the surrounding plants and trees grew crazily. In an instant, they reached a height of 1,000 feet. Old fart, why are you looking for us? A loud voice rang out. The sky was instantly split in half, and the pitch-black crack would never heal. A blue-robed man walked over. He carried a long saber on his back, and his body emitted an unparalleled light. That sharp aura even made the divine chains of order tremble. One could imagine how terrifying the swordsman was. Old Xia, what's the matter? Is there a new change outside? An ethereal voice drifted over. A black hole appeared in the sky. A green-robed man appeared from the black hole. He was half lying in the void, holding a wine gourd in his hand. His eyes were blurry as if he was drunk. You old drunkard. Xiaojiu looked at him and shook his head. However, he quickly stopped smiling. His expression was extremely solemn. Something had really happened outside. The awakening of the nest of 10,000 dragons had triggered the awakening of the 10,000 ancient races. Now, more than half of the 10,000 ancient races had awakened. Among them, there was no lack of ancient royal races, and even 2 or 3 ancient royal races had awakened. And from the looks of it, the remaining few would also awaken in the near future. What? The 10,000 ancient races had awakened, even those ancient royal races had awakened? The green-robed woman and the blue-robed swordsman had solemn expressions. In the sky, the middle-aged man drinking wine was also extremely surprised. Humph, how could this be? It's 300 years ahead of our deduction. Standing on the black dragon, the figure covered in demonic chi said coldly. As he spoke, the demonic chi on his body churned rapidly, and one could vaguely see his white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was very young, and he looked to be in his 20s. This white-haired youth was very young, but no one dared to underestimate him. The aura on his body was too cold. It was so cold that the entire world trembled. If this wasn't the reincarnation realm inside the reincarnation mountain, there would have been a huge collapse outside. The nest of 10,000 dragons was discovered in advance, and a group of sacred leaders and sect masters went in to explore. In the end, it triggered the awakening of the experts inside. Xiaojiu briefly explained the situation outside. In the sky, a few stalwart figures listened with solemn expressions. Among them, the white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. This group of people really didn't know what was good for them. The green-cloaked fairy goddess also sighed. Reincarnation was more damaged than we imagined. We haven't repaired it yet. Who would have thought that chaos was about to erupt outside again? What a coincidence. No, this matter must be stopped. With the descent of the 10,000 races, the human race will suffer a destructive blow. We must not let the events of the primordial era happen again. After so many years of hard work, the great emperor of the human race must not be wasted. The blue-clothed saber saint's voice was sonorous. It was really a crisis. The drinking uncle in the sky also sighed. We can't leave this place for the time being. At most, we can only send a few clones over. What they were most worried about now was the number of extreme weapons and the number of saints in the primordial theocrats. How many were there? Xiaojiu took a deep breath. There were at least 3 extreme weapons, and the number of saints would definitely not be small. Moreover, the remote antiquity families and the few peerless sacred grounds would not use their trump cards unless they had no other choice. Therefore, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. More importantly, the emperors and princesses were also resurrected this time. Their ability to rally people was too strong. The primordial theocrats would probably reach an unprecedented level of unity. This was the most fatal thing to the human race. As soon as these words were spoken, the stalwart figures in the sky fell silent. After a long time, the white-haired demon lord said in a deep voice, "What do you need us to do?" Next, Xiaojiu began to transmit his voice to the stalwart figures. After hearing this, they frowned and transmitted their voice as well. In the end, both sides reached an agreement and set up a plan. There was no time to lose. Everyone should act together. They must intimidate the primordial theocrats. There must not be chaos. Xiaojiu said in a deep voice. The others nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the drinking uncle in the sky smiled. Old Xia, how is that kid? Not bad, right? He's beyond imagination. In the future, he will definitely be one of the strongest geniuses in the Great Emperor competition. Xiaojiu said. Of course. How could the person that I chose be wrong? In the sky, the middle-aged man who was drinking laughed. However, Xiaojiu sighed. However, the incident in the nest of 10,000 dragons this time was also caused by this brat. It was Xiaochen who discovered the location of the nest of 10,000 dragons. That was why all the holy sovereigns and church masters chased after him. It was fate. However, that was also good. Those saints and saintesses were no longer enough to train him. It was a good opportunity for these prides of the far ancient royal family to compete with him. Let him do what we couldn't do back then. Once those words were spoken, the surrounding figures were also astonished. Who was this young man they were talking about? How could he receive such an evaluation? After all, regardless of whether it was Xiaojiu or the figure within the black vortex in the sky, both of them were extremely terrifying existences. That god shocked them to the core. However, who was this young man that both of them were praising? How heaven-defying would it be? This made them very curious. At this moment, the figure in the black vortex in the sky put away the wine pot and said with a smile, "Old Xia, let me introduce you to another person, our new partner." Oh, new partner? Xiaojiu was stunned. To be able to become their partner, that person's strength was definitely earth-shattering. Because their strength wasn't as simple as a saint's. As the voice fell, a ray of light flew over from afar and turned into a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps and a calm gaze, carrying an unparalleled domineering aura. Feeling the aura from this person, Xiaojiu also narrowed his eyes. In front, the imposing figure looked at Xiaojiu and said in a deep voice, "I'm Lin Zhan." "Greetings, old Xia." "Lin Zhan." Xiaojiu muttered. At this moment, the white-haired demon lord said in a deep voice, "He's qualified to stand side by side with me." The exceptional sword saint and fairy goddess nodded as well. Obviously, they also tacitly approved of Lin Zhan's strength. In the sky, the figure in the black vortex also stood up. "Old Xia, don't worry. His origin isn't simple either. If there's a chance, I'll tell you. Now, let's hurry up and make arrangements to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races." Alright, several earth-shattering figures disappeared in the reincarnation mountain. In the vast land of the Middle State, 3 silver silhouettes streaked across the sky like flashes of lightning. The imperial capital of the Divine Wind Empire is in front. Let's go there. Alright. One of the figures let out a cold laugh, and 3 streaks of lightning quickly flew towards the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Empire. The Divine Wind Empire was one of the most terrifying empires in the Middle State. Its imperial capital was, of course, incomparably prosperous. A huge city, like an immemorial beast, stood on the boundless earth. The dragon chi here was abnormally dense. Spiritual chi was everywhere. Especially in the depths of the palace, there were low dragon roars that weren't any weaker than the ones in the nest of 10,000 dragons. At this moment, 3 silver figures domineeringly descended in the imperial capital. These 3 figures were very arrogant. They directly descended from the sky and even activated the array formation of the Divine Wind Empire. Who dared to barge into the imperial capital? Cold snorts sounded one after another, and those experts in battle armor rushed out. Their cold gazes looked towards the sky. To enter the imperial capital, one had to pay spiritual stones from the south gate to enter. Who dared to directly descend from the sky? This was an act of courting death. In the sky, the 3 figures sneered. "We are the experts of the Silver Lightning clan. If you dare to leave with us, we will kill you without mercy." The 3 of them were very arrogant. They descended amidst the light of the array formation that filled the sky. What? The experts of the Silver Lightning clan. The cultivators in the imperial capital cried out in alarm. Countless gazes looked forward. They were indeed ancient creatures. They discovered that the 3 figures were very young, but their bodies were covered in silver scales and surrounded by terrifying silver lightning. Why would the experts of the Silver Lightning clan come here? Could it be that something big was about to happen again? These cultivators were discussing fervently. The guards also had ugly expressions on their faces. One had to know that ordinary people, even people from other sacred lands, wouldn't dare to trespass into their imperial capital like this. But the other party dared to. Moreover, they really didn't dare to make a move. Because the other party was an ancient creature, an expert of the 10,000 ancient races, they could only report this scene. Soon, the elders above sent down a message. They told the guards to retreat and ignore the 3 experts of the Silver Lightning clan. This scene caused the cultivators in the imperial capital to cry out in alarm. The Divine Wind Empire was silently lowering its head. The 10,000 ancient races were really terrifying. Yes, 3 young people could break the rules of the imperial court as they wished. Keep your voice down. They are godlike existences now. Don't provoke these ancient creatures. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. An older generation figure warned. Sure enough, wherever the 3 Silver Lightning race experts passed, the human cultivators all retreated. They didn't even dare to get close to them. This scene made the 3 Silver Lightning race geniuses very satisfied. What they wanted was this kind of respect. I wonder what the 3 of you are here for. A royal family elder walked over and wanted to invite the 3 silver lightning race experts into the imperial palace. There's nothing else. We're just here to challenge a person. To be more precise, we want to teach a person a lesson. Teach a person a lesson? Who dared to provoke the experts of the Silver Lightning clan? Who was so reckless? Could it be that kid? They remembered the previous rumor that the Silver Lightning race's envoy was beaten out by Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. That's right, their guess was right. A Silver Lightning race heavenly genius spoke, precisely Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. Spread the news to the world. Say that we're waiting for him in the imperial capital. Tell him to wash his neck clean and come here to die. Since he dares to provoke us, he's dead meat. Lin Xian, it's really Lin Xian. They're actually going to attack Lin Xian. Heavens, this is truly a shocking piece of news. Lin Xian is not only the master of Immortal Palace, but also the Central Emperor. He's one of the 5 great titled geniuses of the human race. There aren't many geniuses in the human race who dare to challenge him. They didn't expect that the creatures of the 10,000 ancient races would actually attack him. Do you think that Lin Xian can withstand it? I don't know. It's rumored that the 10,000 ancient races are very terrifying. That's not necessarily true. Lin Xian is one of the top 5 geniuses. How can he lose? Discussions sounded one after another. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They knew about Lin Xian's strength. In the younger generation, there weren't many people who were his match. However, they hadn't seen these geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races in action, but they knew about it from the legends. How terrifying were these 10,000 ancient races? Therefore, if the 2 sides really fought, it would be hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, there were also people who were unconvinced. Sure enough, someone stepped forward. Although the 10,000 ancient races are strong, in terms of individual strength, you're no match for God Lin Xian. That's right, Lin Xian is the Central Emperor. How can you compare to one of the top geniuses of the human race? You are just relying on the fact that you have survived since ancient times and have ancestors in your family. Many people muttered softly. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the attitude of the 3 Silver Lightning race's skyprides. Rely on our family? Are we inferior to that human brat? What a joke! The 3 Silver Lightning clan experts were enraged. How can ants like you understand our strength and power? Whoever wants to die can come and try. Let's see if we are strong or not. The 3 of them stood there like fiend gods. Lightning constantly surged from their bodies, turning into lightning beasts that roared in all directions. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm going to experience just how powerful the legendary 10,000 ancient races are. A young man walked out from the crowd. It was him, Mo Tianyi. He was also a skypride. Yes, he was a genius of the Mo family, and he was very powerful. It was said that he had the combat strength of a saint, and it was said that he admired Lin Xian very much. He especially admired Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body. It seemed that this time, he was going to make a move. Everyone retreated, but at the same time, they were nervous and expectant. If a saint-level skypride were to fight against the ancient creatures, they would definitely be able to detect the strength of these ancient creatures. After all, the saint level was still the top level among the younger generation. In front, the 3 Silver Lightning race's skyprides looked at the young man who walked out with disdain in their eyes. You're the one who wants to challenge us, that's right, it's me. Mo Tianyi snorted coldly, and a golden light rushed out of his body, turning into golden giants that roared beside him. You're courting death. Great, I'll play with you. In front, one of the Silver Lightning race's skyprides walked out. He looked at the other party and said, use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. You'll see. Mo Tianyi snorted coldly. Divine Light Palm, he made a move. He struck out with his palm. The golden palm was like a Buddha, covering the sky and the earth. The void instantly collapsed. You're overestimating yourself. How dare an ant compete with the sun and the moon? In front, the Silver Lightning race's skypride sneered and threw out a punch. Silver lightning jumped on his body, wrapped around his fist, and rushed forward. This silver fist was even more ferocious and domineering, carrying with it a supreme aura. Boom! Boom! The two collided, and a bright light burst out. Waves of energy swept in all directions. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared on the divine light palm, and then it suddenly shattered. What a terrifying power of lightning! Even the divine light palm couldn't resist it, it was too terrifying. The divine light palm was an extremely terrifying power of the light element, and it was said to be able to shatter everything. However, at this moment, it couldn't compete with the other party at all. Damn it, Mo Tiany's expression also changed. He felt a violent power surging toward him. It was as if it was going to devour him and tear his body apart. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. He was already a saint's Skype ride. However, the other party's casual punch had caused a fatal crisis to him. Scram, he roared, and his body was like a golden stream of light as he quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden giants on both sides blocked in front of him and attacked. Roar, the two light giants were indomitable, like immortal kings. However, the silver lightning race's Skype ride sneered. With a furious roar, the lightning fist suddenly exploded. It instantly blasted the two light giants away. This energy also blasted Mo Tiany, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was charred black, and the lightning had also penetrated his body. Not only that, but his entire body was numb, and he couldn't use any power. This lightning was too frightening. Mo Tiany didn't attack again. His body was trembling, and his face was full of fear. Trash, you're trash. You can't even block one of my punches. At the front, the silver lightning race's Skype ride sneered, and the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Was that true? A saint Skype ride couldn't even block the other party's punch, the silver lightning clan was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the silver lightning race wasn't even a primordial royal race. Then, how terrifying were the Skype rides of the primordial royal race? Above the primordial royal race was the primordial royal race. Could it be that the primordial races were so much stronger than humans? At that moment, many people's faces were filled with despair. You bunch of ants, you were our slaves before. However, we were in a deep sleep, which gave you humans a chance. Now that we have awakened, we will rule the world, and all of you will become our slaves again. After defeating Mo Tiany, the voice of the silver lightning race's prodigy sounded again, full of mockery and arrogance. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators trembled and clenched their fists. Many of the older generation experts were also gnashing their teeth. However, without exception, none of them dared to make a move. They had no choice. The other party's identity was too terrifying, and there were countless powerful races behind him. If they made a move, they would be declaring war on the 10,000 ancient races. Therefore, they could only gnash their teeth and stare at the other party. You ants, hurry up and inform Lin Xian to come here and die. With that, the three silver lightning race's prodigies walked toward the palace. The news spread like a hurricane. When everyone learned that the silver lightning race's prodigies were so terrifying, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were all looking forward to Lin Xian making a move. They really hoped that God Lin Xian would make a move. It would be best if he could kill these ancient creatures in one move. Yes, the other prodigies didn't dare to make a move at all. Perhaps only God Lin Xian would dare to make a move. Yes, the Yi family and the Gu family were all silent. Only the Central Emperor Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid of these 10,000 ancient races. Cries of surprise resounded in the true spirit world. Lin Xian naturally received the news as well. He frowned. 3 silver lightning races prodigies were waiting for him in the Divine Wind Imperial capital. They wanted to fight him. Where did this group of people get their confidence from? They even dared to fight him, he asked in a deep voice. It couldn't be an ambush, right? He wanted to see if there were any silver lightning races prodigies lying in ambush there. Lin Xian suspected that this was a trap for him. But very soon, the news spread. Reporting to the palace master, there was no ambush. Only the 3 silver lightning races prodigies had arrived. At that time, it caused quite a commotion in the imperial capital. The Immortal Palace's cultivator quickly told Lin Xian what had happened that day in the imperial capital. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. So powerful? They didn't even put the Divine Wind Imperial capital in their eyes? These people from the Silver Lightning clan were truly courting death. However, when he heard that the Divine Wind dynasty did not do anything to the people from the Silver Lightning clan, he started to frown. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he found out that the other party had easily defeated a saint prodigy. Currently, the strength of an ordinary saint was equivalent to a late-stage 8-star. If they were a little more powerful, they would be equivalent to an 8-star pinnacle. As for the top holy sons, they had the battle prowess of an early-stage 9-star. They were equivalent to ordinary invincible kings. For example, Lin Xian had been able to kill early-stage 9-star invincible kings. Now, after being nourished by the dragon energy in the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword spirit have improved once again. Therefore, he was now equivalent to a mid-9-star invincible king tier. Of course, there were very few people who could reach his level. It could be said that there were very few among the younger generation of the human race. He wondered what level of strength these Silver Lightning clan members had reached. No matter what level they reached, Lin Xian was very confident in his trump cards. He didn't think that these people from the Silver Lightning clan could defeat him. Since they were courting death, he would fulfill their wish. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to head to the imperial capital of the Divine Wind dynasty. The Crimson Dragon followed and went together. Of course, there was also a guardian in the dark, Xiao Wu. Ruzalong activated the teleportation platform and directly teleported. Lin Xian didn't want to waste time. The Crimson Dragon set up a teleportation platform and tore through the void. The two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in a mountain range. The Crimson Dragon looked around, then pointed ahead and said, "In another 20 to 30,000 miles, they should be able to reach the imperial capital of the Divine Wind dynasty." "Let's go," Lin Xian waved his hand, and the two of them quickly flew forward. In the Divine Wind dynasty, more and more cultivators gathered here. The reason for that was because they knew that a world-shaking battle was about to take place here. Many powerhouses and geniuses of the Holy Lands and sects also rushed over, ready to watch the battle. In fact, the crowd even discovered that there were several ancient eras organisms roaming around. Damn it, there are ancient life forms of other races here. This scene caused them to be extremely shocked. Of course, these archaic creatures were also invited away by the elders of the Divine Wind dynasty. They didn't know which race these archaic creatures were from. They were also so powerful. They felt that they were not weaker than the Silver Lightning clan. Let's not talk about them. Why hadn't Lin Xian of the Central Emperor come yet? Who knew? He probably hadn't received the news yet. Or perhaps, he was on his way here. Of course, among them, the people of the Tuoba clan, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Five Elements Palace sneered. "Humph, I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come." "Don't use your useless thoughts to judge Lin Xian." Lin Xian's supporters sneered and retorted. That's right, Lin Xian was the Central Emperor, and he had just beaten away the powerhouses of the Silver Lightning clan. Why wouldn't they dare? If there was anyone who didn't dare to say anything, it should be them. The dignified saint didn't even dare to fart in the face of these archaic creatures. Sneers and mockery sounded one after another, and the geniuses of the Holy Lands and sects gritted their teeth. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Buzz, the arrogant voice of the Silver Lightning clan came from the palace again. "That Lin Xian, is he here yet? If he is, tell him to get over here. I can kill him with one slap." The voice was like thunder, turning into an endless sea of thunder in the sky, forming thunderclouds that floated in the sky. These people were so suppressed that they couldn't breathe. It was too terrifying. They were in the palace, but they caused such a terrifying impact in the outside world. These three geniuses of the Silver Lightning clan were really terrifying. Seeing this scene, the people of the Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, and the Tuoba family laughed. They felt that these three powerhouses of the Silver Lightning clan might really be able to kill Lin Xian. Half a day later, there was a sudden commotion at the gate of the imperial capital, and screams of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian was here, what? Central Emperor Lin Xian was here? The cultivators in the city also received the news and moved out one after another. In an instant, the streets, the sky, and all kinds of restaurants and shops were crowded with people. There were people. These people were not ordinary people. They were either elders or peerless geniuses. Every single one of his identities was shocking to the public. But now, they were all waiting for one person. They were all waiting for Lin Xian. Lin Xian strolled leisurely with the Crimson Dragon beside him. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd parted like a tide. No one dared to stop them. So powerful, why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? That's right, could it be that his strength has increased again? He's really a monster. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed. Is this the dragon beside Lin Xian? Is it really a dragon? It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Everyone looked at the Crimson Dragon again and exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon bared its teeth and glared at the people around it, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to speak. When it came to the front, the Crimson Dragon shouted at the top of its voice. Where are the 3 silver electric race guys? Tell them to get over here. Ben Huang roasted them into skewers and ate them. He was too angry. Someone actually dared to shout at them. They really didn't know what was good for them. Snake, you're courting death, an angry voice came from the palace. In the sky, the huge thundercloud trembled and erupted with endless lightning. It surged down, wanting to kill the Crimson Dragon. You want to hurt Ben Huang with this little bit of lightning? Ben Huang will spit on your face. He opened his dragon mouth and endless seawater surged out, surging in the sky and colliding with the lightning that filled the sky. The seawater completely annihilated the lightning and even scattered the thundercloud in the sky. So powerful, seeing the Crimson Dragon break the attack of the Silver Electric Race with a casual attack, the surrounding warriors also screamed. Humph! In the distance, 3 figures instantly arrived nearby like lightning. Their faces were gloomy as they stared at the Crimson Dragon. It was indeed a dragon. The intelligence was right. Damn it, this kid actually had a dragon by his side. He shouldn't be from the nest of 10,000 dragons, so we don't have to worry about him. The 3 of them quickly communicated. If he was really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they would probably have knelt down by now. But unfortunately, the Crimson Dragon wasn't a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The 3 silver electric race powerhouses snorted coldly and ignored the Crimson Dragon. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're finally here. The 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Xian. Their bodies emitted a biting cold killing intent, forming a unique domain that enveloped heaven and earth. The 3 of you want to challenge me? And you even said that you want to kill me with a slap? Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked calm. That's right, it's us. Kid, you actually dared to enter the emissary of the Silver Electric Race and challenge the authority of the Silver Electric Race. You really want to die. Don't you know that you used to be our slave? Lin Xian smiled. You said it yourself, that was in the past. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? The strength of the human race is far beyond your imagination. I'll give you a chance to apologize and get lost, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, what will happen to you? His voice was laced with a biting cold threat. Hearing this, the 3 powerhouses of the Silver Electric Race were enraged. Incomparably resplendent lightning exploded from their bodies, piercing through the surroundings. The surrounding warriors quickly retreated. The elders of the royal family even activated the array formation. Flickering runes appeared on the streets and on the buildings. Seeing the royal capital activate the formation, the surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. To the end. It's useless to say more. Let me see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me with a single slap. Of the SS. There's no need for the 3 of us to deal with you. I alone am enough. One of them stepped forward. It was him who had defeated Mo Tianyi with a single punch. Kid, remember me. My name is Feng. The powerhouse of the Silver Electric Race stepped forward. His expression was arrogant. One slap is enough to kill you. Offending us is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Your aura is not bad, and your eyes are cold. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Why are there always people who don't know what's good for them and want to challenge me? You're courting death. Feng's expression was solemn. His eyes shone with a cold light. He raised his palm. An endless sea of lightning spread out from his hand, forming a large silver palm that shone brightly in the sky. Feeling this palm, the peerless powerhouses all trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps go numb. So powerful, Yin Feng definitely had the strength of an invincible king. No wonder he could defeat Mo Tianyi with a single punch. Everyone exclaimed. Boom! In the sky, the large silver palm with mysterious runes fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to smash him into pieces. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, a confident smile on his face. He didn't move at all. He waited until the palm was right above his head before he raised his hand. His hand turned into a fist and charged forward. Boom! The two collided. There was a deafening sound. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky. The entire imperial capital shone with arrays and runes, forming a super defense. The terrifying energy bombarded, creating a sound like a stormy sea. Endless energy waves rushed into the clouds and tore the sky apart. It was too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. The commotion caused by the two's attack was too terrifying. If there weren't any arrays, this attack could probably destroy half of the imperial capital. And these people wouldn't be able to escape. What terrifying lightning! Even invincible kings didn't dare to touch it. The silver runes on the palm must be the bloodline power of the silver electric race. It was too terrifying. These ancient lifeforms had a unique advantage. Exclamations could be heard. Beside him, the other two silver electric race experts sneered. How dare he fight with Yin Feng? He must be courting death. This time, his arm would probably be crippled. Not only that, but half of his body would be smashed. The two of them were very confident. The sea of lightning that filled the sky slowly disappeared. When everyone saw the situation in the sea of lightning, they were all stunned. Their minds went blank, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Especially the other two geniuses of the Silver Palace race, who screamed. Impossible, crazy. They were all crazy. Because they saw Lin Xian standing there with his hands behind his back, his body emitting a golden light. Their companion, Yin Feng, was in a sorry state. The lightning on his body dimmed, and his entire arm was deformed. His palm was cracked. Fresh blood stained his body. He was injured. Yin Feng was injured. Damn it, that's impossible. I don't believe it. Yin Feng's physique was so strong, and he even used his bloodline power. This attack could at least seriously injure him. If he was lucky, he could even kill Yin Feng. But now, Yin Feng was injured, and his opponent was unharmed. The two Silver Lightning Clan experts had gone mad. They could not accept this fact. The surrounding warriors also sucked in a breath of cold air. That silver palm made even the invincible kings tremble. But he could easily block it, and even seriously injure his opponent. Ha 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 ha. The nine-yang divine body was indeed powerful, that's right. Lin Xian was mighty. What silver electric race? How dare they fight me, Lin Xian, in close combat? You're courting death. Do you know what the nine-yang divine body is? Lin Xian's supporters mocked and ridiculed. The Crimson Dragon also sneered. In the 10,000 ancient races, apart from those monstrous geniuses with exceptionally strong physiques, there were probably not many who dared to compete with Lin Xian in terms of physique. After being nourished by the dragon's aura in the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body had reached the 5th stage of the 2nd level. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. Is this what you meant when you said you wanted to kill me with a single slap? Unfortunately, you haven't eaten for tens of thousands of years. Your strength is pitifully weak. Why don't I teach you what it means to kill someone with a single slap? At this point, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. The nine-yang divine body emitted endless light, and balls of nine-yang divine fire surged out, illuminating the world. As his voice fell, he also raised his palm and slapped forward. His palm transformed into a huge golden millstone that could destroy everything. Not good. Yin Feng's pupils shrank, and the surrounding people exclaimed. The other two prodigies of the Silver Lightning race were shocked. This palm was too terrifying. The two of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. They came in front of Yin Feng and fought against him. There was an earth-shattering bang. The 3 Silver Lightning tribe elites were knocked back, their blood and chi churning. Yin Feng was even more affected by the impact of the energy, and he spat out blood again. Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. Why? Can't bear it anymore? Finally, the 3 of you want to attack together? Come on, don't waste my time. Lin Xian waved his hand, looking impatient. This scene made the 3 Silver Lightning race elites gnash their teeth in anger. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The surrounding Lin Xian's supporters also went crazy with mockery. Hey, what 10,000 ancient races? 3 against 1? Do you have any shame? That's right. You were so arrogant before, saying that you could kill our god Lin Xian with a single slap. Why don't you try it now? Give them a chance. Even if the 3 of them fight against 1, they won't be a match for Lin Xian. These people sneered. The 3 Silver Lightning race elites were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. You two, don't do anything. Let me fight him myself, I must kill him. Yin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The power of thunder and lightning emerged from his body, and his broken arm started to heal. Alright, then be careful. This brat seems to have learned an ancient body refining technique, the 9-yang divine body. Don't fight him head-on. They had also heard of the might of the 9-yang divine body. After all, it was a divine ability that had been passed down for a long time. Don't worry, I got it. Yin Feng nodded. He was indeed careless. He didn't expect that the other party had actually cultivated the unparalleled 9-yang divine physique. It really surprised him. But so what? Apart from close combat, he had plenty of divine abilities. Buzz lightning surged on his body as he opened his mouth and spat out a silver knife. The moment the silver knife appeared, it emitted a biting cold blade light that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's bodies to tremble, as if they would be cut in half at any moment. What a terrifying saber light, this was a treasure. Those older generation figures also exclaimed. There was no need to even think about it. These ancient life forms were definitely taking out ancient treasures. It contained a mysterious power that was impossible to guard against. This wasn't the end. After that, a ray of light rushed out from Yin Feng's forehead and turned into a silver mountain that floated above his head. The silver mountain was incomparably majestic and emitted a terrifying aura. Thousands of rays of light hung down and enveloped Yin Feng. Boom! Boom, boom. This silver mountain was too terrifying. The moment it appeared, the surrounding void quickly collapsed, and countless large cracks spread out in all directions. The surrounding experts and prodigies were also pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. How terrifying, this Yin Feng actually took out 2 ancient treasures in an instant. Lin Xian was probably in danger. Go to hell, brat. Yin Feng snorted coldly and waved his hand. Instantly, the silver knife flew out. Although it was small in size, it was extremely sharp and pierced through the void in an instant. How terrifying. It could already threaten a mid-stage 9-star invincible king. I wonder if Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body could withstand it. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he sensed the silver flying dagger. It was indeed terrifying. It reminded him of Li Xuanxian's little Li flying knife. However, compared to little Li flying knife, it was still a little lacking. In the next moment, he would use his fist. Heaven battling divine fist. Boom. Boom, boom. The golden fist shook the heavens and earth, and a sonorous sound rang out in the sky. The silver flying knife was sent flying, dancing wildly in the sky. However, it soon circled again under the control of Yin Feng and charged over. Brat, you're dead. You can't block my flying knife. The silver flying knife in the sky suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge knife that slashed down. Its sharpness also became stronger and stronger. Not good, I didn't use my full strength before. This silver flying knife's power is probably above our imagination. The expressions on the faces of the older generation changed. Even Lin Xian's supporters gasped in shock. Lin Xian, be careful, Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, its power was much stronger than before. Humph, with a cold snort, endless sword chi rushed out of his body. It was densely packed like a rain of swords. In the next moment, it collided with the terrifying silver long knife. A sonorous sound rang out, and the silver long knife was sent flying again. What? Impossible. It was sent flying. The two silver lightning experts were stunned. Yin Feng's expression froze. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment, he wanted to roar, but soon, he began to tremble. Because Lin Xian waved his arm, the sword chi between heaven and earth flew toward him. It collided with the silver mountain, making a sonorous sound. Damn it, block it for me, don't worry, he can't break through Yin Feng's defense. Behind him, the two silver lightning experts sneered. But soon, their smiles became firm. Because in their eyes, the silver mountain that they were so confident in was pierced by tens of thousands of swords, and large holes appeared one after another. It's just a Dharma treasure, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian burst out with a biting cold light. He had already arrived in front of Yin Feng. He held a sword chi in his hand and slashed down from the sky. With a slash of the sword, he split the silver mountain in half. What? How is this possible? Not only did the humans scream, but the other immemorial creatures also came out of the palace. They just happened to see this scene, and their scalps went numb with fear. They knew that the silver lightning race was powerful, especially Yin Feng, who was even more terrifying. But his Dharma treasure was actually split in half by a single slash of the sword. Who exactly was this human youth? Their gazes were all fixed on Lin Xian. Yin Feng vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he was at a loss. Impossible, damn it, I don't believe it. Pfft. The sword light slashed down, and his arm was directly sent flying, blood flowing wildly. The pain brought him back to reality. Damn it, he realized that there were more than a dozen piercing sword lights coming down from above. He was scared out of his wits, and he quickly dodged. But how could he dodge? Soon, his body was cut into pieces. Yin Feng screamed, and his body reassembled in the distance. His face was pale, and his face was ferocious. I want you to die. Silver runes appeared on his body one after another. Obviously, he was going to activate his bloodline power with all his might. The silver saber also flew into his hand. You want me to die? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword chi on his body became more and more piercing. He struck out with the ancient dragon abyss sword, which was surrounded by countless dragon-shaped auras. With a slash of the sword, the silver saber was once again sent flying. Yin Feng was even split into two halves. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. Especially those archaic creatures, their faces were filled with shock. This person was too powerful. Who exactly was he? A terrifying physique, a terrifying sword technique. Damn it, how could he have such a powerful attack? These people exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Yin Feng screamed in the sky. His two halves turned into streams of light and kept fleeing. Damn it, you dare to kill me? He realized that Lin Xian did not stop at all. The piercing cold sword light once again enveloped him. So what if I kill you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. I'm a genius of the Silver Lightning tribe. If you kill me, the Silver Lightning tribe will not let you off, Yin Feng screamed. He could not believe that a human dared to kill him. The other two geniuses of the Silver Lightning tribe also shouted angrily. Damned brat, stop it now, you're dead. If you dare to kill him, the Silver Lightning tribe will tear you into pieces. The two of them rushed forward, wanting to save Yin Feng. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand, which turned into a golden mountain that descended from the sky, directly blocking the path of the two geniuses of the Silver Lightning tribe. At the same time, the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand quickly slashed out. The sword pierced through the other party's head. The power of the great dragon sword soul destroyed the other party's soul. With a scream, the two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, no longer breathing. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The entire scene was silent. Those archaic creatures were also shocked and could not believe it. No, the two Silver Lightning tribe elites roared crazily. Dead. Their comrade was actually dead. He was killed by a human. This was something they did not dare to imagine. One had to know that they were geniuses of the Silver Lightning tribe from the 10,000 archaic races, When they first came, even the Divine Wind dynasty did not dare to provoke them and respectfully invited them in. In their eyes, no one in the world dared to kill them. But now, this kid in front of them had no scruples and directly killed their companion. How dare they? Was he not afraid of the Silver Lightning Clan's revenge? Madman, this kid is a madman. The two geniuses of the Silver Lightning race roared madly. Kill him together and avenging Feng. The two of them roared angrily, releasing terrifying attacks that shook the golden palm. The golden palm released rumbling sounds as it was pushed aside. The two of them charged over. But soon, they were scared out of their wits. The sword slashed out, like the roar of a peerless giant dragon, enveloping them. Damn it, it was only now that they realized how powerful his sword chi was. No wonder Feng was killed. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that a young man could unleash such a shocking sword aura. Damn it, what kind of swordsmanship is he practicing? The two of them didn't know. However, they didn't have much time to think. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a silver shield in front of him. The other person turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. Clang puff, the silver shield was split in half by the sword. A huge crack appeared on the body of the Silver Lightning Clan's prodigy, and his internal organs were exposed. The other figure also screamed. His legs were cut off by the sword light, and blood gushed out. All the martial artists in the royal capital who were watching the battle were stunned. He injured two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan with a single sword strike. Powerful, he was too powerful. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't use his full strength when he killed Feng? Yes, that must be it. Lin Xian was too mighty. As expected of the Central Emperor, he was indeed the top prodigy of the human race. The faces of the older generation were also filled with astonishment. Damn it, who is this kid? They had to find out his identity. The Archean creatures' faces were gloomy. The other party was too powerful and posed a great threat to them. They had to find out who the other party was, what kind of swordsmanship he used, and what his background was. Should they save the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan? One of the Archean creatures asked in a deep voice. This primordial creature had strange patterns on its body that crawled all over its body. Especially the two sides of his cheeks, they were furry. It was very strange, and it made people who saw it feel their hair stand on end. The young man in front of him was the same, but his aura was stronger than his. The young man shook his head. Don't panic. Let's wait and see. The two prodigies should be able to hold on for a while. If we save them at the most critical moment, the Silver Lightning Clan will do us a favor. Yes. The Archean creatures behind nodded. Their eyes shone with a shocking light, and they were ready to save them at any time. They thought that the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan could hold on for a while, but they realized that they were wrong. The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan were defeated. They had no choice. Firstly, Lin Xian was too powerful. Secondly, they were so shocked that their minds were still blank. Thus, they were soon seriously injured. In fact, their bodies had already been reassembled 5 times. This made their faces pale, and the power in their bodies was quickly draining away. Oh no, let's go! The two of them screamed. They were too careless. They had to go back and report to the other prodigies of the clan so that they could kill the detestable kid in front of them. You want to leave? Lin Xian used the Yin-Yang 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he directly blocked the path of the two prodigies. Damn it, let's split up and run. The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan roared and ran in the opposite direction. No matter how fast the other party was, they didn't believe that he could stop the two of them. However, they were still thinking too much. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain flew out and turned into a sword dragon. It surged in the sky and directly enveloped one of the prodigies of the Silver Lightning Clan. He, on the other hand, was blocking the path of another genius. What last words do you have? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. Damn kid, how dare you kill me? My Silver Lightning Clan. Before he could finish, blood spurted out from between his eyebrows and his body was split in half. His soul was destroyed by the sword. This scene shocked everyone. The expressions of the other Archean creatures also changed drastically. It was too fast and too decisive. The other party killed them with a single sword strike. They didn't even have a chance to attack. "Hurry up and save the last one," the young Archean creature said. Immediately, the two figures behind him rushed out, wanting to save the last prodigy of the Silver Lightning clan. This was originally their plan. If they could do the Silver Lightning clan a favor, why not? However, they didn't expect Lin Xian's sword chi to be so fierce. They had lost a chance, so they definitely couldn't miss the last chance. "Save me." The last Silver Lightning clan genius was shrouded by the dragon sword domain. He was also retreating in defeat as countless sword chi pierced through his body. There was no other way. These sword chi contained the power of the dragon sword soul. How could he resist it? But fortunately, he saw the other two ancient creatures coming to save him. He was very clear about these two ancient creatures. They were from the ancient demon spider clan. Their strength was very terrifying, not weaker than the Silver Lightning clan. In fact, they were a little stronger. Therefore, with the help of the other party, he would definitely be saved. Sure enough, the two ancient creatures opened their mouths and spat out white spider webs, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the dragon sword domain, trying to bind it. "Oh no, it's the ancient demon spider clan." On the human side, some of the older generation figures also screamed. The ancient demon spider clan was very terrifying. It was rumored that they had the bloodline of the heavenly demon spider. It was rumored that their spider webs were very hard, and even the top magic treasures and heaven-grade weapons could not cut them. If bound by this magic treasure, even an invincible king would not be able to escape. What, so terrifying? Damn it, is the ancient demon spider clan also going to make a move? Won't Lin Xian be in danger? Many people began to worry about Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain in the distance suddenly erupted. It shattered the white spider king spat out by the ancient demon spider above. Then, he burst out an unparalleled sword chi and pierced through the body of the last Silver Lightning clan genius. His body was torn to pieces, and his soul was mercilessly destroyed. No. The Silver Lightning race's prodigy let out a blood-curdling scream and vanished into thin air. The two experts of the Archean demon spider clan who had rushed over were also stunned. Their faces were gloomy and terrifying. Dead, the last Silver Lightning clan member is dead. This made their rescue plan completely fail. Damn brat, how dare you kill him? Their eyes were like lightning, staring at Lin Xian. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian shattered, and two rays of light pierced toward him like divine arrows. They wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian's long sword swept horizontally, directly sending the two gazes flying. In the next moment, the dragon sword's spiritual domain enlarged in the sky, floating above the heads of the two ancient demon spiders. What, do you want to die too? Lin Xian looked at the other party. He did not have a good impression of these ancient creatures. The other party was too arrogant and insolent. How could Lin Xian be willing to accept the fact that they were all treated as slaves? He was no longer in the primordial era. These primordial life forms did not have the capital to be arrogant in front of him. "You dare to attack us? You're courting death." The two ancient demon spiders were enraged. The one on the left stretched out a palm with a terrifying pattern on it, and grabbed down from the sky. On his right, he pointed his finger at Lin Xian's glabella. It was as if his entire body was a sword. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand emitted a blinding light as he slashed forward. Boom! Boom! The ancient sword waved, and the dragon-shaped sword chi danced. The entire void was completely torn apart. In the next moment, the three people's attacks collided in the sky. An extremely resplendent light burst forth as waves of energy surged in all directions. Boom! The terrifying energy was vast and mighty. A strange rune appeared on Lin Xian's body, and there was no need to dodge at all. The energy only made a thunderous sound on his body, and could not hurt him. However, the other two experts of the ancient demon spider clan kept retreating. They retreated more than 10 steps in a row before they stopped. Damn it! Their faces were full of shock. Their fists and fingers were directly cut off, and blood dripped down, piercing through the void. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they exclaimed. So powerful, Lin Xian was too terrifying. The two ancient demon spiders attacked, but they were helpless and were injured instead. Even the other Archean lifeforms were shocked by this scene. Was this the strength of the Central Emperor? Damn it, when did the human race become so powerful? What had they experienced in the past 10,000 years? They gritted their teeth, and the leading young man also frowned. He may be one of the top geniuses of the human race. It was not surprising that he could injure them. Do we still have to attack? Many people asked in a low voice. The young man shook his head. No, let him live for a while. We have other things to do. With that, he waved his hand, and the two ancient demon spiders in front flew back. The young man who led the ancient demon spiders glanced at Lin Xian, and then rushed into the sky with his people. The group quickly rushed into the sky, ignoring the array, and directly tore through the void and left. The ancient creatures had left. Everyone looked at this scene, shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian's supporters burst into cheers. Lin Xian was too powerful, that's right, it had always been the ancient creatures that scared others away. Now, our Lin Xian could scare away the ancient creatures. These people were pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. The ancient demon spiders, he felt that the young man who did not attack was very powerful. He should be a genius of that race. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shook his head and prepared to go back. But at this time, the elder of the Divine Wind dynasty appeared again. He said with a smile. Temple Master Lin, take care. Oh, what's the matter? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Our Holy Lord invited Temple Master Lin to the palace for tea. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Since he was already in the imperial capital, it was not a big deal to take a stroll. Lin Xian took the Crimson Dragon, and the two followed the imperial family elder and flew toward the palace. The others were envious. Sure enough, the strong were respected in this world. Whether it was the ancient creatures or Lin Xian, they were all respected by the imperial family elders. It should be known that these elders would not even care about an invincible king. But their attitude toward Lin Xian was so respectful. On the other side, the ancient demon spiders flew into the sky and left the ancient capital of the Divine Wind dynasty. That spirit herb is about to mature. We have to hurry. We can't let others take it. The young man in the lead said in a deep voice. The ancient creatures beside him were also excited. This was an extremely precious spirit herb that was 8,000 years old. It had a miraculous effect on the ancient demon spiders. So they were determined to get it. There was someone in front. After a while, they suddenly felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation in front of them. Who was it? Could it be an expert from the human clan? The ancient creatures were shocked. However, the young man in the lead said, no, it's similar to our aura. It's an ancient creature. It's an expert of the silver electric race. An expert of the silver electric race? These ancient creatures were also very surprised. The young man in the lead sneered. There was a good show to watch. These silver electric race experts who spread the news in the imperial capital. He reckoned that these people would definitely go crazy. When the time came, they would attack and kill that human brat. That's great. Who told this brat to be so arrogant? How dare he fight against our ancient demon spider clan? The archaic creatures were also very excited. Let's go, they quickly moved out. Soon, they arrived in front. A sea of lightning spread out in front of them, forming a thundercloud. There were a few figures on the thundercloud. One of the graceful figures was half lying on the thundercloud. Around her, there were many ancient creatures serving her. Don't look at how young this girl was, her identity was frighteningly great. Even these immemorial demon spiders were extremely respectful towards her. The young man who took the lead shouted respectfully, greetings, Sister Hua. Oh, it's you, little guy. The graceful figure on the thundercloud cast a sideways glance at the young man from the primordial ancient demon spider clan and nodded. Why did you bring your men here? I just woke up, so I brought people out to play. After all, it was too boring to sleep for so many years. However, Big Sister Hua, I have a piece of bad news here. Bad news? What bad news? The graceful figure frowned. Who in the world dares to go against our 10,000 ancient races? The mysterious woman was very confident. In her opinion, no one dared to provoke them. However, the young man from the ancient demonic spider shook his head, and his face became serious. Sister Hua, I have to tell you. Sister In Hua, I just found out from the imperial capital that 3 geniuses from the Silver Electric clan were killed in the Divine Wind imperial capital. What? Hearing this, the mysterious woman was stunned. Ancient creatures were killed, and they were the geniuses of the Silver Electric clan. How could this be? Is the news confirmed? The mysterious woman asked in a deep voice. The young man from the ancient demon spider clan nodded. It's true. We saw it with our own eyes, and we even helped them. But the enemy was too decisive. She killed the 3 geniuses of the Silver Electric clan and even injured our people. Sister, please look. As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 ancient creatures behind him. These 2 were the ones who fought with Lin Xian before. Their palms were cut off by Lin Xian, and they had not healed yet because the remnant aura of the great dragon sword's soul was difficult to erase. Damn it. The mysterious woman was finally angry. It seemed that the news was true. Who was it? Tell me, who did it? How dare you kill a prodigy of the Silver Lightning clan? Was it one of those saint lords? Or the emperor of the Divine Wind dynasty? In his opinion, only these people would dare to make a move against them. No, it wasn't those sacred leaders and sect masters. It was a young man. Young people? Who was it? Among the younger generation, was there anyone who could stop the 3 prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan? The mysterious woman couldn't believe it. The young man from the ancient demon spider clan said. Elder sister, do you remember that some time ago, the emissary of the Silver Electric clan was beaten up? Hearing this, the expressions of the ancient life forms on the thunderclouds turned ugly. The mysterious woman called In Hua furrowed her brows. I naturally knew that it was done by Immortal Palace's palace master. Humph, my Silver Lightning tribe will naturally not let him off. It was good that his elder sister knew about him. This time, it was precisely that Immortal Palace's hall master who took the initiative. It was he who had come to the imperial capital and personally killed his 3 brothers from the Silver Lightning clan. What? It was that Immortal Palace's palace master again. Silverflower was thoroughly enraged, and the ancient life forms serving her were also brimming with killing intent. Master, let me go and kill him. These ancient life forms were not from the Silver Lightning clan, but the mysterious woman in front of them. She used her powerful strength to subdue other races to serve her. This kind of subjugation was very common among the 10,000 ancient races. Because these 10,000 ancient races worshipped power, it was very common for them to be subdued. At this moment, these ancient life-form servants were very angry. In Hua's face was gloomy. No need, this time I will personally kill him. He was thoroughly enraged. So what if the other party was Immortal Palace's palace master? No matter how powerful he was just a human. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he could only kneel. He actually dared to resist? Where was he? He should still be in the imperial capital. Even if he left, he couldn't have gone too far. Let's go. With a roar, the thunderclouds in the sky turned into a thunder dragon. With a roar, it drilled into the clouds and disappeared. Only balls of lightning were left, still rolling in all directions. Looking at the disappearing figure, the young man from the ancient demon spider clan curled his lips into a smile. The next moment, he also waved his hand. Let's go. These people also left. In Hua's speed was very fast. Not long after, she saw a majestic city below. Immediately, she frowned. It seemed that this should be the imperial capital of the Divine Wind dynasty. Master, do you want us to directly go down and capture that kid and kill him? There's no need. In Hua shook her head. That kid dared to attack us, which means he has something to rely on. Let's see how many invincible kings he has with him first before we make a move. First, seal the surroundings. Behind him, 7 or 8 ancient life forms swayed and came to the 4 corners of the world. In Hua went to the 9 heavens and looked down with her cold eyes. She would not enter the imperial capital. She had to wait until she met him outside. As soon as he came out, she would mercilessly kill him. In this way, she could guarantee that no one and no formation would stop her. In the Divine Wind Dynasty's imperial capital, Lin Xian and the Divine Wind Dynasty's sacred master drank tea and chatted for a while. Then, Lin Xian came out. After leaving the palace, he and the Crimson Dragon's figure swayed and also disappeared from the street. Soon, they left the imperial capital and soared into the sky. Master, that kid has come out. In the south, an ancient lifeform quickly transmitted his voice. Immediately, Yinhua opened her eyes in the 9 heavens. Buzz, a jade-like hand reached out and grabbed downward. An overwhelming amount of lightning descended, each as thick as a bucket. They were densely packed and covered the entire space. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Damn, someone is plotting against us. Below, the Crimson Dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. What's going on? They had just come out, and they had already encountered such terrifying lightning. This must be a plot. Who is it? Damn it, it's those people from the Silver Lightning race. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. These lightning bolts belong to the Silver Lightning race. He was very sensitive to these lightning bolts. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Kill. With a furious roar, an unparalleled light erupted from his body as he charged toward the lightning bolts. The Crimson Dragon followed behind him and also waved its dragon claws. Lin Xian's body was abnormally strong. Even if he was hit by the lightning bolts, it only made clanging sounds. He went against the heavens like a peerless god of war and arrived at the 9 heavens. Who dares to ambush me here? Get out here. His voice was like thunder as it rolled out. The people in the imperial capital were shocked. What was going on? Was Lin Xian going to attack again? Were the powerhouses of the Silver Lightning race going to attack again? These people rushed out one after another. Could it be that there was going to be another shocking battle? Are you the one who killed the powerhouses of the Silver Lightning tribe? In the sky, a pair of cold eyes appeared, carrying the endless power of lightning. It made everyone tremble. Lin Xian also felt a wave of pressure. The great dragon sword soul in his body rotated and roared, instantly relieving the pressure. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he faced the attack. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Are you from the Silver Lightning tribe? If you want revenge, come here and die, good boy, you have guts. But you don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, heaven and earth rumbled, and endless lightning descended, enveloping Lin Xian. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared. No, Lin Xian was teleported out. Many powerhouses exclaimed and quickly chased after him. They all rose into the air. However, the scene of Lin Xian and the mysterious man had already disappeared. Where did they go? They were probably millions of miles away. Should they go and take a look? Let's go and look for them. In the imperial city, many people began to search in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. Who was the other party? That method was so terrifying. It seemed that she was not from the younger generation. After all, the younger generation did not have such terrifying strength, and he would not feel so pressured. Be careful, boy. That's a treasure. The Crimson Dragon said from the side. The two of them had strong physiques, so even if they were struck by endless lightning, they could still withstand it. It seems that she has teleported us out. No, we can't let them succeed. What if it's a trap? Lin Xian said. Rusalong, think of a way to destroy it. Don't worry. The Crimson Dragon said. He waved his dragon claws and began to break the array. Although the other party used a magic treasure, it was still a kind of array. He was very proficient in the art of blooming, and with Lin Xian's help, it did not take long for the two of them to break through the sea of lightning and rush out. Damn it, they're finally out. How dare they plot against Ben Huang? I want to see who it is. As soon as the Crimson Dragon appeared, it roared in all directions. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by endless sword light. To be able to come out, he did have some ability. No wonder you were able to kill the prodigies of my Silver Lightning clan. In the sky, the cold voice sounded again. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon raised their heads and looked at the sky. They could see a mysterious woman standing above the 9 heavens with an icy expression, as if she were a queen staring down at them. Around them, there were 7 archaic life forms firmly surrounding them. The 7 archaic life forms all had different expressions on their faces. Clearly, he was not a member of the Silver Lightning clan. Could it be that these ancient creatures had joined forces? If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. No. The Crimson Dragon shook its head. They should be slaves. The Crimson Dragon knew a lot about these ancient creatures. Therefore, he explained. When Lin Xian heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the 10,000 ancient races didn't join forces, there wouldn't be a problem. He could tell that the mysterious woman in the sky was very strong. Her strength had reached the late-stage 9-star king realm. Even among the invincible kings, she was a very terrifying existence. Kid, the 2 of us have joined forces. This guy is too strong. He's probably an old monster. The Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice to Lin Xian. He naturally felt how powerful the other party was. Lin Xian nodded, and the sword chi on his body became even colder. The dark red divine dragon let out a roar, displaying endless dragon might. Above, Silver Flower frowned. You're that dragon? The dignified dragon race is actually associated with ant-like humans. You're really embarrassing the divine beasts. However, since you're not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons, don't blame me for being impolite. I heard that drinking dragon blood can make the 10,000 ancient races evolve. Today, I'm going to verify if this legend is true. She looked at the Crimson Dragon, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Bah, you want to compete with your Grandpa Long's blood? Do you want to die? In a while, Benhua will beat you up until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. You're courting death. Above, Silver Flower attacked. A silver light flickered in the sky, tearing the void apart. A terrifying silver lightning blade slashed towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Wherever it passed, everything was cut in half. No power could resist it. Boom, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon resisted it head-on. The 2 of them also attacked. An intense collision sound rang out. Then, the 2 of them retreated, shattering the void. What terrifying power! Lin Xian's chi and blood roiled, but he quickly suppressed it. As expected of a late-stage 9-star king. She was indeed terrifying, this power was so terrifying. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also grinning. It was obvious that the attack just now had given him a lot of pressure. Kid, you're quite capable. You were actually able to block my attack and not be injured. But unfortunately, I only used 10,000 units of ancient power just now. It wasn't my full strength at all. In fact, I didn't even use half of my strength. In the sky, Silver Flower's voice was cold, and her eyes were filled with disdain. Her casual attack made the 2 of them retreat. If she attacked with her full strength, she could guarantee that she could easily kill the 2 of them. 10,000 units of ancient power? What was that? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't understand at all. The Crimson Dragon explained. This was a calculation method of the 10,000 ancient races. A 9-star king would have at least 9,000 units of ancient power. It wouldn't be weaker than this. As for these invincible kings, due to their different bloodlines and talents, there would be differences in strength as well. The 10,000 ancient races had developed a method to describe the strength of this kind of strength. They called it ancient power. It was said that the weakest 9-star king, Thailand, had 9,000 units of ancient power, while the strongest had 100,000 units of ancient power. However, reaching 100,000 units of ancient power was already the limit of a king, and no one seemed to be able to break this rule. Above that was the power of a saint. I didn't expect you to know so clearly. As expected of the dragon race. But it's a pity. So what if you know clearly? The cultivation of the 2 of you should only be peerless powerhouses, right? 2 mere 8-star kings being able to compete with the invincible kings of Class 1 is already very heaven-defying. They can indeed become geniuses. But it's a pity that you met me. I won't give you a chance. To tell you the truth, my full strength is 30,000 units of ancient power. Do you think the 2 of you can compete with me? What? 30,000 units of ancient power? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was shocked. Kid, this seems to be an incredible guy. Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he had just come into contact with the rules of the 10,000 ancient races, from the Crimson Dragon's description, an ordinary 9-star invincible king had 9,000 units of ancient power. And the other party had 30,000 units of ancient power. The gap between them was simply too great. Rizalong, how much ancient power do you have? What about me? Lin Xian asked. He wanted to see how big the gap was between the two of them. If I unleash my full power, I have about 20,000 units of Archean power, and you have about the same amount. The Crimson Dragon said from the side. Of course, if your great dragon sword soul were to unleash its full power, it would definitely increase. Both of us have more than 20,000 units of Archean power, so we have more than 40,000 units of Archean power. We can definitely kill him. Lin Xian had a puzzled look on his face. Why was the other party so confident? The Crimson Dragon shook its head. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Otherwise, a group of 8-star kings would be heaven-defying. One had to know that 10,000 units of Archean power was equivalent to a difference of 1 realm. It was very difficult to make up for it. Of course, this is only my estimate. Who knows how terrifying your great dragon sword soul would be if it were to unleash its full power? The Crimson Dragon transmitted its voice to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. He understood that the Archean power should be a guess of one's strength. However, it was only a guess. It wasn't 100% certain. For example, if his great dragon sword soul was injected with unlimited power, it could kill a saint. Thinking of this, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. You believe in this Archean power too much. Today, I'll let you see that the current world no longer belongs to you. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became sharper and sharper. Ants, you're courting death. The surrounding 7 Archean creatures were also furious. Someone actually dared to speak to their master in such a manner. He was courting death. They quickly charged over. In an instant, the 3 of them arrived around Lin Xian. These 3 Archean creatures each had about 10,000 units of Archean power. Their attacks were truly terrifying. One of them turned into a black mountain and pressed down from the sky. Another one spat out terrifying flames that turned into fire crows that danced in the sky, emitting terrifying heat. The last cultivator drew out a pitch-black ancient saber and slashed forward, slicing the rift in half. Boom, Lin Xian made his move. First, he sent the Archean demonic mountain flying with a punch. Then, he slapped the jet-black sword in half with a palm. His entire body was bathed in a sea of fire, and he was fearless. He easily sent the 3 Archean creatures flying with 3 punches. The 3 archaic creatures continuously retreated, smashing through the void and splitting into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. What? He's actually so powerful. The remaining 4 Archean creatures were stunned. Those were 3 early-stage 9-star experts. Each of them possessed roughly 10,000 units of ancient power. Yet, even with the 3 of them working together, they were still killed so easily. This kid was too terrifying. Wasn't he just a young man? Had the human race become so terrifying? Their faces, they were stunned. In the air, Silverflower's voice was ice-cold. The 4 of you, retreat and don't attack. This brat should have about 20,000 units of ancient strength. Unless you guys work together and kill him in one strike. Is right. That's right. A difference of 1,000 units of Archean energy was already a terrifying gap, let alone 10,000 units of Archean energy. Therefore, even if the remaining 4 ancient creatures attacked, it would be useless. However, Yinhua was not worried. Because she had 10,000 more Archean power than the other party. She could also easily crush the other party. Boom, sure enough, in the next moment, Silver Flower made her move. The thunderclouds in the sky pressed down and condensed above Lin Xian's head. The terrifying power of lightning filled the entire space. Countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Boom, Lin Xian also waved the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword. An incomparably shocking light burst out from the longsword, cutting apart the lightning that filled the sky. However, there were too many lightning bolts this time. They were densely packed and endless. Even if they were cut apart, there were even more lightning pouring in from all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely enveloped. Kid, be careful. The crimson dragon roared and spat out balls of flames to contend with the remaining lightning. The two of them attacked together, attacking the mysterious woman. It's useless. Even if the two of you join forces, you're not my match. Silver Flower controlled the thunderclouds that filled the sky to contend with it. But soon, her expression changed. Because she discovered that in the sea of lightning below, a roar came. It was like the roar of a giant dragon, causing her expression to stiffen. Immediately after, the sea of lightning was cut open, and a figure holding a killing sword quickly rushed over. What? He actually rushed out. Silver Flower was extremely surprised, and the other four Archean creatures screamed. They knew how terrifying their master was. No matter how strong this kid was, he couldn't contend with their master. But now, the other party actually charged out. It was really beyond their expectations. You want to trap me with a mere sea of lightning? Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly waved his longsword, charging towards Silver Flower. The sword light in the sky flickered, shattering the space around Silver Flower. Silver Flower's face was gloomy, and her figure lightly dodged. On the other side, the crimson dragon also rushed out, transforming into a divine dragon that was 100 feet long, roaring non-stop. At this moment, endless lightning rushed out of his body, contending with the surrounding sea of lightning. As a dragon, flying through clouds, summoning rain, and spitting fire and releasing lightning were the most basic things. Therefore, how could the crimson dragon be afraid of this lightning? Is that all you've got? Show me what you've got and show me what you've got. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. At this moment, the 9-yang divine body on his body bloomed with light, and endless sword chi surrounded it. He was like a peerless god of war. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Silver Flower snorted coldly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, terrifying lightning descended. This time, the lightning was even more terrifying. It transformed into lightning with 5 types of light, the 5-colored divine lightning. The terrifying power was enough to kill a late-stage 9-star invincible king. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of his body and charged forward. The crimson dragon also roared and used the dragon race's great divine ability to contend with it. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The 3 of them attacked, and there was not a single place that was intact within a radius of a few million miles. Humph! Mysterious runes flickered on Lin Xian's body. Terrifying light pulsed, and balls of 9-yang divine fire erupted. He was like a golden god of war, resisting the 5-colored divine lightning. It had to be said that the 5-colored divine lightning was extremely terrifying. When it hit Lin Xian's body, it was charred black. However, the 9-yang divine body was still able to forcibly resist it. 5-colored wild lightning slash, Silver Flower shouted and waved her jade-like hand. Immediately, 5-colored lightning gathered in her hand, forming a 5-colored lightning saber and slashed down. When the saber slashed out, the crimson dragon was shocked, and Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The 9-yang divine body also split open. Terrifying cracks appeared on it, revealing deep white bones. Blood dripped down from it. It dyed the void red. Haha, that kid is injured, I told you, he's no match for our master. In the distance, the ancient creature sneered. The crimson dragon was also shocked. Kid, are you alright? He opened his mouth and spat out the Jiao dragon scissors. He quickly activated them and turned them into 2 dragons. They rushed forward and blasted away the remaining 5-colored lightning. This guy was too terrifying. After all, he was an archaic expert. Hurry up and use the half-step saint artifact. And Lin Xian nodded. He also took out the 9-story pagoda. In an instant, their strength increased to 25,000 archaic power. A half-step saint artifact? I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands. Silver Flower looked at the half-step saint artifacts in their hands. Her eyes flickered, and a hint of passion appeared in them. Half-step saint artifacts weren't cabbages. Even she didn't have many of them. If she could have one more, it would be a huge fortune. It seemed that the 2 of you had a lot of treasures on you. I'll kill you, and everything you have will be mine. She stretched out 2 big hands and grabbed forward. Although the 2 of them had used half-step saint artifacts, their archaic power was still inferior to hers. She wasn't afraid at all. Boom. Boom, the three of them exchanged more than 100 moves. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Damn, this woman was too terrifying. She could actually resist a half-step saint artifact with her bare hands. Was this a late-stage 9-star invincible king? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was also shocked. He could easily kill early-stage 9-star invincible kings now. He could even kill mid-stage 9-star invincible kings. However, he didn't expect a late-stage 9-star invincible king to be so terrifying. He took out a half-step saint artifact to fight against her. He even joined hands with the Crimson Dragon, but he still couldn't injure her. This scene was truly unbelievable to him. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, and his soul attack instantly surged out. Silverflower's body stiffened, and the lightning on her body also stopped. A trace of emptiness appeared in her eyes. Great, attack quickly. The two of them waved their attacks and charged forward. Bam, Silverflower was blasted away, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her body didn't split open. The 5-colored lightning around her formed a 5-colored armor that wrapped around her body. After retreating for tens of thousands of miles, Silverflower stopped. She screamed, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." She was simply too furious. She was a grand archaic expert. He was actually sent flying by 2 human ants. If news of this were to spread, how would she be able to maintain her standing among the 10,000 ancient races? He would probably lose all his face. Soul attack. Damn it. You actually have a soul attack, brat, I won't forgive you. Silverflower roared, and the power of her bloodline burst forth, forming a lotus between her eyebrows. It defended her soul, preventing her opponent from using another soul attack. Kill with a shout, she suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, giving them a fright. What incredible speed! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. His opponent's speed was too fast, it was hard for them to react. In an instant, the opponent's 5-colored divine lightning enveloped the two of them. Lin Xian's body was covered in cracks. The Crimson Dragon's body was also charred black. At the critical moment, Lin Xian roared, "Little White." The snow-white little monkey instantly rushed out. Raising its hand, it slapped Silverflower's face directly. 3 seconds of dizziness. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silverflower was hit by the snow-white monkey's divine power. These 3 seconds gave Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon an opportunity. The two of them instantly rushed out of the 5-colored divine lightning. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He directly pulled out his dragon-shaped sword and slashed forward. The Crimson Dragon also spat out a mouthful of thick blood, staining the dragon's scissors. Buzz, the dragon's scissors trembled, and the 2 dragons released endless blood-colored light as if they had come alive. Their power increased greatly. Boom. Boom, boom. The 2's earth-shattering attacks landed on Silverflower's body. The 5-colored armor on Silverflower's body instantly shattered, and the 2 rays of light sent her flying again. This time, she retreated hundreds of thousands of miles. Silverflower once again spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and Lin Xian's sword chi even left a sword mark on her body. Injured, Master is actually injured, damn it, this is impossible. The 4 archaic life forms' faces were filled with fear. They didn't dare to believe that a brat could actually injure their master. Was this heaven-defying? Silverflower stopped, her body trembling in anger. The 5-colored thunder surrounded her, enveloping her injuries. However, she frowned. Damn it, there was an aura left in her injuries that her 5-colored divine lightning couldn't erase. What kind of sword chi was this? How could it be so terrifying? Silverflower was extremely shocked. Even with her 30,000 archaic life force, she couldn't erase this sword chi. She was too shocked. Damn it, what was that sword shadow in this brat's hand? It was too unexpected. One had to know that she estimated that the other party was only a young genius with 20,000 archaic life force. Even if she used a half-saint artifact, such a terrifying weapon, she could only reach 25,000 archaic life force. But that sword strike just now was at least 28,000 archaic life force. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that with her full strength, she could only reach 30,000 archaic life force. The other party was only 2,000 archaic life force lower than her. It was really shocking. She was a late-stage 9-star powerhouse. The other party was only an early-stage 8-star powerhouse. How many realms were there between the two of them? Damn it, there must be something wrong with that sword shadow in the other party's hand. Silverflower gritted her teeth. She swore that after killing the other party, she would definitely obtain that sword shadow. Brat, you have completely angered me. Although you have many treasures on you, there is still a gap between you and me. Silverflower's face was extremely cold. The aura on her body became more and more terrifying. The entire air was filled with violent lightning as if a world-destroying heavenly tribulation was about to erupt. Boom. Boom, boom. Around her, lightning beasts appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura, causing the entire world to change color. Boom, with a palm strike, under the power of the Silver Point race's bloodline, the 5-colored divine lightning was terrifying to the extreme. This power could look down on everything. Not good, brat, don't take it head on. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily and recalled the dragon's scissors. It circled around him, forming a powerful defense. At the same time, he once again used the dragon race's great divine ability to resist. Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably solemn. He had to admit that the other party's strength was too strong. This power was still enough to threaten him. Even if he had the 9-yang divine body, it wouldn't be enough. With a roar, the 9-yang divine body bloomed with endless light. Golden runes flashed in his eyes as he searched for a place where the energy between heaven and earth was weak. He quickly used the yin-yang 8 steps to dodge. The sword chi in his hand kept swinging, piercing through the weak energy and entering it. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. He floated in the sky like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any time. But in the end, he actually survived. When the storm disappeared and the palm landed on the ground, Lin Xian's body had some wounds, but they weren't serious. Kid, do you have any ideas? The Crimson Dragon came to Lin Xian's side. Why don't the two of us work together to activate the Dragon Sword Shadow? Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like that was the only way. The Crimson Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood onto the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Buzz, the dragon-shaped sword shadow trembled as if it had come alive, bursting out with an unparalleled light. The light of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was completely penetrated by the sword chi. At this moment, the 4 ancient creatures knelt on the ground, trembling non-stop. They couldn't even raise their heads. Yinhua's expression also changed. Damn it, this power, what the hell is it? Her expression was solemn as she used the 5-colored divine lightning to the extreme. At the same time, she took the initiative to attack. Because she knew that the other party's sword strike was enough to threaten her. Attack! Lin Xian roared as he poured all his strength into the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The Crimson Dragon did the same. The dragon sword shadow rumbled and turned into a giant sword shadow that was thousands of feet long. It slashed down from the sky. Yinhua also attacked. A pair of 5-colored palms went against the sky and attacked Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. But she was still a step too late. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky slashed down and collided with the 2 5-colored palms. Between heaven and earth, endless light flickered. The area within 5 million miles was completely enveloped by this terrifying energy. Boom! Boom, the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Countless monsters below were turned into ashes by this energy. The aftermath spread out in all directions like a huge earthquake. Those warriors who rushed over from the imperial capital couldn't find it at first, but now that they felt this power, their expressions changed as they looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura! In the distance, a pillar of light that reached the sky flashed like a heavenly sword. There were 5-colored divine lightning, like a heavenly tribulation. There, it should be that battle. Let's go and take a look. They determined the direction and quickly rushed over. A fierce collision occurred between heaven and earth. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian kept retreating. The damage caused by the aftermath of this energy was simply too great. The two of them directly entered the Black Earth. The Black Earth kept rolling and colliding, but fortunately, it was incomparably sturdy and wasn't damaged. The four ancient life forms were directly turned to dust by this energy. They had no time to escape. Silver Flower was also heavily injured. The slash slashed through the two five-colored palms and landed on her body, shattering her five-colored armor once again. Not only that, but the sword also split her body in half. Silver Flower's miserable voice rang out in the world, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was too miserable. Her body was directly split apart. The 2 halves of the corpse floated in the sky. Blood surged around her and dyed the void red, forming a sea of blood. Damn it! Silver Flower roared crazily, and the 2 halves of her body quickly healed together. However, in an instant, it split open again. The aura of the great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silver Flower couldn't completely destroy it. Unless it took a long time. But now, where could he find so much time? On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked out again. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. As expected of the great dragon sword soul, it's indeed powerful. It can even kill such a terrifying ancient life form expert with a single slash. Kid, what should we do now? Looking at Silver Flower, who had been reassembled more than 10 times but was still shattered, the Crimson Dragon asked with a smile. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with light. Of course, we'll destroy her soul. The other party wanted to kill him, so how could he hold back? Hearing these cold words, Silver Flower's soul screamed, "Damn kid, you dare to kill me? I'm an expert of the Silver Electric race. If you kill me, the Silver Electric race won't let you off. I've already heard this 3 times. Not only you, but those 3 geniuses as well. However, I still managed to kill him. So, such threats are useless against me. If you want to threaten me, try something new." Lin Xian sneered, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. Activating the soul-burning secret technique, Silver Flower's soul seemed to be ignited, and she screamed crazily. Ah, damn it! Soul attack! Bloodline power, condense for me! She roared crazily, and her soul controlled the surrounding sea of blood to crazily wrap around her. Although her body was gone, the sea of blood reassembled, forming a blood person that temporarily wrapped around her soul. Silver Flower panted nonstop. That attack just now had caused her soul to be injured as well. Kid, just you wait. I won't let you off. A body formed by blood let out a cold voice. In the next moment, the crimson hand waved and covered the 2 halves of the corpse. Then, Silver Flower controlled the blood that filled the sky and ran into the distance. To be honest, she was too shocked. The other party's sword chi was too strange. Her broken body couldn't heal. This was something she had never encountered before. So, she had to leave quickly. After returning to the clan, she would heal her body and recuperate before killing the other party. Now, she had to ensure her safety. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and once again waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow and charged forward. Streaks of sword chi slashed on the blood. The blood was quickly obliterated. In an instant, 1/3 of the blood was cut clean. Silver Flower screamed crazily. She was really scared. The other party was too terrifying. She didn't dare to say anything and just ran away crazily. She quickly formed hand seals, and her blood burned to form a bloodline secret technique. She directly tore through the void and escaped. Not good, kid, she used a bloodline secret technique and burned her blood. Chase after her. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, and Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, the other party was too fast, and he couldn't find her in an instant. He activated the heavenly secret divine eye, and a pair of golden eyes above his head looked down at the ground. Soon, he discovered that there was a monstrous blood-colored aura a few million miles away. Found her. Let's go. Ruzalong, use the array formation. The 2 of them activated the array formation, tore through the void, and quickly chased after her. In front, after Silver Flower used a secret technique, she increased her speed. Then, she heaved a sigh of relief. She swore that she would definitely take revenge. She would capture these 2 people and cut them into hundreds of thousands of pieces. However, not long after, she screamed. She was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Because she discovered that not far away, the space split open, and two figures actually came out. Damn it! They're here. How is this possible? How did the other party discover her? This scene scared Silver Flower out of her wits. She used her secret technique again and didn't hesitate to burn her blood to escape quickly. Lin Xian activated the array formation as well. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly flew through the sky. There were many figures in front of them. They were the human warriors who were rushing over to watch the battle. Silver Flower didn't know that. She thought that these people were called over by Lin Xian to surround and kill her. Therefore, she screamed, "Damn human, go to hell." With a furious roar, the terrifying blood turned into a blood sword that rushed forward and slashed forward. In an instant, the void in front of them shattered. Many human warriors were instantly killed. There were even a few invincible kings among them. Seeing this scene, the remaining warriors screamed like they had gone mad. Damn it, demon, he's a demon, he killed several invincible kings with one slash and brought so many peerless powerhouses with him. Was this something a human could do? The powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races were too terrifying. Damn it, was Lin Xian fighting with such a person? Where was he? Could it be that he had already been killed? No way, did you say that Lin Xian had died? These people were extremely shocked. Many of the saints and saintesses' eyelids twitched wildly. Indeed, such an ancient powerhouse was beyond their tolerance. They probably couldn't even withstand a single move from the other party. If Lin Xian were to fight with such a person, the odds would be stacked against him. The people from the Yinyang sect and the Tuoba family sneered. If Lin Xian was really killed, it would be great. It would be something worth celebrating. However, very soon, they were stunned. Their expressions became extremely unsightly, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. They all trembled. Because the void not far away cracked open, and two figures walked out. It was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. After Lin Xian came out, he slashed forward with his sword. Let's see where you can escape. When Silver Flower saw that the other party was chasing after her again, she screamed and turned into a bloody wave that rolled into the distance. Damn brat, just you wait, I won't let you off. She screamed as she ran. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly chased after them. The surrounding human ancient martial art practitioners were stunned. Their minds were blank and they could not believe what they were seeing. What did they see? Lin Xian was pursuing an ancient powerhouse, and this ancient powerhouse could casually kill several invincible kings. Heavens, how is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? When did Lin Xian become so powerful? These people were all crazy. The saints and saintesses, in particular, were trembling in fear. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian had been killed, but who would have thought that things were not as they had imagined? It was Lin Xian chasing after the experts of the 10,000 ancient races. This scene was simply too shocking. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He chased after Silver Flower until she had no way out. Finally, when she was 9 million miles away, Lin Xian caught up to her. Using the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eye, he destroyed her soul. Bang, 2/2 of her body fell to the ground, sinking the ground. A sea of blood surged and enveloped the surroundings. Within a radius of 5 million miles. It was directly shattered. Nothing could be done about it. This was the blood of an ancient powerhouse. It contained extremely terrifying energy. Every drop was incomparably terrifying. Kid, don't waste this blood. It's good for us. The Crimson Dragon began to set up an array formation. The array formation rotated, collecting the surrounding blood. Lin Xian nodded. It was just right to use it to temper the 9-yang divine body. Buzz, he entered the array formation and the endless blood of the ancient powerhouse drowned the two of them. The blood carried monstrous killing intent and terrifying energy as it constantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body split open. He began to cultivate according to the cultivation technique of the 9-yang divine body. This scene was too terrifying. The monstrous blood chi soared into the sky. That shocking aura was so terrifying that even invincible kings did not dare to step into it. Therefore, the surrounding human warriors did not dare to get close at all. They could only watch this terrifying scene from the outside. They were all guessing if the ancient powerhouse had fallen. Moreover, no one dared to go and watch. After all, even invincible kings were not enough to deal with an expert of that level. Amidst the vast mountains, a group of figures descended. These people were dressed in strange clothes, and they were very strange. There were terrifying patterns on their bodies. Obviously, they were not humans. These were the people of the ancient demon spider clan. After they left the imperial capital, they came to this mountain range to look for the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb. The place where the spiritual herb was located was a damaged ruin. It should have been left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Therefore, there were terrifying remnants of the array formation. There were even a few terrifying monster kings guarding the place. After all, the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb was not only wanted by these ancient creatures, but also by those powerful monster kings. The young man of the ancient demon spider clan, Xianxia, led his subordinates and began to break the array formation. He had even killed 2 powerful demon kings. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the surrounding mountains collapsed as if there was an earthquake. The sky shook and the earth shook. What's going on? What happened? Could it be that another monster king had come? Those ancient demon spider clan powerhouses were puzzled. Xianxia also frowned, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes, sweeping in all directions. However, he did not find any powerful monster kings. The next moment, he looked up at the sky, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because at this moment, the sky was dyed red, and a boundless aura was gathering in this direction. So terrifying. What is this? The other ancient demon spiders also saw this scene. They all rose into the air and looked into the distance. What a terrifying blood. Did a peerless powerhouse fall, or was he practicing some strange cultivation technique? They looked into the distance and exclaimed. The monstrous energy contained in this sea of blood was too terrifying. Why do I feel that this blood is so familiar? It contains an extremely terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Could it be the blood of a powerhouse from the Silver Electric clan? An ancient creature muttered in a low voice. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the others changed drastically. Don't talk nonsense. How could a powerhouse from the Silver Electric clan fall? Although 3 geniuses have fallen, the blood of the younger generation added together is not so terrifying. This is definitely a peerless powerhouse. Who can kill such a powerhouse? Who dares to kill him? The ancient creatures were puzzled. Xianxia also frowned. The situation is not simple. Perhaps a terrifying human powerhouse has made a move. Xianxia's expression was also solemn. He said, "Don't worry about these things. The Silver Electric clan has nothing to do with me. Let's break the array formation first and get the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb." They carefully hid their auras and ignored the terrifying sea of blood. Instead, they sped up their attacks on the damaged ruins. On the other side, Lin Xian's 9 sons' body was rapidly absorbing the power in the endless sea of blood. A heavy aura burst out, as if there were thousands of mountains in the sky. Finally, Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the sea of blood that filled the sky shattered. The energy was all absorbed by him and the Crimson Dragon. His divine body had broken through to the 6th stage of the second heaven. His strength and defense were much stronger than before. The Crimson Dragon's strength had also increased. The dragon blood in his body surged, bringing with it a monstrous pressure. Awesome, it's really awesome. The Crimson Dragon shouted excitedly. He really hoped that he could kill a few more of these ancient powerhouses. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. These ancient powerhouses contained extremely terrifying bloodline power. Their energy was not inferior to the spiritual herbs of those characters. However, this kind of thing could only be chanced upon by luck. Lin Xian had spent a lot of effort to kill this silver flower. Kid, let's go back. You've killed so many Silver Electric powerhouses. The Silver Electric race will probably go crazy. If a few old monsters jump out, it'll be dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. He also had such a plan. He planned to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a while to increase his strength again. After all, with the 10,000 ancient races out, there would probably be more and more monsters and powerhouses. Moreover, the silver electric race was only one of the stronger ones among the 10,000 ancient races. They were not the royal race or the royal race. One could imagine that the powerhouses of the royal race and the royal race would be even more terrifying. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible in order to compete with these people. The two of them were about to leave. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed in the distance, followed by a thunderous sound. The sky shattered. The terrifying scene shocked everyone. That aura even shocked Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Was there a powerful enemy? The two of them were extremely nervous. One must know that their strength had just increased, and they were much more powerful than before. Yet, that light still astonished them. Could it be an expert from the Silvery Lightning Village? The Crimson Dragon was terrified. Lin Xian quickly used his heavenly secret god eyes. The golden eye in the sky looked into the distance, trying to see through everything. Within the lush mountain, within the ruined cave dwelling, a formation flickered. A streak of sword light hacked out, directly killing several archaic creatures. The others also vomited mouthfuls of blood. These people were from the ancient demon spider clan. Their 4 souls were also injured, and their blood was boiling. His face was incomparably ugly. Damn it, they had tried to force their way out of the formation. Who would have thought that after so many years, the formation would still be so terrifying? It released a terrifying ray of light that directly killed a few of his subordinates. Even he almost died here. This left him with a lingering fear. My lord, what should we do? The ancient lifeforms' faces turned gloomy. The 4 souls quickly suppressed their injuries and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, a pair of golden eyes was coldly looking down at them. Oh no, who is it? The eyes were too cold, giving them a sense of oppression in their souls. It was as if a god above the 9 heavens was ruthlessly looking down at the sky. Retreat, retreat quickly. The 4 souls were so scared that his face turned pale. He waved his hand and quickly retreated into the distance. The ancient lifeforms also quickly retreated. They hid their auras. The golden eyes naturally belonged to Lin Xian. He used his heavenly secret god eyes to observe the situation in the distance. He saw clearly that in the distant mountain range, there were several corpses of ancient lifeforms, and blood was flowing. There was also a broken ancient cave dwelling. Soon, he withdrew his gaze. The Crimson Dragon asked. Kid, how was it? What did you see? Lin Xian told him what he saw. After the Crimson Dragon heard this, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that it should be an ancient ruin. However, he was discovered by these ancient lifeforms. He should have touched the formation just now, so he launched that attack. Lin Xian nodded. He thought so too. Moreover, he said that the corpses of those ancient lifeforms seemed to be from the ancient demon spider clan that we encountered in the Imperial Palace. The ancient demon spider clan. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. It turned out to be them. It seems that there must be something good in the broken cave dwelling. Should we go and take a look? All right. Lin Xian nodded. If it was really those people in the imperial capital, he was not afraid. Although there were many ancient life forms, and there was a young man who looked very powerful, he and the Crimson Dragon were enough to deal with them. Therefore, they decided to go and investigate. After all, they were very eager for energy now. The two of them turned into streaks of light and flew toward the distant mountain range. Not long after, they descended from the sky. The Crimson Dragon saw that there were several ancient life-form corpses around, and there were terrifying energy remnants in the surroundings. Lin Xian looked around and found that there was no one around. He thought that the other ancient life-forms should have left. The Crimson Dragon looked at the ancient cave dwelling in front of him, and his eyes shone with appreciation. What a terrifying formation. Although it's so broken, it still has such a strong attack power. No wonder it can kill so many ancient life forms in an instant. Can you break it? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, who is Ben Huang? Is there a formation that Ben Huang can't break? Give me some time, I promise to break it. The crimson dragon swayed its tail, rushed forward, and began to study the formation. Lin Xian also came forward, and his eyes flickered. The two of them were ready to work together to break it. In the distance, the four souls led the ancient demon spider clan away from the ancient palace and retreated into the distance. However, they did not leave. After all, they were determined to get the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb in the ancient cave dwelling. However, they had to lie low for now. The four souls formed a hand seal, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Around the ancient cavern, the eyes of the corpses of the ancient life forms that had been killed suddenly moved. They also flickered with a strange light and began to move. This scene was very strange. Lin Xian did not notice it, because he did not expect that the eyes of the dead could not move. "My lord, what's the situation? Is it a human holy lord level powerhouse?" The ancient demon spider clan warriors in the distance asked. The four souls shook his head. "No, damn it, it's that kid. It's that Lin Xian." "What? Are you talking about the Immortal Palace clan? He actually came here, is he going to rob us?" "My lord, why don't I go and kill him?" Many ancient life forms stood up and said while gnashing their teeth. Sihun also frowned. "That shouldn't be the case. I've already told Silver Flower. Logically speaking, with Silver Flower's strength, she should be able to kill him easily. But why is he still alive? Could it be that Silver Flower didn't meet him?" After thinking about it, he felt that there was only one possibility. He never thought that Silver Flower would be killed when the two sides met. In his view, it was impossible. He knew very well how powerful Silver Flower was. How could this kid fight against the one in front of him? However, when he saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon cracking the formation, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth raised into a cold smile. "Don't act rashly. These two seem to have a certain level of attainment in formations. They are cracking the formation of the ancient cave mansion. Wait for them to break the formation, then we'll kill our way in and snatch the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb. At the same time, we'll kill these two people." A cruel light appeared in his eyes. The others laughed as well. Yes, that ancient formation was too much of a threat to them. A divine light directly killed several of their companions. They didn't dare to face it again. Now that someone was helping them crack the formation, it was really great. These people all waited here patiently. This wait lasted for 8 days. On this day, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon finally found the flaw of the formation and successfully cracked it. With a crack, the ancient killing intent disappeared, and the light of the formation also dimmed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon both breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, in the endless mountain range, Sihun and the other creatures of the ancient demon spider clan also cheered excitedly. "Great, it's cracked. It's finally cracked. I didn't expect these two guys to have such high attainments in formations. To be able to crack such a peerless formation. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." The four souls rose to their feet and waved their hands, sending them flying forward in a swarm that blotted out the sky. In front, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, after breaking the formation, were ready to enter. However, they frowned instead. They could sense a powerful energy fluctuation coming from behind them. Many figures were flickering. It was flying towards them. "Damn it, someone's coming." Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and his face sank. It was a member of the ancient demon spider clan. "What? They're back? Damn it, they couldn't have been waiting here for us to break the formation, right?" The Crimson Dragon instantly understood the reason. "These guys actually dared to let us take the lead and reap the benefits." "He really wanted to kill them," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Then let's kill them." He turned around. The two of them stood side by side as they stared at the 6 primordial creatures that had appeared before them. The person at the front was none other than the 4th soul. He brought his 5 subordinates to the sky and looked down at Lin Xian. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, I didn't expect you to be able to break the formation. Thank you very much. Don't worry, since you've broken the formation, I'll give you a quick death. Let you die less painfully. If you have any last words, leave them." Behind him, the primordial creatures all sneered. They looked down at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon as if they were looking at dead people. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, you want to kill us? Who do you think you are? Come here, Ben Huang, and I'll slap you to death, Lin Xian also sneered. He had even killed the powerful silver flower, let alone these primordial creatures. You're really courting death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body burst out with a biting cold aura. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can contend against me just because you killed 3 Silver Lightning Clan geniuses? The fourth soul sneered. Let me tell you, the strongest of the 3 Silver Lightning Clan geniuses only had 12,000 units of archaic power. However, I've reached 18,000 units of archaic power. Similarly, I can easily kill all 3 of them together. Kid, you're not my match at all. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if you offend me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Kid, kneel down quickly. Before our lord gets angry, you're dead. The primordial creatures beside him also hooted and sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. 18,000 units of archaic power? They were indeed powerful. But so what? He could even kill Silver Flower, who had 30,000 units of archaic power, let alone a mere opponent. Moreover, he didn't need to use the dragon-shaped sword Shadow. His own strength was enough to kill the other party. One had to know that according to the Crimson Dragon, he had reached 21,000 units of archaic power before. Now, his 9-yang divine body had improved again, and his archaic power was estimated to be around 22,000 units. The Crimson Dragon next to him also had about 21,000 units of archaic power. Either of them could easily get rid of the other. Where did the other party get the confidence to show off in front of him? How about this, I won't kill you. Lin Xian looked ahead. Hand over all the ancient treasures in your hands. At the same time, each of you will give me half of your primordial blood. I can spare your lives. What? Lin Xian's words had completely angered these primordial creatures. They would give him half of their blood and all the treasures in their hands? What a joke. They were the 10,000 ancient races, high and mighty. Humans were only their slaves. Now, a slave dared to say such words to them? He really didn't know what death was. The fourth soul was so angry that his face darkened. Kid, you're dead meat. I've decided that I'll make you wish you were dead. He roared angrily and charged over. His posture was very arrogant. His palm covered the sky and the earth, enveloping Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon at the same time. He wanted to capture the 2 of them together. This was because he was very confident. 18,000 units of archaic power made him too powerful. Unless it was an even more terrifying existence from the ancient royal family or the imperial family, only then would they be able to threaten him. Otherwise, it would be an extremely terrifying senior figure. He didn't take someone like Lin Xian seriously at all. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He raised his fist and punched out. This punch was simple and direct, but it was very violent. The 9 Suns' divine fist shot out like a sun, meeting the attack head-on. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. This punch directly blasted the huge palm into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and bones shattered all over the ground. Ah, the fourth soul screamed as if he had gone crazy. His palm trembled non-stop, and his face was filled with fear. The ancient life forms in the surroundings were also stunned. The other party had actually broken their lord's attack with a single punch, and even crippled their lord's palm. This made them incredulous. How did the other party do it? Damn it, could it be that the other party used some terrifying weapon? Before they could figure it out, the 4 Souls Hall screamed again. That was because the Crimson Dragon spewed out balls of flames that enveloped the remaining half of the palm. Whoosh! The palm was burning rapidly. The Crimson Dragon's strength also surpassed the 4 Souls Hall's, so in an instant, half of the 4 Souls Hall's arm was ignited. He screamed crazily, and the mysterious patterns on his body appeared, forming a force that suppressed the flames. His body was charred black, and his face was pale. He kept panting, and his cold eyes were spewing flames. Damn it, you've completely angered me. I'm going to tear you into pieces. He roared, and his broken arm was restored again. At the same time, the patterns on his body became more and more terrifying. Behind him, a few black branches appeared. There were yellow flower runes on them, making them look like tree branches. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were spider feet. They were originally from the primordial demon spider clan, and their main bodies were large spiders. At this moment, the four souls' hall transformed into their main bodies. 8 spider feet bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Each of them was like a peerless divine spear, piercing through the void and quickly charging toward Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Die, kid! He roared crazily. 8 silhouettes that looked like divine spears pierced through the void. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. This time, he did not hold back at all. He could easily kill several holy saint-level heavenly gums, so in his opinion, this time, the other party was definitely dead for sure. You're courting death. Lin Xian let out a long roar and took a step forward. His hands shone with golden light as he grabbed forward. In an instant, he grabbed the 4 divine spears and then pulled hard. With a crack, the 4 souls' hall's claws were directly broken. Ah! An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by screams, and blood splattered again. The 4 souls' hall was in so much pain that it almost fainted. Its claws were easily broken by the other party. How is that possible? He was too shocked. He had 18,000 archaic power. How could the other party resist? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? He couldn't accept it. In the next moment, he screamed again, because his other 4 claws were also shattered by the Crimson Dragon. His 8 claws were all broken. This caused him to roll in the sky in pain. Damn it, kill them! Kill them all, the 4 souls roared madly and ordered their subordinates to attack. He needed time to recover. The Archean creatures quickly moved out. Although the other party was powerful, they had no choice but to obey. Furthermore, the 5 of them quickly formed a terrifying killing formation, preparing to join forces to kill the other party. Sure enough, the 5 of them stood on the ground and clawed at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies, and mysterious patterns appeared on each of their bodies. Needless to say, they were activating their bloodline power. Indeed, an illusory figure appeared in the middle of the 5 of them. It was an ancient illusory figure that emitted an incomparably terrifying aura that could crush the 9 heavens. It was a spider. It was very large, like a small mountain. Its entire body was black, and there were terrifying yellow patterns on it. They were densely packed and crawling all over its body. Those cold eyes were like those of a primordial beast looking down on the world. It was too terrifying. This was an ancestral awakening illusory figure that was activated by their bloodline power. Each of the 5 of them had about 12,000 units of Archean power. If they were to fight with Lin Xian, they would not be a match for him at all. However, the ancient illusory figure that they summoned with all their strength was very terrifying. Its aura seemed to be stronger than the 4 souls from before. Behind them, the 4 souls had recovered from his injuries again. His face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and rushed over. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the ancient illusory figure. In the next moment, he also activated his bloodline power. Roar, the ancient demonic spider roared, and a terrifying light bloomed on its body. It was getting more and more solid. It was as if a real ancient beast had been resurrected. It was too terrifying. His strength rose again. Go to hell, kid. With the 4 souls as the leader, the 5 ancient creatures attacked together and pushed the ancient illusory figure. They were courting death. Lin Xian roared and pulled out his ancient sword. Sword chi erupted from his body, and the dragon sword spirit in his body roared as he quickly slashed forward. The long sword was like a dragon, mercilessly slashing down. In the sky, it was as if thousands of mountains were descending. Puff, the terrifying ancient illusory figure, the ancient demonic spider, was split apart by the sword. Ah, the 5 archaic life forms that had attacked also suffered a backlash and were torn to pieces. Even the 4 souls had half of his body cut apart. He was in so much pain that he screamed and rolled in the sky. Damn it, impossible, how is this possible? At this moment, he was extremely terrified. The other party's sword was able to injure 6 of them. It was too terrifying. One had to know that the attack just now was definitely more than 20,000 units of Archean power. Even so, they could not do anything to the other party. Who was the other party? Could it be that the other party's strength was above 20,000 units of Archean power? He did not dare to imagine. I've said it before. Since you don't want to leave, then go to hell obediently. Lin Xian's fingers moved, and a few sword chi pierced the souls of the 5 ancient creatures around him. In the next moment, he came in front of the 4 souls and slowly raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. No, no, you can't kill me. I'm the young master of the ancient demonic spider clan. If you kill me, you're dead meat. Our ancient demonic spider clan will never let you go. My grandfather is a supreme elder. The 4 souls screamed crazily. His identity was extremely extraordinary. It could be said that he was very high in the ancient demonic spider clan. The other 10,000 ancient races did not dare to provoke him, let alone humans. Therefore, he wanted to use his identity to suppress the other party. Is that so? So what? Lin Xian was unmoved, and the long sword still slashed down. This scene made the 4 souls feel incomparable despair. In his opinion, as long as he used his identity, even the saints and princes of the sacred grounds would have to crawl under his feet. However, the other party was not moved at all, and still wanted to kill him. He screamed and wanted to escape, but how could he escape? In an instant, his body was shattered. Only a head was left, and his head was also constantly changing, transforming into the appearance of his original spider body. In the next moment, he burned the power of his bloodline, wanting to escape. Lin Xian reached out a golden palm, enveloping heaven and earth, and firmly sealing him. Still want to escape? Do you think you can be so powerful? Crush everyone in front of me, you're just an ant. Today, I'll let you have a taste of being crushed by others. The killing intent on Lin Xian's body became sharper and sharper. The head trembled non-stop, and could not bear it and was torn apart. However, at this time, a terrifying aura rushed out from between his eyebrows. Who dares to hurt my grandson? Grandpa, save me! Sihun was overjoyed. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sinisterly. Kid, you're dead meat. This is what my grandpa left for me. Let's see how you fight back. His grandpa was the supreme elder of the ancient demonic spider clan, and his strength was terrifying. He had left a life-saving talisman in his body. This talisman would only be activated when his life was at stake. Now was the time. Sihun was not worried at all. He knew how terrifying his grandpa's strength was. Although it was only a life-saving talisman, he believed that no one could resist it. Sure enough, in the sky, the light transformed into an old man floating in the void. Although it was only an illusion, it emitted a supreme aura that caused the entire world to tremble. A mere human dares to go against the ancient demonic spider clan? Kneel down and accept your death. The old figure shrouded Lin Xian with a supreme pressure, wanting to blast Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul in his body roared and let out a loud dragon roar to resist. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The old man's expression changed. Dragon, you have dragon power. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the one who's going to kill you. Lin Xian pulled out the dragon-shaped sword shadow and erupted with terrifying power. The crimson dragon came to his side and poured its power into it. Roar, the 1,000-foot-long dragon shadow slashed down mercilessly. Die, you old thing. He wanted to end the battle quickly and not leave too many traces because he realized that the light figure was too terrifying. It was not weaker than Yinhua from before. Yinhua had used all its power to erupt with such a terrifying aura, but the soul imprint in front of him was already so terrifying. My true body must be very heaven-defying. Therefore, he had to quickly solve the problem. You're courting death. When the old man saw that the ant dared to attack him, he roared angrily, and his body erupted with endless light. A fist punched out and collided with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. In the next moment, the apocalyptic scene appeared again. Although this old man was strong, he was still killed by the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, he was smashed into pieces. Seeing this scene, the 4 souls screamed crazily. That was a life-saving talisman that his grandfather had left for him. Yet, it was useless against him. Right now, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke the other party? However, he no longer had the chance to regret. His head had turned into ashes and his soul had been completely destroyed by the sword. With a single sword strike, the sky was split apart, and a gigantic fissure that was millions of miles long appeared on the ground. All of the ancient creatures had been completely wiped out. Everything, including the soul of the Supreme Elder, no longer existed. If anyone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely scream. Fortunately, there was no one around. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon entered the ancient ruins in front of them. Inside a spirit vein. Beneath the ground, there were countless caves. Inside the caves, there were spider webs that filled the sky. On the dense spider webs, there were terrifying spiders crawling one after another. These were all ancient demon spiders. This cave was the habitat of the ancient demon spider clan. At this moment, in the deepest part of the spirit vein, a large spider suddenly opened its eyes. It was an old man, and its eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. "Damn it, how dare you kill my grandson, I'm going to tear you to shreds." A terrifying roar resounded in the sky, and the entire ancient demon spider clan was shaken. What? The grandson of a Grand Elder was killed? Could it be that it was the Four Souls? No way. Who dared to kill him? Was it another Archean royal family? No, the Supreme Elder's soul mark should be in the body of the Supreme Elder, which could definitely save his life. Who was the one who did it? These people were very puzzled. The Supreme Elder's face was gloomy. His remaining soul mark was also destroyed by the other party, so he had no idea who did it. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. We must find out who killed the Four Souls. No matter who he is, I won't spare him. The Supreme Elder's voice was cold. The experts of the ancient demon spider clan moved out one after another. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon entered the ancient ruins. The two of them walked carefully, but fortunately, there were no other dangers in the ruins except for the terrifying killing array outside. The two of them ran all the way and finally arrived at the medicine field, and found that most of the spiritual herbs had withered. The Crimson Dragon felt that it was a pity. If these spiritual herbs were left to the present, they would definitely be peerless treasures. However, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a spiritual herb that was still alive, and it was growing very vigorously. The Crimson Dragon stared at the spiritual herb in surprise. The spiritual herb was more than half a meter tall, crystal clear, like an immortal medicine, and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. "Kid, you're rich," the Crimson Dragon exclaimed, and Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Indeed, he was rich. He carefully plucked the spiritual herb and then put it away. Using it as a guiding herb, coupled with other heaven and earth treasures, he could refine a furnace of good pills. "Let's go." Lin Xian was very satisfied. In addition to formations, he had not neglected alchemy over the years. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was even more excited. He was very clear about Lin Xian's alchemy skills. That effect was much stronger than just consuming the heaven and earth treasure alone. Therefore, he was a little impatient. The two of them left the cave, and in a flash, they soared into the sky and returned to the Immortal Palace. After returning to the Immortal Palace, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion, refining pills, and the Crimson Dragon began to study formations. At the same time, the true spirit world shook. One after another, the ancient races revived. In addition to the previous time when they sent out envoys, this time, they made an even bigger move. Young geniuses from the 10,000 ancient races came out one after another, and they challenged the saints, saintesses, princes, and princesses. They swept all the way, and everyone was terrified. They even declared that they would defeat all the human geniuses, and let everyone know who was the future master of this world. Not good. The four Symbols Saints were defeated, the Reverence Moon Saintess was also defeated. The new Myriad Thunder Saint was also defeated, the Yin-Yang Sex Saint was also defeated. The Divine Wind Dynasty's Prince was also defeated. News swept across the world like a hurricane. The saints and saintesses who were originally at the peak of the young generation, who were looked up to, were defeated one after another. The human ancient martial art practitioners could not accept this scene at all. They felt that the sky was about to collapse. As for the names of the ancient races, they were like comets that swept across the continent. Fire Cloud Race, Heavenly Dog Race, Silver Lightning Race, Ancient Demon Spider, Demon Ape Race. Terrifying ancient races appeared one after another, and their young geniuses were very scary. However, there were a few people in the human race who were also very scary. Even if they were challenged by the 10,000 ancient races' geniuses, they still did not lose. The most dazzling of them all was Yi Wudao. The Yi family's sacred physique was naturally the center of attention, attracting countless archean creatures to challenge him. However, the sacred physique was too terrifying. He had yet to be defeated, which made the human powerhouses heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had a sacred physique. The Yaoguang sage of the eastern wilderness was also shocking. He displayed powerful combat prowess and swept through all directions, defeating one archean prodigy after another who came to challenge him. The Gu family's Gu Santong was also terrifying. There was also Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu. They also rose to prominence in this chaos. The other person was even more shocking. The Taishan sage. He usually didn't show his strength, but the combat strength he displayed now was terrifying. This made everyone realize that he had been hiding his strength before. On the middle ground side, there was the great Xia Prince, Princess Divine Wind, and the Ninely Crown Prince. The three of them were also incomparably terrifying, sweeping through the area. The Demon King Palace. Hua Tiandu and Yan Ruyu were powerful, but recently, the Demon King Palace and the 10,000 Archean tribe were very close, which made everyone even more worried. On the western desert's side, Wuchen and Wuhua were also terrifying. The southern mountain's Yan Nantian was even more terrifying. The victories of these prodigies made the human race feel gratified. Fortunately, they still had hope. Especially the top geniuses among the titled prodigies. They could definitely survive the Archean Age contest. They could even advance further. However, what surprised them was that there was no news of Lin Xian. That's not right. Logically speaking, as the Middle Emperor, Lin Xian should have received countless challenges. Why wasn't there any news? Could it be that Lin Xian was defeated? Impossible. If he was defeated, the news would be even more terrifying. Could it be that he didn't dare to fight? Perhaps there was something else, everyone discussed. After all, they knew about Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, Lin Xian had forcefully chased away the Silver Electric tribe's envoy. Later, they heard that he had killed 3 Silver Electric tribe prodigies in the imperial capital. With such a strong attitude and terrifying strength, how could he be afraid of these Archean creatures? However, there was indeed no news of Lin Xian recently. They discussed animatedly, and many of them even began to investigate. During this period of time, archaic heavenly talents came one after another, wishing to challenge Lin Xian. However, they were all blocked outside the Peerless Formation. The Hall Master was in seclusion and was not prepared to fight for the time being. The ancient creature didn't believe it. It thought that Lin Xian was afraid. Actually, Lin Xian was really in seclusion. He had just obtained an 8,000-year-old spiritual herb from the ancient ruins and was using it to refine a cauldron of pills to increase his strength. This time, he had been in seclusion for a long time to refine the pill. He had made ample preparations, so he was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. However, the Archean prodigies only laughed coldly. He directly announced that Lin Xian would not accept the challenge. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. What Central Emperor? It turned out to be a coward. A skypride from the Tiango clan sneered. The Tiango race was a very powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. It was said that they could swallow the moon. This genius had the head of a dog and the body of a human. He had a pair of white wings on his back, which was very strange. That's right. How dare he be called the Central Emperor? I think he should give up the title as soon as possible. How can he be worthy of the word emperor? A skypride from the Fire Cloud race also snorted disdainfully. His entire body was bathed in flames, carrying a terrifying divine fire. It surged into the sky, and wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. On the Silver Lightning race's side, killing intent surged. This time, several prodigies came and directly clamored to kill Lin Xian on the spot. They had no choice. The incident in the imperial capital had already spread. The three prodigies of the silver lightning race were killed in public by Lin Xian. Even their souls did not escape. That was a slap to their faces in public. They had to return the favor, so they had to kill the other party in front of everyone in the world. Seeing how arrogant these ancient royal family members were, Lin Xian's supporters couldn't take it anymore. They also said, "What are you so arrogant for? How can you compare to God Lin Xian's strength?" That's right. God Lin Xian is a titled prodigy, and his strength is on par with Yi Dao Denier. If you have the ability, go ahead and challenge Yi Dao Denier first. That's right. Let's see if you can beat him. Those people snorted coldly and quickly counterattacked. However, the people of the 10,000 archaic races clamored again. Sacred bodies are very powerful, but so what? Up until now, the ancient royal family hasn't made a move. There are still the ancient royal family above us. Do you think those people can resist such a prodigy? When those words were said, the world was shocked again. Soon, news about the 10,000 archaic races spread. Everyone learned about the ancient races. They also knew how terrifying those royal families were. There were even more terrifying royal families. They were equivalent to the ancient noble families of the human race, and from the looks of it, they were even more terrifying than the ancient noble families. Not only that, but some primordial language and primordial power were also spread. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Every day, there would be a prodigy battle. The ancient races were awakening one by one, and they were too powerful. Although the human race had top prodigies like Yi Dao Denier and Yan Nantian, most of them were no match for the ancient races. For a moment, they were suppressed miserably. Not long after, a piece of shocking news spread. It made the human prodigies even more shocked, and their hearts were incomparably heavy. A peerless prodigy of the Blood Moon race had appeared. Soon, he would fight against the top prodigies of the human race. The Blood Moon race was one of the ancient royal families. Their strength was terrifying. When this news spread, the world was in an uproar. Was the ancient royal family finally going to make a move? The human race trembled, while the other 10,000 ancient races cried out in alarm. Ha 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 ha, you humans are dead meat. That's right. The royal family is finally going to make a move. They were too excited. The royal family was an extremely terrifying existence. The power of their bloodline was even purer and more terrifying. Sure enough, not long after, news spread. In the Great Rift Valley of the Northern Plains, they saw a majestic figure soaring into the sky. That figure was majestic, and his blood chi surged into the sky. Wherever he passed, a sea of blood rolled, forming a blood-red ring. It made the world tremble. It was said that a few invincible kings went to investigate out of curiosity. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This scene made the human race cry out in alarm. Even Yi Dao Denier, the Alcade sage, the Grand Xia prince, Dustless, and the others had grave expressions. Was the ancient royal family prodigy about to make a move? It seemed that it should be very terrifying. This was not the end. After the Blood Moon race's prodigy, another terrifying existence appeared. In the endless mountains of the Nanling Mountains, a blue figure descended powerfully. All living beings within 1,000,000 miles were slaughtered. That person was like a fiend god. With one move, he killed countless lives and swallowed their souls. Among them, there were even several invincible kings. When the news spread, the human race was terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races cried out in alarm. The Blue Devil race, haha, another royal race had appeared. While they were excited, their eyes were also filled with fear. The Blue Devil race was powerful, and they were good at devouring the souls of others to strengthen themselves. Therefore, it was best not to provoke them. All sorts of news about the Blue Devil race spread, and the world was abuzz with discussion. The appearance of two primordial geniuses gave the human race a lot of pressure. Would Yi Wu Dao and the others be able to resist? Boom. Boom, in the eastern wilderness, the sky cracked open, and countless silver rays of light fell down like a silver waterfall, causing a phenomenon. Everyone looked up, and the older generation figures were even more shocked. What a grand display! What a terrifying phenomenon! A terrifying roar came from the silver river that filled the sky. A roar shattered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, the mountains below trembled, and the earth cracked open. Many human cultivators were directly knocked unconscious. The weaker ones turned into blood that dyed the sky red. Damn it, hurry up and activate the array formation, the human powerhouses roared, and the cities activated their array formations to defend themselves. They were very angry, and they gritted their teeth. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races, it was definitely the 10,000 ancient races. They had caused such a terrifying commotion. They were casually slaughtering the human race, they were too damned. Many human invincible powerhouses wanted to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The impact of the other party was too great. However, they were stopped by an even more terrifying existence. Don't be rash. This is only the younger generation. Let the younger generation deal with it. If we make a move, it will probably cause an even more terrifying battle. That's right, the people in the Silver River were indeed the younger generation of the 10,000 ancient races. The Silver Race's geniuses. The Silver Race was also a royal race. This scene shocked everyone even more. Especially the human race's geniuses, their faces were filled with despair. The reason for that was because the ancient royal family was simply too terrifying. Just the aura they emitted made them tremble. They were simply unable to resist. Even Leaf Doudenier and the Alcate Holy Sun had serious expressions on their faces as they felt threatened. Since the royal races had appeared, would the royal races be far away? These geniuses of the ancient royal families walked through the true spirit world. Wherever they went, everyone would give way. No one dared to fight with them. These powerful skyprides did not strike out immediately. It seemed like they were looking for the right person. For a moment, everyone in the world panicked. Many people even went into seclusion, afraid that they would be chosen by the other party. Central State, Immortal Palace. Within Immortal Palace's pill refining room, the door was tightly shut. Radiant formations surrounded it. This was the place where Lin Xian went into seclusion to refine pills. However, at this moment, a burst of pill fragrance wafted out from the pill concoction room, passing through the formation and spreading out. This scene made all of Immortal Palace's martial artists cry out in alarm. How fragrant, it was the Hallmaster. The Hallmaster's pill was almost complete, such a fragrant medicinal pill was definitely different. Even the elders exclaimed in surprise. Their palace master was too miraculous. At such a young age, not only was he powerful, his attainments in alchemy were also terrifying. The Crimson Dragon rushed over from afar, and upon smelling the pill fragrance, it cried out in excitement. Haha, success! Brat, you're really something. He was really too excited. He knew that this was refined using 8,000 years old spirit herbs from ancient ruins. The effect was absolutely terrifying. In fact, he even provided some of his blood. It seemed that the effect was surprisingly good. Sure enough, not long after, the door of the pill concoction room in front slowly opened. Lin Xian walked out, his face full of joy. Congratulations, Hallmaster! Congratulations, Hallmaster! Immortal Palace's martial artists cheered one after another. Lin Xian also smiled and nodded. He asked. What happened outside these few days? He had been in seclusion for more than a month, so he naturally wasn't too clear about what was happening outside. However, he thought that those ancient royal races should be reviving more and more. Next, the elders told Lin Xian about all the major events that happened in the past month. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He didn't expect the 10,000 ancient races to be so arrogant. In addition to sending out envoys last time, they actually sent out their own geniuses to cause trouble. Many saints and saintesses were even defeated miserably. Fortunately, Yi Wu Dao and the others had risen, restoring hope to the human race. What comforted him was that Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also strong enough to win this battle. However, when he learned that the ancient royal race's geniuses had also appeared, a trace of worry appeared in his heart. From the looks of it, the ancient royal race's appearance alone had caused an abnormally terrifying scene. They definitely had an extremely powerful bloodline power and terrifying supernatural abilities. Such a person would be a great enemy. There's also another matter. The martial artist in front said, Hallmaster, in the past month, the Silver Lightning race, Tiango race, and Fire Cloud race's geniuses have constantly come to provoke us, but we rejected them all. However, they actually spread word that the Hallmaster is afraid. How hateful. However, the hallmaster said that we shouldn't act rashly, so we didn't touch them. They didn't dare to fight? Afraid? After hearing this, Lin Xian coldly snorted, and a biting cold light appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I'll go into seclusion now and consume these pills. When I come out, it'll be the time of their deaths. After saying that, Lin Xian strode toward the starry hall, and the Crimson Dragon followed behind him. Soon, the two of them entered seclusion and consumed the pills they had refined. Not only did the pills contain 8,000-year-old spirit herbs, but they also had the effect of dragon blood. It was truly terrifying. Therefore, half a month later, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation base increased again. He ate half of the pills and gave the other half to the Crimson Dragon. His strength had increased to the peak of the early 8-star realm. The Dragon Sword Soul had also improved, and the 9-yang divine body had reached the 7th stage of the second layer. Currently, Lin Xian's Archean power should be around 25,000, and this was without using the half-step sage artifact or the Dragon Sword Soul. Once he used the half-step sage artifact and the Dragon Sword Soul, his Archean power would increase again. This increase gave Lin Xian great confidence. Not to mention the Silver Lightning clan, he was confident that he could kill the prides of the Archean royal family, Boom. Boom, on the other side, the Crimson Dragon had also come out of seclusion. He also looked up to the sky and laughed. His strength had increased. It had reached 24,000 Archean power. Of course, under the condition of using some secret techniques and burning dragon blood, his Archean power would also increase rapidly. Kid, you're really abnormal. You're actually stronger than me. The Crimson Dragon was shocked when he guessed Lin Xian's Archean power. As expected of someone who had the Dragon Sword Soul and the 9-yang divine body, he had improved more than him. One had to know that he was not an ordinary dragon. He was from the Divine Dragon clan, and his bloodline was so powerful. However, Lin Xian had improved more than him. It was really shocking. However, when he thought about the Dragon Sword Soul and the 9-yang divine body, he felt relieved. Let's go and see what those prides of the Archean races have to be so arrogant. Lin Xian also waved his hand and led his people outside. The cultivators around him became excited when they saw this scene. They had been too sullen these days. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The geniuses of the Silver Lightning race, Tiango race, and Fire Cloud race would come from time to time. They were extremely arrogant. They didn't put a mortal palace in their eyes at all. They even said all kinds of bad things about Lin Xian, making them vomit blood. Now that Lin Xian had come out of seclusion, they could finally beat up these 10,000 ancient races. Outside a mortal palace, many archaic creatures stood in the void. They were from the Silver Lightning race, Tiango race, and Fire Cloud race. Their mission was to stay here and wait. As long as Lin Xian appeared, they would report it to the geniuses of their races and have their peerless geniuses come to kill him. Spread the news to the world. However, it had been more than a month, and the other party hadn't come out at all. However, they had plenty of patience. Boom. Boom, suddenly, the clouds in the sky churned as if someone was about to come out. Seeing this scene, the archaic creatures all became excited. Could it be that someone was about to appear? Their eyes were like rainbows as they stared ahead. The array formation in front of them churned, and figures walked out one after another. The person in the lead was a handsome young man in a red robe. His black hair danced wildly, as if he was an immortal. Beside him followed a dark red dragon. There were many figures behind him. They were all Immortal Palace's cultivators. It's that kid. It's Lin Xian. He came out, he finally came out, the Silver Lightning race's experts cried out in surprise. They had a grudge with Lin Xian, so they naturally knew what he looked like. Therefore, they were the first to discover him when he came out. The Tiango race and Fire Cloud race's archaic creatures also cried out in surprise. Was it that kid? He was really lucky. Hurry up and send a message to our geniuses. The three great archaic creatures quickly sent a message. That Lin Xian actually came out, 5 million miles away, a figure soared into the sky. This person had a human body, a dog head, and a pair of wings on his back. He was extremely terrifying. He was one of the Tiango race's geniuses. It seems that my luck is really good. He soared into the air. Countless clouds tumbled beneath his feet, forming a large dark cloud that carried him as he quickly flew into the distance. He was extremely arrogant. This scene was extremely terrifying. As for the martial artists and the surrounding millions of Li, they all noticed this. Look, what's that? How terrifying. It was a dog demon. Are you tired of living? What dog demon? That was an expert from the Tiango clan. The heavenly dog race was a very powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. They were said to be able to devour the moon. If he said the wrong thing again, he would lose his life. The Tiango clan? Their prodigies had defeated several princes of the imperial empires. What were they going to do now? It was rumored that they had always been lingering around Immortal Palace, wanting to challenge Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian never appeared. Seeing the other party's anxious appearance, could it be that Lin Xian had come out of seclusion? No, they want to challenge Lin Xian. Cries of surprise could be heard. Let's go and take a look. These people couldn't hold it in any longer. They quickly soared into the sky and also flew forward. In their eyes, Lin Xian was a godlike existence. He was a monument, one of the top young prodigies. However, there was no news of him before, which shocked everyone. The ancient creatures said that Lin Xian was afraid and didn't dare to come out. However, these human powerhouses didn't believe it. Especially those who had experienced the nest of 10,000 dragons. Back then, it was Lin Xian who split the nest of 10,000 dragons open with a single sword strike and saved everyone. That was something that even the sacred leaders and sect masters couldn't do. How could such a person be afraid? There must be another reason. From the looks of it, the other party was really going to come out. That's right, the one who came out this time was Lin Xian. He walked out of the array formation and looked around. Soon, he saw 7 or 8 ancient creatures nearby. However, he didn't care at all. Although these ancient creatures were powerful, they were no different from ants in his eyes. He knew that this shouldn't be a genius from the 10,000 ancient races. You're that Lin Xian? The ancient creature from the Tiango clan walked up and shouted coldly. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and ignored him. Beside him, Hu Yidao stood out. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our hallmaster? Get lost. As he spoke, his saber flew out. You're courting death. The ancient creature from the Tiango clan was furious. He also stretched out his claw, and it was as if a mountain was pressing down. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy surged. The ancient creature from the Tiango clan was forced to retreat. Hu Yidao snorted coldly and retracted his saber. Let your peerless prodigy come out. How dare you insult our hallmaster? Today is the day you die. My death? What arrogance! Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Then, a terrifying figure descended from the sky. It was the young prodigy of the Tiango clan. As soon as he appeared, he was like an ancient demonic mountain that froze the sky. The aura of the entire world seemed to have solidified. It was so oppressive that everyone could not breathe. Formless power surged downwards, rushing towards Lin Xian and the others, intending to crush them. Oh no! The expressions of Hu Yidao and the others changed. That aura was too terrifying. They had to admit that the other party was indeed terrifying. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and still stood with his hands behind his back. A piercing light burst out from his eyes, forming 2 sword lights that slashed forward. They met the attack head-on and directly shattered the pressure. Are you the prodigy of the Tiango clan? Lin Xian looked at the other party and asked coldly. He had to confirm the other party's identity. If he was a piece of trash, he was not worthy of his attack. That's right, I'm the prodigy of the Tiango clan, Xiaoyu. You'd better remember this. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. I thought you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? Do you think that you can scare me with just you alone? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Come on, I'll kill you today and eat dog meat. Hearing this, the martial artists of Immortal Palace all laughed excitedly. The ninjas of the Tiango clan were so angry that they vomited blood, especially Xiaoyu, whose face was gloomy. "You're courting death." A palm came down like a mountain, pressing down from the sky. He was furious that the other party dared to provoke him. He swore that he would teach the other party a lesson. The sky was split open, the terrifying palm rolled, and a mountain fell from the sky. This scene. It happened to be seen by the human martial artists who rushed over from afar. Those human martial artists cried out in surprise. "It's an expert of the Tiango clan. It's him. He's Xiaoyu, and he has already defeated 3 saints. His strength is terrifying." "What? It's him. He's from the Tiango clan, an extremely terrifying prodigy." "Yes, it's rumored that he has reached 20,000 Archean strength, which is really heaven-defying." End of chapter 2806. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.